Host, do you want to travel to Xianbei continent? Once you travel to Xianbei continent, the mission will start immediately. If you cannot complete the mission, you will never be able to return to the current world. If you complete the mission and die in another world, you can return to the real world. If you can complete the mission reward, you will get a chance to be reborn. A line of invisible option fonts appeared in front of Luo Chun. Yes. Luo Chun resolutely chose yes. Since Luo Chun accidentally discovered this game, he accidentally discovered that if he completed the mission, he would get the reward in the mission, which could be realized in the real world. Because he is a college student and a terminal cancer patient, the doctor told him that he had less than 3 months left. Of course, Luo Chun chose yes. The task prompt appeared in front of him. You are now a casual cultivator in the tribulation period, named Luo Chun, with an arrogant and domineering personality, notorious and full of evil. Your task is to take in a girl named Jiang Luoli, who is gentle, well-behaved, sensible, simple, and kind, and has no cultivation. The task is as follows. Step 1. Kill her relatives in front of her. Step 2. Destroy her sect in front of her. Step 3. Train her to become a female emperor and gain her favor and forgiveness. Complete these 3 tasks to complete this task, and these 3 tasks must be completed in order. Warm reminder, the character and plot of the protagonist cannot be tampered with, otherwise the task will not be completed. The time in another world is 10,000 times slower than the real world, and the other world really exists. Please restrain yourself. Lines of words appeared in his mind. Why is this game so perverted? How could such a brain-dead plot be designed? He killed all the relatives of the heroine. The heroine is crazy. How can he be forgiven? How can he complete this perverted task? Once he chooses the task, there's no turning back. He must complete the task, otherwise he will die. Now, he can only bite the bullet. Suddenly, Luo Chun had a splitting headache. Before he could react, the space in front of him suddenly began to distort. The next moment, cracks appeared on the screen in front of him like a mirror. A black hole appeared in front of him, and he disappeared into the black hole. Where am I? Luo Chun looked around drowsily. In front of him was a mud house, an old table, a shabby old lamp, and cracks in the wall. From time to time, a cool breeze blew in. Luo Chun knew at a glance that he had entered another world. But at this time, Luo Chun found that he was still immortal. What cultivation did he have now? Didn't he say that he had the cultivation of the tribulation period at the beginning? Are you kidding me? At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. As soon as the door of the room opened, a small figure ran towards Luo Chun. Big brother, you finally woke up. You have been unconscious for several days. This is the porridge I made for you. Drink it while it is hot. Luo Chun saw a thin little face with 2 ponytails and patched clothes. She stared at Luo Chun with a pair of big eyes and smiled. She stared at the surroundings nervously. Seeing that there was no one, she let Luo Chun drink it, because this was the porridge she secretly cooked for Luo Chun. If she found out, she would be scolded. Since she saved Luo Chun, she could only eat a meal every few days, but she believed that this big brother was not a bad person. She held a bowl with a pair of thin hands and handed it to Luo Chun. Thank you, little sister. What is your name? Luo Chun saw that the little girl was only a little over 10 years old, and her body was so thin. The bowl of porridge in her hand was so thin that you could count the brown rice with your naked eyes. He looked distressed. Suddenly, Luo Chun's heart couldn't help but skip a beat, and the next moment an invisible entry appeared in front of him. Now you are a villain. You can't show sympathy or emotion to others. Please abide by the basic bottom line of villains. Violating the rules will be regarded as mission failure. Luo Chun saw this scene. This mission is too perverted. Then he will be the villain for sure? How can you bear to treat a little girl like this? Do you still have a conscience? Big brother, my name is Jiang Luoli. You can call me Lily or Lier. My parents call me that. What about you, big brother? Jiang Luoli stared at Luo Chun with her big round eyes, pouted her little mouth, and asked curiously. Then Luo Chun's eyes gradually became indifferent, staring at Jiang Luoli with cold eyes. Humph! I am a big villain without a name. This is porridge? Why is there not even a grain of rice? You let me drink this? Do you want to starve me to death? Luo Chun roared loudly and lightly. This should be in line with the image of a villain. Jiang Luoli was immediately startled by Luo Chun's roar. She never thought that the person she saved despite her family's opposition was such a person. She couldn't help but take a few steps back. Her face was a little terrified, and she couldn't speak clearly for a while. but she still couldn't believe that Luo-chan was a bad person. But, big brother, you don't look like a bad person. Seeing this, Luo-chan felt a little reluctant, but he couldn't show it. Ha ha. Can't you tell the good from the bad? You can't even tell the good from the bad. You saved me, then you're unlucky. Luo-chan grinned with a smirk on his face. Jiang Luoli shook her head and no longer felt scared, because she felt that the person in front of her didn't look like a bad person. Big brother, you're talking nonsense. How can a real bad person say that he is a bad person? After Jiang Luoli finished speaking, she felt dizzy because she hadn't eaten for a few days. Big brother, I believe you won't hurt me. I'm not afraid, even if you're a bad guy. Jiang Luoli didn't feel that this person had any ill will towards her, because her adoptive father treated her even worse, but he still gave her food. It must be because she didn't do well that she made the big brother angry. No way, he's not angry at all? Luo-chan was stunned for a moment. Is his acting bad? He was actually seen through by this little girl? Luo-chan suddenly felt that his acting skills were too bad. Luo-chan looked at the little girl, her thin figure, dry and pale lips. She must be starving, and he still felt a little bit reluctant in his heart. Don't give me this to drink. Do you want to poison me? Try drinking it yourself. If you don't drink it, it's poisonous. Luo-chan rolled his eyes and stared at Jiang Luoli. Big brother, look, I drank it. It's not poisonous. You can drink it without worry. Jiang Luoli took a sip with her little mouth, still unsatisfied. She had eaten a little yesterday. Her body could still resist for a day. Her foster father would give her a bite of food tomorrow. Are you insulting me? You must have poisoned it. Drink it all. Luo-chan's face showed a cold look. But this was specially prepared for him. She could starve for 2 days without any problem. She could eat this bowl for 2 days, but she still couldn't bear to drink it. But seeing Luo-chan's fierce expression, she got angry just thinking about it. Let him be hungry if he wants. Luoli won't pity him. She swallowed it directly and pursed her little lips. It smells so good. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked in. Lear, why are you here? A middle-aged woman from Luo-chan walked towards him. Mom, he's awake. Jiang Luoli pointed at Luo-chan. Sir, you are awake. It is really the blessing of the Bodhisattva. Please do not despise me. My family is poor. Please forgive me. The woman bowed to Luo-chan. Luo-chan was embarrassed to lose his temper when he saw that Jiang Luoli's family was so simple and harmonious. At this moment, another entry appeared in front of him. Kill her relatives in front of her, and you can gain cultivation. Chapter 2. I shall kill you with my own hands. Is this task not exceedingly wicked? Is it merely to kill at will? Luo-chan cleared his throat, asserting that a villain ought to embody a villainous visage. Humph. Do not linger here and obstruct my view. Leave at once. Luo-chan's mind was in disarray. He found it challenging to acclimate to his role in this world. How could he bring himself to harm such kind-hearted and innocent individuals? Jiang Luoli gazed at Luo-chan with curiosity in her large eyes, sensing that this older brother was not a bad person, yet something felt amiss. Mother, the big brother has only just recovered. His temper is not the best, so please do not blame him, Jiang Luoli urged Zhao Yun, her foster mother. Indeed, the gentleman has only just awakened. Let us not disturb him, Luoli. We shall step outside for now, Zhao Yun said, guiding Jiang Luoli away. Upon seeing the mother and daughter so intimately connected, Luo-chan's heart grew heavier. If he were to kill her mother, Luoli would undoubtedly harbor a deep-seated hatred towards him. How could he expect to earn her forgiveness after such an act? This scene left Luo-chan in a state of distress. How was he to complete this task? In the dead of night, Luo-chan was resting in his room when suddenly an unfamiliar male voice echoed from outside. Darling, are you prepared? Upon hearing this, Luo-chan deduced that it must be Zhao Yun's husband returning. But what were they secretly plotting outside in the dead of night? Master, that little girl, Jiang Luoli, has taken her medicine. She should be asleep. Now, only that ailing boy remains. If we eliminate him, all will be well. Master, that delicate little girl would make for a delightful dish, while the boy would be splendid for barbecuing. It has been ages since I last indulged in meat. But let us not be careless. We must first deal with that man. Madam, you truly possess a ruthless heart. You have nurtured this girl for nearly 5 years. Yet you can bear to consume her? Master, this girl was intended to be fattened up for consumption. Her flesh is the most tender and juicy at this moment. I have savored so much meat, but never anything so exquisite. I can hardly wait. Luo-chan, eavesdropping through a crack, felt his complexion pale. Jiang Luoli was their daughter. How could they contemplate consuming their own child? Was this world truly so deranged? And now this couple intended to devour him as well. Yet he possessed no martial prowess. What was he to do? Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps grew nearer, compelling Luo Chun to hide behind the door. Creak. The wooden door opened slightly, producing a sound. Then do not blame me. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chun grasped a wooden stick in his hand. With a resounding thud, he swung the stick directly at the man's forehead, blood instantly staining his brow. Ah! A scream of agony pierced the air. Luo Chun looked up to see the man collapsed on the ground, while Zhao Yun froze in shock. In the next instant, she turned and fled outside without a backward glance. At long last, this predicament has been resolved. Just as Luo Chun was about to exhale in relief, an unexpected figure materialized before him, a pair of crimson eyes fixated intently upon him. The newcomer was Jiang Luoli, who had witnessed Luo Chun take her father's life. How could this be? Why did he slay her father? Suddenly, Jiang Luoli stood directly before Luo Chun, her voice breaking into anguished sobs. Father, what has happened to you? Please, don't frighten me. Wake up. You wicked fiend. Why did you kill my father? I will avenge him. With eyes ablaze and a gaze icy as steel, Jiang Luoli lunged at Luo Chun, ready to confront him with fervor. It was over. He had become her father's murderer. He feared he would never earn her forgiveness in this lifetime. A pang of sorrow welled up within him for the young girl. He steadied his emotions, regaining his composure, and spoke with a dispassionate tone. I am indeed a villain. There is no need for pretext when it comes to murder. Your father is the one I have slain. At that moment, a line of text appeared before Luo Chun, preliminary completion of the first task, gaining late-stage yuan in cultivation. Luo Chun was momentarily taken aback as a surge of formidable power coursed through his being. He felt an unprecedented strength, as if he could shatter a mountain with a single blow. Could this truly be the might of late-stage yuaning? It was utterly astonishing. Witnessing this transformation, Jiang Luoli instinctively recoiled. Even the faintest hint of his aura sent shivers through her very soul, compelling her to shrink into a corner, unable to utter a word. She had encountered the legendary immortal, and astonishingly, it was the very same wicked man before her. The following day, dawn broke. What a delight! Luo Chun had yet to acclimatize to this newfound power. It was overwhelmingly potent. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Jiang Luoli. In an instant, Luo Chun appeared at her side, only to find her pallid face gazing in terror at a lifeless body, her eyes fixed in shock. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Luo Chun discerned that it was a desiccated corpse, its death occurring several months prior. A sense of foreboding washed over Luo Chun as he perceived an unsettling stillness enveloping the village. Upon probing further with his spiritual sense, he found not a single living soul. The area was littered with corpses, each face contorted in horror, as though they had encountered something unspeakably terrifying before death claimed them. Expanding his spiritual sense to encompass a 100-mile radius, he discovered that the entire village, comprising hundreds of inhabitants, had perished, all drained of their life essence. And all had succumbed to death months ago. What could have transpired? He distinctly remembered a village full of life. How could it be that not a single person remained? A chilling realization struck him as he recalled the man he had killed the previous day. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. He materialized before the corpse. This man had been dead long before his encounter. Jiang Luoli was the sole living being in sight. What had transpired in this village? Luo Chun could not fathom the reason behind this occurrence. Had he been an ordinary individual, he would have undoubtedly failed to perceive this scene. I do not know, Jiang Luoli stammered. At that moment, a figure approached him. Lily, mother has returned. Zhao Yun smiled as she walked towards Jiang Luoli, as if nothing had transpired. Lily, I am back. Zhao Yun waved enthusiastically. Mother. Jiang Luoli was about to advance when Luo Chun abruptly halted her. Luo Chun sensed that Zhao Yun was already a lifeless being, yet a sinister energy lingered within her. Approach any closer, and you shall perish. Luo Chun declared coldly. Big brother, I implore you, do not harm my mother. Jiang Luoli quickly intervened. Luo Chun disregarded her pleas, channeling his spiritual force into a fireball that instantly penetrated Zhao Yun's body. The next instant, an eerie scream emanated from within her. Ah? It swiftly transformed into a cloud of black mist, vanishing in an instant. What was that? Luo Chun was taken aback. This dark energy could even withstand the true fire of the nascent soul, truly not to be underestimated. Had he not possessed the cultivation of the nascent soul, he might have also been reduced to a lifeless corpse. In the following moment, Zhao Yun's body was reduced to ashes, utterly dissipating. Trying to flee? Luo Chun scoffed coldly, enveloping the black mist with his spiritual energy and drawing it into his sleeve. Mother, why did you kill my mother? You wicked villain. Jiang Luoli desperately clutched at the remnants of Zhao Yun, tears streaming down her face. Why did you kill my parents? Why did I bring this evildoer home? If only I had tea, my parents would still be alive. I have brought ruin upon my family. Do you harbor hatred towards me? Luo Chen inquired earnestly. I not only despise you, I intend to kill you with my own hands. Jiang Luoli retorted icily. Very well. I can grant you that opportunity. However, you must first grow stronger if you wish to have the chance to kill me. Fine. Do not regret your words. I will undoubtedly slay you, you scoundrel. Jiang Luoli's hatred for Luo Chen had reached its zenith. He had become her sworn enemy. Chapter 3. Young girl of young and comes of age, you had better not think of fleeing. From now on, you shall be my personal maid, attending to my needs. When I find myself in a good mood, I shall release you, Luo Chen said to Jiang Luoli, recognizing her as the protagonist and the key to completing his mission. Absolutely not. If you have the ability, kill me, Jiang Luoli declared, her heart resolute in the face of death. She had no kin in this world, and she would never yield to such a person even in death. I have no intention of killing you, for I do not harm women, Luo Chen replied calmly. His aim was to cultivate Jiang Luoli into a formidable force. Jiang Luoli was not swayed by his empty words. After all, was it not he who had taken her mother's life? Do not question my integrity. I am not one to keep promises, except for you. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant, Luo Chen said with a faint smile. As night fell, a dark mist appeared in Luo Chen's hand. The very essence he had extracted from Zhao Yun during the day. The mist spoke with a voice that dripped with menace. How dare you? Release me at once, or my master shall not let you off lightly. Luo Chen merely scoffed at the threat. Cease this at once. I beg for mercy, senior. I am willing to serve you, obeying your every command. A swirl of blue flames encircled the dark mist, warping the surrounding air with intense heat, causing the mist to emit agonizing cries. This is more like it. Now, tell me what transpired in this village months ago. Why has everyone perished? Luo Chen felt an ominous premonition. This dark energy was peculiar, and he sensed it was far from simple. Forgive me, esteemed one. I am unaware of the events that transpired. I have only gained sentience in recent months, and my master is another entity of dark energy. We are still quite weak, surviving only by attaching ourselves to mortals. In my memories, I recall the arrival of an overwhelming force of darkness. At that time, the entire realm will descend into a hellish nightmare, and even ordinary cultivators will be unable to resist its influence, succumbing to madness and ultimately perishing. Luo Chen's expression grew grave upon hearing this. The villager's demise was likely linked to this dark force. If that were the case, it could lead to an unprecedented catastrophe for this realm. As an ordinary person, he felt powerless to change anything. He merely wished to survive. Completing his mission was his only hope for survival. Thus, he sought to embark on the next phase of his quest. Luo Chen took Jiang Luoli to seek out masters. Yet she steadfastly refused to accept any teacher. He attempted to compel her, but she remained resolute, vowing to die rather than submit to another's tutelage. With no other options left, Luo Chen resolved to take matters into his own hands. Jiang Luoli, do you wish to take me as your master? He anticipated her refusal, yet he understood that she must grow stronger regardless of her desires. I am willing, but I shall also kill you, Jiang Luoli replied without a hint of hesitation. Her response caught Luo Chen off guard, yet it aligned perfectly with his intentions, as long as it meant she would become more powerful. From that moment forth, wherever Luo Chen ventured, he was invariably accompanied by a little girl. A decade later, Luo Chen had taken refuge in a humble town, where one seldom encountered a cultivator. In Yong'an Town, nestled within a quaint courtyard known as Yongquan, he reclined languidly in a chair, basking in the warmth of spring. Luo Li, bring me some wine, he called out, but after a prolonged wait with no sign of her, he muttered, where has that girl run off to again? Never mind. I shall attend to it myself. Self-sufficiency is key. Rising gently, he was now at the late stage of the tribulation transcendence, a true master in this realm. The next step awaited him, the golden immortal stage, which would grant him the ability to ascend beyond this world. However, Luo Chen's mission remained incomplete. He could not abandon this realm, which existed for him as a stage for duty, yet for its inhabitants, it was their tangible reality. Just then, a stunning woman clad in a flowing white dress descended before him, her countenance as frigid as ice. The fitted garment accentuated her alluring figure, and her long, fair legs gracefully touched the ground. What do you desire? Jiang Luoli spoke coldly. Over the past decade, she had never once addressed Luo Chen as her master. Her hatred had not waned. Instead, it had deepened over time. She had not smiled at him in 10 years, nor would she ever forget her enemy. No matter Luo Chen's actions, she would never grant him forgiveness, vowing that one day he would suffer beyond comprehension. For the past 10 years, she had devoted herself to rigorous training, yet her cultivation had only reached the late stage of the golden core. She understood that her strength was still grossly insufficient for vengeance. "I am hungry. Prepare me a bowl of fried rice," Luo Chen replied with calm demeanor. During their time together, he had not only instructed Jiang Luoli in cultivation but also in the culinary arts. This girl possessed not only remarkable talent in cultivation but also exceptional cooking skills. Each meal she prepared evoked fond memories of his homeland. After a brief interval, Jiang Luoli placed a bowl of fried rice before him, its aroma enticing. This girl's culinary skills have indeed improved. Luo Chen took a generous mouthful, savoring the rich flavors with evident delight. Now, this is the life of a celestial being. After finishing his meal, he indulged in a midday nap, a habit he maintained from the mortal realm. Upon awakening, he grasped a hoe and began weeding in his small garden, pleased to see the vegetables thriving. Thanks to Zhang Luo Li's daily care with watering and fertilizing. "Luo Li, remember to fertilize the cabbage generously. It will taste even better," he called out in her direction. "Go away," came her distant, icy retort. As a cultivator, she was above mundane concerns and could hardly tend to the vegetables daily. Yet, he noted, she had grown increasingly beautiful over the years. "I am her master. What am I thinking?" He pondered, yet the thought seemed inconsequential. Indeed, he observed that Zhang Luo Li's beauty surpassed anyone he had encountered in the mortal world. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. "Is Mr. Luo Chen at home?" With a sweep of his divine consciousness, Luo Chen discerned the presence of an elderly woman. "Old Wang, what brings you here?" At that moment, Jiang Luoli had already opened the door. This old Wang was her neighbor, frequently visiting to bring her food. Though merely a mortal, old Wang shared a profound bond with Jiang Luoli, providing her with warmth and familiarity, a rarity in her life. "Have you had another quarrel?" Old Wang inquired gently. "Luoli, as women, we ought to be more understanding of our men. They have their own struggles." She patted Jiang Luoli on the shoulder. "Grandma, it's not as you think. I am irreconcilable with him." Jiang Luoli felt an unexpected blush rise to her cheeks, her expression one of grievance. Yet, contemplating the situation, she remembered how Luo Chen had threatened old Wang's life, compelling her to comply with his wishes under the threat of dire consequences. Thus, her obedience to Luo Chen today was a reflection of her predicament. "Look at you, still insisting otherwise, when your mouth is the most defiant part of you." Old Wang chuckled. "These sweet potatoes are from my own garden, quite delectable. And my old man has prepared some charcoal. Winter is approaching. If you need any, don't hesitate to come to me. There's no need to be polite." With a smile, old Wang bent her frail body, removed the burden from her back, and presented several large sweet potatoes to Jiang Luoli. Chapter 4. The Benevolent Soul of Yong'an Aunt. "We have enough. Please keep it for yourself." Jiang Luoli waved her hand in a hurried refusal. How could she accept anything from Granny Wang? With the cold winter looming, Granny Wang, frail and elderly, needed these provisions to nourish her weakened body. Jiang Luoli had once contemplated using some medicinal herbs to heal Granny Wang, but was dissuaded by Luo Chen, who had ominously threatened to harm her if she disobeyed. "Take it. This is my heartfelt gift," Granny Wang insisted, pressing the items into Jiang Luoli's embrace. A wave of guilt washed over Jiang Luoli. She had the means to heal Granny Wang, the only person she truly cared for in this world. Yet Luo Chen's coercion rendered her powerless. Her resentment towards him deepened. "I want roasted sweet potatoes," she said defiantly, just as Luo Chen's voice echoed in her mind. Jiang Luoli shot him a disdainful glare, her eyes brimming with contempt. What business did a mighty cultivator have in prying into the affairs of a mere mortal? Was there no shame left in him? Such gluttony, one might as well burst. "Luoli, remember to heed your master's words at home," Granny Wang said with concern, casting a glance towards Luo Chen before shaking her head and departing. "Andy, let me see you off." Jiang Luoli quickly took hold of Granny Wang's withered hand and guided her to the door. Luo Chen watched their retreating figures, lost in thought. Thus, it became customary for the elderly woman to visit Luo Chen's abode, often bringing sustenance for both him and Jiang Luoli. Time passed swiftly, and winter descended upon Yong'an town, blanketing it in snow. In the Yunka courtyard, Luo Chen reclined languidly in a chair, allowing the snowflakes to settle upon him, while Jiang Luoli gracefully danced before him, her exquisite form a vision of elegance. It seemed that snow also graced her homeland at this season. This year, the biting cold was more severe and prolonged than ever. Many in Yong'an town began to succumb to the frigid temperatures, lifeless bodies appearing on the streets, yet no one came to the aid of these unfortunate souls. Jiang Luoli's heart ached. She could not stand idly by as lives were extinguished. She wished to implore Luo Chen to wield his powers to dispel the chilling wave. Yet he coldly rebuffed her, declaring, "What concern is the death of these ants to me?" After his refusal, Jiang Luoli's hope for him was extinguished. He was a scoundrel. A heartless brute. Why had she ever held any hope for such a man? Although Luo Chen's hand remained idle, and she lacked the spiritual energy and herbs to aid the common folk, Jiang Luoli resolved to assist them using her own means. She personally constructed shelters to shield the townspeople from the biting cold. In this scene, Jiang Luoli's actions have not escaped the attention of Luo Chen. As a man of ill repute, he is bound by his nature not to assist anyone. Nonetheless, he refrains from obstructing Jiang Luoli. Each time she channels her spiritual power, he merely turns a blind eye, often lingering in the shadows to protect her, unbeknownst to her. During this period, Jiang Luoli frequently sought Luo Chen for healing herbs, claiming they were for her cultivation. No matter how much she requested, Luo Chen complied without question, believing it to be within the bounds of propriety. Day after day, apart from preparing 3 meals for Luo Chen, Jiang Luoli devoted the remainder of her time to establishing shelters for the citizens of Yong'an town and tending to their ailments. The Wang family also lent a helping hand, aiding numerous individuals. Soon, tales of Jiang Luoli's benevolence spread throughout the town. She became known as the living bodhisattva of Yong'an, the greatest benefactor of the community. With beauty and kindness that made her seem like a goddess descended from the heavens, she rescued the townspeople. Months later, after the snow disaster had passed, most of the citizens of Yong'an survived thanks to Jiang Luoli's efforts. Many came to express their gratitude, bringing gifts to Luo Chen's doorstep. Although these offerings were humble, primarily vegetables, eggs, and some poultry, Jiang Luoli initially intended to refuse them, only for Luo Chen to accept them. No longer would he have to endure the monotony of fried rice daily. Jiang Luoli had been preparing it for him incessantly, nearly making him sick of it. These provisions were, to him, a form of salvation. At that moment, a portly young man in the corner beheld Jiang Luoli's astonishing beauty, his eyes nearly falling from their sockets. How could such a breathtaking maiden exist in this world? Was she truly a celestial being? He had heard whispers of a great benefactor in Yong'an, likened to a fairy, and though skeptical, he was intrigued. Upon seeing her, he was utterly captivated. He rushed to her side, his gaze fixated on her flawless figure, introducing himself. "I am Sun Daji, the son of the governor of Qingzhou. May I inquire your esteemed name, fair maiden?" Jiang Luoli met the gaze of the portly Sun Daji, whose face bore an unsightly mole, dressed in garish red, his demeanor lecherous. This sight repulsed her immediately. "Begone," she retorted, unwilling to entertain such a lascivious individual. "Ah, spirited young lady, I find that delightful." He responded with unwarranted confidence. "My father is the governor of Qizhou. If you were to accompany me, I could assure you a life free from worry, even granting you the status of a concubine, allowing you to relish in wealth and luxury." Sun Daji boasted, oblivious to her disdain, for he believed his noble lineage rendered him irresistible. "My son has taken a liking to you. It is indeed your fortune. This evening, serve my son well, or else you shall find no refuge in Yong'an town." One of Sun Daji's attendants boasted proudly, casting an obsequious glance at Sun Daji. "What are you staring at? Scram." The attendant hastily ushered everyone away. The townsfolk, recognizing the noble status of the intruders, despite their desire to assist Jiang Luoli, dared not offend such formidable figures. Thus, not a single person stepped forward to speak on her behalf. Jiang Luoli's expression turned icy. At that moment, Luo Chen sauntered through the doorway and approached Jiang Luoli, remarking, "Is this the person you saved? I find him rather unimpressive, especially since not a soul is willing to defend you." He regarded Jiang Luoli with a detached demeanor. "Humph. They merely fear his status. I can comprehend that. However, someone like you does not understand the essence of love," Jiang Luoli replied, looking at Luo Chen as if he were a pitiable creature. "What are you doing here?" "I can handle this myself," she asserted confidently, believing she could easily confront Sun Daji without resorting to her spiritual powers. "What am I doing here? Can you not see that I am here to assist you? They have already bullied my maid. Do you think I can remain passive?" Luo Chen smiled gently at Jiang Luoli and positioned himself directly in front of her. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Luoli felt an unexpected sense of security emanating from the man before her. Is he truly helping me? Would he also extend his aid to others? Jiang Luoli questioned whether this moment was genuine, recalling that Luo Chen had never once assisted her in the past, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. What is happening to me? Why does he wish to help me? What are his intentions? Jiang Luoli found herself perplexed by her own emotions. Is your father truly the magistrate? Luo Chen inquired, gazing at Sun Daji with astonishment. Chapter 5. The time to bear a son indeed. My father is none other than the current governor of Qizhou. I have made my choice regarding this individual. Sun Daji spoke with an air of tranquility. Perceiving that Luo Chen was somewhat discerning, he was confident that any woman he desired would ultimately be within his grasp. Young master's son, but she is my maid. Without her, I would have no one to attend to me. What shall I do? Luo Chen feigned a troubled expression. That is a simple matter. This sum is for you. After I take her away, I shall provide you with another sizable amount, Sun Daji replied with a gentle smile. Realizing that such a person was merely avaricious, a casual offering of money could easily secure his intentions. As for the woman, Jiang Luoli, he would deal with her as he pleased in due course. Really? Young master's son is indeed magnanimous. I sincerely thank you. Here is her contract of servitude. I shall entrust it to you, Luo Chen said, handing it over. She is here. You may dispose of her as you wish, young master Sunday. Such a fortune. How much wine could this buy? Luo Chen casually took a contract of servitude and fixated his gaze on Sun Daji's purse, a broad smile spreading across his face. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Luoli trembled with rage, glaring fiercely at Luo Chen. Luo Chen, you scoundrel. I should never have harbored any expectations of you. I once thought you were assisting me, but now you have sold me out so easily. You are an absolute villain, the worst of all villains. How could such a person ever assist me? What was I thinking? It is truly laughable. I am afraid you are no longer my mate. Your fate is no longer my concern. I have money now, and for someone of your ilk, there is no shortage of replacements. However, you are now free. You may go wherever you wish without needing to follow me, Luo Chen replied coolly, his eyes fixed on the purse in his hand, not even glancing at Jiang Luoli. Ha! My dear lady, from this moment forth, you belong to me. There are no obstacles now. We can finally indulge in our desires together. Sun Daji proclaimed with a smug smile. A mere woman was nothing he could not possess. She was a fine specimen indeed. Once he had his fill, he could always sell her to the brothel, a venture that would yield substantial profits. Compared to the trivial sum he had given Luo Chen, this was inconsequential, and he would stand to gain immensely. Today was indeed a stroke of good fortune. My lady, come with me at once, tonight. No, immediately. We shall enter the bridal chamber this very moment. Sun Daji leered at Jiang Luoli, reaching out to grasp her delicate hand. Very well. Jiang Luoli's lips curled disdainfully, her expression turning icy as she shot a venomous glare at Sun Daji's corpulent figure before delivering a swift kick to his groin. Sun Daji was caught completely off guard. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound echoed. His face contorted in agony, he doubled over, clutching his injury, unable to utter a sound. Meanwhile, the servant beside Sun Daji watched in shock, his smile fading before he cried out in horror. It's broken. The egg is broken. It's over. It's all over. This has become a matter of great concern for Sister Sunday. Young Master Sun's lineage has come to an abrupt end, and the sky has fallen upon him. He has failed to safeguard Sun Daji, and his fate will likely be equally grim. At this moment, Sun Daji's frantic cries echoed through the surrounding 3 or 4 miles. This is utterly ruthless. Luo Chen suddenly felt a stiffness in his lower body, unable to fathom the extent of Sun Daji's pain. Stealing a glance at Sun Daji, he pondered how unfortunate it was to offend someone as merciless as Jiang Luoli. Get lost, Jiang Luoli coldly declared. Were it not for Luo Chen's presence and the regulations of the cultivation world prohibiting the killing of mortals and interference in earthly matters, she would have already ended Sun Daji's life. Yet, the fact that he still lives is a torment far worse than death for him. Very well, young master. Let us first seek a physician before dealing with them, the servant insisted, hastily carrying Sun Daji away to receive treatment, as delaying the optimal time for healing would leave him utterly culpable. As the two hastily departed, only Luo Chen and Jiang Luoli remained. Jiang Luoli shot a fierce glare at Luo Chen, who suddenly felt a chill and instinctively retreated. I told you, you are free now. You may go wherever you wish. I have no authority over you, Luo Chen replied nonchalantly, recognizing the peril of keeping such a fierce woman by his side. Humph. Now you wish to rid yourself of me? It is too late. I have declared that as long as I cannot kill you, I shall remain by your side for eternity. You shall never escape my grasp, Jiang Luoli coldly asserted. having vowed to eliminate this great villain for the sake of the cultivation world. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen muttered, "Why does this feel so off? It seems as though I am destined to be entangled with her for a lifetime. Is she perhaps unwell?" A shiver coursed through him. If he did not acquiesce to her, she would resort to threats of death, knowing she still had a use for him. "If you wish to stay by my side, you must warm my bed and, should the need arise, bear me children. If you cannot fulfill this, you may leave at once," Luo Chen stated with a calm demeanor. In truth, the girl was undeniably beautiful, and as her master, he hoped she would not harbor such intentions. "All right," Jiang Luoli replied with a single word, resolute in her decision to accompany him to the end. If she bore his child, she would personally ensure the child's demise, which would serve as the greatest revenge and alleviate her resentment. "Have you truly agreed? I am your master. Do you not see anything amiss?" Luo Chen exclaimed in disbelief, unable to comprehend her swift acquiescence. He had merely intended to test her resolve. "If you desire my body, what harm is there in granting it to you? Let us proceed to have children now," Jiang Luoli declared, indifferent to Luo Chen's expression. If she bore Luo Chen's child, she would possess leverage over him. Without hesitation, she grasped his hand. "Are we being serious now?" Luo Chen's face was filled with astonishment, and just as he was about to speak, a pair of warm, crimson lips pressed against his own. Their tongues entwined instantly, and a wave of heat surged through him like a torrential flood. "Wait, hold on." Luo Chen hurriedly pushed Jiang Luoli away, gasping for breath. This girl was serious. Shouldn't their relationship progress gradually? After all, he was still an innocent young man. As Luo Chen intended to seal Jiang Luoli's powers using his own, he suddenly realized that he was unable to access his spiritual energy. An invisible note appeared before his eyes. "Host, emotional involvement with female characters in the game is prohibited. Your powers have been temporarily sealed as punishment. This will not be tolerated again." Luo Chen's expression darkened immediately. This was disastrous. While he was lost in thought, he felt a pair of long, fair legs draped over his shoulders, her delicate skin brushing against him, accompanied by a subtle fragrance that caused Luo Chen's cheeks to flush. Yet, at that moment, he was rendered immobile and quickly implored, "Luoli, please calm down." He swallowed hard, but before he could finish, his mouth was abruptly silenced. "You naughty boy. Stop pretending. With your cultivation level, you cannot resist me, a mere golden core practitioner." Jiang Luoli had long seen through his thoughts. After all, he had always been drawn to her. Today, she would fulfill his desires. She had secretly perused some books from the mortal realm and believed that her current posture would surely ignite a man's passion. Now, as Luo Chen continued to resist, it was evident that he enjoyed the thrill of the chase, relishing in a role-playing scenario reminiscent of the tales of master and disciple. Chapter 6. Even if the sky falls, I shall shield you, hee. Master, it's overflowing. Jiang Luoli's round face bore a mischievous smile. Her peculiar gaze fixed upon Luo Chen as she nestled against him like a playful kitten. "It's full. It can't help but overflow." Luo Chen responded with an exasperated expression while Jiang Luoli's delicate hand slowly poured more wine into his cup, her enchanting eyes locked onto his face, oblivious to the spilling liquid. "Master, I want more." At that moment, Jiang Luoli's flushed cheeks resembled blooming roses, her faint fragrance intoxicating. "Drink less. I've told you. Excessive drinking can lead to trouble." Luo Chen shook his head, weary from her relentless antics. Even his back ached from the exertion. "Master, you can only belong to me from now on. Your life is mine as well." Jiang Luoli felt she was close to winning Luo Chen over. It seemed men enjoyed this sort of attention. She sensed a shift in his demeanor, no longer as indifferent as before. If our bond were merely that of fleeting companions, would you regret it? Luo Chen couldn't help but inquire, feeling an emotional stir within him. His cultivation had yet to fully return. Should Jiang Luoli discover his diminished power, she might very well seek to end him. "Master, how could we merely be passing strangers? If I cannot keep you by my side, I shall bind our fates together for eternity, ensuring no force can separate us." At that moment, Jiang Luoli's heart brimmed with mischief. If she could make Luo Chen fall for her and then cruelly reject him, surely his heart would ache. Moreover, should that day ever arrive, she would dismember him and fashion him into a doll, keeping him in a hidden chamber for companionship, thus ensuring he would never leave her. Jiang Luoli suddenly bit into Luo Chen, crimson blood staining her lips as she licked them, her gaze fixated on him with a dazed intensity. "Ah, wait, are you unwell?" A sharp pain coursed through Luo Chen's arm as he met Jiang Luoli's sickly gaze, realizing she spoke with a chilling sincerity, as if she were capable of such actions. "Master, this is my mark. I simply cannot bear the thought of losing you." You want to leave Luoli, will you? Jiang Luoli asked earnestly, her eyes searching his. Luo Chun felt a shiver run through him. He knew that denying her would drive her to madness. Of course not. How could I ever leave you? I vow I, Luo Chun, shall never abandon Jiang Luoli. Should I break this oath, I will take my own life before you as penance. As Luo Chun spoke, a sense of relief washed over him, but Jiang Luoli's serious gaze made him involuntarily shudder. I believe in you, master. If that day truly comes, I will personally end your suffering. A hint of pride flickered across Jiang Luoli's face. With Luo Chen's binding oath, she felt a sense of security. Luo Chen, just wait. I will make you take your own life before me and ensure you wish you were never born. Jiang Luoli's hatred for Luo Chen never waned. She was determined to make him feel heartache, regret, and despair, to ensure he lives a lifetime burdened by guilt. Upon encountering Jiang Luoli, Luo Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him, for the killing intent had dissipated. For the past half-month, whenever Jiang Luoli sought him out, he found himself unable to evade her. She would frantically ascend to his bed. Utilizing her spiritual power, she firmly restrained his limbs, rendering him utterly defenseless. The more he resisted, the more exhilarated she became, leaving him feeling as though he had battled formidable adversaries for 3 days and nights, utterly exhausted. It was only in the recent days that Jiang Luoli finally ceased her relentless pursuits, allowing Luo Chen a moment to recuperate. His cultivation had finally returned, and he realized he must not allow himself to develop feelings for her. Henceforth, it seemed prudent to maintain a distance from her. Luo Chen suppressed his affections for Jiang Luoli, allowing his cultivation to stabilize once more. He resolved to distance himself from this girl. To escape the dangerous allure of Jiang Luoli's twisted tenderness, she was perilous, and he could neither harm her nor resist her. At that moment, a voice from outside interrupted his thoughts. Master, I have come to see you. What shall we play tonight? Jiang Luoli wore a mischievous grin as she fixated on Luo Chen, sensing that she was close to dominating him. She felt compelled to engage with him day and night to truly exert her control. Upon hearing her voice, a shiver coursed through Luo Chen, and he instinctively wished to escape. In the next instant, a stunning visage appeared before him, and her lips eagerly pressed against the corner of his mouth. Luo Chen felt her soft, sweet tongue fervently swirling around his lips, her delicate form pinning him to the ground. Instantly, he found himself losing control, acutely aware that his cultivation was slipping away. This cannot continue. Luo Chen realized the gravity of his situation. He could no longer remain under her sway. If this persisted, he would inevitably become nothing more than Jiang Luoli's puppet at her mercy. Just then, a voice resounded from outside. Jiang Luoli, get out here. Both bodies froze, halting their actions. Jiang Luoli's expression turned ominously cold. Who dared to interrupt her plans? In the next moment, a man with a sinister demeanor strode in. Luo Chen exhaled in relief. He had nearly succumbed to Jiang Luoli's enchantment. He understood that if this continued, he would be incapable of resisting her. Forever trapped in her grasp, he quickly discerned that this man was the attendant of Sun Daji. Look at this, the attendant proclaimed, producing a tattered piece of fabric. Jiang Luoli gasped upon seeing the scrap, instantly recognizing the garment, her heart racing. Grandma, what have you done to her? If anything were to befall Wang Per, she would bear the weight of guilt for eternity. Ha ha ha. I tell you, if you wish to save her, you must go to the Mountain King Temple alone. Remember, it must be you and you alone. If anyone else accompanies you, or if you report to the authorities, you shall never see her again. Only you can come. With that, the attendant departed without a moment's hesitation. Jiang Luoli, suddenly devoid of any enthusiasm, felt a profound sense of responsibility for her grandmother's well-being. Despite the fact that her grandmother was merely a mortal, Jiang Luoli had long regarded her as her sole kin, resolutely determined to shield her from any misfortune. To the governor of Qingzhou, should any harm befall my grandmother, I shall exact vengeance upon your entire lineage. At that moment, Jiang Luoli seemed transformed, her eyes deepening with an ominous darkness. Luo Chen observed this alteration in Jiang Luoli, recognizing a familiar aura emanating from her. Master, remain at home and await my return. I shall not be long. As soon as Jiang Luoli's words fell, she vanished, hastening to locate Wang Pa. Witnessing this scene, Luo Chen's eyes betrayed a flicker of concern. Is it truly inevitable that these events will unfold? Is the calamity about to commence? Luoli, do not worry. Even if the heavens were to collapse, I shall stand firm for you. With a wave of his hand, Luo Chen's entire presence underwent a cataclysmic transformation. His cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of this realm, achieving perfect transcendence. Immediately, his figure disappeared from sight. Chapter 7. Self-inflicted misery. Yangon Town, Shanwang Temple. A pallid-faced man sat in a wheelchair, his voice delicate yet venomous. That wretched Jiang Luoli has prevented me from becoming a man. Thus, let your crimson lips be tasted by countless souls. May you dwell eternally in a brothel, and only then will my heart's resentment be quelled. This man was Sun Daji. Flanked by a multitude of robust men, all eager to unleash their wrath upon Jiang Luoli, his hatred for her reaching a fever pitch. Young master, what if Jiang Luoli does not come? Why not seize her directly instead of luring her here? Questioned a perplexed attendant beside him. Do you not understand? My father is the esteemed governor of Qizhou, a man of impeccable integrity respected by all. I cannot sully his name. Moreover, he has befriended a genuine immortal. It is said that this immortal is in pursuit of something dreadful, capable of driving men to madness and bloodlust. If we hear any news regarding it, we must report it immediately for a generous reward. Who would not covet the immortal's favor? Young master, what exactly is this dreadful thing? I do not know, only that it is fearsome. The immortal's rewards are not easily obtained. Now, prepare yourselves. Soon you shall have the chance to engage that wretched woman. We must ensure she experiences both ecstasy and agony. Yes, the men eagerly anticipated the encounter, having heard tales of Jiang Luoli's enchanting beauty. To be in the young master's presence was indeed a privilege, and even the prospect of waiting in line was a tremendous honor. An hour later, the sound of galloping hooves approached swiftly. Young master, I have spoken with that wretched Jiang Luoli. Observing her anxious demeanor, it is certain she will come. The young servant had finally arrived at Shanwang Temple after a swift ride. Excellent. You shall be the first to engage her. Sun Daji nodded approvingly. Thank you, young master. The servant's heart soared with joy. The young master was exceedingly kind. Jiang Luoli was breathtakingly beautiful, and the mere thought of it thrilled him. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, as if night had fallen prematurely, and a fierce wind howled. What is happening? Is it about to rain? An inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped the crowd, making it difficult for them to breathe. A palpable dread washed over them, causing uneasy glances to be exchanged. In that moment, a graceful, shadowy figure hovered above them. It was Jiang Luoli, her pupils now shrouded in darkness. The entire sky was devoid of light, rendering her invisible to all. Her formidable cultivation as a golden core practitioner surged forth, overwhelming the nearby branches, which snapped under the immense pressure with a cacophony of cracks as the wind raged uncontrollably. What is that above? The servant exclaimed in alarm, the darkness rendering it impossible to discern the figure overhead, as if a phantom had swept past. Boom! The once imposing gates of Shanwang Temple crumbled into ruin, startling the onlookers. At this moment, a shadowy figure appeared before the crowd, silent and enigmatic. Are you human or ghost? Sun Daji exclaimed in panic, for the newcomer was shrouded in mystery, and the peculiar twilight added to his unease, rendering the figure's features indistinguishable. Where is my grandmother? Jiang Luoli's consciousness swept the surroundings, but there was no sign of her grandmother in the entire Mountain Emperor Temple. Jiang Luoli? So it's you playing tricks. Sun Daji relaxed upon recognizing her, initially fearing a malevolent creature, but it seemed to be mere coincidence. Grandmother? Oh, you mean that old woman? I recall now. I intended to bring her to the Mountain Emperor Temple, but when she refused, I had no choice but to kill her and her entire family, even dismembering them to feed the wild dogs. I'm afraid you won't see her again. Haha. Sun Daji laughed triumphantly, believing that those who dared to offend him would meet such a fate. What did you say? Grandmother is dead? How could that be? She was such a good person. She cannot be dead. No, you must be lying to me, right? Jiang Luoli's disbelief morphed into profound sorrow, her expression oscillating between chilling despair and frantic rage. Wangpo was the only one who had ever shown her kindness. How could such a tragedy befall her? Suddenly, the air around them thickened in silence, the temperature plummeting. Jiang Luoli's dark eyes fixed coldly on Sun Daji, her face turning ashen and her lips deepening to an inky black. Sun Daji felt a surge of fear, every hair on his body standing on end, a tremor of terror coursing through him. Seize this wretched woman. The growing sense of dread regarding Jiang Luoli's demeanor consumed him. Surely, this was but an illusion. The onlookers, stunned by the unfolding scene, snapped back to reality upon hearing Sun Daji's command, forcing themselves to swallow their fear as they approached Jiang Luoli. You are the ones who killed my grandmother. You all deserve to die. All of you. Jiang Luoli's voice pierced the air, resonating with a haunting clarity. Instantly, the dozen or so men before her felt a wave of darkness wash over them. Followed by a horrific realization as blood streamed from their orifices, they stared in terror before collapsing, lifeless on the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Sun Daji was paralyzed by shock. His lower half soaked with an unmistakable stench of fear. Are you human or ghost? Help! Help! I don't want to die. Please, spare me. I can offer you anything. My father is the governor of Qingzhou. Whatever you desire, I can provide. Just let me go. I will comply with any request. Sun Daji screamed in a frenzy, overwhelmed by the terror of this formidable woman. The governor of Qizhou, is it? You have dismembered my grandmother without a thought for her suffering or the wrongs she ever committed. Why did you treat her so? She was such a good person. Why did you kill her? Grandmother, Luoli will avenge you. Jiang Luoli recalled Wang Pe, and her pupils suddenly regained a hint of crimson. However, in the next moment, her gaze transformed into an abyssal black. The old woman was dead. I shall ensure that all accompany her in death. In an instant. Chilling screams resonated from the Mountain Emperor Temple. Jiang Luoli reached out and forcibly removed each of Sun Daji's fingers, then severed his tongue. Yet, not satisfied, she proceeded to tear the entirety of his face away, subsequently extracting his eyeballs. At this moment, her hands were drenched in blood, and a faint smile crept upon her lips. Hee. Grandmother, do you find this pleasing? Surely, you cannot forgive them, can you? Neither shall I forgive them. For they all must perish. They all must die. An astonishing aura emanated from Jiang Luoli as she swiftly turned to leave. She was set on a path of vengeance. Not long after her departure, a figure appeared at the scene, Lo Chun. Upon seeing that Sun Daji was still clinging to life, he slowly moved his bloodied hands, attempting to plead for assistance. Yet, he could not utter a single word. This is all your own doing. Do not blame others. Instead, be grateful to her for granting you the opportunity of rebirth. Had it not been for Sun Daji's relentless pursuit of revenge, he would not have faced such catastrophic consequences, possibly sparing his family from tragedy. Nevertheless, none of this pertained to Lo Chun, who promptly followed in the direction of Jiang Luoli. Chapter 8. Xintian Sect, Qingzhou, Qingqing. On this day, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, casting a dim pall over the earth. In the courtyard of the Sun residence, a middle-aged man wore a broad smile, eagerly counting the banknotes in his hands. This man was none other than Sun Dehui's father, Sun Wenhao. Grandfather, it seems rain is imminent. You should return indoors and take a rest, suggested a delicate and rounded maidservant beside him, who fanned him gently while feeding him grapes with her slender fingers. Just moments ago, the weather was fine. How could it suddenly threaten rain? The whims of nature are indeed peculiar. I wonder how Dahui is faring in Yong'an Town. Simply pursuing a woman, yet he must travel so far. The vigor of youth is truly unmatched. He should be returning soon. I am quite eager to behold this rumored fairy and discern her beauty. Once she arrives, we shall have her attend to both father and son, a generous offer for her indeed. As Sun Wenhao pondered his son's visit to the enchanting Jiang Luoli, he mused that, even if she resisted, Dahui should have managed to entice her, or at the very least, bring her back by force. Xiao Chui, fret not. Remember, no matter how torrential the rain may be outside, it dares not fall upon the Sun residence. On such a warm, rainy day, why not crouch down a bit and help cool me off? Sun Wenhao spoke with calm assurance. In Qingzhou, apart from the celestial masters, his household stood unparalleled, and he maintained connections with these masters that ensured his safety from any harm. Grandfather, it is still broad daylight, and we are outdoors. Perhaps we should retreat inside? Xiao Chui's cheeks flushed crimson as she slowly loosened her garments. At that moment, a powerful gust of wind suddenly flung open the courtyard gate, stirring up clouds of dust that obscured their vision. Such a dampener. Where did this wind come from? Come, Xiao Chui, let us go inside. Sun Wenhao exclaimed. His enthusiasm swiftly extinguished. Just as he prepared to rise, the trembling Xiao Chui gasped, Grandfather, why you? Behind you. Xiao Chui glanced over Sun Wenhao's shoulder and perceived a shadowy figure, her features shrouded in obscurity. A chill ran down Sun Wenhao's spine as he turned around, only to be met by a stunning visage that sent shivers through his very being. Who are you? Sun Wenhao stammered, realizing he was in the presence of someone he could not afford to offend. The Sun residence was heavily guarded, and it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to enter unnoticed. The woman before him had managed to appear silently, indicating she was likely a celestial master. There are few celestial masters in Qingzhou, and I have encountered but a handful in my lifetime. To have one appear before me now, and with such a menacing aura, is indeed alarming. Are you the prefect of Qizhou? Jiang Luoli spoke coldly, her tone leaving no room for pleasantry. The culprits responsible for the death of my grandmother must all perish. None shall escape. Yes, yes. I am indeed the prefect of Qingzhou. How may I assist you? Esteemed celestial master, what can I do for you? Sun Wenhao replied with a forced smile, his demeanor cautious, fearful of incurring her wrath, which could spell calamity for the Sun family. He cautiously crushed the token given to him by the immortal master, knowing that as soon as the master arrived, he would be safe. Oh, it's you, very well. Then, you may die? Jiang Luoli revealed a sinister smile, crushing Sun Wenhao's skull as if it were a shattered watermelon, brains and blood splattering across the ground. Ah! Xiao Chui screamed in terror. Though she had witnessed countless gruesome scenes besides Sun Wenhao, this horrifying spectacle rendered all others insignificant. The brutality of the moment left her trembling, her lower body soaked. A foul stench permeating the air. Jiang Luoli glanced at Xiao Chui with a wicked grin. Do not be afraid. I do not kill women. With that, she vanished from sight. Barely a breath after Jiang Luoli's departure, an immense pressure surged towards the Sun residence, causing cracks to appear in the walls, the structure creaking ominously. The entire building crumbled like tofu, collapsing with a resounding crash. Many were oblivious to the unfolding disaster, their bodies reduced to mere fragments, vanishing into the void. Not a soul in the Sun residence survived. Grandma, did you see that? Luoli avenged you. Jiang Luoli turned and instantly disappeared. She transformed into a streak of black light, soaring towards Yong'an Town. Yong'an Town, Cloud Guest Courtyard. Luo Qin was already aware of everything transpiring. It seemed the tides were about to change. It was time to prepare. Luo Qin's figure vanished into the ether. Qizhou, Xiantian sect. Countless talented experts thrived within, including a few adept at the void refinement stage. A disciple wielded his sword, practicing diligently in the dojo, when suddenly he felt a warmth in his chest. What was happening? Had something gone awry? He glanced at the jade token in his hand, now shattered into several pieces. He had previously warned Sun Wenhao not to contact him casually. If any sinister news arose, he was to crush the jade token immediately, and he would receive the message and rush over at once. A malevolent presence had manifested. This matter was of utmost importance. He needed to inform the sect leader. In the grand hall, an elderly man with white hair held the fragmented jade token, muttering incessantly. This individual was Yu Shuzi, the sect leader of Xiantian sect. At the initial stage of void refinement, could the ancient prophecy truly be coming to pass? Yu Shuzi's expression turned grave. At that moment, a phantom materialized before him. Although he could not see the figure clearly, the aura emanating from it dwarfed Yu Shuzi's, revealing it to be a formidable being of combined essence. I have seen the master. Yu Shuzi bowed respectfully to the apparition. Yu Shuzi, I have just received word from above. Chaos shall engulf the world, and a great calamity is imminent. Even I cannot guarantee survival during this catastrophe. The Xiantian sect is now in your hands. Remember, you must activate the protective formation during this time. Safeguarding your life is paramount. As the phantom's words faded, it became increasingly indistinct until it vanished completely. Yes, master. Yuxuzi respectfully stated, his countenance weighed down to the utmost gravity. Even his master, a formidable being of fused essence, could not guarantee survival in the impending calamity, which underscored the sheer terror of this impending catastrophe. As Yuxuzi contemplated this dire situation, a disciple abruptly reported, Esteemed sect master, there is a man outside the sect insisting on entering our ranks and fervently wishing to join our Xiantian sect. Despite our efforts, we cannot dissuade him, though he possesses only late-stage nascent soul cultivation. Late-stage nascent soul cultivation? Yuxuzi replied, bring him before me. Under ordinary circumstances, such a level of cultivation would make joining the Xiantian sect nearly impossible, yet we find ourselves in exceptionally dire times. Furthermore, issue another decree. We shall extend invitations to talented cultivators to join our Xiantian sect, accepting those with cultivation above the nascent soul stage. It is imperative that we expand our strength swiftly. Each additional force we acquire fortifies our security. The news of the impending calamity has yet to be disseminated. But once it breaks, Qingzhou will likely descend into turmoil, making it increasingly challenging to recruit cultivators. We must prepare in advance. Understood. The disciple transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Moments later, a striking young man clad in white appeared in the grand hall, leisurely approaching him. Recluse Luochen. I pay my respects to the sect master. Chapter 9. The envoy of the Heavenly Path Alliance. After a brief moment, Luo Chun had successfully joined the Xiantian sect, revealing only his nascent soul cultivation. His entrance into the sect was devoid of any fanfare, which was precisely the outcome he desired. Within the entirety of the northern region, the Xiantian sect was merely an inconspicuous minor sect, boasting only a single cultivator at the void refinement stage. He intended to spend some time within the sect. With Luo Chin's late nascent soul cultivation, he barely managed to attain the position of an outer elder, while the inner elders required a transformation into the god transformation stage. The sect also assigned him a secluded cultivation cave, which, although described as tranquil, lacked in spiritual energy. However, Luo Chun paid little heed to these details. His motives for coming here were twofold. First, he could no longer remain by Jiang Luoli's side, and second, he had more pressing matters to attend to. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Xiantian sect, Yushuzi was receiving a cultivator at the god transformation stage. Yushuzi's demeanor was one of utmost respect as he inquired, "May I ask what brings the esteemed envoy to our humble Xiantian sect?" The young and striking woman at the forefront nonchalantly took her seat upon Yushuzi's throne, her expression radiating arrogance as she declared, "I am Qing Ziyun, here bearing the edict of the Heavenly Path Alliance. All members of the Xiantian sect, heed my command." Effective immediately, the Xiantian sect is formally incorporated under the auspices of the Heavenly Path Alliance, and any dissent shall not be tolerated. Those who defy shall meet with no mercy. Qing Ziyun was a seed disciple of the Heavenly Path Alliance, her talent and strength far surpassing that of her peers, with a future replete with potential. Only those of exceptional lineage could attain the status of a seed disciple, a privilege far beyond the reach of a mere sect like Xiantian. The elders of the Xiantian sect exchanged glances, none daring to voice a rebuttal. This was the most formidable alliance in the entirety of the northern region. Who would dare to resist? The influence of the Heavenly Path Alliance stretched across the entire northern continent, wielding power that overshadowed all other sects and organizations. Upon hearing her words, Yushuzi's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated the sheer audacity of the Heavenly Path Alliance. He recalled a major sect, far more formidable than Xiantian, which had several powerful cultivators in residence. That sect had vanished overnight after refusing an order from the Heavenly Path Alliance. Though no one spoke of the perpetrator, it was not difficult to surmise that it was the Alliance that had acted with such ruthlessness. "Very well," Yushuzi replied, his voice filled with respect. He could choose to resist, but he could not disregard the lives of so many within the sect. "From this day forth, the Xiantian sect shall be under your command. Esteemed envoy, do any of you have objections?" Qing Ziyun surveyed the crowd with an indifferent gaze, and not a single person dared to utter a word. The name of the Heavenly Path Alliance struck fear in their hearts, a taboo in their minds. "We have no objections. We shall obey the commands of Envoy Qing." They replied in unison, their tone filled with reverence. "Excellent," Qing Ziyun said with a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, Luo Qin was in his cave. As an outer elder, he was not privy to the core matters of the Xiantian sect, yet the events of the day had reached his ears without fail. He chuckled softly. "The Heavenly Path Alliance acts with remarkable swiftness. This woman named Qing Ziyun certainly possesses an intriguing presence." Oh no. In the next moment, Luo Qin suddenly recalled something, and his expression darkened. He immediately vanished from his dwelling. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Xiantian sect, Yushuzi addressed the assembly, stating, "Messenger Qing, today we have discovered that a cultivator has defied the alliance treaty, brazenly committing heinous acts of slaughter in the mortal realm. He has exterminated the entire Sun family, leaving no survivors. What judgment shall be rendered upon this matter?" Qing Ziyun furrowed her brow upon hearing this. How could any cultivator dare to openly violate the alliance treaty? As an envoy of the alliance, she could not let such transgressions go unpunished. The Sun family had been reduced to rubble, with not a single soul remaining. Based on the extent of the destruction, it was evident that the perpetrator was merely at the late golden core stage. To strike against mortals in such a manner was no different from that of a rogue cultivator, and it constituted a severe breach of the alliance regulations. A bounty was declared. Anyone who could provide the identity of this individual would earn 100 contribution points for their sect. Those who offered clues would receive 200, and those who managed to kill him would gain 500 contribution points. A search for this individual would be conducted throughout the entire state, with orders to eliminate him on sight. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with excitement. Killing a golden core cultivator for 500 contribution points seemed an incredibly simple task, and their envy was palpable. Was this a new benefit bestowed upon the newly appointed envoy? 500 contribution points were sufficient to exchange for most cultivation resources for a nascent soul stage cultivator, making this golden core cultivator appear as a tempting prize for all. Qing Ziyun observed the crowd with an impassive expression, yet a sense of unease washed over her. She felt that this matter was not as straightforward as it seemed. It appeared she would have to investigate personally. In Yong'an Town, at the Yunka courtyard, Jiang Luoli gently descended into the small courtyard. "Master, where are you?" "Luoli has returned. Luoli is so sad." Upon her return, Jiang Luoli discovered that her spiritual sense could not locate Luo Chen's presence. She sat despondently in a chair. "Grandmother has passed away, and I still cannot find peace." Typically, Luo Chen would be resting in the courtyard, but now he was nowhere to be found. "Master, Luo Chen, where are you?" Jiang Luoli cried out desperately. Yet there was still no sign of Luo Chen. "Master, you promised you would not leave Luoli. Please come back, or Luoli will truly be angry." Suddenly, Jiang Luoli's expression turned cold. How could this happen? Did Master no longer want her? No. It must be that Master had urgent matters to attend to and would return shortly. An hour passed, and Jiang Luoli still did not see Luo Chen's figure. At this moment, her anxiety grew. Luo Chen had never been away from her for more than an hour. Why was he gone for so long? Just then, a group of people burst through the door. "Jiang Luoli, you have finally returned." "Jiang Luoli, bah, what a so-called kind person. You're nothing but a shameless harlot. Already used up by men, pretending to be pure. Who would have thought Jiang Luoli was such a person? She was once a seller of her own body, and even engaged in scandalous deeds with her master. Truly shameless. Indeed, just a few days ago, she smiled at my master, leaving him in a state of utter distraction. Was this not an act of seduction? Indeed, she is nothing but a vixen. Many have gathered to slander Jiang Luoli. The majority of these individuals are gossips summoned by Sun Daji, deliberately tarnishing Jiang Luoli's reputation. Yet, Sun Daji shall never witness this scene again. Once, these people expressed their gratitude towards Jiang Luoli with amiable faces, but now, for a mere handful of silver, they seek to defame her. Despite the favors Jiang Luoli has done for them, former benefactors have swiftly transformed into the infamous Jiang Luoli, all driven by self-interest. Jiang Luoli remains unfazed, her focus solely on discovering the whereabouts of Luo Chen. Suddenly, she stands frozen, her eyes vacant as she inquires of the crowd. "Have you seen my master? Have you seen my grandmother?" Unbeknownst to her, she has grown increasingly concerned for Luo Chen, fearing she may never see him again. "Your grandmother is dead," they mock. "Indeed, my grandmother has passed away, but my master is not dead, is he? Have you seen him?" Jiang Luoli earnestly questions the crowd. "You mean that Luo Chen? He is dead. It seems you were indeed entangled with him. You are not unjustly accused." "Yes, he is dead. Before he died, he kept calling your name, Luoli, Luoli. Do not leave me." Ha ha. The grotesque words of these individuals lay bare their malice. The more Jiang Luoli loses her composure, the more they profit from their vile actions. Suddenly, a smile graces Jiang Luoli's lips. "He, Luoli, Luoli. My master truly cared for Luoli. It is Luoli's fault for failing to protect him, forever wishing him harm. Luoli, I am sorry, master. Grandmother is gone. Master is gone. This is the home of Luoli and master, since master has departed. Let the entirety of Yong'an Town accompany him in death." Jiang Luoli suddenly bursts into laughter, her eyes turning pitch black as an overwhelming aura erupts from her being. Chapter 10, The Dark Empress. What is happening? What manner of creature is she? Help, help. These individuals struggled for merely a few breaths before falling silent. Suddenly, their bodies became uncontrollable, with their forms visibly withering at an alarming rate, blood uncontrollably streaming from every orifice, their faces contorted in sheer horror. At this moment, the aura emanating from Jiang Luoli grew increasingly terrifying. Late-stage golden core. Perfect golden core. In an instant, the shackles of the nascent soul stage crumbled as if made of paper, shattering with a resounding crash. Jiang Luoli's aura surged exponentially. Her cultivation had now reached the early stage of the nascent soul. Yet her aura continued to swell, unabated. Mid-stage nascent soul. At this moment, Jiang Luoli's eyes resembled black holes, relentlessly siphoning the blood of all living beings within a radius of several dozen miles. The majority of these creatures offered no resistance, their bodies rapidly desiccating. Blood surged towards Jiang Luoli like a tidal wave, rendering her aura exceedingly formidable. In Yong'an Town, within a modest wooden cottage, a middle-aged man wielded a wooden stick to beat his wife. "You wretched woman, if you do not obey, I shall send you to a brothel." Bring me money. This time I shall surely win it back. Should I lose, I will use you as collateral." The woman lay numbly, allowing the blows to rain down upon her. Blood spilling from her mouth as she collapsed to the floor. An elderly woman beside her pointed at the wife, exclaiming, "You glutton who cannot even lay an egg. You would be better off dead. What sins has my Chun family committed to marry such a woman? Heaven, please open your eyes. Mother, starve her for a few days, and she'll behave." Just as the mother and son finished their conversation, the man suddenly felt an inexplicable dampness at the corner of his eye, and his vision began to blur. Rubbing his eyes, he was horrified to see his hands stained crimson with blood. In shock, he cried out, "What is happening? Mother, save me, save me, my son." At that moment, the nearby woman began to bleed from all 7 orifices, yet before she could utter a scream, her body rapidly withered. The woman lying on the ground suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face. "Ha ha ha. At last, heaven has opened its eyes. Finally, retribution has come. Ha ha ha." Her gaze was filled with a resigned acceptance of death. Witnessing the demise of these 2 wicked souls brought her a sense of closure. Just as she thought her turn was next, she realized that her body felt entirely normal. "Am I not dead? Why am I still alive? Take me with you." Her eyes brimmed with the resolve of death. Her heart had long since perished, and living was merely a torment, akin to a walking corpse. At that moment, a man appeared silently beside her, observing the corpses that had begun to emanate dark energy. So this is the truth. As Luo Chun gazed upon the scene, he finally comprehended the truth. The mummified corpses he had discovered, along with the ominous black mist, originated from Jiang Luoli. No wonder she alone remained unscathed. Furthermore, this woman had not perished. It was the mother and daughter duo that had met their demise. This was the manifestation of malevolent thoughts. After achieving the pinnacle of his cultivation, Luo Chun discerned the true nature of the black mist, realizing it emanated from their own wicked intentions. The woman, devoid of such malevolence, had thus escaped harm. With a sweep of his consciousness, he enveloped the entirety of Yong'an town, discovering that only a handful of individuals survived. All virtuous souls free from dark thoughts. In the Yong'an, Jiang Luoli had succumbed to utter madness, countless streams of blood being absorbed into her form, which seemed an abyss, unfathomably deep. At this moment, her aura transformed into something exceedingly terrifying, her cultivation reaching the later stages of the void refinement. "Kiki, you shall all accompany my master in death." Only when her aura broke through the integration phase did it begin to slow, and her breakthrough encountered neither tribulation nor obstruction. At that moment, a beam of white light descended before Jiang Luoli. "Who are you?" Luo Chen inquired. For this figure's aura was entirely different from the Jiang Luoli he knew. He could assert with certainty that this was not Jiang Luoli. "Oh, you are still alive. A perfected tribulation transcendence practitioner. How delightful. You shall serve as nourishment for me, a stroke of fortune for you." Jiang Luoli had transformed into someone unrecognizable. Even to Luo Chun, he felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness emanating from her. "So it was you who caused this turmoil. Where has Luoli gone?" Luo Chun finally grasped the situation, confirming that the being before him was unequivocally not Jiang Luoli. "Haha, I am the Dark Emperor, and I am Jiang Luoli. Jiang Luoli is me. Your little lover shall see her hopes extinguished once I drain your essence. Men merely hinder my swiftness in drawing my blade. Your pure blood should suffice to restore a portion of my strength. It is an honor for you to become my offering." Surrounded by swirling black mist, Jiang Luoli exuded an immensely powerful aura that firmly ensnared Luo Chen. His expression darkened. This incarnation of Jiang Luoli was terrifying beyond measure. Even at the pinnacle of his cultivation, few on the Xianbei continent could surpass him. Yet, the current strength of Jiang Luoli was on the verge of transcending the limits of the tribulation. He found himself completely immobilized, unable to move even the slightest bit. At that moment, every tribulation practitioner across the Xianbei continent suddenly felt an intense trepidation, cold sweat streaming down their faces as they gazed in horror toward the northern region. What is that aura? It is utterly terrifying. Is an apocalyptic catastrophe upon us? The presence was overwhelmingly formidable, surpassing the tribulation realm. Its strength likely reached that of a golden immortal. Moreover, there was an incredibly powerful aura, so unfamiliar, when had a perfected tribulation practitioner emerged on the Xianbei continent. This individual was likely in grave peril. The cultivation of a golden immortal is beyond the capacity of us tribulation-crossing practitioners to contend with. Although they are the pinnacle of cultivators in the Xianbei continent, even having attained the tribulation-crossing realm, they still tremble in the face of this terrifying aura. Luoli, since I cannot escape, may I ask you to grant me one wish? Luo Chen said, gazing calmly at Jiang Luoli. Considering your connection to her, I may fulfill your last wish. Speak quickly. I have no time for your ramblings, Jiang Luoli replied coldly. If she were to deny Luo Chen, it might create a rift between them. Luoli, could you make me a bowl of fried rice with egg? Luo Chen said to Jiang Luoli in a subdued tone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoli was momentarily stunned, as if a forgotten memory suddenly resurfaced. Fried rice with egg? Fried rice with egg? Master, is that you? At the mention of fried rice with egg, her body trembled, and a trace of crimson flickered in her eyes. No, he's already dead. Dead. This must be an illusion. In that moment, witnessing Jiang Luoli's painful struggle, she began to converse with herself. Luo Chen observed this scene and finally realized that there were indeed two Jiang Luolis. The one who had always been by his side had temporarily lost her corporeal autonomy. Chapter 11. The slaughter. Just as Jiang Luoli's expression contorted in anguish, she suddenly tilted her head back and let out a resounding laugh. Ha ha ha. Luo Chen, do you believe that this will grant her the upper hand? Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Are you aware of the type of person she despises most in this world? She loathes those who indiscriminately slay the innocent. Yet she remains oblivious to the fact that she embodies such a person herself, foolishly believing she is benevolent. Today, I shall allow her to witness firsthand what transpires when you become the very person she detests. I am truly looking forward to it. As her words echoed, Jiang Luoli's delicate form shifted. With a subtle gesture of her hand, the void before her suddenly ruptured, causing a torrent of dark mist to surge into Yong'an town. The sky above the town was instantly shrouded in darkness, as countless tendrils of blackness spread throughout the air. In that moment, the once desiccated corpses began to manifest flesh and blood anew. Within mere breaths, they regained their former appearances. The bodies that had been lying still abruptly opened their eyes and stood up as if they had never been harmed. This spectacle unfolded throughout Yong'an town, with numerous figures seemingly resurrected and the majority of the townsfolk returning to life. Even ordinary cultivators were unable to discern the true nature of these corpses. Luo Chen had witnessed this scene before. The corpses were under the control of a sinister force, and once that darkness dissipated, they would revert to their original state. In an instant, Jiang Luoli issued a command, and countless silhouettes surged toward Luo Chen with frenzied aggression. Kill him. Let me share some delightful news, Luo Chen. If you eradicate this dark power, my own darkness will be diminished. Otherwise, I shall have the opportunity to permanently inhabit this body, and your Jiang Luoli will never return. With a wicked smile, Jiang Luoli suddenly closed her eyes and sat cross-legged, her terrifying aura gradually waning, as blood began to seep into her gaze. At that moment, the previously oppressive darkness seemed to be torn apart by a fissure, allowing a sliver of light to pierce through and illuminate the earth, brightening the sky once more. Countless figures charged toward Luo Chen. These were the ordinary citizens of Yong'an town, each armed with makeshift weapons. Some wielded axes, others held hoes, sickles, or even wooden planks, all rushing to confront Luo Chen. Among them were elderly men, young children, expectant mothers, robust youths, and spirited maidens, all attacking with frenzied desperation. Suddenly, Jiang Luoli opened her eyes, and upon seeing Luo Chen, her face lit up with excitement. Master, is it truly you? Yet, in an instant, her expression shifted to one of concern. Jiang Luoli was not worried for Luo Chen. Rather, her anxiety lay with the townsfolk. With a mere flick of his finger, these innocents could face utter annihilation. Many of these citizens were familiar to her, living, breathing souls, and she could not bear to watch them march toward their doom. Do not approach. Do not lay a hand on my master. You are no match for him. You will perish. However, no one heeded Jiang Luoli's words. Kill him. Countless voices cried out, fervently attacking Luo Chen. In the next moment, seeing that she could not persuade them, Jiang Luoli intercepted a middle-aged man and inquired, "Why do you wish to slay him? What has my master done?" Jiang Luoli shouted in indignation. He murdered my wife and child. I shall carve his flesh and drink his blood. Kill. Jiang Luoli then stopped another individual. Do not impede me. I seek vengeance. I witnessed him slay my mother. He has taken far too many lives in our town. His crimes are unforgivable. He is a beast. Jiang Luoli's expression darkened. She could not believe her master was such a person. Although her master often portrayed himself as a villain, she had never seen him indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. So she could not accept the words of these people. Even regarding her parents' deaths, she harbored many doubts and had chosen to temporarily trust Luo Chen. The more she investigated, the more inconsistencies she uncovered. Jiang Luoli then stopped the little girl and asked, "Sister, why do you stop me? Please tell me, why do you wish to kill him? Sister, why do you look so sad? Mother said that if you're unhappy, just eat a piece of candy and everything will taste sweet again, and you will feel joyful." The little girl paused, saying, "Wait for me. I must avenge my parents." She offered Jiang Luoli a piece of candy, but then brushed her hands away and picked up a piece of wood, racing towards Luochen. Jiang Luoli gazed at the crowd, unable to shake her doubts about the truth of their claims. She pleaded with Luochen, "Master, could you not kill them?" Jiang Luoli implored, knowing that as long as Luochen refrained from attacking these individuals, they would not perish. Luochen cast a glance at Jiang Luoli, saying, "Luoli, sometimes what is seen is not reality. They're already dead." He shook his head, unwilling to elaborate further. This time, he could not heed Jiang Luoli's wishes. If he did not eradicate this dark energy, Jiang Luoli would likely find it exceedingly difficult to return. Suddenly, Luochen's aura erupted, an aura enveloping the area for miles around, a terrifying presence locking onto these individuals, leaving not a hint of dark energy and opportunity to escape. In Jiang Luoli's eyes, these were living, breathing beings. How could they possibly be dead? Her master was deceiving her. "Master, no?" Jiang Luoli exclaimed in horror. "These are pitiful souls. Their lives are already so hard. Their loved ones have perished, and now they must be slaughtered. Can you truly bear this?" Luochen pointed gently forward, and suddenly, the heavens changed hue, and the fabric of space revealed a slight fracture. A resounding crash echoed. Countless figures before him turned to ashes. Luochen wielded the power of the laws, leaving no opportunity for the dark energy, obliterating it in a single strike. Yet in Jiang Luoli's eyes, he appeared exceedingly cruel. Those beings were utterly annihilated, denied even the chance of reincarnation. How could this be? How could my master be so merciless? "Master, please stop," Jiang Luoli cried out hoarsely, yearning to rush forward and halt Luochen, but she found her movements restrained by his spiritual power, utterly immobilized. In but a fleeting moment, Luochen had already claimed the lives of more than half. Jiang Luoli had begun to feel numb, utterly powerless to intervene. At that moment, a slender figure emerged before her eyes. It was the little girl she had just seen. Jiang Luoli still tightly clutched the candy the girl had given her. Luochen cast a gentle smile at the child, lightly tapping her forehead with his finger, saying, "What a brave girl you are. If your parents knew of your courage, they would surely be pleased." The little girl gazed up at Luochen with wide, curious eyes. "Really, big brother? Have you seen my parents?" Luochen nodded. "Big brother, I sense that you are not a bad person, yet I cannot fathom why I feel compelled to harm you. I am so sorry, big brother. I cannot control myself." The little girl's face was etched with guilt as she lightly tapped the wooden block in her hand against Luochen's forehead. In an instant, her entire body collapsed. Yet she did not vanish. No, Jiang Luoli could hardly bear it. Was she dead? Why? Why must she be killed? Just then, a figure, all too familiar, appeared beside Jiang Luoli. Upon seeing this figure, her movement halted, and she stared in disbelief at the person before her, her voice trembling as she choked out, "Grandma. Is it really you?" Chapter 12. I hate you. Indeed, good child, I am Grandma, Wang Pa said with a smile, her stooped figure addressing Luochen. "Grandma, are you truly not dead? Why is your body so cold?" Jiang Luoli gently caressed Wang Po's withered face, startled by the icy touch of her hand. "Age brings such frailty. I am fine. Luoli, listen closely. You have been deceived by this beastly man. He is a ruthless killer. In truth, the one who sought to end my life was Luochen. My entire family perished, leaving me as the sole survivor. He not only intended to kill me, but sought to annihilate everyone in Yong'an town. I witnessed him slaughter my family, my children, my granddaughter, and countless villagers." Wang Pa spoke earnestly to Jiang Luoli. "How can this be? Why would he do such a thing? Master, why would you act this way? No, this cannot be true." Jiang Luoli collapsed in disbelief, unable to reconcile the reality that her master could be such a person. "Are you still deceiving yourself? Look at how many innocent lives he has taken. You are merely evading the truth," Wang Pa exclaimed. Before Jiang Luoli could respond, Wang Pa strode towards Luochen. Stunned, Jiang Luoli stood frozen, her gaze vacant. "No," she murmured, just as she noticed Wang Pa nearing Luochen. Luochen regarded Wang Pa with indifference. The dark energy within her was thick, surpassing that of others, having developed sentience. "You slaughtered my entire family. Even in death, I shall not spare you." Wang Po's expression twisted with rage as she bore down on Luo Chun, her eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. Luo Chun paid her no heed, raising an arm slightly. The air around him began to warp. The next moment, a thunderous boom echoed. The space surrounding Wang Po collapsed, engulfing her in chaotic currents of time and space, causing her form to blur. Yet, rather than despair, Wang Po looked at Luo Chun with a smile, as if proclaiming her victory. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Luoli was jolted into action, shouting, "No!" In an instant, she was by Wang Po's side, yearning to touch her, but her hand passed through without contact. As Wang Po smiled at her, "Grandma, do not leave me," Jiang Luoli pleaded, attempting to grasp Wang Po, but to no avail. Wang Po shook her head, her figure gradually fading from the world. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Jiang Luoli remained rooted in place, her legs numb, fixated on the vanishing space before her. Luo Chun stood silently beside her, offering no words, fully aware of the anguish Jiang Luoli was enduring. He questioned whether his actions were justified, recognizing the profound hurt they inflicted upon her. Was this not too cruel? Surely she must harbor intense hatred for him now. Let her hate, then. Luo Chun felt no inclination to offer explanations, for he understood that such efforts would prove futile. He reasoned that it was perhaps for the best. Should she ever discover his departure from this world, the ensuing agony would undoubtedly consume her. As long as she harbored hatred for him, she would likely find no lingering attachment after his absence. At that moment, a notification appeared before him. "Congratulations, host. You have perfectly fulfilled the role of a villain. Your actions will now be unrestricted, and upon completion of your task, a special reward awaits." Luo Chun was momentarily taken aback by the absurdity of the task's rules. Rewards for such actions seemed ludicrous, yet he chose not to dwell on it. Approaching Jiang Luoli, he found himself at a loss for words, fearing that she might never forgive him. Luoli in the next instant, Jiang Luoli abruptly drew her sword, placing its tip a mere half-inch from Luo Chun's throat. Tears glistened in her eyes as she coldly demanded, "Why did you want to kill my grandmother? She treated you so well. Why? Why?" With her eyes aflame, she sought understanding. Luo Chun found himself speechless. Indeed, Wang Po had treated him well, but only to a certain extent. Moreover, he could not reveal the truth to her. "There is no reason. She sought to kill me, so I killed her, that is all." Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoli's body trembled, and the sword in her hand wavered. "Luo Chun, I hate you. I will never forgive you. One day, I shall take your life with my own hands." With a resolute declaration, she vanished from sight. Luo Chun watched her retreating figure, refraining from pursuit, perhaps recognizing that their fates had reached an impasse. Love had evaporated, leaving only hatred in its wake. He lingered no longer and lifted the lifeless body of the little girl from the ground. After a brief interval, he spotted a group approaching his direction. Led by a woman he recognized, Qing Ziyun, the envoy of the Heavenly Path Alliance. However, he chose to ignore her, intent on leaving when Qing Ziyun suddenly blocked his path. "What brings you here? Do you not realize how perilous this place is?" She had previously glimpsed him at the Xiantian sect and felt compelled to reprimand him for his reckless behavior as a member of their order. "She is injured. I have come to take her for healing," Luo Chun replied, offering no further explanation. The little girl had not willingly accompanied him. She had been forcibly controlled by dark forces. Her innate purity had allowed her to retain her clarity. "Let this serve as a warning. Take her. It should aid her recovery." Qing Ziyu nodded. Despite sensing an overwhelmingly powerful aura moments before, she recognized his selfless act of rescuing the girl, indicating a commendable character. Understanding his urgency, she produced a vial of medicine and handed it to him. "What did you witness earlier?" Qing Ziyun inquired, curiosity piqued. Luo Chun merely shook his head. "You should return now." Qing Ziyun felt the same way. The aura emanating from this person was truly terrifying. Despite only possessing the cultivation of a nascent soul, if he were to perceive the situation, he would likely not be present before her at this moment. Luo Chun nodded and took flight towards the Xiantian sect. Upon returning to the Xiantian sect, Luo Chun commenced the treatment for the young girl. After several days of meticulous care, he finally expelled all the dark energy from within her body. Sitting beside her as she peacefully slept, he couldn't help but reminisce about Jiang Luoli's childhood, a time when she harbored a strong aversion towards him. Every action she took seemed to be compelled by Luo Chun, which shaped her temperament. At that moment, a violet figure gently descended beside him. "Is she asleep?" Luo Chun turned to see that it was indeed Qing Ziyun. "Qing envoy," Luo Chun greeted with a respectful bow. Qing Ziyun returned the gesture gracefully. "I have come here to see her." Additionally, there is another matter to discuss. Chapter 13. Meng Jiaxue esteemed envoy Qing. Might I request a moment of your time? Luo Chen inquired as he followed Qing Ziyun out of the cave. May I ask the purpose of your visit? He was perplexed. He was not well acquainted with Qing Ziyun, and given the vast number of disciples in the Xintian sect, it was curious that she would seek him out specifically. With a calm demeanor, Qing Ziyun replied, "There is no need to address me as envoy Qing. Simply call me Ziyun." She intended to foster a closer rapport with Luo Chen. Sensing that she had something of importance to convey, Luo Chen encouraged her. "If you have something to say, please feel free to express it." Nodding, Qing Ziyun stated plainly, "This girl has a special affinity with me. May I take her as my disciple?" She looked earnestly at Luo Chen, having recognized the extraordinary talent of the young girl at their first meeting. If the girl could become her apprentice, it would greatly benefit her in the future. Understood, but I cannot speak on her behalf. You may ask her directly once she awakens. Luo Chen responded, still unaware of the girl's name, as she had not roused since he brought her to his dwelling. The matter of apprenticeship was beyond his authority. Very well, I shall wait until she regains consciousness to inquire personally, Qing Ziyun acknowledged. Additionally, I have another piece of good news to share with you. She regarded Luo Chen with earnestness. What good news might that be, esteemed Ziyun? Luo Chen asked. Sensing a shift in her demeanor, Qing Ziyun nodded, her expression serious as she continued, I wish for you to join my Qing family. We are one of the 4 prominent clans of the Xianbei continent. I need not elaborate, as I trust you understand the significance of this opportunity. For Luo Chen, a mere cultivator at the nascent soul stage, to be invited into the Qing family was a remarkable honor, one that many could only dream of. She believed that by accepting him, she would secure the young girl as allegiance to her side. Accepting just one nascent soul cultivator seemed a small price to pay, and she assumed no one would dare refuse her request. However, the next moment, she was met with unexpected resistance. Esteemed Ziyun, you are mistaken. My connection with this girl is merely a chance encounter. I cannot dictate her wishes. The decision rests entirely with her. Luo Chen saw through Qing Ziyun's intentions with clarity. Qing Ziyun's expression soured, feeling that Luo Chen was somewhat ungrateful. It is preferable this way, she thought. Her demeanor turning cold. Were it not for the young girl, she would have expelled Luo Chen from the Xintian sect on the spot. In an instant, Qing Ziyun vanished from sight. Ignoring her departure, Luo Chen returned to the cave and approached the young girl. As he entered, he heard a voice calling out to him. Big brother, is that you? Nodding, he replied, Yes, it is I. What is your name? The big brother I call Meng Jiaxue. What is a cultivator? Is it someone who can traverse heaven and earth, a celestial being? The little girl looked earnestly at Luo Chen. Can you take Jiaxue as your disciple? Meng Jiaxue inquired with eager anticipation. Although cultivators are not omnipotent deities, they certainly possess the ability to traverse the heavens and the earth. However, the master you seek is not me, for I have already taken on a disciple, having vowed to accept only one throughout my life. Should you desire, I can recommend someone to you. Do you wish to take on a mentor? Upon hearing this, Meng Jiaxue felt a pang of disappointment. Her elder brother already had a disciple, and thus she could not become his student. How wonderful it would be if she could be his apprentice. Allowing her to stay by his side each day. Eagerly, she implored her elder brother for a recommendation, yearning to learn from a true immortal. Since childhood, she had heard tales of immortals in her village, beings who aid the weak, uphold justice, slay demons, and protect the peace of their realms. Naturally, Meng Jiaxue aspired to become an immortal herself. Luo Chen nodded and subsequently transmitted a sound. Moments later, Qing Ziyun appeared. After understanding Meng Jiaxue's intentions, she eagerly accepted without hesitation. Meng Jiaxue, I pay my respects to my revered master. Meng Jiaxue bowed deeply to Qing Ziyun, performing the formalities of apprenticeship. Qing Ziyun's face radiated with excitement. The girl had chosen her as a mentor, fulfilling her long-held wish. Recently, a significant event unfolded at the Xintian sect, where Qing Ziyun sent out invitations far and wide, gathering everyone to witness Meng Jiaxue's initiation ceremony. The atmosphere was grand, thronged with people, as nearly all cultivators above the nascent soul stage came to witness the disciple of this envoy of the heavenly Tao, dressed in resplendent white. Meng Jiaxue stood at the venue, experiencing the most glorious moment of her life. She longed for a particular person to witness her growth. Gazing into the crowd, she failed to spot that familiar figure, and her heart sank. Everyone had arrived, yet her elder brother was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps he was too busy. Jiaxue, our esteemed guests have arrived. What are you pondering? Let us go meet them. Qing Ziyun approached Meng Jiaxue, unaware of the girl's thoughts. likely overwhelmed by such a spectacular gathering. With her noble status, she had long dismissed the name Luo Qin from her mind. Having learned that he and Meng Xiaoxue had only met a few times, thus doubting the strength of their bond. Though she initially had no intention of sending Luo Qin an invitation, she relented under Meng Xiaoxue's persistent requests and sent him one casually. Very well, master. Meng Xiaoxue resolved to closely follow her mentor and diligently cultivate, determined not to disappoint her elder brother. She would prove her worth. Perhaps one day he would reconsider and accept her as his disciple. At the cave dwelling of the outer sect elder of Xiantian sect, only a handful received invitations. Luo Qin sat in quiet contemplation within his abode, suddenly opening his eyes and murmuring, "The little girl has grown. Henceforth, you must forge your own path. If Sister Luo Li knew you were alive, she would surely be overjoyed." Luo Qin nodded. Nothing escaped his keen perception. He observed Meng Xiaoxue obediently listening to Qing Ziyan. Her previous capriciousness now a thing of the past. Luo Qin gazed into the distance, pondering what Jiang Luo Li might be doing. He lifted the peach blossom wine brewed by her and took a sip, as if a familiar figure danced before his eyes. "Master, this peach blossom wine is brewed by Luo Li. Do savor it. Master, your egg-fried rice. Master, your sweet and sour pork. Master, your sauerkraut fish. Odious master, you only know how to bully me." Luo Qin yearned to capture this moment, yet in the next instant, the scene abruptly shattered, leaving him alone in the desolate cave dwelling. A decade swiftly passed. Due to her connection with Qing Ziyun, Meng Xiaoxue became the treasured jewel of the Xiantian sect. Her innate talent was astonishing, allowing her to break through to the golden core stage in merely 10 years. Throughout this period, Meng Xiaoxue sought out Luo Qin, but they met only once. Subsequent attempts were met with closed doors, and upon discovering Meng Xiaoxue's intentions, Qing Ziyun decreed that she must remain indoors until she achieved a breakthrough. Thus, every time Meng Xiaoxue succeeded in her cultivation, she would stealthily run to Luo Qin's cave, eager to share her joy, fearing that one day he might return and she would miss the opportunity. Although Luo Qin's dwelling was sealed off and she knew her elder brother could not hear her, she still felt the need to vent her thoughts. She incessantly complained within his cave, frequently mentioning her master, Qing Ziyun, and lamenting how she was forbidden from visiting her elder brother. Each time she visited, she would bring up Jiang Luoli, though she was unaware of the name. Her curiosity about the relationship between Jiang Luoli and Luo Qin piqued her interest. Today, having just advanced to the mid-golden core stage, Meng Xiaoxue returned to vent her frustrations. "Elder brother, that old hag insists I train every day. It's utterly exasperating. You're right, living without worries is far less burdensome. If only you could be my master. Although Xiaoxue may not be exceptional, I promise to be obedient. I truly wish to know what kind of genius could possibly be worthy of being your disciple." As soon as Meng Xiaoxue finished speaking, the door of the cave suddenly began to tremble, slowly creaking open to reveal a slender figure clad in simple white garments. A handsome young man stood at the threshold. His presence radiated an aura akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Meng Xiaoxue's eyes instantly sparkled, and she found herself entranced, her lips murmuring in excitement, "Elder brother." Chapter 14. You are still young. You do not understand. Meng Xiaoxue approached Luo Qin with an expression brimming with excitement, directly embracing his arm and plaintively lamenting, "Big brother, why have you not come to see Xiaoxue for such a long time? Xiaoxue misses you dearly." Unbeknownst to her, Xiaoxue felt an inexplicable warmth towards Luo Qin. Being near him brought her immense satisfaction, and in his absence, she was often consumed by a sense of restlessness and emptiness. Luo Qin could not help but gaze at Meng Xiaoxue, realizing that this girl had truly matured. Once a mere child, she had blossomed into a beautiful young lady, reminiscent of a charming neighbor. "Look how much you've grown, yet you remain so clingy. You are now a direct disciple of the Heavenly Path Alliance's envoy," he remarked, attempting to gently extricate himself from her grip. However, she clung tightly to his arm, refusing to let go. "Big brother, do you know how I've been these past days? I felt as though I was on the brink of despair. That old witch forces me to train every day and assigns me exceedingly difficult tasks. She is simply insufferable. Could you possibly help me?" Meng Xiaoxue implored, her eyes filled with hope, determined not to part from him for even a moment. "How could I assist you when I cannot even contend with your master?" Luo Qin replied casually, believing that this young girl, still in her formative years, was merely playful and needed more experience to truly grow. "Big brother, how about this? Just take me as your disciple. What do you say?" Meng Xiaoxue asked eagerly, her gaze fixed on him with anticipation. "Absolutely not. I possess no skills worthy of teaching you, and besides, your master would certainly disapprove. Let us not discuss this matter further. Luo Qin firmly rejected her request, perplexed by her persistent desire for him to take her as a disciple. Was there some ulterior motive behind her insistence? Surely, a young girl just coming into her own could harbor no ill intentions. Perhaps he was overthinking the situation. Instantly, Meng Xiaoxue's countenance fell, her eyes reddening as tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Big brother, do you no longer want Xiaoxue? Is it because Xiaoxue is foolish? She asked earnestly. Seeing her in such distress, Luo Qin felt an overwhelming headache. What had he done to deserve this? We lack a fated bond as master and disciple. Let me speak frankly. I do indeed have a disciple named Jiang Luoli, he confessed, recalling her graceful figure and wondering how she was faring now. Is that the same elder sister from before? Meng Xiaoxue inquired, connecting the dots, realizing that the sister was indeed Luo Qin's disciple. Yes, but I have wronged her in many ways, and she has suffered greatly because of me. Perhaps she will never forgive me for my transgressions. My refusal to accept you as a disciple is to spare you from treading the same path she has endured. Let us not revisit this topic again, Luo Qin sighed. Having resigned himself to the fact that he could not expect Jiang Luoli to absolve him, all he hoped for was her well-being. Big brother, Xiaoxue, is unafraid, and she does not fear hardship, as long as she can be with you, Meng Xiaoxue declared resolutely, attempting to leap into his embrace. Moreover, Xiaoxue can forego being your disciple. Can that big brother marry Xiaoxue? If so, Xiaoxue would gladly accept. Meng Xiaoxue, with her enchanting large grape-like eyes, earnestly inquired of Luo Qin. Luo Qin was momentarily taken aback. How could this girl be so audacious? She was still young and perhaps unaware of what marriage truly entailed. She was merely being clingy for the moment. Rising abruptly, Luo Qin brushed aside Meng Xiaoxue's small hand and, with a serious countenance, stated, Xiaoxue, you are still young. You do not understand. Do not make such jokes in the future. Meng Xiaoxue quickly glanced at her bosom, noticing her ample form, which restored her confidence. She immediately retorted, Xiaoxue is not small. How can you know unless you try? Big brother, you are not married, and neither am I. What harm is there in forming a bond of companionship? She continued, are you perhaps disdainful of Xiaoxue? Luo Qin's expression darkened with irritation. Xiaoxue, you are becoming increasingly audacious. Do you not heed my words? I do not harbor any disdain for you. You should return and focus on your cultivation. Today, I shall pretend you were never here. He hastily dismissed the girl, concerned about her reckless behavior and what she might do next. I won't give up. Xiaoxue swears. In this lifetime, I shall marry no one but Big Brother. Meng Xiaoxue insisted stubbornly, disregarding Luo Qin's admonitions. It is impossible between us. You should leave. Luo Qin replied with an impassive demeanor, unwilling to entertain her unreasonable antics any longer. Take care, Big Brother. Xiaoxue will come to see you again, she declared, determined to become his companion. Xiaoxue will strive and never give up. One day, Big Brother will change his view of me. Unyielding, Meng Xiaoxue turned and left, aware that her persistence might irritate Luo Qin further. After her departure, she returned to her cultivation cave, her expression darkening to an extreme. Jiang Luoli, you merely had the advantage of being first. Had I encountered him first, you would have had no chance at all. He is meant to be mine alone. As soon as Meng Xiaoxue settled down, a wave of frustration washed over her, leaving her restless with no outlet for her anger. At that moment, she suddenly heard a commotion at the entrance of her cave. Using her spiritual sense, she discerned a man approaching. Is junior sister Xiaoxue present? I have just taken on a particularly challenging task that I cannot complete alone, and I have come to seek your assistance. Once successful, I assure you that I will not treat you poorly, a young man in green, gazing longingly at Meng Xiaoxue's cave, declared. He was Meng Xiaoxue's senior brother, Gu Yuan, possessing the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. Meng Xiaoxue's expression soured immediately upon hearing his name. The mere sight of Gu Yuan irked her. She suspected that Qing Ziyun had deliberately sent him to encroach upon her space. Gu Yuan, a disciple of the Qing family, maintained a good relationship with Qing Ziyun and was quite talented. She saw through Qing Ziyun's intentions and snapped at Gu Yuan. Are you a fool? You do not even know your own worth, yet you dare to undertake such tasks. Get lost. Do not bother me with your excuses. I have no time. As Meng Xiaoxue's voice erupted, it resonated like a sonic explosion, causing her entire cave dwelling to tremble, with clouds of dust cascading down. Gu Yuan was momentarily pushed back by this force, yet he bore no resentment towards Meng Xiaoxue. Instead, A foolish grin spread across his face as he remarked, "Truly, you are the remarkable junior sister Zhao Xue. Even your anger is so uniquely exquisite. I find it utterly delightful." With a dazed expression, Gu Yuan gazed at the entrance of Ming Zhaoxue's cave. In that fleeting moment, even his breaths felt sweet. "Leave immediately. If you linger at my cave's entrance for another breath, you shall never wish to appear before me again," Meng Zhaoxue declared darkly. Feeling irritable today, she unleashed her frustration upon Gu Yuan, instantly feeling a weight lifted from her shoulders. "Very well, junior sister Zhaoxue. I shall return to visit you tomorrow." Gu Yuan responded excitedly, realizing that junior sister Zhaoxue was indeed permitting him to see her. He was astonished by the special care she extended towards him. Today marked the 1313th day of his visits to her, and tomorrow would be the 1314th, a significant milestone for both him and Zhaoxue. "Leave." Meng Zhaoxue was pushed to the brink of fury, nearly losing control. She fought to restrain her emotions, her small hands gently pressing against her chest. "Meng Zhaoxue, you must not succumb to anger. You cannot allow yourself to be angry, otherwise, that big brother will cease to like you." Chapter 15. The terrifying aura of the ancient battlefield. 20 years later, in a quaint town, there stood a dilapidated schoolhouse. Within, a man clad in simple garments held a tattered old book in his hands, passionately imparting knowledge to a group of children. At the beginning, human nature is inherently good. Our natures are similar. The sound of reading resonated, mingling with the laughter of the children. Class dismissed. Time for lunch. With Luo Chen's command, the children joyfully rushed out of the classroom, racing eagerly towards the kitchen. "Oh, time to eat. Time to eat." Luo Chen couldn't help but reminisce about his own school days. The sound of the bell would send him sprinting to the cafeteria. And this scene felt so familiar, as if it were a perfect cycle. Now, Luo Chen was finally able to be himself, no longer bound by the constraints of his former identity. He recalled how Jiang Luoli had once expressed her desire to lead a simple life as an ordinary teacher, nurturing the minds of children while cherishing a lifelong bond with her beloved. Now, Luo Chen found himself in this very place, having opened his own little schoolhouse, yearning to glimpse the beauty of her inner world, which was so pure. Alas, their meeting had shattered her dreams. Over the years, Luo Chen had selflessly educated these children, providing them with food, clothing, and shelter, for they could not afford the cost of schooling. Most of these children were orphans he had rescued during calamities, left with no one to rely upon. Upon hearing of the newly established free school, local families pressed eggs, radishes, and brown rice into Luo Chen's hands, eager for their children to learn. Yet, he never accepted anything from others. Instead, he extended his hand to assist the villagers in times of need. He recalled the image of Jiang Loli saving lives in Yong'an town, realizing her profound kindness, a sight he once dismissed, now felt deeply. No wonder Jiang Luoli had once told him, "You do not understand what love is." Indeed, this was love. For 2 decades, Luo Chen had devoted himself to being a humble teacher in this school. Throughout these years, he had become a paragon of virtue, much like Jiang Luoli, revered as a benevolent educator in the surrounding areas. At this moment, Luo Chen sensed a shift in his aura compared to before. There was now a hint of earthly warmth about him. He discovered a significant transformation within, feeling an intangible power coursing through him. As he contemplated this power, it appeared minuscule at first, yet when he grasped it tightly, the surrounding space began to shatter, unable to mend itself. Was this the power of humanity? Luo Chen inadvertently grasped a fragment of this earthly force, realizing its terrifying nature. Even a mere whisper of it could disrupt the fabric of space. If he were to unleash its entirety, it could possess the might to obliterate worlds. I fear that even the most adept cultivators may struggle to withstand such terrifying power. This is merely a glimpse of the profound strength that Luo Chen has just begun to grasp. Should he fully comprehend the entirety of human power, the extent of its terror is unimaginable. Even true immortals might find it challenging to resist. However, the journey to reach such heights remains uncertain, requiring an indeterminate amount of time for realization. Luo Chen chooses not to dwell on this, instead savoring the essence of life and delving deeper into the understanding of human strength. During this period, the entire Xianbei continent has descended into an unusual tranquility, devoid of significant conflicts. All factions have gradually settled down, conserving their energy and preparing for the inevitable storm. The more profound the silence, the greater the sense of foreboding it incites. Only the higher-ranking cultivators comprehend that the true calamity has yet to commence. and none can predict its arrival, be it in a decade, a century, or even a millennium. During this time, Luo Chen has sensed the calm before the tempest, feeling an inexplicable unease that eludes identification. At his level of cultivation, his perceptions are remarkably acute. Thus, he dares not grow complacent and must prepare thoroughly. Moreover, the image of Jiang Luoli frequently haunts his mind, leaving him deeply concerned for her safety. Since their parting, he has received no word from her, as if she has vanished from the mortal realm. Luo Chen has attempted to trace her whereabouts, but has found no remnants of her existence. Fortunately, he senses that Jiang Luoli remains unharmed, for he possesses a soul lamp crafted from her blood. As long as the lamp endures, so too does her well-being. This thought brings him a modicum of solace. In the ancient battlefield, a forbidden zone for cultivators, monstrous beasts roam freely, and spiritual energy has been depleted. Ordinary cultivators dare not venture here alone, even in groups. They can only hover around the periphery. At this moment, a slender figure wields a longsword, cleaving a centaur-like beast in two. A demon core, the size of an egg, falls into her grasp. Covered in blood, both her own and that of the beasts, she is Jiang Luoli, who has spent over 2 decades in this ancient battleground. Throughout these years, she has faced countless brushes with death, honing her skills through each perilous encounter. As a result, her cultivation has surged, reaching the pinnacle of the transformation stage, with 1 foot poised to enter the void refinement stage. Though her progress is astonishing, it has come at the cost of her life in each instance. Yet, she remains unsatisfied, yearning to attain the void refinement stage swiftly to gain access to the core of the ancient battlefield. This place is said to be where immortals once fell, and she seeks to uncover opportunities within. However, an inexplicable unease gnaws at her, a sensation she has never experienced before. As her cultivation grows, so too does the intensity of this feeling. She must strengthen herself without delay. At present, she bears grave injuries and is utterly exhausted, pursued by a horde of formidable beasts. She clings to a singular conviction: vengeance. She seeks retribution for her parents, for her grandmother. She will never forgive that man. His life must be her own. Jiang Luoli had reached her limit, acutely sensing the imminent threat of death like never before. In the next instant, a swarm of demonic beasts encircled her. Was this truly the moment of her demise? Would she be unable to exact her vengeance? Luo Chen, in the next life, I hope not to cross paths with you again. Jiang Luoli found herself devoid of any escape. There were over 100 demonic beasts, each exuding an aura of the transformation realm. These creatures were not only rugged and resilient, but possessed remarkable intelligence, excelling in the art of pursuit. They understood that waiting until Jiang Luoli was utterly exhausted before launching their attack would minimize their losses. Just as Jiang Luoli was on the verge of surrender, the ground beneath her trembled violently, fissures appearing and gradually widening. It felt as though the very earth was about to split apart beneath her feet. The demonic beasts sensed an ominous presence, their fur bristling in terror, their eyes reflecting sheer panic. In the next moment, they scattered in disarray, leaving Jiang Luoli alone in place. At that instant, she beheld the ground crumbling beneath her, the fissures expanding into an unfathomable abyss. As Jiang Luoli prepared to probe the situation with her spiritual sense, her complexion turned pale, and she coughed up a mouthful of black blood. What could possibly exude such a terrifying aura? Chapter 16. The overwhelming demonic aura of the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield is fraught with peril, yet it also brims with countless opportunities. No one truly comprehends the vastness of this battlefield, as no cultivator has dared to traverse its entirety since time immemorial. Even the most formidable beings, those who have weathered tribulations, hesitate to venture into its core regions. For countless powerful entities have perished here, including celestial beings. At this moment, Jiang Luoli stands at the periphery, sensing an unfathomable presence awakening, yet she finds herself utterly immobilized. Suddenly, the atmosphere around her darkens alarmingly. Not merely a dim gloom, but the entire void above her is suffused with a blood-red hue. Blood-red, an expanse of sanguine color envelopes the ancient battlefield, instilling within her a sense of suffocating despair. Instantly, an immense pressure envelopes her entire being, rendering her unable to move even a fraction. Her spiritual awareness is also severely restricted. Suddenly, a crimson mist begins to rise, spreading from the depths of the earth and permeating the entire ancient battlefield, which now quakes incessantly. Demonic aura. This is pure demonic essence. The demon race is resurfacing. The myriad clans are retreating, Jiang Luoli's expression turns grave as she immediately identifies the essence as demonic. This assertion is not made lightly. In her recollections, no single clan could contend with the demon race. What renders the demon race so terrifying is the authentic demonic aura, distinct from the ordinary. This malevolent essence not only devours spiritual energy, hindering cultivators from advancing, but it also strips them of their rationality, ultimately transforming them into mindless, bloodthirsty entities, true abominations devoid of intellect. Moreover, these creatures become exceedingly formidable, their strength multiplying several-fold, rendering them nearly invincible. Even if severed into pieces, they can reconstitute themselves. Now, as the demonic essence thickens and spreads, Jiang Luoli fears that its leak into the realm of cultivation would precipitate an unprecedented calamity, potentially leading to the complete downfall of the entire Xianbei continent, leaving no living soul unscathed. At this moment, the pressure upon Jiang Luoli intensifies, even from such a distance. She can sense the terrifying spiritual pressure emanating from the battlefield's core. This is beyond what mere human strength can withstand. Even the tribulation veterans would likely falter against these demonic entities. Suddenly, the very ground of the ancient battlefield shatters, and countless waves of demonic essence surge forth. Reaching an unprecedented concentration, blood rain begins to fall from the sky, pooling upon the ground, while rivers of blood flow backward and trees wither away, transforming the entire ancient battlefield into a scene of eerie crimson. Countless ferocious beasts succumb to madness, losing all semblance of reason as they begin to savagely tear apart and consume one another. The more they devour, the stronger they become, ultimately giving rise to the most formidable of demonic beasts. In the next moment, the earth quakes violently, and Jiang Luoli gazes into the distance, where a colossal mountain erupts from the ground, soaring into the clouds like an ancient glacier, its true magnitude hidden from sight. Suddenly, she perceives two blinding red lights illuminating the ancient battlefield, resembling two radiant suns slowly ascending, each as massive as the mountain itself. Yet, it was not the sun but rather two enormous orbs of eyes. In the next moment, an unfathomable aura of terror enveloped the entire battlefield, transforming the ancient battleground into a hellish realm of slaughter. The true self had finally broken free from the shackles. The power of this realm was waning, and I was about to escape this celestial prison. Arise, power of the true demon. As the words were uttered, they manifested as if by incantation, shattering the void of the ancient battlefield that spanned thousands of miles. Countless demonic energies surged violently into the ancient battlefield from the void. The aura of this demonic entity grew increasingly terrifying, intensifying with each passing moment, shrouded in overwhelming demonic energy. Gasp! Jiang Luoli spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, her breath faltering. Even from her distant position, separated by tens of thousands of miles, she could not withstand the horrific might of the demons, her pupils gradually turning crimson. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette appeared before her. Mother, father. Jiang Luoli could not help but call out to them. She beheld the figures of her parents, smiling and waving at her. How could Jiang Luoli not recognize this as an illusion? Yet, she found herself unwilling to dispel it, for it was the reunion with her beloved family she so ardently desired. In the next instant, a stooped figure beckoned to Jiang Luoli. A smile broke upon her face as she gazed at this incredibly familiar silhouette, the one who had cherished her the most. She called out with fervor, "Grandmother, father, mother, Luoli misses you all so much." Just then, another familiar figure emerged, and Jiang Luoli froze in place, unable to suppress a murmured response. Master. Suddenly, Luo Chun turned to face Jiang Luoli, smirking with an enigmatic charm. He brandished his long sword and immediately shifted his focus to the three figures. No. Jiang Luoli cried out hoarsely, desperately trying to prevent this from occurring. Even if it was a mere illusion, she could not allow it to happen. But in the next moment, before Jiang Luoli could take action, Luo Chun had already severed the heads from their bodies, casting her a sinister smile. Ah, why? Why must you kill father? Why must you kill mother? Why must you kill grandmother? What is the reason? At this moment, Jiang Luoli completely lost her sanity. Her eyes burned with rage, her body no longer under her control as she yearned for bloodshed, charging frantically towards the onslaught of beasts. She had succumbed to madness. Even with a flicker of her own consciousness remaining, she craved destruction, intent on exterminating everything. This was the terrifying essence of true demonic energy. Even as she recognized her own aberration, the urge to kill surged within her, while the demonic aura steadily eroded her awareness. Once the anomaly was acknowledged, it would be far too late. At this moment, Jiang Loli felt her body entirely beyond her control. Even if her mind remained alert, it was futile. She realized she had already succumbed to madness, yet it was too late. Everything was irrevocably lost. Master, I am utterly exhausted. Luo Li despises you. Wishing never to meet again in the next life, Jiang Luo Li's eyes, tinged with crimson, dragged her weary form forward. A solitary tear, pure and crystalline, slipped from the corner of her eye, cascading gently to the ground. Within her tear lay a fleeting shadow, that of Luo Chun, and in an instant, her gaze transformed into a deep blood red, as if she had entirely lost her senses. Meanwhile, in another desolate expanse, a solitary figure traversed the barren land, burdened by a heavy pack. This individual was none other than Luo Chen, who sought to uncover the source of the unease stirring within his heart. As the sensation intensified, he realized that inaction was not an option. Only by decisively addressing the turmoil could he find peace in his cultivation. In recent days, Luo Chun had journeyed through numerous places, yet the thread of causality remained elusive. What was amiss? The feeling seemed to emanate from this direction. Why, then, could he not find it? Suddenly, the sky above darkened, and a drop of rain fell into his eye, revealing a graceful figure slowly collapsing before him. This is bad. She is in danger. Luo Chen's expression shifted dramatically. At last, he discerned the origin of his unease. Chapter 17. A personal journey to the ancient battlefield Lo Li. You must not come to any harm. Luo Chen's expression darkened. Who could be behind the troubles plaguing Jiang Lo Li? He vowed not to let them escape unscathed. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Jiang Lo Li was very likely in a particular place, the ancient battlefield. This location, fraught with peril yet abundant in opportunities, might be where she had gone, explaining the lack of any trace of her whereabouts. However, entering the ancient battlefield was not a privilege granted to just anyone. Even with his formidable prowess, Luo Chen could not locate it, for the battlefield's position was ever shifting. Only by obtaining the battlefield command could one discern its location. At that moment, he felt a warmth at his waist, and a message appeared before his eyes. Big brother, the ancient battlefield has been opened. I have gone there with my master. Please do not worry about me, and you must wait for my return. We are in Yongzhou, within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Luo Chen glanced at the message. Yongzhou was fortunately not far from here. He needed to hasten his pace. With that, Luo Chen's figure vanished without a trace. The 10,000 Great Mountains. As far as the eye could see, a dense thicket sprawled, with ferocious beasts roaming freely, and even numerous demon beasts making their presence known. Above, dozens of figures soared through the air, while the mountains receded behind them. This group was flying deeper into the 10,000 Great Mountains, comprising Qin Ziyun, Meng Jiaxue, and others. At this moment, Meng Jiaxue had blossomed into a stunning beauty. Her cultivation having reached the initial stage of void refinement, her progress nothing short of astonishing. She had garnered high praise from Qin Ziyun, a feat unseen even within her own family, confirming that she had not misjudged her potential. Qin Ziyun fully supported Meng Jiaxue, whatever requests she made, she would strive to fulfill. Thus, when Meng Jiaxue unexpectedly expressed her desire to venture into the ancient battlefield for training, Qin Ziyun was taken aback. Though acquiring the battlefield command was a challenging endeavor, she sought assistance from her family to procure it, believing that nurturing this girl was worth every effort. Junior sister, do you find this scenery beautiful? You must know that even the most breathtaking vista pales in comparison to your radiance. Ancient Yuan sought every opportunity to converse with Meng Jiaxue. Yet, she was disinclined to acknowledge him, had it not been for Qin Ziyun's presence. She might have been tempted to silence him permanently with a single strike. Master, are you certain this is the correct direction? Meng Jiaxue earnestly inquired of Qin Ziyun. The ancient battlefield held immense significance for her, and its opening was limited to a mere month. There should be no mistake. The group traversed a colossal mountain and arrived at a gorge where a tumultuous river surged through the valley's bottom. At the valley's end lay a vast water basin, resembling a bottomless pit, into which countless streams flowed, filling it to the brim. This is the place. The entrance must be at the bottom of the basin. As Qin Ziyun's words echoed, she held the battlefield command in her hand, channeling spiritual energy into it while silently reciting the incantation. Immediately, the battle command emanated a cerulean glow, swiftly submerging into the pond. Instantly, a vortex emerged in the water, expanding increasingly, forming a black hole at the center of the pond. As Qin Ziyun gazed upon it, an overwhelming sense of unease surged through her entire being. a profound feeling of impending danger causing her to tremble. A chill emanated from the unfathomable depths of the black hole, making her body involuntarily shudder. She instinctively took several steps back, her expression grave as she addressed Meng Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue, I sense something amiss here. It seems the ancient battlefield has undergone unimaginable upheaval. We should refrain from entering. Even her perfected cultivation felt dreadfully ominous. She had never encountered such a terrifying and oppressive atmosphere in her previous ventures into the ancient battlefield. Something is indeed awry in the ancient battlefield. Master, we have come this far. Let us at least take a glance from the periphery, if danger truly lurks. We can retreat in due time. It would be a pity to waste this battle command, Meng Xiaoxue replied, her face tinged with regret and concern. Indeed, Master Uncle. With our cultivation at the void refinement stage, there is scarcely a place in this world we cannot traverse. How can we be so timid before a mere ancient battlefield? If peril arises, we can surely escape, Gu Yuan chimed in, addressing Qing Ziyun. Seeing Meng Xiaoxue's eagerness to enter the ancient battlefield, he was determined to support her. After all, he had ventured into the ancient battlefield before. As long as they avoided the core area, danger would be minimal. Qing Ziyun was merely overthinking. Perhaps this time will not be as simple as before. I suspect the ancient battlefield has encountered grave dangers. Please heed my warning, Qing Ziyun insisted, her expression still solemn. Such matters were no joking matter to her. Master, you are overly concerned. There is unlikely to be any danger, Meng Xiaoxue replied, clearly reluctant to accept this notion. Just then, a voice echoed in their ears. She speaks the truth. Do not enter to meet your demise. Suddenly, a figure landed beside the pond. It was Luo Chun. It's you. Qing Ziyun immediately recognized Luo Chun. Although they had only met a few times, her association with Meng Xiaoxue had left her with a distinct impression of him. How could he possibly appear here? The only explanation was that Meng Xiaoxue had informed him. However, she noticed something peculiar about Luo Chun. She could not discern his cultivation level, suggesting he had employed some secret technique to conceal it. She recalled that Luo Chun had only reached the nascent soul stage, and 20 years had passed. He should at most be at the transformation stage. Yet now, even she hesitated to enter the ancient battlefield, and for Luo Chun, with only transformation stage cultivation, entering could very well be a matter of life and death. Big brother. You were here too. I thought you wouldn't come, Meng Xiaoxue exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around Luo Chun. However, this time, he did not pull away. Thank you for the information, Luo Chun acknowledged Meng Xiaoxue with a nod. Had it not been for her, he would never have located the entrance to the ancient battlefield. Why be so formal, big brother? What belongs to Xiaoxue is also yours, Meng Xiaoxue replied warmly. Meng Xiaoxue, with a satisfied expression, entwined her arm with Luo Chun and smiled. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Who was this person? How dared he engage in such joviality with his junior sister, even going so far as to hold her hand? For years, she had never allowed anyone to touch the hem of her garment, and now, this stranger had appeared and taken her hand. It was simply intolerable. Remember, do not enter. As Luo Chen's words fell, his figure vanished into the swirling vortex. Big brother, wait for me. Soon after, Meng Xiaoxue transformed into a fleeting shadow and disappeared into the whirlpool. In the ancient battlefield, a massive blood-red maw composed of countless demonic energies loomed, its head nearly obscuring half the sky. Its crimson eyes glowed ominously, reminiscent of the sun and moon hung in the heavens, surrounded by an overwhelming and terrifying aura of malevolence. It then spoke in a human tongue. The power of darkness, how intriguing. On the opposite side, a diminutive shadow stood before it, resembling an ant in comparison, yet exuding an aura of immense dread. The demonic energy around her seemed repelled, unable to approach her. She was Zhang Luoli, who at that moment had blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her breath shallow, and her countenance grave as she intoned. The Ancient Demon Clan. Chapter 18. Fear not, for I have arrived at this moment. Zhang Luoli, with her dark, penetrating gaze, stood quietly in the void. Her expression was grim. Had it not been for her previous invocation of the Emperor's primal dark power, which had significantly weakened her strength and necessitated a prolonged recovery. How could the illustrious Dark Empress possibly find herself at a disadvantage against this formidable creature? Currently, she could only muster the power of her tribulation stage, while this creature's prowess had likely transcended the limits of such an ordeal. Moreover, this entity was exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Even if Zhang Luoli were to destroy its corporeal form, she would still be unable to eradicate it entirely. In fact, its aura seemed to grow increasingly terrifying. Given her current constraints, overcoming this fiend had become an arduous task, for each attempt to slay it only seemed to amplify its ferocity. This could not continue. She needed to retreat from this place. Jiang Luoli was acutely aware that she was no match for this creature, and the thought of allowing it to escape the confines of this celestial power filled her with dread. If it were to break free, she feared she would never leave this place. Thus, her priority was to vacate the ancient battlefield. With determination, Jiang Luoli summoned all her dark power, biting her fingertip to draw forth her life essence. As the crimson blood trickled from her fingertip, her complexion paled. This was her vital essence, and utilizing it would plunge her into a prolonged state of weakness. Instantly, her delicate form became shrouded in an aura of terrifying black mist. With a graceful lift of her alabaster hand, she pointed skyward, causing the very fabric of the void to shatter. A single finger raised to the heavens. In the next instant, countless tendrils of black mist coalesced into a colossal, fearsome finger, casting a shadow over the entire ancient battlefield. An immense pressure descended, causing mountains to crumble and trees to splinter into dust as the earth itself succumbed to the weight. Remarkably, the overwhelming demonic energy was momentarily repelled. Before her, the gigantic black finger confronted a massive, blood-red skull, its hollow eyes devoid of expression. The skull's mouth gaped open, resembling a gory fissure in the sky, from which torrents of demonic energy erupted, seeking to devour the magnificent finger hole. Humph, do you truly believe you can swallow it? Jiang Luoli scoffed, her finger poised delicately. With a gentle motion, she directed the titanic finger towards the blood-red skull. In an instant, the skull began to crack, like an egg under pressure. With a thunderous roar, the blood-red skull shattered abruptly. The void of the ancient battlefield collapsed, revealing a terrifying maelstrom of chaotic space-time that engulfed the skull entirely. Caught in such a colossal tumult, not even a being of golden immortal caliber could hope to escape unscathed, let alone the creature before her, which faced the grave risk of obliteration. While she understood that this maneuver could not annihilate the creature, it would at least serve to restrain it temporarily, granting her a precious opportunity to flee. This fiend was indeed a formidable adversary. No wonder the ancient demon race had once roamed unchallenged, unable to be exterminated, only sealed away, for they were exceedingly tenacious. Moreover, the higher the creature's power, the more challenging it became to eliminate, with terrifying demon lords and insurmountable demon emperors emerging. It was unfathomable what heights this creature had reached in its prime, allowing it to survive in the ancient battlefield for such a protracted period. As Jiang Luoli witnessed the conclusion of this tumultuous scene, a profound sense of relief washed over her. She hastily departed, seeking a concealed refuge to mend her wounds. Just as she was about to leave, the ancient battlefield erupted with violent tremors, the void shattering like a mirror. In an instant, a chilling and formidable presence descended upon her, ensnaring her in an overwhelming grip, as if she were mired in a quagmire, unable to escape. Ha ha ha. I am grateful, esteemed one, for liberating me from the shackles of this world's power, echoed a sinister voice. In the next moment, a blood-red maw materialized before Jiang Luoli. She gasped, spewing a mouthful of black blood as her vitality began to wane. The entity before her had grown even more terrifying, and even uninjured. She would have had scant confidence in vanquishing such a malevolent being, let alone in her currently battered state. The ancient demon clan truly was extraordinary. Jiang Luoli remarked, "Today, I have witnessed the prowess of the demon race. No wonder they are rendered powerless. Once I consume your dark power, I shall regain my strength. Perhaps even shatter my limits. I will forge an immortal and indestructible form, ascend as the ruler of the demons, become truly eternal." The blood-red maw articulated, its aura intensifying to a terrifying degree, causing the surrounding void to crack under the immense pressure. Having endured 9 cycles of reincarnation, she ultimately failed to await him. Perhaps this was her destiny. "Farewell," she whispered, as the malevolent creature began to consume her essence. At that moment, a familiar visage flashed in her mind, and she smiled gently at this cherished face. In the next instant, her black irises began to fade, restoring their crimson hue. The true Jiang Luoli awakened. Unaware of what had transpired, perhaps she had merely fainted. She soon realized a dreadfully powerful entity was siphoning her lifeblood, leaving her utterly defenseless. Her strength gradually eroding as if being stripped away. At this juncture, fatigue enveloped her. She longed for slumber. She understood that should she succumb to sleep, she might never awaken again. Her eyelids grew heavy, her body devoid of strength, and though she wished to close her eyes, an unwillingness lingered. Suddenly, she perceived illusions before her eyes, recalling scenes of the past, faces of those she held dear. Is this a farewell? A familiar face emerged in her vision. And with a slight movement of her finger, she yearned to touch this beloved visage, yet her feeble arm failed to comply. She murmured softly, "Master, have you come to bid farewell to Luoli as well?" In that moment, she beheld Luo Qin's face. She felt no animosity towards him, only a desire to converse. Unwilling to acknowledge that the one she despised most was indeed the one she loved most. As her life waned, she pondered if he would grieve her absence. Just as she was about to close her eyes, she vaguely felt this familiar figure speaking to her, cradling her as she drifted away, enveloped in warmth and safety. The pain beginning to fade, Luo Qin gently caressed Jiang Luoli's forehead. In that moment, her frail form was riddled with wounds, and she trembled uncontrollably. Her entire being marred by pain. She was merely an ordinary young girl, yet had endured so much in her brief years. Despite her delicate appearance, she exhibited an extraordinary resilience. It would be a falsehood to claim that Luo Qin felt no heartache. In a soothing tone, he reassured Jiang Luoli, "Do not be afraid. I am here." As if responding to his words, she found solace and succumbed to a deep slumber. Luo Qin carefully laid Jiang Luoli down and enveloped her within his own sanctuary. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, his eyes coldly fixated on the crimson abyss before him. Remaining silent, with a swift motion of his sleeve, an exceptionally sharp sword materialized in his hand, and instantly, his aura surged with overwhelming intensity. Chapter 19. A ray of white light at the periphery of the ancient battlefield. A sudden black hole appeared in the sky. And soon dozens of figures descended to the ground, none other than Qing Ziyun, Meng Jiaxue, and others. As the leader, Qing Ziyun had just entered this ancient battleground when her expression drastically changed. What is happening here? What has transpired in the ancient battlefield? Her face was grave and vigilant as she scanned her surroundings. Although this place had never been as idyllic as a celestial realm, it had never been so ravaged either. Before her lay a scene of devastation. Mountains crumbled, trees obliterated, the earth collapsed, and the sky was veiled in a blood-red hue. An oppressive aura suffocated them. All around, the ground was littered with the corpses of demonic beasts. Had they just witnessed a cataclysmic battle? What was this? Initially, Qing Ziyun could not discern the nature of the scene. But at that moment, countless wisps of blood mist began to converge upon them. What is that? Ancient Source exclaimed, his face filled with shock as the blood mist surged toward them. This is bad. It's demonic energy. Genuine demonic energy. Quickly, form a formation. Qing Ziyun cried out in alarm, hastily casting a spell that enveloped everyone in a radiant aura. Her expression was one of utmost seriousness. She had seen descriptions of this potent blood mist in the ancient texts of the Qing family. This was demonic energy, exceedingly pure and even more terrifying than the texts had depicted. Had she been any slower to react, it was likely that they, including the dozens from the Qing family, would have already been ensnared by the demonic energy. Once tainted by it, there would be no cure. Only a slow death. She still felt a shiver of dread at the thought. Demonic energy? Ancient Source's face turned pale at her words, his countenance reflecting sheer terror. This was demonic energy. Even they, mere void refinement cultivators, found it a formidable threat, not to mention the integration or even ascension cultivators. How could they have encountered such a peril? How could they escape? Once infected, death was inevitable. The entire ancient battlefield was shrouded in demonic energy. And if their formation were to falter, they would undoubtedly be engulfed by it, leaving them with no hope of survival. What should we do, Master Uncle? Ancient Source asked, his face etched with horror as he turned to Qing Ziyun. Only she was a perfected void refinement cultivator, and all the pressure fell upon her shoulders in that moment. Do not panic. Even if we succumb to the demonic influence, it does not guarantee death, Qing Ziyun replied, striving to channel her spiritual energy into the formation to maintain its operation. How could there be such overwhelming demonic energy in the ancient battlefield? Was it possible that the demon race was making a resurgence? If the demon race returned, it would bring catastrophic devastation to the Xianbei continent, leading to untold suffering, with no one capable of halting their advance. Had such a cataclysmic battle erupted in the ancient battlefield because an unparalleled expert from the Xianbei continent had discovered the demon race and engaged them in a desperate struggle? Yet, it remained uncertain whether this expert had triumphed or perished. If they still lingered in the ancient battlefield, holding on just a little longer might lead them to salvation. They could only hope for a stroke of luck in encountering a legendary figure who might rescue them. What? Does Master Uncle have no solutions either? Gu Yuan's face was etched with despair as he glanced at Meng Xiaoxue, who was staring intently into the depths of the ancient battlefield, lost in her thoughts. Junior sister. What troubles you? He immediately noticed the pallor of her complexion. She looked remarkably pale. In the next instant, she suddenly trembled violently and spat out a mouthful of dark blood. This is bad. Something has gone awry. Could it be that they had arrived too late? Meng Xiaoxue's expression grew grave. Junior sister, what is the matter? Gu Yuan was about to inquire further when Qing Ziyun rushed to support Meng Xiaoxue, her concern evident. Disciple, what ails you? It is my fault for leading you into such perilous circumstances. She questioned Meng Xiaoxue with deep concern, pondering if it was due to her inability to acclimate to this environment. If only she had vehemently prevented them from entering the ancient battlefield from the very beginning. Perhaps none of this would have transpired. Master, I am fine. It is my own desire to enter the ancient battlefield that has brought us into danger. I have brought trouble upon everyone. Meng Xiaoxue's face was filled with guilt. Had she not insisted on entering, they might not have followed. Do not blame yourself, Xiaoxue. It is I who failed to restrain you. It is too late for regrets now. If we can just hold on a little longer, perhaps salvation awaits us. Qing Ziyun voiced her thoughts, and the group felt a renewed sense of hope, realizing that as long as they did not surrender until the last moment, an extraordinary savior might indeed come to their aid. Just as they began to sense a glimmer of hope, a horde of frenzied beasts suddenly appeared, charging towards them. This is dire. These beasts have succumbed to madness, transforming into ferocious monsters, their power likely more terrifying than ever. Everyone, channel all your spiritual energy into the formation. Qing Ziyun hastily warned, for if the formation were to be breached, they would not only face death but would be torn apart by these monsters, leaving no trace behind. As a surge of spiritual energy flooded the formation, it flared to life, momentarily reassuring the group. However, an army of beasts, driven mad, relentlessly assaulted the formation, causing violent tremors. The faces of the group paled as each impact drained a significant amount of spiritual energy to compensate for the formation's weakening. They all understood that if this onslaught continued, they would soon become fodder for the monsters. What shall we do? Gu Yuan asked in panic, his heart racing. Had they finally glimpsed hope only for it to be extinguished so swiftly? The group fell into a heavy silence, fully aware of their grim reality but powerless to alter their fate. As they were shaken by the impacts, blood erupted from their mouths, and cracks began to form in the formation. It is over. Gu Yuan sank to the ground in utter defeat. Was he truly to perish here, having yet to find a partner or spend his remaining spiritual stones? Would his life end in such a premature fashion? He glanced at Meng Xiaoxue beside him. Perhaps dying alongside her was not so terrible after all. Suddenly, a sharp, crystalline sound shattered the air. At this moment, their formation had been utterly shattered. Just as they believed their demise was imminent, an overwhelming force descended upon them, immobilizing not only themselves but even the monstrous beasts surrounding them. Suddenly, they beheld a colossal crimson void materializing in the sky, with two blood-red orbs, as massive as mountains, exuding an aura of sheer terror, akin to the sun and moon suspended above. Confronted by this vast crimson abyss, they felt as insignificant as mere dust, utterly unable to resist. Even when facing transcendental cultivators, they had never experienced such a sensation. What manner of creature could this be? The ancient true demon. Qing Ziyun's face drained of color. She recognized it at once. This was indeed the ancient true demon. She understood that even they, despite their strength, would not stand a chance against it, let alone hope to vanquish it. At that moment, despair washed over her. She had initially believed there was a glimmer of hope, only to encounter such an unparalleled demonic entity. This creature seemed to have reached a formidable level. It was not merely they who would flee, but even transcendental cultivators would turn tail at the sight of it. Just then, a streak of white light flashed before their eyes, prompting Qing Ziyun to exclaim in astonishment, "What is that?" Chapter 20. The world in one's palm. A streak of white light swept across the void, causing ripples to surge forth, obliterating countless demonic energies without a trace of resistance. This radiant beam directly illuminated the ancient battlefield, gliding past Qing Ziyun and her companions. Wherever the white light traversed, all magical beasts were reduced to mere fragments, leaving no chance of survival. In that moment, the oppressive aura surrounding them dissipated, granting everyone a profound sense of relief. Qing Ziyun felt an overwhelming shock within. These were the most refined demonic beasts, nearly immortal. And even a tribulation-transcending cultivator would require significant effort to vanquish such creatures. Yet, at this moment, they were effortlessly annihilated by the white light, revealing the formidable strength of its master. Who could this being be? In the next instant, they beheld a man clad in simple attire standing gracefully in the void, confronting the ancient, true demon. Dressed in flowing white garments, his long hair danced in the wind, rendering his features indistinguishable. He wielded a long sword, appearing almost like a celestial being suspended in the mortal realm. Qing Ziyun felt an uncanny familiarity with this figure. A ridiculous thought crossed her mind, as she sensed a resemblance to Luochen. However, she was certain this person could not be him, for such an aura was beyond that of Luochen. How could a being of such power possibly have any connection to him? Master, could that be an immortal? Gu Yuan could not help but inquire. He had never encountered such an unparalleled powerhouse. Even tribulation-transcending elders paled in comparison to this formidable presence. Thus, it was likely this individual's cultivation surpassed that level. Was he not an immortal? I am uncertain, Qing Ziyun replied. She questioned whether she was witnessing a true immortal. This was the ancient battlefield, where ancient true demons roamed, and it was not impossible for an ancient immortal to be present as well. But, Master, I feel he bears some resemblance to Luo. Chen Gu Yuan was puzzled. The more he looked, the more similar the figure appeared. Yet, the more he pondered, the more absurd it seemed. If it were true, how could that be? Impossible. Qing Ziyun firmly shook her head. She could discern Luo Chun's aura at a glance, which was nothing compared to that of this extraordinary being. Luo Chun was merely a god transformation stage cultivator who regarded her with utmost respect, and she could extinguish his life with but a single thought. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaoxue clenched her fists, her heart racing with anxiety, her face etched with concern. Xiaoxue, do not be afraid. This elder should be able to see us. He will come to our rescue. Just moments ago, he aided us, which indicates he is not the type to ignore those in peril. Qing Ziyun reassured her, patting her shoulder. It was understandable for the girl to feel tense. Even Qing Ziyun had never witnessed such a scene. Even if they were to perish here, it would not be in vain. Meng Xiaoxue nodded in response. Luo Qin gazed calmly at the ancient true demon. Had it not been for his recent comprehension of the power of the mortal realm, he would have lacked the confidence to confront such a formidable foe. Now, having grasped even a mere fragment of that power, albeit still at the threshold of understanding, his strength had evolved beyond measure. At this moment, even a fully transcended cultivator would likely falter before his single strike. He himself was unaware of the exact level of his own prowess, having never engaged in combat. Luo Qin remained silent, harboring a deep-seated hatred for this demonic creature. Anyone who dared to bully him would inevitably pay a grievous price. With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, he extended his right hand, thrusting forth his palm. Suddenly, the heavens above shifted, the winds and clouds roiling as countless strands of demonic energy surged wildly, only to be forcefully repelled. In his palm lay the universe. Within it resided the true essence of spatial laws, capable of shattering all. Luo Chun was confident that even a fully transcended cultivator would be unable to withstand this strike. Instantly, a colossal hand appeared in the sky, smashing through the void as if it were a mirror, the fierce aura obliterating countless strands of demonic energy, even clearing the crimson skies to a degree. In the next moment, this immense hand reached out to grasp the true demonic skull, its 5 fingers piercing the void like a towering pillar, encircling the blood-colored skull as if it were an egg in hand. Qing Ziyun gazed upon this hand, and even though it was not directed at her, she felt her own insignificance, inferior even to the lowliest of insects. In that instant, she felt as though she were facing the very heavens. Were this hand aimed at her, the very breath of it would surely shatter her soul. How formidable! Is this the power of an immortal? Such overwhelming might from a mere flick of the wrist. If Qing Ziyun had harbored any doubts about whether this elder was indeed an immortal, she was now certain. The elder's strength had transcended the realm of calamity crossing. Possessing such power, how could he not be an immortal? What an honor it would be to exchange a word with an immortal. An immortal. A genuine immortal. I have encountered an immortal. I, Gu Yuan, have truly achieved something. Gu Yuan rubbed his eyes, a look of exhilaration on his face. This journey was more than worthwhile. He was in the presence of a living immortal. Even the oldest of calamity crossers might never encounter an immortal, let alone witness the ancient true demon. Truly, this was the ancient battlefield. In the next instant, the true demon's skull was effortlessly crushed, as easily as one might crush an egg, and the blood mist rapidly dissipated. Had they won? Gu Yuan's face was alight with excitement. This was the power of an immortal, dispatching such a formidable creature in mere moments. Yet, it was not so simple. If the ancient true demon could be so easily dispatched, it would not have survived to this day. Qing Ziyun's expression grew grave. The ancient true demon was nearly indestructible. With the resurgence of the demon race, all the clans would tremble. This thought was deeply imprinted in the minds of the cultivators. Though the immortal was immensely powerful, this battle would likely be exceedingly arduous. Even with such strength, she sensed that the immortal's chances of victory were scarcely above 60%, and the likelihood of annihilating the demon was perhaps even less than 10%. Just then, countless blood mists began to swirl, and in an instant, a blood-colored skull reformed, promptly uttering human words. Ha ha ha. You think you can extinguish this demon lord with such feeble means? With his hands clasped behind his back, Luo Chun cast a fleeting glance at the ancient true demon before him. He was acutely aware that annihilating it would be no simple feat. In fact, the more he fought, the stronger its aura became. At present, Luo Chen's abilities were insufficient to eradicate this ancient true demon. Should he manage to grasp the essence of worldly power to its rudimentary level, there might be a chance to vanquish this formidable foe. If he were to comprehend it to a minor completion, he would regard this ancient demon with utmost disdain, capable of obliteration with but a flick of his finger. Should he cultivate it to the realm of great completion, he believed he could even slay deities and divine beings. Yet, at this moment, such feats were beyond his reach. Given a century, he was confident he could attain the foundational understanding of worldly power. To kill you? Luo Chun uttered with an enigmatic smile. Fully aware that slaying this ancient demon was beyond his current capabilities, his earlier attempts had merely been a probe. Victory was imperative. Meanwhile, on the ancient battlefield, Meng Xiaoxua sensed the critical juncture approaching, her heart heavy with unease, as she fervently wished for Luo Chen's safety. Chapter 21. The astonishing sword. To think that in such a remote realm, there exists a formidable being such as yourself. However, do you truly believe you can defeat this demon lord? Allow me to demonstrate the true prowess of this demon lord. The aura of the Crimson Skull intensified once more. Yet, Luo Chen remained unfazed, allowing the Crimson Skull to grow stronger. Is that so? Luo Chen replied coldly, and suddenly, his entire being underwent a tremendous transformation. Instantly, countless sword shadows emerged behind him, formed from an infinite sword intent, vast and boundless like an ocean of swords amidst the stars. The embryonic form of the sword domain was nearing its true manifestation. This was one of Luo Chen's most formidable techniques. Even those who had transcended their tribulations would find it nearly impossible to survive within this sword domain. It was only after mastering the power of the mortal realm that he could grasp the nascent form of the sword domain. To think you could slay this demon lord with merely this? You must overestimate yourself. At that moment, the Crimson Skull underwent a sudden transformation, morphing into an immense crimson skeletal hand that descended upon Luo Chun, who appeared as insignificant as an ant beneath the shadow of the bloodied hand. Sword arise. With a light snort from Luo Chen, the countless sword shadows and the vast sea of swords surged, forming a formidable sword wall that repelled the terrifying crimson abyss. Haha. Is this all you are capable of? I have indeed overestimated you. In that case, you shall become a feast for this demon lord. Suddenly, the sword wall crumbled, and the bloodied hand immediately locked onto Luo Chen's form, as the void behind him began to collapse. Yet, Luo Chen's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this moment all along. His countenance hardened, and he swiftly altered his hand gestures. Ensnare. Instantly, countless sword shadows encircled the bloodied hand tightly. Humph. This demon lord is not one you can ensnare. Witness the true might of this demon lord. True devil's power. The aura of the crimson skeletal hand surged wildly, causing the entire ancient battlefield to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. It then transformed into a multitude of crimson mist that coalesced into a monstrous figure, a being with the head of a bull, clad in blood-red armor, wielding a terrifying crimson spear. The massive blood-red pupils of the bull's head glowed with an alarming intensity, making it impossible to gaze directly at, rendering those who did unconscious. Roar. The crimson bull let out a furious roar, causing the surrounding void to shatter. The ground of the ancient battlefield trembled violently, reduced to rubble by the sheer force of the roar. This is dire. The ancient battlefield is about to collapse. If this continues, we shall all perish here. The faces of the crowd turned pale. This ancient true demon was exceedingly powerful. Even the immortals were helpless against him, and now the ancient battlefield itself was crumbling. What to do? I do not wish to die. Gu Yuan's face was filled with despair. They were all left to await their demise, utterly powerless to resist. Follow me. Meng Zhaoshui, aware that this battle was beyond their capacity to comprehend, produced a golden talisman with a flick of her wrist. Is this a spatial teleportation talisman? Capable of designating a location within 100,000 miles? Qing Ziyun was astounded, for she had only heard whispers of such a monumental teleportation talisman, never expecting to witness its existence firsthand. To her surprise, the young girl possessed such a precious artifact, one of immense value that even the most formidable of tribulation veterans would covet. Meng Zhaoshui nodded in agreement, instantly uplifting the spirits of those present with this treasure. Salvation was finally at hand. Meng Zhaoshui channeled her spiritual energy, softly reciting the incantation, and a spatial passage materialized before them. In an instant, they vanished from the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield, unable to withstand the strain, crumbled completely in the next moment. With a cataclysmic explosion reverberating through the air, countless temporal currents began to devour the entire battlefield piece by piece. At this juncture, the ancient true demon and Luochen found themselves ensnared within the chaotic flow of time and space. In this perilous turbulence, even Luochen dared not be complacent. He hastily summoned his defenses, as this was a realm capable of ensnaring even immortals, and there existed even more treacherous domains where immortals could be obliterated. Locking onto the ancient true demon, Luochen prepared for battle. However, at that moment, a blood-red spear materialized before him. Let us see the might of mortal power. With his long sword firmly grasped, Luochen unleashed his full spiritual energy, infusing it into the blade. This strike represented his utmost effort, the most powerful blow he had ever executed. With this sword, he aimed to rend the heavens. His aura erupted violently, surrounding him with countless sword shadows. On that day, the entire Xianbei continent trembled violently, akin to the onset of doom, as crimson mist shrouded a corner of the sky. Within the Dao Alliance, in a gilded hall, a middle-aged man of imposing demeanor sat at the head of the assembly, radiating an aura of unparalleled strength, a pinnacle of cultivation on the Xianbei continent. Suddenly, the entire hall shook violently, causing all present to change countenance. The leading man abruptly raised his head, attempting to discern the source of the disturbance, only to be met with a grave expression and a spurt of blood. What terrifying power! The ancient battlefield had collapsed. The nobleman's visage turned ashen. The recent surge of power was so formidable that even a mere trace could inflict injury upon him. What manner of terrifying existence could wield such strength? Leader, are you all right? The others inquired with concern. The man shook his head. What? Leader, the ancient battlefield has crumbled? The assembly gazed at him in disbelief. What kind of power could cause the downfall of the ancient battlefield? Could it be that there existed such strength in this world? The middle-aged man nodded gravely. Just then, a blinding white light pierced the void, cascading over the expanse of the Xianbei continent. What is that? The crowd gazed upward in astonishment. The aura emanating from it was akin to the might of the heavens, rendering them unable to contain their tremors. A phantasmal figure appeared, clad in white robes, wielding a divine sword, exuding an overwhelming sword intent that was as boundless as the starry sea, reminiscent of a celestial sword immortal. An immortal? The entire Xianbei continent erupted in awe, as they marveled at the reality of an immortal's presence within their realm. Before me, the radiant white sword light swept through, unparalleled in its might, cleaving the vast expanse of Xianbei asunder, creating a long fissure in the sky that seemed to extend into the depths of the cosmos, as if the heavens had been rent apart. The sword of creation. In that instant, the blood-red spear before Luochen shattered, and the ancient true demon with the body of a bull and the visage of a man was severed in twain, his form forever unable to restore itself. The aura of this primordial demon waned significantly, his face etched with terror as he gazed upon the human before him. How could this mortal possess such strength? That strike nearly led to his utter annihilation, merely a hair's breadth away. Luochen hurled his sword, embedding it directly into the heart of the ancient true demon. Instantly, countless sword and tent runes, akin to sentient beings, began to writhe and infiltrate the demon's form, rendering him incapable of further resistance, his essence gradually fading into oblivion. This sword shall seal you for a millennium. The ancient true demon vanished into the tumult of time and space. With this deed accomplished, a temporary resolution was achieved. Truly, the ancient true demon warranted a sigh of relief. Just as Luochen was about to lower his guard, a voice resonated from the void. Cursed human race. A millennium hence, this demon lord shall return to seek you out. Do you genuinely believe you have triumphed over me? You underestimate my resolve. I have prepared a surprise for you, one that you are certain to cherish. Hee hee. Chapter 22. The Blood Soul Curse Suddenly. Luo Qin felt an excruciating pain radiating from his right arm. He rolled up his sleeve and discovered a sinister black line coiling around his wrist, incessantly writhing and eroding his flesh. In an attempt to expel this mysterious force, he channeled his spiritual energy, but it felt as though it had taken root within him, proving impossible to eradicate. Even if he were to sever his entire right arm, it would regenerate. At present, he could only temporarily seal it using mundane strength, which yielded some effect, yet it was merely a stopgap measure, as this force grew stronger with each passing moment. Eventually, it would break free from his control, and he would be utterly consumed by its malignancy. Is this the surprise that awaits me? Luo Qin's expression darkened. This creature, a remnant of the ancient demon race, was indeed ingenious in its methods. As of now, he had no viable solutions and could only return to consult ancient texts in hopes of discovering a remedy for this predicament. Meanwhile, within his miniature realm, Jiang Loli suddenly awoke, her face contorted in agony, her delicate form trembling violently as she coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood. Loli, what has happened to you? Luo Chan exclaimed as he appeared by her side, hastily extracting Jiang Loli from her distress. Upon examining her, he was horrified to find a similar black line creeping up her arm, nearly engulfing it entirely. Her condition was far more dire than his own. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Luo Qin swiftly suppressed the encroaching darkness, his expression grave. He had not anticipated that the ancient demon would inflict such a severe affliction upon Jiang Loli. Her plight was far worse than his, compounded by her relatively weak cultivation. The only chance they had of resolving this calamity lay in identifying the source of this mysterious power. As Luo Qin pondered the gravity of their situation, a crimson mist suddenly erupted from Jiang Loli's arm, surging into his body. In that instant, a phantom image appeared in his mind. It was the ancient demon. Ha! Humans, how do you like the surprise I have prepared for you? Are you not pleased? Luo Qin's expression remained composed, devoid of the rage the demon might have anticipated. However, the ancient demon was unperturbed. Would you like to know what curse you and this woman have been afflicted with? I am not afraid to reveal it. You have both fallen victim to my most excruciating blood curse, a torment for which there is no remedy or cure. Your flesh and souls will be slowly devoured by this curse, subjecting you to unimaginable agony. You shall find existence more torturous than death. Yet it will not lead to your swift demise. Instead, it will prolong your suffering until you perish. Haha, how do you like my surprise now? The ancient demon boasted with evident pride, declaring that the blood curse had remained unsolvable throughout the ages, with none who fell victim to it meeting anything but a tragic end. Luo Qin's countenance darkened further. He had indeed heard of the blood curse in ancient texts, and the demon's words rang true. He had previously harbored doubts about being afflicted by it, but now, with confirmation, his demeanor grew even graver. The ancient demon, observing the intricate ties binding Jiang Loli to Luo Qin, remarked, "It is evident that your connection with her is extraordinary. However, I shall impart to you a means by which you may save her, or perhaps even yourself. It is only by forcibly consuming the essence and soul of the other party that one may survive. What will you choose, your life or hers? There is, however, another method, sacrificing your own essence and soul to the other, which may dissolve the blood curse upon them. This process is excruciatingly painful, yet your suffering will far exceed that of your opponent. Ultimately, your demise will be even more tragic and tormenting." Luo Qin remained silent, gently waving his hand, causing the malevolent energy to dissipate into the cosmos. To suffer 100-fold more than the other? He gazed at Jiang Loli, who lay peacefully asleep in his embrace. Loli, perhaps this is fate. Leave the rest to me. With that, he lifted Jiang Loli and immediately vanished from sight. In the moment of Luo Qin's disappearance, countless figures materialized in the vicinity. They gazed upon the still turbulent time and space, their hearts racing with trepidation. Had the elder departed? They could not locate Luo Qin. Only a lingering, terrifying sword intent remaining in the void. "Seal this place at once," declared one solemnly. That residual sword intent represented the greatest opportunity for them. The sword cultivators. Years later, this location became a sacred ground for sword practitioners across the realm, for the sword intent here was of unparalleled might and sanctity. The only sword saint of humanity. In Yong'an Town, after decades of change, the populace began to flourish once more, restoring the vibrancy of yesteryears. In the Yongquan courtyard, Two figures descended, Luo Qin and Jiang Luoli. Since her departure, he had not returned. The peach blossoms in the courtyard bloomed brightly, even as the wind and rain had scattered many to the ground. In days gone by, Jiang Luoli would personally brew peach blossom wine for him, with old Wang assisting her, while he merely played the role of an observer. The blooms continued to flourish, yet the world had irrevocably changed. Luo Qin gazed at the person in his arms, her delicate visage prompting her beautiful eyes to slowly open. Where am I? Upon awakening, Jiang Luoli found the surroundings somewhat familiar. As she recognized Luo Qin's face, the scene felt hauntingly reminiscent. Lying in his embrace within Yunquan, how familiar, how comforting. Could this be a dream? Luoli, this is your home. We have returned home, Luo Qin gently reassured her. Upon hearing his soothing voice, she suddenly jolted awake. This was no dream. She truly was in Yunquan. Let go of me, Jiang Luoli cried, struggling fiercely against Luo Qin's embrace. She did not wish to be so close to this man. She feared what her father, mother, and grandmother would think of her. This is not my home. I have no home. Ever since my father, mother, and grandmother passed away, I have been without a home. Jiang Luoli fought desperately, unwilling to confront the man before her. For his very presence reminded her of the one who took her loved ones from her. Luoli, whether you believe it or not, Yunquan will always be your home. At that moment, Luo Qin found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the depth of the situation, which had been witnessed and experienced firsthand by her. No matter how he attempted to explain, his words would only ring hollow. The surname Luo. My family. Am I, Jiang Luoli, unworthy? Did you ever consider my family? My feelings, when you ruthlessly slaughtered my entire kin? The former Jiang Luoli is no more. My family was obliterated by your own hands long ago. Remember this. I, Jiang Luoli, will share no peace with you, Luo Qin. Jiang Luoli screamed in madness, her eyes devoid of tears, for her sorrow had long since dried up. She turned to stride towards the door, but suddenly her body weakened, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Luo Qin instinctively moved forward to assist her. But Jiang Luoli coldly interjected, stay away. I do not require your feigned pity. Chapter 23. You will suffer 100-fold more, Jiang Luoli. I am aware of your hatred towards me, but do you not desire vengeance for your family? I can offer you an opportunity to exact your revenge with your own hands. Luo Qin fell into a brief silence before inquiring. Perhaps she had long since despised him thoroughly, yet Luo Qin harbored no regrets. If given a chance to relive the past, he would choose the same path again. I, Luo, detest you. Indeed, I loathe you. I wish to devour your flesh, drink your blood, and consume your very soul. I want you to be eternally barred from the cycle of reincarnation, Jiang Luoli exclaimed with a frenzied expression. Upon hearing the word revenge, she paused, contemplating whether he was merely concocting another scheme. She understood that even after a millennium of cultivation, she would likely remain inferior to him. All you need to do is stay by my side from this moment forth and heed my commands. I, Luo Qin, solemnly swear by my heart's resolve, I shall not bring harm to you and will impart all my knowledge, enabling you to become the foremost figure in the Xianbei continent, achieving the supreme imperial throne. When you ascend to that pinnacle, I will be prepared to accept your challenge, and should you slay me, I shall bear no grievances. Luo Qin spoke with unwavering determination, having made his decision and begun to prepare for the task at hand, eager to return home. Why? At the moment Luo Qin swore by his heart's resolve, Jiang Luoli sensed the gravity of the situation, unable to dismiss it as mere deception. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Why was he doing this? What could he possibly gain? Was it out of guilt towards her? Impossible. She quickly dismissed this absurd notion. Very well. I accept your proposal. However, I will not be at your beck and call, even if you were to slay me. I would never concede, Jiang Luoli declared resolutely. Luo Qin nodded in agreement. Good, then come to my room. He turned and walked towards his chamber. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoli's expression darkened. Indeed, he sought to claim her body, an inherent trait of men. But even if it were to be so, as long as it could enhance her cultivation and enable her revenge, what did it matter if she sold herself? The one at a disadvantage might not even be her. Clenching her fists, she gritted her teeth and strode towards the room, determined not to show fear, for this was not her first encounter with embarrassment. Upon entering, she found Luo Qin already stripped to the waist, sitting quietly on the bed. Undress. His command rang out the moment she stepped inside, yet without hesitation. She began to shed her garments, leaving only a crimson bodice that revealed her smooth, delicate, porcelain-like skin. Be prepared. What follows shall be exceedingly painful, Luo Qin stated earnestly. This pain is insignificant to me, Jiang Luoli. Bring it on. She closed her eyes, bracing herself, yet her heart raced as she sensed his breath drawing nearer. Suddenly, she discovered that she could not move, and a mix of anxiety and excitement surged within her. Luo Chen, what are you planning to do? Jiang Luoli immediately sensed something amiss. When did Luo Chen become so twisted? Yet she found herself utterly powerless to resist. Do not speak, Luo Chen gently instructed. Before Jiang Luoli could comprehend the situation, a surge of excruciating pain erupted within her consciousness, compelling her to cry out from the depths of her being. Ah, Luo Chen. You pervert. What are you doing? Let me go. In that instant, she was drenched in a cold sweat, unable to articulate the agony she endured. This torment of the soul was countless times more painful than that of the flesh. Nonetheless, Luo Chen paid her no heed. At that moment, an unbearable agony resonated from the depths of his own soul, yet he gritted his teeth in silence. Step by step, I shall strip away your very essence. You shall suffer 100-fold more. The recollection of this phrase haunted him, yet he could not halt his actions. Luo Chen, stop this madness. I am on the brink of death. Jiang Luoli's face was contorted in pain, her body trembling and writhing. She felt as though countless ants were gnawing away at her mind, a torment greater than any she could fathom, rendering her existence worse than death. Still, Luo Chen remained unresponsive, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He felt as if he were plunged into a fiery abyss one moment and an icy cavern the next. The agony of his soul felt akin to being gradually torn apart, a suffering 1,000-fold worse than dismemberment. His lips turned pale and trembled, rendering him incapable of speech. Luo Chen, Master, I was wrong. Please release me. Jiang Luoli pleaded. Having never before encountered such torment, it was unbearable, and she had reached her limit. Yet Luo Chen continued to disregard her cries. He found himself unable to utter a single word. Even thinking became a monumental struggle. Once he enacted the secret technique, there would be no turning back. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Observing Luo Chen's indifference, Jiang Luoli resorted to cursing him. When that proved futile, she reverted to pleading for mercy. Yet regardless of her entreaties, Luo Chen remained unmoved. In the next moment, he opened his bloodshot eyes. Sweat tinged with crimson streaming down his face as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Luoli. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped her. She was uncertain of how much more he intended to torment her. Luo Chen then made a deliberate incision on his wrist, filling a bowl with his vibrant blood. Exuding a potent aura of power. With great effort, he commanded, drink it. Jiang Luoli was instantly overcome with nausea and dizziness. She vehemently shook her head, retreating in a futile attempt to escape, but resistance was impossible. Luo Chen forcefully poured the blood into her mouth, leaving her with no choice. He would do as he pleased. Coughing and sputtering, her eyes burned with rage as she yelled, Luo Chen, you are a complete pervert. A true demon. Jiang Luoli continued to berate him. However, as she ingested his blood, she soon realized that the pain had dissipated, and her body gradually healed. A surge of strength coursed through her, and as she prepared to assess her condition, she was struck with disbelief, murmuring, my cultivation has actually reached the void refinement stage. She raised her gaze towards Luo Chen, suddenly realizing that his complexion was alarmingly pale, resembling a blank sheet of paper. Even his pupils appeared to be fading, and were it not for the faint traces of breath escaping him, she would have thought Luo Chen lifeless. What is wrong with you? Jiang Luoli inquired in confusion, questioning the source of his evident agony. Why was he in such a state? This led her to ponder whether Luo Chen was perhaps a masochist, one who relished not only inflicting pain on others but also upon himself. Leave. Luo Chen abruptly interrupted Jiang Luoli's thoughts. You had better not die, Jiang Luoli retorted. Her face contorted with anger as she stormed out of the room. After expelling her, Luo Chen cast a barrier, and in that instant, a mouthful of blood erupted from him. He felt darkness engulf him, and he fainted. He was unaware of how long he had been unconscious, but in his slumber, he dreamt of returning to the real world, back to the classroom of his university. He yearned to end this mission. He longed for home. Chapter 24. A century later. The Xianbei continent. A century has elapsed, bringing profound transformations. The cataclysmic sword strike from the ancient battlefield dramatically altered the landscape of the Xianbei continent. Upon learning of the existence of an unparalleled sword saint among humanity, the Heavenly Path Alliance adopted a notably subdued demeanor. However, this shift afforded other factions a golden opportunity to embark on unabashed expansion. Two hidden sacred sects emerged from obscurity, the Heavenly Sword Sect and the mysterious Mist Sect. The Heavenly Sword sect occupies the sacred ground for sword cultivation, the very site where the Sword Saint unleashed that fateful strike, imbued with lingering. Formidable sword intent, a tantalizing temptation for sword cultivators seeking enlightenment in the way of the sword. Thus, over the past century, the Heavenly Sword sect has fervently recruited sword cultivators from all corners, swiftly establishing itself as one of the prestigious sects of the Xianbei continent. Among its ranks is a female disciple of astonishing talent. In just 100 years, she attained the late stage of the Great Ascension, earning her the esteemed title of Saintess of the Heavenly Sword sect, known as Jiang Luoli. The mysterious Mist sect, a true hidden celestial gate of the present era, is rumored to have once birthed immortals, its profound heritage attracting countless prodigies. This sect also welcomed an extraordinary genius, a woman who, within a mere century, completed the ultimate test of an immortal and became their successor. In the span of another 100 years, she reached the late stage of the Great Ascension and was bestowed with the title of Saintess of the Mysterious Mist sect, known as Ming Xiaoxue. As these two exceptional prodigies emerged in the same epoch, the world is eager to discern who will ultimately dominate the Xianbei continent during this illustrious age and ascend to the supreme imperial throne, securing their legacy for eternity. Currently, the Xianbei continent stands in a triad of power, with the Heavenly Path Alliance, the Heavenly Sword sect, and the Mysterious Mist sect maintaining a delicate balance of influence. The realm is on the cusp of a flourishing era of cultivation. In Yong'an Town, at the Yunke courtyard, a man clad in coarse linen raises a hoe with his weathered hands, diligently weeding the vegetable patch. The peach blossom tree in the courtyard has grown stout, its trunk as thick as a man's waist, finally blooming this year in resplendent beauty. 100 years have passed. It is time to visit that girl, Jiang Luoli. Luo Chun pauses his labor, honoring the promise made to Jiang Luoli. During this time, he refrained from meddling in her life, yet every decade, he would journey to the Heavenly Sword sect to seek her out, or she would come in search of him, as he aimed to resolve the matter of her blood-soul curse. Gradually, Jiang Luoli has come to accept Luo Chen's trials, and it is through these repeated challenges that her strength has advanced so swiftly. Within a mere century, she has attained the late stage of the Great Ascension. The Tribulation Elder, generally reclusive and devoted to the pursuit of immortality, seldom interferes in worldly affairs, only intervening when absolutely necessary. Thus, practitioners at the Great Ascension stage can be considered the true pinnacle of combat strength on the Xianbei continent. During this century, Meng Xiaoxue had approached Luo Chun, urging him to join the Mysterious Mist sect, yet he steadfastly declined. Now, standing quietly beneath the peach blossom tree, Luo Chun reflects on the countless days spent watering and nurturing it. At that moment, a flurry of peach blossoms drifted before him, and he instantly fell into a profound silence. He beheld a world transformed. Suddenly, his consciousness radiated outward. He glimpsed a young boy in Yong'an Town, residing in a dilapidated thatched cottage, accompanied by two younger sisters. Each day, he toiled through grimy and arduous tasks to procure a meager sustenance. He had wept, endured exhaustion, and suffered pain, yet he never faltered, for he had two family members relying on him. Upon returning home, he always bore a smile, clutching his sister's favorite meat buns. Despite life's hardships, the warmth of familial love rendered everything worthwhile. Is this the power of kinship? Luo Chen murmured to himself, as he extended his consciousness once more. He beheld two elderly figures nestled together on a snowy day, embracing for warmth. Gone was their initial yearning for love. Instead, they shared a serene exchange of smiles. Luo Chan witnessed their quarrels, mutual suspicions, and even moments of blame, yet they never turned away from one another. They journeyed through life together until the snow-laden night claimed their lives. In their final moments, they fulfilled their promise of love, to remain steadfast through life and death. Luo Chen was fortunate to witness this profound bond, such as the essence of love. Luo Chen rediscovered the strength of friendship and the weight of enmity, embracing all the myriad emotions and desires that comprise humanity. Suddenly, his aura began to fade, rendering him as ordinary as any mortal. He was now a true human being, imbued with the essence of earthly existence, and no one would suspect him to be a perfected cultivator. Is this the genuine power of the human realm? At this moment, he felt an unprecedented strength. Once, he had merely scratched the surface of earthly power, but now he realized he had underestimated it profoundly. Should the ancient true demon appear before him again, he would possess the confidence to annihilate it in a single strike. Although his cultivation had not yet ascended to the golden immortal realm, his prowess had undeniably crossed into that echelon. even casting doubts upon whether a golden immortal could withstand his earthly might. The Blood Soul Curse. Luo Chen observed the dark lines creeping from his arm toward his chest. Despite his enhanced strength, he remained powerless against the Blood Soul Curse, a spell that even immortals might find challenging to unravel. He had nearly absorbed all of Jiang Luoli's blood soul, and after this, she should finally be liberated from its grasp. Now burdened by 2 blood soul curses, he would have undoubtedly faced death in the past. Yet now, he had come to comprehend the true essence of earthly power, enabling him to temporarily suppress the curse. To fully conquer this blood soul curse, one would likely need to reach the golden immortal stage or attain a genuine mastery of the profound earthly strength. However, such mastery is not easily attained. Under favorable conditions, it may require 5 centuries, or even a millennium, to achieve. As Luo Chen deepened his understanding of the earthly forces, he finally mastered the true realm of the sword. His power underwent a profound transformation. One could scarcely argue against the notion that he was indeed a genuine immortal. Even among the ranks of golden immortals, few could truly command the essence of the sword domain. Regaining his focus, Luo Chen did not abandon his tasks. He resumed weeding the vegetable patch, followed by watering and fertilizing the plants. A vast expanse of verdant vegetables thrived splendidly. It seemed that this year's harvest would be bountiful enough to last, with any surplus potentially yielding a modest sum. Moreover, he could indulge in purchasing some wine, which was quite pleasing, and perhaps even set aside a little savings. Luo Chen calculated that these vegetables could indeed fetch a small profit, enough to tuck away for future use. Just then, a series of knocks resounded at the door. "May I inquire if Mr. Luo is at home?" Chapter 25. The matchmaker Lo Chun recognized the middle-aged woman approaching him, carrying a small wine flask. Her name was Li Rong, a woman he had aided a decade ago during her battle with a grave illness. Despite consulting numerous physicians, her condition only worsened, leading her to squander her family's assets. It was only after encountering Lo Chun that her health was restored. Lo Chun, seeking no recompense, requested merely a fine bottle of wine as gratitude. In return, Li Rong expressed her profound appreciation, frequently crafting exquisite wines to present to him. Initially, Lo Chun wished to offer her some monetary assistance, yet she steadfastly refused. However, she often visited his small garden, drawn by the lush vegetables flourishing there. She discovered that consuming the produce from Lo Chun's garden not only invigorated her spirit, but also fortified her health, rendering her less susceptible to illness. "Aunt, the greens are thriving splendidly now, tender and delectable. Since you're here, feel free to take some home," Lo Chun remarked to Li Rong. "Of course. This wine is an old vintage cherished by my late husband, when I seldom indulge in myself. His persistent ailments vanished after he began eating your vegetables. So it is only fitting I bring you this flask. Please do not refuse it," Li Rong replied with a smile, her heart brimming with gratitude for Lo Chun's kindness. "There's no need for such formality, Aunt Li. I can hardly consume it all alone," Lo Chun responded. "By the way, Lo Chun, I have delightful news to share with you," Li Rong said, her expression shrouded in mystery, certain that the revelation would bring him joy. "What is this secret, Aunt Li?" Lo Chun inquired, curiosity piqued. "Lo Chun, after all these years, you remain unaccompanied. I have been contemplating a suitable match for you. The young lady is quite lovely, and her father owns a winery. With her by your side, you shall never lack for fine wine. If she takes a liking to you, do not be too choosy. You are no longer a youth, and it is high time you established a family," Li Rong encouraged. Recognizing Lo Chun's admirable character, he was neither a gambler nor a frivolous spender, possessed a pleasant temperament, and, despite his modest means and fondness for a drink, he was reliable. She believed any woman fortunate enough to marry him would not suffer unduly. Seeing Lo Chun alone for so many years stirred her compassion. It was indeed pitiable. At his age, most would already have children running about, and thus she felt compelled to assist him. Having played the role of a matchmaker in the past, having successfully united many pairs, she was confident that Lo Chun's prospects were promising, hence her visit. "Aunt Li, I fear my circumstances may not be appealing to any lady," Lo Chun replied. Luo Chen could hardly believe that Aunt Li had taken it upon herself to play matchmaker for him. Yet, he recognized that Li Rong meant well. He could not outright refuse her. It would be more appropriate to meet the young lady first and gauge her interest, should she deem him unworthy. However, if he were merely an ordinary man, confined to a modest courtyard in a vegetable patch, with no means to provide a livelihood, he would certainly be viewed as a poor wretch in his hometown dialect. It was unlikely that any respectable girl would consider marrying him under such circumstances. He decided to leave this matter in Aunt Lee's capable hands, hoping for favorable news ahead. Aunt Lee's face beamed with delight. If this endeavor proved successful, Luo Chen might even express gratitude towards her. She was confident that, with a few well-chosen compliments about Luo Chen, everything would fall into place. The young man possessed striking good looks, and had she been younger and unmarried, she would have undoubtedly found herself irresistibly drawn to him. Once Li Rong departed, Luo Chen did not dwell on the matter too much, though he appreciated her kindness. Regrettably, he feared he might disappoint her good intentions. He resolved to first consolidate his cultivation before heading to the Heavenly Sword sect to assist Jiang Luoli in dispelling the Blood Soul curse. With Jiang Luoli now at the Great Ascension stage, the residual effects of the curse should not pose a significant issue. Meanwhile, in Yong'an Town, in the village of the Li family, beneath a wooden house, a middle-aged man with bare arms was filled with excitement as he counted a pile of coins. Beside him stood his daughter, Li Xiaohua, whose beauty was quite remarkable. "Father, look at all this money. We shall have a good life now," Li Xiaohua exclaimed, clutching a string of copper coins, counting them repeatedly, only to realize the total was beyond her grasp. "Indeed, our liquor sales have been thriving, bringing in a considerable sum. Once we save a bit more, I shall find you a suitable match, and this money will serve as your dowry, ensuring that no one looks down upon us," the middle-aged man said, his expression filled with paternal affection for his beloved daughter. "Thank you, father," Li Xiaohua responded, her face radiant with joy, nearly leaping with happiness at the prospect of having enough money to select a worthy suitor, thus sparing her from hardship. At that moment, a woman's voice called from outside. "Is old man Li home?" The man's expression changed instantly. Could someone have discovered his newfound wealth? "Quick, hide the money," he urged, fearing that if anyone saw the considerable sum, they would surely covet it. "Understood," Li Xiaohua replied, hurriedly stowing the coins away. "What is it?" Old man Li called out towards the door. Just then, a smiling Li Rong entered. "Old man Li, I bring you good news." "Ah, I was just about to hear from you," Li Rong said, keenly observing the expressions of the father and daughter duo. "Oh, what good news?" Old man Li asked, puzzled. Convinced that if Li Rong had any intentions regarding his money, she would not succeed, as he would never lend it out. "It is this. I have come to introduce a potential match for Li Xiaohua. She has reached the age for marriage, and I have found a rather suitable candidate. Although he is somewhat impoverished, he possesses a dependable character and is quite handsome, making him a suitable match for Li Xiaohua. Thus, I have come to discern the thoughts of you and your daughter. If all is well, I shall return to speak with him regarding the matter of marriage." Li Rong candidly expressed her thoughts without reservation. "What does he do?" inquired the old man Li. "Currently, he engages in various trades in town, conducting some business. Over the years, he has earned a modest sum, and he is a man of integrity, leading a simple life," Li Rong replied offhandedly. It would not be appropriate to mention that Luo Chen earns his living by selling vegetables, but it could certainly be classified as business. The old man Li, upon hearing this, could not suppress his inner musings. He wondered if Li Rong might be deceiving him, yet the conditions seemed rather favorable. "Where does he reside?" asked Li Xiaohua, her expression one of curiosity, eager to uncover the identity of this individual. "He lives at the Cloud Guest Courtyard on West Street," Li Rong informed her. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaohua suddenly recalled something. Could it be him? Chapter 26. Infamy. It has come to my attention that within the confines of Yong'an, there resides an eccentric and unattractive elderly man, known for his foul temper and incessant drinking. He idles away his days, lacking ambition, and remains unmarried to this day. "Father, I do not wish to marry him," Li Xiaohua exclaimed in a sudden fit of anxiety. She had nearly fallen prey to the deceitful schemes of this Li Rong. Yet she was fortunate enough to possess some awareness of the outside world. In a flash, a vision of a beautiful fairy sister emerged in Li Xiaohua's memory. "Remember, as you grow older, do not allow your heart to be swayed by a man named Luo Chen from Yong'an. He is old, unattractive, impoverished, and possesses a volatile temperament. Should you marry him, you would undoubtedly endure immense suffering. Do not entertain even a fleeting thought of him. Keep your distance from this scoundrel, as far as possible. Understood?" "Sister Luo Li, I shall steer clear of scoundrels." For reasons unknown, every time the topic of marriage arose, this image would automatically surface in her mind, leading her to perceive Luo Chen as a most nefarious individual. The fairy sister, so radiant in beauty, spoke words that must surely hold truth. Upon hearing the name Luo Chen, she resolved to keep her distance, lest she find herself regretting it profoundly. "Rest assured, Xiaohua, your father will not permit you to suffer. Li Laohan comforted his daughter by gently patting her shoulder, determined that she should marry into a good family. He then turned his ire towards Li Rong. Li Rong, I cannot believe you would wish to bring harm to our father-daughter duo. We have treated you well, and this is how you repay us? It seems all my goodwill has been squandered on a dog, truly a waste of my efforts. Depart at once. Li Laohan's face was a mask of fury. This was his treasured daughter, and Li Rong had the audacity to propose such a match. Furthermore, she had the gall to extol the virtues of Luo Qin, attempting to deceive his beloved daughter, an act of egregious malice. Li Rong, taken aback, had not anticipated the abominable reputation Luo Qin bore. Though he may be poor and aged, how could he be described as ugly, with a foul temper and a penchant for drunken disturbances? Such descriptions seemed far-fetched. Where had the miscommunication occurred? Before Li Rong could fully grasp the situation, she was unceremoniously expelled by the father and daughter. A sense of bewilderment washed over her. How could she explain this turn of events to Luo Qin, especially after having made promises? Once a renowned matchmaker, Li Rong was loath to tarnish her reputation. If this match fell through, she would simply seek another. She quickly set about finding suitable families, yet to her astonishment, it appeared that the young ladies had developed an uncanny awareness of Luo Qin's character. A drunken troublemaker, old and ugly, with an atrocious temper, fickle and untrustworthy. The descriptions were consistent, nearly identical. Each time she ventured to propose a match, she was promptly dismissed. Instantly, Li Rong felt a sense of unease wash over her. Who had Luo Qin offended for his reputation to be so tarnished? What could he have possibly done? Why did every young woman seem to disdain him so? This led Li Rong to ponder whether Luo Qin had crossed paths with some unsavory individuals or had entangled himself with ill-fated romantic pursuits, resulting in such a disgraceful reputation. Which young lady could be so cruel? How could Luo Qin ever find a bride under these circumstances? This was truly vexing. She resolved to return and confront Luo Qin for clarity. Otherwise, she would be unable to assist in his marital pursuits. Without delay, Li Rong made her way to Yunkuyuan. Half an hour later, Luo Qin was at Yunkuyuan, meticulously polishing a seemingly unremarkable wooden sword. As he caressed the sword, it grew increasingly lustrous and smooth, resembling a genuine weapon. Just then, a figure hurried through the door. It was Li Rong. Aunt Li, why are you back so soon? Luo Qin inquired. Had she not gone to find him a match? Why was she back so quickly? Was it possible that the young lady had declined? Luo Qin, speak honestly. Have you been gallivanting around, stirring up trouble with other women? Li Rong questioned, her tone demanding. She was determined to clear his name if he were innocent and would certainly find him a plump and fair bride. Conversely, if the accusations held some truth, she would not assist him, for she too abhorred fickle men. Yet, having known Luo Qin for many years, she believed he was not the sort to engage in such frivolities. Clarity was all that was needed. Gallivanting around? Aunt Li, from where does this accusation arise? Luo Qin replied, his expression one of bewilderment. He had not been in the company of women for nearly a century and had no interactions with any young ladies in Yong'an, leaving him perplexed by Li Rong's assertions. The girls outside say you are a heartless scoundrel, fickle and intoxicated, causing disturbances. They even speak more harshly, claiming you are lacking in certain areas. Li Rong recounted everything she had heard. Upon hearing this, Luo Qin began to piece together the situation. Just at that moment, a voice chimed in. If he isn't gallivanting, then what is he doing? Entangled with other women, neither marrying them nor rejecting them. He is nothing but a complete and utter scoundrel. A strikingly beautiful woman adorned in bold red and black attire appeared before them. Li Rong's gaze was drawn to the enchanting figure. Her delicate curves, long, fair legs, and an alluringly cold visage. She resembled a fairy stepped straight out of a painting. Luo Li, cease your nonsense. Aunt Li is merely concerned, Luo Qin interjected, already aware that this mischief was the doing of Jiang Luo Li, yet he felt no anger. And who might this be? Aunt Li asked, her face a mask of confusion. How could Luo Qin possibly know such a stunning young lady? There was no one in Yong'an town, or even across the entire Qingzhou, who could rival her beauty. Aunt Li, I am actually Luo Qin's wife. My name is Jiang Luo Li. You may call me Luo Li, she replied gracefully. Aunt Li, you are unaware that he flits about, entangled with various women, and even claims that he has never publicly acknowledged me as his wife. He engages in ambiguous relationships with other unscrupulous women. Aunt Li, do you not think such a man is indeed a rogue, perhaps the most despicable of faithless men? Jiang Luoli cast a sidelong glance at Luo Qin, a mischievous smile playing at her lips. You think you can bully me? I am the holy maiden of the heavenly sword sect, not someone to be trifled with. It is one thing to be bullied myself, but the thought of Luo Chun having entanglements with those vile women fills me with disdain for him. What? Luo Chun, you have taken a wife? How was I not informed? Is she truly your wife? Why will you not speak the truth to me? Li Rong's expression shifted abruptly as she confronted Luo Chun. If these allegations hold any truth, then indeed, Luo Chun would be a quintessential faithless man. Aunt Li, you misunderstand. She is not my wife. I find myself at a loss for words, unable to clarify my innocence. Misunderstand? Luo Chun, you are utterly shameless. Aunt Li, listen to this. He does not even speak the truth to you. I have no need to deceive you. After all, which woman would jest with her own virtue? Jiang Luoli exclaimed. Her face a portrait of grievance as she addressed Li Rong. Chapter 27. Marry both Luoli, dear child. Rest assured. Aunt Li will take charge for you and will ensure that you endure no grievances, for it is indeed Luo Chen who has erred. Li Rong declared with determination. Realizing that the rumors circulating about Luo Chen were not without merit, it appeared he had secretly taken a wife. How surprising it was that this seemingly affable and honest Luo Chen could behave so treacherously towards his own woman. Today, she was resolute in guiding Luo Chen onto the righteous path so that he could live well in the future. Luo Chen, your behavior is utterly outrageous. How could you treat such a young lady so callously? She merely desires a rightful place by your side. Luo Li is so beautiful and understanding. What makes you feel she is unworthy of you? What right do you have to disdain her? Li Rong, with her candid and forthright nature, launched into a tirade against Luo Chen, believing wholeheartedly that his actions were unjustifiable. Aunt Li, it's not as you think. Luo Chen found himself at a loss for words, realizing that the more he attempted to clarify, the more tangled the situation became. Alas, a young lady has come to you, and you still wish to evade responsibility? Luo Chen, can you not embrace the duties of a man? Such a fine girl as Luo Li, should you let her slip away, you may never find another like her. With a sigh, Li Rong thought that had it not been for the kindness Luo Chen had shown her, she wouldn't be so earnest in her counsel. For others, she would not have even bothered to listen. Aunt Li, Luo Chen was about to speak, but Li Rong interrupted him. Luo Chen, since the young lady has personally sought you out, why not proceed to wed her? Aunt Li shook her head, her heart heavy with concern for Luo Chen. Without her intervention, his household would surely fall apart. Luo Li, what say you? Aunt Li offered to bear witness for their union, proposing to summon relatives from far and wide to celebrate the occasion. Li Rong patted her chest, brimming with confidence. However, seeing Luo Chen still hesitating nearly drove her to despair. Such a wonderful girl should be secured without delay. What are you still hesitating for, Luo Chen? Agree already. At that moment, Li Rong was tormented by impatience and wished she could speak on Luo Chen's behalf. He was taking far too long. Will you marry me? Jiang Luo Li appeared pitiful, pondering that even if they were to wed, what would it matter? Their marriage would not significantly affect the life of a cultivator. This, Luo Chen found it difficult to articulate. Jiang Luo Li's hatred for him was profound. If he were to marry her, she would surely consume him entirely. What seemed like a mundane marriage entailed deeper karmic ties, and he would find it impossible to extricate himself later. What? You do not wish to marry me? Do you find me repugnant? The voice of Jiang Luoli gradually turned icy. She harbored resentment towards Luo Chen, yet she also yearned for him to marry her. For she had to admit that she had long since fallen in love with him. Even during the past century, despite the torment he inflicted upon her, her cultivation had continuously advanced, and she found that she bore little hatred. In fact, she missed that feeling. No, Jiang Luoli, you misunderstand. Luo Chen was about to refuse when suddenly he heard Jiang Luoli's voice echo in his mind. Luo Chen, if you do not acquiesce, I shall take her life before your very eyes. At that moment, Jiang Luoli's gaze grew dim. She discerned that Li Rong shared a good rapport with Luo Chen. Reminiscent of her own bond with her grandmother, Luo Chen had once used her grandmother as leverage against her, and now the tables had turned. A surge of dark delight coursed through Jiang Luoli's heart. Hee. Luo Chen, you too face this predicament. Luo Chen, upon hearing her words, regained his composure. Knowing Jiang Luoli as he did, there was no doubt that she would follow through with her threat. Fine. A wave of headache washed over him. Why was Jiang Luoli proving to be such a handful? It was truly poetic justice. He had once threatened her using Wang Po's life, and now she was deliberately retaliating by threatening Li Anye's life. Now that both of you have no objections, let us seize the day. We shall wed today and consummate our marriage tonight, striving to welcome a healthy baby boy soon. Li Rong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Chen, this oblivious blockhead, had finally come to his senses, resolving a significant matter. Just then, a voice rang out from outside. "I oppose this union." A stunning woman clad in a purple dress strode in with purpose. Upon hearing that voice, Luo Chen felt another wave of headache. For the newcomer was none other than Meng Xiaoxue. "When did my brother Luo Chen acquire another wife? How am I unaware of this?" Meng Xiaoxue exclaimed. "Liani, that woman is deceiving you. Jiang Luoli is cunning. Do not let her ensnare you." She hurriedly spoke to Li Rong. "Another one?" Li Rong felt overwhelmed, wondering how Luo Chen could attract so many women, each one a delicate beauty. Did he truly need her to act as a matchmaker? "Meng Xiaoxue, your timing is impeccable. My husband and I are about to exchange vows, and tonight we shall enter the bridal chamber. My household does not welcome you. Please leave," Jiang Luoli replied coldly. She had been at odds with Meng Xiaoxue for a century, and in terms of cultivation, they were evenly matched. Ultimately, neither could best the other. Now, it was a matter of who could claim Luo Chen first, as victory lay with the one who succeeded. "Your husband? I share a bond of affection and loyalty with Luo Chen, and he has treated me the best. You have not yet exchanged vows. Without Luo Chen's recognition, how dare you claim to be his wife? Besides wishing to harm Luo Chen, do you truly wish to marry him? I alone hold the deepest concern for Luo Chen. I firmly believe that brother Luo Chen would prefer to marry me rather than choose you, a venomous woman," Meng Xiaoxue declared, her countenance darkening. "At worst, I shall engage in battle with her once more. You are the true venomous one." Jiang Luoli could no longer contain herself and lightly pushed Meng Xiaoxue, who was indeed quite the actress. She felt an overwhelming urge to teach Meng Xiaoxue a lesson. As Jiang Luoli gently shoved her, Meng Xiaoxue feigned weakness and fell directly into Luo Chen's embrace. "Brother Luo Chen, this woman is exceedingly malicious. I merely spoke a few honest words. And she not only seeks to strike me but also wishes to take my life. Xiaoxue is so frightened. You will protect me, won't you?" Meng Xiaoxue cooed in Luo Chen's arms, her lips as red as blooming flowers, exuding an enchanting fragrance, evoking sympathy despite knowing it was all an act. When did Jiang Luoli ever say she wanted to kill her? Jiang Luoli thought, infuriated by Meng Xiaoxue's theatricality, which had succeeded in winning her way into Luo Chen's embrace. At that moment, Jiang Luoli's anger reached its zenith. "Since you, Meng Xiaoxue, show no mercy, do not blame me, Jiang Luoli, for being ruthless." Suddenly, Jiang Luoli threw herself into Luo Chen's arms. "Husband, I merely touched her a moment ago, and now I feel so unwell. This woman is so toxic. I think I have been poisoned. My head feels dizzy, and my chest is burning. I must be poisoned. Do check on me, dear husband." Jiang Luoli cast a sidelong glance at Meng Xiaoxue coldly, thinking, is it only you who can feign innocence? She could not defeat her, but she could join in the ruse. At that moment, Li Rong finally understood. Both women were enamored with Luo Chen, leaving him in a predicament. "You two need to calm down. Even I, an old woman, can hardly bear it. I have a splendid idea that will satisfy you both." Jiang Luoli and Meng Xiaoxue were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances before speaking in unison. "What idea?" Li Rong's face broke into a smile. No matchmaking challenge was insurmountable for her seasoned skills. At this point, there is but one solution. "Luo Chen, you shall marry both of them." Chapter 28. Concealing the celestial mechanism impossible. The two women declared in unison, their response crisp and decisive. How could they ever accept such a notion? Soon after, they began to contend fiercely, their gazes locking as if sharing an unspoken understanding, and they departed from the cloud guest pavilion, igniting a battle between them. They vowed upon the path of righteousness that whoever emerged victorious would claim Luo Chen as their own. Neither was willing to yield to the other. Once the two women had left, Luo Chen felt as if the entire world had fallen silent. Over the years, every encounter between Jiang Luoli and Meng Xiaoxue had inevitably led to conflict, a situation he had long since grown accustomed to. This was the first time Li Rong witnessed two women vying for a single man, both of whom were unparalleled beauties of the realm. It was no wonder Luo Chen found himself in such a difficult position. "You poor thing," Li Rong sighed. Realizing that she no longer needed to play matchmaker for Luo Chen, these two women were more than enough for him to handle. As time passed, Luo Chen could no longer endure the entanglement of the two women. To escape their clutches, he vanished for several days. Panic ensued as the two women frantically searched for him, driven to madness in their quest. It was only after Meng Xiaoxue had separated from Jiang Luoli that Luo Chen reappeared by Jiang Luoli's side. On this day, Luo Chun would perform the Blood Soul Curse for Jiang Loli for the final time. Luo Chun, if a year from now you cannot find me here, then all debts between us shall be erased. Furthermore, if I do not return, you should seek Meng Xiaoxue. Jiang Loli sighed. Knowing that this visit might be her last, she may not return after a year. Luo Li, are you concealing something from me? Luo Chen inquired, his expression revealing mild surprise. Jiang Loli had never displayed such a demeanor before, leaving him to suspect something was amiss. No, she replied earnestly, a hint of anxiety in her heart. Despite feeling she ought to despise Luo Chen, she found it impossible to do so after their years together. Each time she laid eyes on him, her hatred dissipated. Very well, Luo Chen said calmly, sensing that the Celestial Sword sect was embroiled in some trouble, though Jiang Luoli was reluctant to disclose it. Then I shall take my leave, Jiang Luoli sighed softly. She understood Luo Chen's formidable strength. Yet he was merely at the threshold of transcending tribulations. He was still far from sufficient. Perhaps only the human sword saint could aid her, which was why she had resolved to keep Luo Chen from intervening. If only that human sword saint were still around, she thought. His strength was unparalleled, reputed to have surpassed the golden immortal realm, yet no one knew his true identity. It was said he had departed from humanity, with rumors suggesting he had ascended to a higher realm, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, the Celestial Sword sect faced a terrifying force, and Jiang Loli suspected their adversaries hailed from another dimension or even the higher realms, potentially backed by true immortals of noble status. Even the Celestial Sword sect would hesitate to offend them. As a saintess, she felt immense pressure and a sense of helplessness. Luo Chen, remember this. During this year, you are forbidden to engage with any other women. After a year, you may only be with Meng Xiaoxue. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Jiang Luoli declared coldly to Luo Chen, her beautiful eyes seemingly resolute in their conviction. In an instant, she vanished from his sight. Luo Chen remained silent for a moment, attempting to decipher the secrets of the future, yet it felt as though something obscured his vision, shrouding everything in a haze, rendering him incapable of uncovering any imagery. How could this be? His expression darkened. What could this portend? Who could possess the power to veil the very heavens? As Luo Chen pondered this enigma, a graceful figure appeared before him. It was Meng Xiaoxue. Luo Chen Gage, what are you thinking about? She inquired with a curious expression. Nothing, he replied, shaking his head. After a brief moment of contemplation, he took a sip of peach blossom wine. Meng Xiaoxue then clasped his arm tightly, resting her head on his shoulder, exuding an unusual tranquility. In a soft whisper, she murmured, Luo Chen Gage, if only I could remain here, leaning on your shoulder forever. Gazing skyward, she felt content in this moment, cherishing the simple pleasure of being close to him. Little silly, what are you pondering? Do you wish to lean on my shoulder indefinitely? Perhaps even to the point of collapsing it? Luo Chen gently tapped her head. Meng Xiaoxue was no longer the little girl she once was. He sensed the weight of pressure she bore. However, he understood that some experiences she needed to encounter personally to grasp their significance. Luo Chen Gage, whatever your request may be, I shall certainly fulfill it, she replied earnestly, feeling unburdened only in his presence. This sensation was delightful, and she longed for this moment to stretch into eternity. I shall not disclose it just yet. I will tell you when you return next time, Luo Chen said, sensing her troubled spirit, though he refrained from asking, aware that she would not share her feelings regardless. All right. It's a promise. When you come back next time, I want to lean on your shoulder forever. Meng Xiaoxue smiled at him, her heart filled with reluctance. Luo Chen Gage, I must take my leave now. Remember to think of me, she said, reluctantly pulling away from his shoulder. She turned back suddenly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and her heart heavy with longing. Luo Chen Gage, if you were to never see Xiaoxue again, would you miss her? I'm sorry, perhaps I cannot keep my promise. If I do not return, Jiang Luoli is not too bad either. With that, Xiaoxue departed from the cloud guest pavilion. Upon witnessing her leave, Luo Chen sensed something amiss. What could have transpired? Soon, a peach blossom wooden sword appeared in his hand. He gazed at the sword, which had accompanied him for many years, before vanishing from the spot. At the Sword Heaven sect, on the Sword Control Peak, within the Holy Hall, we must unlock the 10 Directions Forbidden Land. This is our only opportunity. At the forefront sits a dignified figure, his expression grave as he addresses the assembly. The members of the Heavenly Sword sect bear somber visages. Must we truly proceed with this course of action? Should the seal be breached, it would irrevocably damage the barriers of the Xianbei continent, potentially inviting a multitude of formidable beings. The venerable elder, Luo Yunzi, with his flowing white hair, speaks with authority. He is the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, reaching the pinnacle of the great ascension stage, on the cusp of the tribulation phase. Apart from the sect leader, he stands as the most powerful among them. Is there truly no alternative? Once the 10 Directions Forbidden Zone is activated, the fortune of the Xianbei continent is destined to be compromised. Another man, his countenance heavy with concern, articulates his apprehension. He possesses a profound understanding of the 10 Directions Forbidden Zone, a realm far more terrifying than the ancient battleground. Though it brims with opportunities, the perils are unfathomable, posing threats even to those at the tribulation stage. Chapter 29. The Crisis of the Sword Sect at this moment. A terrifying aura suddenly descended upon the center of the palace. An elderly man with hair as white as snow and a face as rosy as an infant's appeared, his white eyebrows resembling drooping willows. He exuded an ethereal presence, and a grayish-white mark between his brows was unmistakably a mysterious sword imprint. A faint white light emanated from this imprint, causing those present to exchange glances and instantly feel an overwhelming sense of dread as the sword intent enveloped them. Expressions of surprise adorned their faces as they respectfully bowed, exclaiming, "We greet Elder Swordmaster." He was none other than the only Elder Swordmaster of the Sword sect. The Venerable Baiwa Zhenren, the sole individual to have comprehended the complete essence of the sword soul, and the foremost sword cultivator of the sect. Although his cultivation was merely at the later stage of the tribulation transcendence, his prowess surpassed that of most full-fledged tribulation transcendence experts. The realm of sword cultivation is profoundly intricate, encompassing stages such as sword momentum, sword intent, sword heart, sword soul, and sword domain. Sword cultivators often excel at their level. However, comprehending these stages is remarkably challenging, requiring exceptionally stringent conditions and vast amounts of time. In the entire Xianbei continent, those who attain the sword soul realm are exceedingly rare, while the sword sect is a revered sanctuary for sword practitioners. Yet, even within the sect, those who reach the sword soul realm number but a handful. At that moment, a hearty laughter echoed throughout the grand hall. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, senior brother, on your advancement. Truly, the heavens have favored our sword sect. I dare say your strength now stands unparalleled in the Xianbei continent. A middle-aged man had already appeared before Baiwa Zhenren as he spoke. He was none other than Huayangzi, the sect leader of the sword sect. Has the elder truly reached that level? The crowd's faces lit up with barely concealed joy at these words, their eyes filled with anticipation as they gazed at Baiwa Zhenren. If he had indeed attained that level, their sword sect would undoubtedly dominate the Xianbei continent. I have spent a century in the sacred realm of cultivation, observing the sword intent left by the sword saint, and have indeed touched upon the threshold of the sword domain, Baiwa Zhenren acknowledged. Had it not been for the remnants of the sword saint's intent, he might never have comprehended the sword domain in this lifetime, a realm even celestial beings find difficult to grasp. If the sword saint were still present in the Xianbei continent, Baiwa Zhenren had long harbored the desire to become his disciple. Alas, he could not discern even the slightest trace of the sword saint. He was uncertain of the current path the sword saint had traversed, yet he sensed that the sword saint's legendary strike was far more complex than merely the sword domain, harboring even more terrifying powers, for otherwise, it would be impossible to suppress a being as fearsome as the demon monarch. However, no one could perceive this. Now, having grasped a mere tenth of the sword domain, his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation, marking a true metamorphosis for him. How splendid! That is indeed the fabled sword domain. The memory of the sword saint's awe-inspiring strike still lingers vividly. I can only wonder where the esteemed sword saint might be now. Otherwise, our Xianbei continent would not be in such a constrained predicament. Fortunately, our elder with the sword has broken through the shackles of the sword domain, granting us a tenfold increase in our chances of success. A glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of the crowd. Remember, what transpires today must remain strictly confidential. Any leakage of information will incur the punishment of the 10,000 souls whip. Huayangzi spoke gravely, for this matter pertains to the utmost secrecy of the Heavenly Sword sect. The recent breakthrough of Master Baiwa into the sword domain is indeed a monumental joy. Brother, with your prowess, do you believe there is a chance for victory? Huayangzi's expression suddenly turned solemn, for Master Baiwa is truly the trump card of the Heavenly Sword sect. Master Baiwa gently shook his head, conveying privately to Taiyang Suzi, I possess no certainty. Perhaps I lack even a mere 10% chance. Should I manage to win a single match, my confidence would only amount to 50%. To speak candidly, be prepared. Even if the sword saint were to personally intervene, the odds would still be dismally below 30%. Their strength is overwhelmingly formidable. Even in my prime, I could not withstand a single strike. Moreover, among them exist even more terrifying beings, and I possess no assurance of victory, even now. Master Baihua sighed, acknowledging the overwhelming strength of these foreign cultivators. It seemed that no one within the entire Xianbei continent could prevail. What? Even you lack a 10% chance? Even the Sword Saint's odds are less than 30%? Huayangzi's countenance darkened considerably, struggling to accept this grim reality. Is there truly no hope for the Heavenly Sword Sect? Must we really acquiesce to their demands? Their conditions are utterly outrageous. Should we lose, not only must the Saintess marry into their ranks, but the Heavenly Sword Sect would also be compelled to join them, effectively reducing us to their subservience. Huayangzi aged visibly in that moment. Refusing to comply with these unreasonable terms would result in the annihilation of the Heavenly Sword Sect. In the face of conflict, we would have no capacity for resistance. Either we perish, or we concede to their demands. There appears to be no alternative. For now, we can only take one step at a time. As long as we draw breath, there remains hope. Yet, it may come at the expense of Jiang Luoli. Master Baihua's expression darkened further. Not only would Jiang Luoli be sacrificed, but they too would be reduced to a subservient sect, devoid of freedom, compelled to fulfill tasks and deliver tributes punctually. They are one of the three great sacred sects of the Xianbei continent. Yet they must endure such humiliation. This would be the ultimate disgrace for the Heavenly Sword Sect. Winning even a single match would suffice, at the very least. We could reduce our tribute by 10%. Huayangzi's countenance grew ominously dark. Should the moment arise, he would rather die than submit. Vowing to uphold the dignity of the cultivators of Xianbei continent, Huayangzi is a man of his word. At that moment, two figures abruptly burst into the hall, a man and a woman. No. Sect leader. Elders. We must not agree to the marriage alliance. We cannot sacrifice my master for the sake of the sect's survival. It is utterly unfair. Sect leader. Elders. Fellow brothers and sisters. My master has dedicated a century of diligent service to the sect, earning countless honors. You must not abandon our revered master. The man and woman before us are indeed disciples of Jiang Luoli, known as Moz and Lu Xiangling. Presently, they possess merely the cultivation of the void refinement stage. Undeterred by the peril to their lives, they have boldly intruded, driven by a desire to defend Jiang Luoli's honor. Why should our master suffer alone? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a profound silence, none daring to offer a rebuttal. We have previously conferred with Jiang Luoli regarding this matter, and we are earnestly seeking a solution. However, this child, Jiang Luoli, I, too, am reluctant to see her endure such hardships. Huayangzi expressed his helplessness. It is not that they lack the will to assist Jiang Luoli, but they do not comprehend the depths of her plight. Should they dare to resist, the entire Tianjin sect would face utter annihilation. He has no alternative. At that moment, a delicate snort pierced the air. Xiangling, Zi, stand down. A figure clad in white gracefully descended. It was none other than Jiang Luoli herself. Chapter 30, The Choice Master. Even if you consent, I cannot agree. This is unjust to you. Li Mo bowed deeply to Jiang Luoli, unwilling to sacrifice his master for his own survival. Master, perhaps Lu Xiangling could take your place, she said earnestly, wishing to marry in her master's stead, not wanting Jiang Luoli to endure suffering. She and Li Mo were akin to siblings of different surnames. Having relied on each other in times of peril, they had nearly perished during a plague, only to be saved by Jiang Luoli, who descended like a celestial being, rescuing their lives and providing them shelter. For them, Jiang Luoli was not only a mentor but also a savior, and their gratitude was immeasurable. Without Jiang Luoli, they would not exist. She had personally guided them in their cultivation. Now that she faced adversity, they felt utterly powerless to assist her. They could not bear the thought of any misfortune befalling Jiang Luoli, even if it meant sacrificing themselves. She was their revered master, and they refused to allow any harm to come to her. My decision is final. Do not bring it up again. Depart, Jiang Luoli declared coldly, realizing that the siblings had finally matured, reminiscent of her own past. Yet, she now bore greater burdens. Her mind was no longer solely occupied with love and hatred. As representatives of the cultivators from the Xianbei continent, they could not falter, even if it meant facing utter destruction. However, the siblings exchanged glances, reluctant to withdraw. What? Do you dare defy my command? If you persist, I shall expel you from my teachings. Jiang Luoli's expression hardened. Their presence in the Tianjin sect was becoming increasingly perilous. Suddenly, the image of Luo Chen flashed through her mind. Perhaps he alone could ensure their safety. Entrusting the siblings to him would at least spare them from mortal danger. We dare not. The siblings' expression shifted. They would never defy Jiang Luoli's wishes. Immediately, she used a secret method to convey her thoughts. You have grown. It is time for you to venture out on your own. I have an old acquaintance named Luochen. If he is unwilling to take you in, present him this. Jiang Luoli revealed a recipe detailing various methods of preparing ingredients. A document transcribed by Luochen himself, certain that he would recognize its significance. Master, do you truly wish to part with us? Li Mo and Lu Xiangling exclaimed in disbelief. They understood that Jiang Luoli's intentions were for their safety, yet the more she sacrificed for them, the more restless their hearts became, feeling utterly helpless to aid her. This is my command. It must not be disobeyed. Go forth, and if you encounter him, never mind. You must cultivate diligently. Jiang Luoli hesitated, wanting to say something more, but ultimately remained silent. Yes. The siblings glanced at each other and replied with utmost respect. They resolved that as long as they could fulfill their master's orders and meet Luochen, they would hand over the token to him and then return to accompany their master through the trials, thus not truly defying the command. After witnessing the departure of the siblings, Jiang Luoli felt a slight alleviation of the burden in her heart, at least for the time being. They would not be in danger. If they remained by her side, it would undoubtedly provoke that group, and their lives would certainly be at stake. Jiang Luoli, if you are unwilling to marry on behalf of our Tianjin sect, we will consider other alternatives, Huayangzi said earnestly to Jiang Luoli, ready to take drastic measures if necessary. Jiang Luoli then seriously addressed Tian Shuzi, Master, my mind is made up. It is my duty to contribute to the sect. Huayangzi nodded in agreement, recognizing Jiang Luoli's consideration for the greater good and her prudent nature. Had this crisis not arisen, he would have already contemplated entrusting the Tianjin sect to her. It was a pity that circumstances had taken a turn for the worse. Such a promising talent as Jiang Luoli, given more time, would undoubtedly surpass him in the future. Silence enveloped the crowd, filled with admiration for Jiang Luoli's decision. She truly embodied the essence of their sect's saintess, deserving of the title. Child, should you have second thoughts, do inform this elder, said the elder Baiwa, his tone casual, yet the promise made carried the weight of potential peril. Thank you, elder. Jiang Luoli replied sincerely. Acknowledging the kindness the Tianjin sect had shown her over the years, she could not disregard it. Very well, everyone may withdraw, Huayangzi said with a weary expression, finally feeling the weight of his own insignificance. He had once believed the Tianjin sect could stand unrivaled in the Xianbei continent, yet now faced with formidable cultivators, he felt utterly powerless and even despondent. He could not help but murmur, Sword Saint, where art thou? Huayangzi whispered, recalling that the Tianjin sect was, in a sense, a branch of the Sword Saint's legacy. It was through his lingering sword intent that the sect had flourished. Had the Sword Saint appeared, even if not a match for this group, the resources of the Xianbei continent would not have been entirely monopolized by them. Over the years, they had scoured the continent in search of any trace of the Sword Saint. Perhaps he had already transcended and ascended to a higher realm. In Yong'an Town, at the Yongquan, Luochen held a peachwood sword, continuously rubbing it, revealing a visibly smooth and lustrous sheen. It looks increasingly exquisite. My craftsmanship has indeed improved of late. Just as Luochen was admiring the sword in his hand, a voice suddenly called from outside. Luochen, where are Luoli and Zhao Shui? I've cooked a large pot of ribs. This is rabbit meat my old man hunted in the mountains. We can't finish it ourselves, so we brought some for you to taste. Li Rong entered, carrying a large pot of meat. Scanning the surroundings for Jiang Luoli and Ming Zhao Shui, but upon not seeing them, she inquired. This was specially prepared for Jiang Luoli and Ming Zhao Shui. Upon noticing that there was scarcely any decent food in Luochen's home, she resolved not to let these two young girls go wanting. After all, if they were to feel disdain for Luochen's impoverished circumstances and decide to leave, what would become of the situation? Aunt Li, such a large pot of meat. It smells divine. Luochen was instantly captivated by the sight of the delectable feast, poised to reach out for a taste. However, his hand was swiftly swatted down by Li Rong, who cast him a reproachful glance and exclaimed, how lacking in consideration. You cannot even tend to the needs of the girls. This is meant for Jiang Luoli and Ming Zhao Shui, not for you. Taken aback by her words, Luochen asked in surprise, there is none for me? He quickly added, Aunt Li, they have already returned. Then they have missed their chance, she replied. Without further ado, Luochen seized a generous piece of meat, bit into it, and took a swig of peach blossom wine, relishing every mouthful, his face alight with pleasure. At that moment, two figures descended at the entrance of Yun Kuyuan. Senior brother, are you certain he is truly the one our master spoke of? Liemo pondered, momentarily at a loss. Could this person genuinely be an acquaintance of their master? Had he possibly mistaken the individual? Chapter 31. Visitors at the Cloud Guest Pavilion. Aunt Lee. Hurry and eat. The meat is about to get cold. Once it cools, it loses its flavor, Luo Chen exclaimed, gulping down a generous mouthful of wine as he spoke to Li Rong beside him. Truly, I am at a loss with you. Li Rong replied with a shake of her head. Luo Chen had an undeniable penchant for indulgent food and drink, yet he lacked the means to procure such delicacies himself. If reliant solely on his meager vegetable harvest, it would be a miracle if he managed to savor even a single meal of meat throughout the year. In mere moments, Luo Chen had devoured the entire pot of meat. He then lifted his gaze and noticed a man and a woman observing him closely. Luo Chen had sensed their presence the instant they arrived, but he had been too preoccupied with his meal to pay them any mind. Luo Chen. It seems we have guests, Li Rong remarked, having also observed the pair. They were gaunt, mere shadows of their former selves, their tattered clothing indicating a prolonged period without a proper meal. I apologize, esteemed guests, but I have finished my meat. There is only a bit of broth left. Would you care to partake? Luo Chen offered, deliberately noting their disheveled appearance, which suggested they were cultivators who had recently endured a harrowing ordeal. May I inquire? Are you indeed Luo Chen? Li Moe asked respectfully, cautious in his approach, for if Luo Chen were truly an acquaintance of his master, it would be unwise to act presumptuously. Senior brother, how could a mere mortal be an acquaintance of our master? Are we certain we have not mistaken our quarry? Lu Xiangling scrutinized Luo Chen, having failed to detect any trace of cultivation within him. He appeared decidedly unreliable. It seemed improbable that their master would be familiar with someone like him. At that moment, Luo Chen lifted his eyes to the duo. Indeed, I am called Luo Chen. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Luo Chen's expression revealed a hint of perplexity. He did not recognize either of them. Yet there was an inkling of familiarity in their presence. We come at the behest of our master, they replied, their spirits lifting upon confirming his identity. And who might your master be? Luo Chen inquired with a nonchalant tone. At this juncture, Li Moe produced an ancient, weathered tome and presented it to Luo Chen. Recognizing it immediately, Luo Chen realized it was the very recipe he had meticulously transcribed for Jiang Luoli, a manuscript known only to her. Suddenly, a voice echoed within his consciousness. Luo Chen, please ensure the safety of these two. Let our past grievances be set aside. The delicate silhouette of Jiang Luoli gradually faded from his mind. Understanding her intent, Luo Chen grasped that the master they spoke of was indeed Jiang Luoli, and she wished for him to protect them. Could it be that the Tianjin sect had encountered trouble? Sister, now that this matter is resolved, we can finally return and report to our master, Li Moe said, glancing at Lu Xiangling. Lu Xiangling nodded in agreement. The siblings then bowed respectfully to Luo Chen. We apologize for the disturbance. Farewell. As they turned to depart, Luo Chen called out, Wait, is it merely to visit that your master sent you? Is there no other purpose? Luo Chen promptly halted the two, as he had yet to discern the events transpiring within the Heavenly Sword sect. Thus, he could not allow them to depart. Indeed, there was only this matter at hand. Might you have anything else to discuss? Li Mo inquired. Witnessing Luo Chen's demeanor, Lu Xiangling's expression soured. How utterly ignorant of his own insignificance he was, daring to address her senior brother in such a manner. Fortunately, he was merely confronting her brother. Had he encountered a more formidable opponent, he might not have even had the opportunity to speak. Lu Xiangling could not help but murmur within herself. How dare a mere mortal speak to them in such a casual tone? At that moment, a commotion arose from a distance. This is bad. We must flee. Li Mo's countenance shifted dramatically, urgency flooding his mind. They had already lingered in the Cloud Guest Pavilion for half an hour, having narrowly escaped peril moments ago. And this group of pursuers was relentless. Presently, they were in a state of disarray, utterly devoid of any semblance of cultivators, which explained why Li Rong had mistaken them for refugees. We must take our leave, Li Mo exclaimed hastily, sensing an ominous shift in the atmosphere. For it seemed the enemy was closing in rapidly. Humph. Lu Xiangling's face was etched with frustration as the two prepared to depart. You shall find it impossible to leave, Luo Chen remarked coolly. No sooner had he spoken than several figures materialized at the entrance, obstructing the siblings' path. We have sought you two for quite some time. Will you surrender willingly, or shall we be compelled to take action? Li Mo's expression grew grave. The entire courtyard was now encircled, leaving them with no opportunity for escape. The leading young man was the very one tasked with capturing them, possessing a cultivation level that had reached the pinnacle of the void refinement stage. While the siblings had only just begun their journey in the early stages of the same realm, rendering them utterly outmatched, realizing that escape was nearly impossible. Li Mo understood that this group sought to capture them as leverage against their master. The siblings exchanged glances, a silent agreement forming between them. Even in the face of death, they could not allow their master to be implicated. We shall accompany you, Li Mo declared, intent on averting any repercussions for Luo Chun. Ha! Do you truly believe you can still leave? The leading young man sneered. Seal your spiritual powers. Otherwise, I will immediately execute these two mortals. The young man, having discerned Li Mo's concerns, wore a triumphant expression. You scoundrels! They are but two unarmed mortals. Do you not fear the laws of the cultivation world? Lu Xiangling retorted darkly. She then turned to Luo Qin and scolded. This is all your fault for your incessant prattling. Look at where we are now. None of us can escape. Lu Xiangling's face was filled with reproach. Had it not been for Luo Qin's delay, they would have long since evaded danger. And now they were ensnared due to him. Li Mo's expression remained somber. At this juncture, escape seemed nearly impossible. Yet he was determined not to involve Luo Qin any further. In light of the dire circumstances, they could only proceed one step at a time. Ha! You are all so preoccupied with your own survival, yet you still concern yourselves with others. How touching. The leading youth's face brimmed with pride, for now. The two had no means of evading his grasp. Beside him, Li Rong was taken aback by the commotion, observing the fierce demeanor of the group. Could they possibly be the rumored bandits? It was said that they were exceptionally ruthless, and that they would not spare either Luo Chun or herself. Truly, disaster had descended from the heavens, without any forewarning. What should be done now? We will relinquish our food and wealth. Please do not harm us. Li Rong exclaimed in a flustered manner, for she had heard that these marauders were so savage that they would even spare no livestock that happened to pass by. Aunt Li, please return to the house, Luo Chun instructed Li Rong. Be careful, she cautioned, unwilling to linger any longer, fully aware that her presence might further endanger him. She swiftly retreated indoors, securing the door tightly behind her. At that moment, Luo Chun emerged, positioning himself before the crowd. Proceed with your business. I shall merely observe, he stated nonchalantly. However, do not say I did not warn you. The items in my courtyard are exceedingly precious, and should they be damaged, the cost will be paid with your lives. With a casual wave of his hand, he took a sip of peach blossom wine and reclined in a lounge chair, adopting an air of amusement. Upon hearing Luo Qin's words, Li Mo and Lu Xiangling beside him broke out in a cold sweat. Realizing that Luo Qin was likely unaware of the formidable presence standing before him, they were cultivators of the void refinement stage. A mere glance from them could reduce Luo Chun to ashes. Chapter 32. The sword is not wielded this way, Luo Chun. Mind your tongue. Do you wish for your life to be cut short? Lu Xiangling's countenance darkened. She could hardly fathom the audacity of Luo Qin, daring to speak so insolently. Junior sister. You take him and escape first. I shall hold them off. Li Mo, at this moment, found himself with no other recourse. He merely needed to delay these individuals for a brief while. He had already resolved himself to face death. As Li Mo was about to produce a teleportation talisman. Intending to activate it, he found it utterly unresponsive. What is happening? In that instant, Li Mo's expression soured, realizing that the talisman had malfunctioned, which signified their inability to flee today. The leader of the group suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! Li Mo, the space here has been sealed by us. Do you think you can escape using such a trick? Do you truly believe I would fall for the same ploy twice? To prevent Li Mo and his companions from escaping, he had indeed invested heavily, sealing off an area spanning dozens of miles. Not even a fly could escape. It's over. Lu Xiangling recognized the gravity of the situation. Despair etched across her face. Junior sister, find an opportunity to flee. Your brother will carve a path through blood for you. Li Mo had made up his mind. Even in death, he would not implicate his master. And his greatest concern was Lu Xiangling's safety. No, brother. If we leave together. Lu Xiangling retorted resolutely. Her expression firm. She would not abandon her brother to face danger alone. How touching. Alas, none of you shall escape. The young leader wore a mocking expression. Having employed such methods, if he could not subdue two nascent soul cultivators, he might as well find a block of tofu to end his life. And you? He cast a cold glance at Lo Chin, a mere mortal who dared to offend him. He would ensure that Lo Chin met a dreadful end. What concern is this of mine? Lo Chin languidly replied from his rocking chair, appearing utterly unfazed by the man's words, exuding an air of nonchalance. This scene only intensified the leader's disdain for Lo Chin. However, he resolved to first capture the siblings, for he would ensure that this man suffered a fate worse than death to alleviate his hatred. Li Mo promptly drew a sword, and in an instant, an array of sword intent enveloped him. This was the pinnacle of his swordsmanship, and among his peers in the Tianjin sect, few could rival him. Upon witnessing this sword intent, the young man displayed a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that Li Mo possessed such skill. Should they be of equal cultivation level, he might pose a threat. Yet, at present, Li Mo was merely at the nascent soul stage, while he had attained the pinnacle of that realm, dismissing Li Mo's sword as inconsequential. In the next moment, Li Mo appeared before him, his sword poised at the man's throat. Unperturbed, the young man extended 2 fingers of his right hand. Clang! Li Mo's sword was abruptly caught between the man's fingers, rendering it immobile. What? Li Mo's expression shifted dramatically. This was an attack fueled by all his strength, and yet it could not even breach the man's defenses. With a casual flick of his wrist, the young man sent Li Mo's sword flying, and the force of the blow hurled him back, crashing into the grassy courtyard and displacing a significant patch of earth. He was utterly overwhelmed. Pathetic, the young man remarked coolly. Li Mo suddenly coughed up blood, his complexion paling. He had already sustained severe injuries from just a single strike. Senior brother, are you all right? Lu Xiangling hurried to assist him. I am fine. I am simply no match for him. Junior sister, I am sorry. I can no longer protect you, Li Mo sighed, lamenting his inability to wield the sword intent he once took pride in. He felt he had failed his master. Senior brother, it's all right. If it comes to it, we can face death together. Lu Xiangling's expression bore no hint of fear. She and her brother had long accepted their fate. It was their master who had saved them, granting them a second chance at life. Yet regrettably, they could no longer repay her kindness. My apologies. We have brought you trouble. Li Mo glanced at Luo Chun, feeling guilt for involving him, realizing that their swift arrival had endangered not only himself but also the acquaintances of their master. Well, you know, encountering you is simply my misfortune, Luo Chin remarked languidly, sipping on peach blossom wine while reclining in a chair. You. Seeing Luo Chin's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Xiangling felt an urge to berate him. Had he always been this carefree? Was his audacity boundless? Had it not been for her brother's selfless act to protect him, they might have escaped this predicament long ago. Li Mo merely smiled, finding this old acquaintance rather amusing. He had never encountered someone so carefree. No wonder he had earned their master's favor. How dull. The performance ended so swiftly. I expected a grand spectacle, Luo Chun murmured, rising from his chair and stretching. You have disrupted my courtyard. How do you intend to compensate for that? Oh, right. I believe I mentioned that I would require your lives as recompense. Luo Chin stated this with an air of indifference, hands clasped behind his back. The brother and sister exchanged glances, bewildered by Luo Chin's audacity. What audacity did this mere mortal possess to speak thus? They had meticulously investigated him, and even the most powerful cultivators would reveal a trace of their spiritual power. Yet, Luo Chin was undeniably an ordinary human. Hey, are you out of your mind? Lu Xiangling was incredulous at Luo Chin's apparent foolishness. Did he not realize that the person before him was a genuine cultivator? Or had he truly lost his senses to speak so brazenly? If he had kept his mouth shut, perhaps these cultivators would have spared him out of respect for the rules of the cultivation world. Yet now he repeatedly insulted their dignity. Was he truly courting death? What are you? The leading young man's expression darkened ominously. Luo Chin's words had thoroughly provoked him. It was the first time he had encountered such insolence from a mere mortal. The flowers and plants within my courtyard have been trampled by your hands. They too are living beings, and now their lives have been extinguished by your actions. Thus, it is only fair that you pay with your own lives. Or perhaps you might choose to take your own lives. I am too weary to lift a hand myself. Luo Chun wore a tranquil expression, feeling that this was only just. Do you presume to command us to take our own lives? Do you truly believe you are worthy of such authority? The young man at the forefront spoke with an icy demeanor, yet he sensed something peculiar about Luo Chun, who exhibited not a shred of panic or fear. This unsettling calm was the very reason he hesitated to strike. At that moment, A peach blossom sword appeared in Luo Chen's hand. After taking a sip of peach blossom wine, he addressed the sword, "Old fellow, it is time to unsheath." Slowly, Luo Chen advanced toward the young man. Only the young man felt the shift in the atmosphere. With each step Luo Chen took, he felt an increasing heaviness, as though an immense mountain were pressing down upon him. Was this merely an illusion? Had he lost his senses? Lu Xiangling also sensed an oddity. What was the source of this feeling? Was it simply due to this wooden sword? At that instant, a voice echoed in Li Mo's consciousness. A sword is not wielded in such a manner. Chapter 33. Request. At this moment, Luo Chen was leisurely approaching the group. The young man at the forefront suddenly sensed something amiss. An unimaginable fear surged within him. What was happening? Even when facing a fully realized transcendent, he had never felt such trepidation. Who exactly was this individual? In that instant, he finally realized that the Luo Chen before him was no mere mortal, but a true pinnacle of power. Just as he was about to speak, he found himself utterly unable to utter a word, paralyzed as if awaiting slaughter like a lamb. They had no opportunity to struggle, their faces painted with sheer terror. This scene unfolded before the eyes of the brother and sister, who remained oblivious to the circumstances, only observing that the group stood motionless while Luo Chen slowly approached them. In that moment, Luo Chen halted, gazing at the peach blossom sword in his hand, murmuring softly, "Forget it, you are not worthy to offer your lives to the sword." Upon closer inspection, he noted that this sword was something he would only wield once. Luo Chen then traced a gentle line through the air with his finger, causing a ripple in the fabric of space, as a streak of white light swiftly darted toward the group. The individuals did not resist, remaining dazed in place, their pupils losing their luster, and in an instant, they transformed into nothingness. With such meager abilities, they dared to cause trouble in Yunke Garden? Had they grown tired of life? Luo Chen remarked indifferently, feeling rather bored. Yet, with his current strength, even the transcendents were no match for him, let alone this group of mere practitioners at the void refinement stage. He was uncertain of the extent of his current abilities, for he had yet to engage in combat with those above the transcendent level, thus lacking clarity on the specifics of his power. However, he knew that his earthly strength had reached a small perfection, just a step away from the grand completion stage. He sensed that once his earthly power broke through to the grand completion, his strength would undergo a monumental transformation. Over the years, his experiences in the mortal realm had granted him profound insights, especially the invaluable lessons imparted by the Li family, which prompted Luo Chen to treat them with particular care. Moreover, he was on the verge of attaining the golden immortal level, yet he felt no opportunity for such a breakthrough. He discerned that this world was incapable of transcending to the golden immortal realm due to inherent flaws in its rules. Only in higher planes could one hope for such advancement. So formidable! Is this what it means to be in the sword heart realm? To wield the sword with one's heart, rendering all things as the sword? A weaponless victory surpasses that of a weapon one. As Li Mo carefully contemplated Luo Chen's sword, he suddenly grasped a glimpse of the sword heart realm. However, he sensed that this sword was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Such a fearsome blade used against the void refinement practitioners seemed an extravagant use of power. The sword heart realm is so rare that even within the heavenly sword sect, few sword cultivators can comprehend it. Those who achieve such understanding number less than 100, illustrating just how profound Luo Chen's sword was for him. As the figures of the group vanished from existence, Li Mo finally recognized that the person before him was undoubtedly an extraordinary master. He should have realized that the acquaintance of his revered teacher could never be an ordinary mortal. He was momentarily taken aback, struggling to regain his composure as he beheld a genuine pinnacle cultivator before him. Could it be that he, like his master, was also a transcendent being in the Great Ascension stage? A ludicrous thought flickered through his mind. Could Luo Chen possibly be a tribulation transcending cultivator? Unable to suppress his musings, he promptly bowed respectfully to Luo Chen. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your life-saving grace and guidance. I apologize for my previous rudeness. Please forgive me." At that moment, Li Mo felt a pang of anxiety in his heart, recalling their earlier disrespectful remarks towards Luo Chen. He understood that individuals of such extraordinary caliber could possess unpredictable temperaments. If displeased, even disciples of his master could face dire repercussions. "Sister." Upon noticing Lu Xiangling still in a daze beside him, Li Mo hastily transmitted a reminder. Lu Xiangling was jolted from her reverie, suddenly aware of the heat rising in her cheeks. How could she have dared to address Luo Chen disrespectfully? Would he truly let her off lightly? A wave of trepidation washed over her. "Lu Xiangling, what on earth did you just say to him?" Even now, she could hardly bear to recollect her earlier words. "Esteemed senior." At this moment, Lu Xiangling found herself at a loss for how to apologize to Luo Chun. Her heart racing with anxiety, leaving her speechless. Calm yourselves. There is no need for alarm. This matter is settled. Now, speak of your master's circumstances. Luo Chun gestured dismissively. Relate your account in full, leaving no detail omitted. He spoke with utmost seriousness. Thank you, esteemed senior, for pardoning the transgressions of my sister and me, Liemo said with a deep bow, pondering why such an extraordinary cultivator would choose to dwell among mortals. Meanwhile, Lu Xiangling lowered her head in shame, too embarrassed to meet Luo Chen's gaze, realizing how foolish she had been to perceive him as merely an ordinary person. In response to your inquiry, it was a decade ago that the Heavenly Sword sect was suddenly besieged by a group of enigmatic cultivators. Their power was unfathomable. None could match them, not even the sect's tribulation-transcending elder, who was severely injured by this group. They claimed to engage in a contest of disciples, demanding the surrender of control over the Heavenly Sword sect upon winning. However, no disciple stood a chance against them, leading to the sect's eventual defeat. Only the Holy Maiden managed to secure a single victory, granting them a decade of respite, yet this incited the wrath of the mysterious cultivators. Now, they are poised to return, and should we lose the contest, the Heavenly Sword sect shall descend into their servitude, with the Holy Maiden reduced to a mere pawn in a marital alliance, a euphemism for becoming their plaything. Moreover, the identities of those behind them remain shrouded in mystery. We suspect that an immortal may be backing them. My master must not become a tool for marriage. In light of our encounter, I implore you, esteemed senior, to save my master. Li Mo's expression was grave as he bowed deeply to Luo Chen. Please, esteemed senior, lend your strength to rescue my master. Lu Xiangling then knelt beside him, echoing his plea. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen's expression darkened. In his perspective, this group of individuals was undoubtedly not cultivators from the Xianbei continent. Do you not realize that your master sent you to seek me solely for the purpose of my protection over the two of you? If you return to assist your master, even if we were to triumph in all competitions, they would still not spare a single soul from the Tianjin sect. I offer you one more chance. I can help you eliminate the marks within your bodies, rendering you undetectable to these cultivators. Should you choose to return to the Tianjin sect, you are destined for a perilous fate. Luo Chen spoke with a calm, yet ominous tone. We choose to return. Without our master, we would have long since perished in the underworld, Liemo responded, exchanging a resolute glance with his sibling. Do you not harbor any regrets? Luo Chen inquired once more. We shall never have regrets. The brother and sister declared in unison, their voices unwavering. Chapter 34. The Entrance to the Forbidden Grounds. Truly, one cannot doubt the prowess of a disciple of Luo Li. Luo Chen gently patted the shoulders of the brother and sister duo, expressing his satisfaction with their performance. So, esteemed senior, shall we proceed to the sect immediately? Liemo inquired eagerly, gazing at Luo Chen. Indeed, senior. I fear that our master has already set forth towards the Forbidden Grounds, and that group of individuals has arranged their meeting place there. Lu Xiangling remarked with a worried expression. There's no need to rush. I must prepare first. The Forbidden Grounds. It is indeed a burial site for you all. Luo Chen remarked calmly, stroking the peach blossom sword. Old friend, it seems we shall soon be fighting side by side. Esteemed senior, is there anything we can assist with? Liemo asked earnestly. Unnecessary. For now, you need only remain by my side. Once ready, I shall inform you, Luo Chen replied. He had heard tales of the Forbidden Grounds, a perilous place where even those of transcendent realms dared not tread. The spatial barriers there were exceedingly frail, leading him to suspect that the group had ulterior motives for their rendezvous. In the Xianbei continent, the oppressive forces of nature prevent celestial beings above the golden immortal rank from entering, and even those who manage to enter face severe restrictions on their powers. However, the Forbidden Grounds were a different matter. It was not impossible for those with strength greater than the golden immortal rank to enter. Celestial beings, you say? Luo Chen mused. He had yet to encounter a practitioner of the golden immortal rank and pondered whether his own earthly strength surpassed that of the celestial beings. You have traveled far and must be weary. Rest here for now and recuperate, Luo Chen advised the brother and sister. At your command, esteemed senior, Liemo replied respectfully. Then, Luo Chen called out into the house. Aunt Li, the bandits have been driven away. You may come out now. Soon, Li Rong opened a door, cautiously surveying her surroundings before stepping out, reassured by the absence of the bandits. Just then, a young boy of around 10 years old shouted from outside, Mother. Big brother Luo Chen. Upon seeing the boy, Luo Chen immediately recognized Li Xiaohu, with his round face and large, bright eyes, adorably resembling his mother. Xiaohu, what brings you here? Li Rong quickly scooped up her son, glancing around anxiously, still fearful of the bandits returning. Big brother Luo Chen. This is an egg just laid by my little flower. It's delicious. I brought it for you to try, Li Xiaohu exclaimed, offering a small yet substantial egg to Luo Chen with his tiny hands. Thank you, little Xiaohu, Luo Chen said, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair. Little Xiaohu, I won't let you go empty-handed either. Tell me, what is it that you desire? I will fetch it for you, as long as it lies within reason. I can fulfill it. Luo Chen, moved by the boy's thoughtful demeanor, felt compelled to make an exception for him. For ordinary folk like them, without the aid of benefactors, their lives would likely remain unchanged. Really? Big brother Luo Chen, can anything be achieved? Li Xiaohu's face brimmed with excitement. He firmly believed that his elder brother, Luo Chen, would not deceive him. Indeed, Luo Chen replied confidently, for he could not bear to disappoint a child's wish. Luo Chen brother, I wish to see my brothers. They haven't visited me in a long time, Li Xiaohu said earnestly. The mere thought of his brothers cast a shadow over his mood, for he had not laid eyes on them in ages. He recalled how, whenever they returned, they would bring him delightful gifts, treasures he still cherished and hesitated to use. However, his mother had informed him that his brothers were valiant men, fighting on distant battlefields, unable to return to him for the time being. Upon hearing Li Xiaohu's wish, Luo Chen felt a weight in his heart, knowing that the boy would never see his brothers again. The Li family had once been harmonious, but the ravages of war had torn them apart. Li Ruoying's 3 elder sons had gone to the front lines, leaving only her husband, who was spared due to a leg ailment. Tragically, her 3 sons had perished in battle, a truth she had not revealed to Li Xiaohu, who continued to long for their return. Now, only Li Ruoying, her husband, and Li Xiaohu remained, until she encountered Luo Chen, who healed her husband's leg, allowing him to walk again and provide for their family through hunting. Their lives had improved slightly, for without Luo Chen's assistance, even filling their bellies would have been a struggle. Thus, the Li family was profoundly grateful to Luo Chen. Any game they managed to catch, they would share with him. Little Hu, I cannot fulfill this wish for you at the moment, but take this instead. Consider it a promise from your brother to grant you a wish in the future. If you find yourself in danger, simply call my name while holding this small sword, and I will appear immediately. Luo Chen then presented a finely carved miniature sword, feeling a pang of guilt for having boasted earlier, now unable to grant Li Xiaohu's heartfelt desire. Thank you, brother Luo Chen, Li Xiaohu said, storing the miniature sword carefully. It was a treasure he truly cherished. Clutching the small sword, he gazed at Li Ruoying and Luo Chen, quietly whispering to himself. My wish is simple. I hope that my parents and brother Luo Chen remain safe, healthy, and live long lives, and that brother Luo Chen marries the most beautiful bride in the world. He hastily inscribed this wish on a piece of bamboo, fearing he might forget it. Meanwhile, Liamo and his sister stood silently nearby. Although they dared not speak freely, they were struck by Luo Chen's approachable nature. He exhibited none of the arrogance often associated with cultivators. Perhaps this was why he preferred the mortal realm. They sensed genuine warmth in his presence. The world of cultivation was harsh, fraught with the constant peril of demise, often leaving one without even a soul to lay them to rest. At that moment, Luo Chen felt a shift within himself, a subtle loosening of his earthly power, bringing him a step closer to mastery. The entrance to the 10 Directions Forbidden Grounds. It was peculiar. Why did the spatial integrity around the entrance to the Forbidden Grounds seem so diminished? At this moment, Huayangzi was utterly perplexed. The surrounding space of the 10 Directions Forbidden Land was indeed typically somewhat fragile. Yet it should not have been this feeble, at least 5 times weaker than usual. How could the aura at this entrance be so dense? As Huayangzi managed to create a small breach, he was taken aback. The intensity of this spiritual energy was nearly on par with that of his heavenly sword sect. And this was merely the entrance. Master, do not be bewildered. We still have time before the appointed hour. Let us enter and ascertain the situation. Zhang Loli remarked with an icy demeanor, her thoughts lingering on the siblings, pondering whether they had located Luo Chen by now. Huayangzi shook his head, his expression turning grave. Something is amiss. Indeed, no sooner had he spoken than a profound, shadowy entrance materialized within the 10 Directions Forbidden Land. Upon merely casting a glance, he felt a chilling wave wash over him, prompting him to instinctively take a step back, his face paling in alarm. Meanwhile, at the Cloud Guest Pavilion, Luo Chun was gently caressing the peach blossom sword. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as dark clouds began to churn ominously overhead, and a tempest arose, enveloping the sky in a shroud of gloom. What on earth is happening? Why has the weather changed so drastically? Lu Xiangling inquired, gazing up at the tumultuous heavens in bewilderment. Without warning, Luo Chen rose abruptly, his voice calm and resolute. It is time to set forth. Chapter 35. A mysterious letter. Jiang Luoli felt a sudden dizziness as a powerful force abruptly drew her into a black hole. In the next instant, they found themselves in a dense jungle, where thick spiritual energy enveloped the air, so dense that it had transformed into a mist. Where's this place? How could the concentration of spiritual energy be so profound? Merely inhaling a few breaths of this energy equates to a full day of cultivation. Is this truly the Forbidden Land? Could it possibly be the realm of immortals? Everyone marveled, feeling as though they had stepped into an ethereal realm. To cultivate here would be exponentially better than within the confines of their sect. Everyone, do not let your guard down, Hua Yangzi said, his expression grave. He sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint what it was, hoping it was merely his overthinking. Look, that Tianyang grass. Remarkably, it is a millennium-old specimen. They had stumbled upon such a precious spiritual herb in this place. Over there, that's the seven-colored sandalwood flower. Consuming just one can lead to a moment of enlightenment. As they discovered more and more spiritual medicines, they began to harvest them frantically. In the span of a single incense stick, they had amassed considerable bounty, seemingly forgetting their original purpose, their eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. At that moment, a piercing scream rang out. Everyone, look! What is that? My heavens! It's a field of spiritual herbs. Just imagine how many there are. Hurry! We're going to strike it rich. Haha! The crowd rushed towards it recklessly. Just then, Hua Yangzi could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed, Everyone, retreat. However, his warning fell on deaf ears as they charged forward, ignoring him completely. Jiang Loli had sensed something was off from the very beginning. How could such fortune fall into their laps? She refrained from acting impulsively, intending to dissuade others. Yet no one paid her any heed. She could only conclude that it was a trap. In the next moment, everyone suddenly lost their senses, frantically harvesting the spiritual herbs. Mine. This is mine. Get away. Whoever dares to steal it, I will kill. Soon, chaos erupted as they began to fight amongst themselves. What a powerful illusion array. Hua Yangzi remarked gravely, realizing only now that he had nearly fallen into the illusion himself. A chill running down his spine at the thought of the consequences had he succumbed. Yet, he noticed that Jiang Loli remained unaffected, a look of admiration crossing his face. Indeed, the scene before them shifted abruptly. The so-called field of herbs was nothing but an immense man-eating flower, its countless tendrils wrapping around the bodies of the crowd, piercing into their flesh and voraciously draining their blood. Despite this, their faces bore expressions of manic glee. Yet, there was no sign of awakening among them. Each wore a smug, sinister grin, lost in the illusion. In that moment, Hua Yangzi finally discerned the core of the illusion array and bellowed in fury, Break! Hua Yangzi thrust his sword forward, piercing deeply into the massive root of the man-eating flower, producing an eerie and violent shriek reminiscent of a crowing rooster. Goo! In the next moment, the gigantic form of the flower began to shrink, its tendrils curling and retreating. What had just transpired? What was happening? How did I end up here? How did I sustain these injuries? The group was utterly bewildered, their faces ashen, each nursing considerable wounds. You have just fallen into an illusion. Take a moment to recuperate. I will protect you. Hua Yangzi's expression was grave. Having just entered the 10 Directions Forbidden Land, he encountered such a perilous flower. Indeed, the 10 Directions Forbidden Land was no ordinary place. Jiang Luoli glanced around, feeling an unsettling sensation as if being watched. An inexplicable anxiety flooding her heart. Could there be some terrifying taboo lurking within this 10 Directions Forbidden Land? Master, have you heard of the origins of this 10 Directions Forbidden Land? Jiang Luoli inquired of Hua Yangzi, sensing something amiss. A feeling more intense than that experienced on the ancient battlefield. The 10 Directions Forbidden Land is one of the most treacherous locales in the Xianbei continent. No one knows its origins or how long it has existed. It is said to be shrouded in mystery and fraught with danger. Even the Tribulation Elders dare not wander too close, for it is rumored that within its depths, even celestial beings hesitate to tread. I have heard whispers that true celestial opportunities may lie deep within the 10 Directions Forbidden Land, enticing even those of golden immortal status to madness. Yet, it is also said that within its depths dwell unimaginably terrifying entities, with none ever returning from such depths. We have come to fulfill our pact. As long as we return safely, we should not covet the treasures of the 10 directions forbidden land, for they are beyond our reach. Otherwise, death is inevitable. Hua Yangzi spoke gravely. Upon hearing Hua Yangzi's words, the group fell into a heavy silence, their expressions grave. They had narrowly escaped disaster. This was merely the periphery of the 10 directions forbidden land, and they had come perilously close to losing their lives. It should be noted that they were the most elite cultivators of the Xianbei continent, each possessing a cultivation level above the integration stage. Without the command of their master, they would not even have qualified to step into the periphery. Had it not been for the master's orders, they might have retreated long ago. From now on, remember this: without my command, do not act recklessly. If you seek your own demise, do not involve the rest of us. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unyielding. Hua Yangzi's countenance darkened. Had it not been for the recklessness of this group, they would not be in such dire straits. No one could predict what dangers lay ahead. If this continued, not only would they jeopardize their own lives, but they would also endanger the entire group. Hua Yangzi looked at his fellow disciples. The core strength of the Tianjin sect. The loss of even one would result in unimaginable consequences for the sect. Yes, the group responded in unison, their defiance quelled. Just moments ago, it was Hua Yangzi who had saved their lives. They dared not act carelessly now. Having completed the necessary preparations, we shall now embark on our journey, as there remains a considerable distance to our destination. With that, Zhang Luoli and her companions began to make their way towards the fringes of the forbidden land of Shifeng. In Yong'an town, at the Cloud Guest Courtyard, Luo Chun and his companions were poised to set forth when suddenly, a figure clad in white descended into the courtyard. I am Ruo Shi, the junior, and I extend my greetings to you, Senior Luo. A strikingly beautiful woman bowed respectfully towards Luo Chen. There is no need for excessive formalities. Is there something that Miss Ruo wishes to convey? Luo Chun discerned her considerable cultivation, indicating she was at the Mahayana stage. I come on behalf of my master, bearing a message for you, Senior. With that, Ruo Shi presented a letter to Luo Chun before promptly vanishing from sight. Luo Chun, taken aback, had yet to inquire about her identity before she hastily departed. Who could she be? He had never seen her before, and who might her master be? Luo Chen then opened the envelope to discover a single line inscribed within. Under no circumstances should you venture to the forbidden land of Shifeng. Chapter 36. The White Birch Master. Upon reading the line of text, Luo Chen's expression was one of perplexity. Who was it that had chosen to alert him? What was the identity of this individual? What calamity had befallen the 10 directions forbidden land? Regardless of the circumstances surrounding this peril, he felt compelled to venture forth. For Zhang Luoli had already made her way there. Senior, what troubles you? Has something occurred with our master? Lu Xiangling inquired, noticing Luo Chen's contemplative demeanor. Shall we depart at once? Liamo suggested, addressing Luo Chen. Casting a glance at Lu Xiangling and the others, Luo Chen's brow furrowed in confusion before he replied. It is nothing, let us proceed. With a swift gesture, he conjured a black vortex, which gradually materialized into a portal, an entrance for their transport. In the 10 directions forbidden land, the group arrived in a vast, desolate expanse, where they promptly halted. Stop, commanded Hua Yangzi, prompting everyone to scan their surroundings with vigilant expressions. The journey had left them utterly fatigued and disheveled. They had encountered numerous dangers along the way, suffering nearly a 30% loss of their companions. Had it not been for Hua Yangzi's leadership, their casualties would have been far graver. At that very moment, a mirthful laughter echoed through the air. Ha ha! The sound sent shivers down their spines, as an overwhelming pressure enveloped the group. The minions of the Heavenly Sword sect had indeed upheld their end of the bargain. In the next instant, 5 formidable figures descended before them, each emanating an aura of immense power, surpassing even that of a perfected tribulation elder. The foremost among them, a red-haired man with a chilling demeanor, exuded a disquieting presence, his strength eclipsing that of his companions. Terror gripped the hearts of the onlookers. How could these individuals possess such formidable prowess? We have come to honor our pact. Should you not return the sacred artifacts of the Heavenly Sword sect to us? Hua Yangzi queried, his countenance darkened. He was acutely aware of the cunning nature of this group, for they had forcibly seized the sect's sacred relics. Otherwise, he would not have led his brethren to this contest. Alas, once something is in my possession, it is foolish to expect its return, the red-haired man retorted. Zhang Luoli, have you made your decision? Should you agree to cultivate with me, I shall spare you. With a lecherous gaze fixated on Zhang Luoli's delicate form, the red-haired man radiated malevolence. To cultivate with you? You are unworthy, Jiang Luoli replied coldly, refusing to even meet his gaze. Our sect saintess shall never allow herself to be sullied by a vile practitioner like you. We absolutely refuse. Saintess, we shall fight alongside you. The members of the Heavenly Sword sect shouted in unison, their voices laced with indignation. This display deeply moved Jiang Luoli. She had always known that cultivators often acted solely for their self-interest, yet now they chose to stand with her in battle. Moreover, the members of the Heavenly Sword sect had treated her with kindness in the past. Jiang Luoli, the women I desire are always within my grasp. I offer you a choice. If you refuse, for every breath that passes within the hour, I shall take the life of one of your companions, until none remain. The red-haired man's blood-red eyes brimmed with malevolence, and a terrifying aura surrounded him, chilling the very marrow of their bones. One breath. Death. In the next moment. The crimson-haired man casually pointed towards the crowd, and a cultivator from the Heavenly Sword sect was instantly reduced to a mere puddle of blood, showing no signs of resistance. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the onlookers recoiled in fear, desperately attempting to distance themselves from this terrifying figure, realizing they possessed no means to oppose him. What manner of power did this individual wield? Even a fully realized tribulation ancestor could not match such terrifying strength. What was to be done? Were they all destined to perish here? At that moment, Huayangzi found himself unable to withstand the oppressive aura emanating from the crimson-haired man. The disparity in power was insurmountable. He lacked even the cultivation level of a tribulation transcender. How could he possibly confront such a formidable being? The cultivators of this continent seemed pitifully weak, truly deserving of being labeled a forsaken land, with not even a golden immortal among them, and their overall strength was utterly feeble. They were simply no match. Did such a person truly require his senior brother to intervene personally? A companion nearby looked disdainfully at the members of the Heavenly Sword sect. It matters not, after all. The time has yet to come. Let us entertain ourselves with these natives until we tire of the game, and then we shall send them on their way. Die. The crimson-haired man remarked mockingly, and with another casual gesture, yet another disciple from the Heavenly Sword sect vanished. Humph. Who would have thought that my Heavenly Sword sect would perish entirely in this place? Is this all preordained? Huayangzi sighed, reflecting on how the sect, having existed for merely a little over a century, had once thrived with 5 tribulation ancestors standing guard, capable of rivaling both the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Misty sect. Now, they were all being extinguished by this individual, and he felt a deep sense of unwillingness within. He felt particularly guilty towards the venerable Sword Saint. For throughout the years, no one from the Heavenly Sword sect had managed to comprehend his sword intent. Otherwise, how could these individuals act with such impunity here? Just as the crimson-haired man was about to raise his hand again, Jiang Luoli stepped forward and declared, "Stop." She could not bear to watch her fellow disciples perish because of her. TSK, what is this? Has the saintess had a change of heart? The crimson-haired man replied with a mocking smile directed at Jiang Luoli. You cannot kill my fellow disciples. Otherwise, even if I, Jiang Luoli, were to die, I would never concede to you. Jiang Luoli asserted with resolute determination. Saintess, you are only now changing your mind? Unfortunately, I too have altered my stance. If you compel them to kneel and shout thrice that the cultivators of the Xianbei continent are worthless, I shall spare these useless wretches. The crimson-haired man grinned wickedly. He relished such theatrics. Saintess, do not acquiesce to him. We of the Heavenly Sword sect are not cowards. Saintess, he is merely toying with us. Even if you agree, he will not spare us. We cultivators of the Xianbei continent fear not death. Saintess, at worst, we will die. Do not fall for this beast's trickery. Beast, what kind of skill is it to bully a woman? If you have the ability, come at your grandfather. The members of the Heavenly Sword sect had seen through the machinations of the crimson-haired man and erupted in vehement curses. Though their cultivation was weak, they were not the type to live in fear. Let your rage consume you, a bunch of impotent fools. He jeered, laughing heartily. Has Jiang Luoli made up her mind? The red-haired man wore a malicious grin as he fixated on her. You are not even worthy of being compared to his toes. How dare you? Jiang Luoli responded coldly, her thoughts drifting to the figure of Luo Chun. At this moment, she longed to rise and vanquish this beast. The audacity of him to humiliate the cultivators of the Xianbei continent was unforgivable. Regrettably, she lacked the strength to act. Amidst the growing anger of the crowd, a breathtaking sword intent descended from the heavens, instantly shattering their restraints. How dare you claim that the cultivators of Xianbei are worthless? You, of all people, are unworthy. A purple figure appeared among the throng. The disciples of the Tianjian sect rejoiced at the sight. We greet the Sword Elder. We greet the true man Baiwa. The disciples bowed respectfully. True man Baiwa was the mightiest force of the Tianjin sect, having recently surpassed the threshold of the sword domain. Perhaps he truly held the potential to confront this formidable man. Huayangzi hurried forward to pay his respects. Senior brother, what brings you here? Did I not instruct you to guard the sect? The cultivators of the Tianjin sect who had undergone tribulations were all injured, which was why none had come to their aid. True man Baiwa stepped forward, his presence radiating an overwhelming sword intent, the space beneath his feet fracturing violently. He then proclaimed, "Humph. They have dared to insult us at our very doorstep. If I were to hide now, I would be a disgrace to the cultivators of Xianbei. Any outsider who dares to humiliate us shall be annihilated." Chapter 37. The determination of Master Baiwa. Is it merely you? The red-haired man scoffed, his disdain palpable. This individual was merely at the late stage of the tribulation crossing. Even a perfected tribulation crossing cultivator would not earn his respect. As a prodigy of his sect, he had withstood a full-force strike from a golden immortal, and he held little regard for a mere tribulation cultivator. With this sword in my hand, it suffices, Master Baiwa declared, gripping the true spirit sword tightly, the sword intent emanating from him growing increasingly formidable. Everyone, retreat quickly, Huayangzi shouted urgently. Such a high-caliber battle was beyond their participation. Even to witness, it was a privilege. A mere brush with its turbulence could shatter them to pieces. Now this is intriguing. If so, I shall indulge you in this game. The red-haired man smiled faintly, then flicked his finger gently. A terrifying force erupted suddenly from his fingertip, causing the void of the 10 directions forbidden land to tremble, more unstable than the Xianbei continent, shattering and revealing the barriers of space. Here, devoid of the constraints of the heavenly Tao's power, this native dared to strike against his senior brother. Not only he, but even 10 top-tier perfected tribulation crossing cultivators were no match for his brother. Truly, a foolhardy endeavor. His fellow cultivators regarded him with disdain. The might of their senior brother was far beyond what these natives could fathom. Master Baiwa felt an overwhelmingly fierce power surging towards him and promptly summoned his spirit sword, establishing several layers of defensive stances, halos encircling him. In the next instant, the terrifying force collided with Master Baiwa. Boom! A violent tremor ensued. As Master Baiwa found himself engulfed by an incomprehensibly potent force, his defenses crumbling layer by layer, he was forced to retreat repeatedly under the impact of this power. Elder with the sword, Master Baiwa, senior brother. The crowd expressed their concern, astonished that even Master Baiwa had been pushed back by this individual. Although Master Baiwa was merely at the late stage of tribulation crossing, his combat prowess had long placed him among the peak cultivators of the Xianbei continent, with few capable of surpassing him. Moreover, he had recently achieved a breakthrough. Yet, in just one exchange, he found himself at a disadvantage against this red-haired man, who was simply terrifying. Were there any cultivators in the Xianbei continent who could rival him? Ah, not bad. You have some skill. Even perfected tribulation crossing cultivators cannot withstand a strike from me, yet you managed to endure mine. I must admit, I underestimated you, native. The red-haired man displayed a hint of surprise. Not only he, but even his companions felt a twinge of astonishment. Master Baiwa was indeed impressive. Yet unfortunate to face their senior brother. Even if he were tenfold stronger, he would remain no match. Master Baiwa's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated the red-haired man to be so formidable. That last strike could have severely wounded him had he been even slightly careless. The red-haired man remained unfazed, extending a finger as golden ripples appeared before him, instantly transforming into a golden spear. With a swift motion of his sleeve, the spear shot towards Master Baiwa, its speed akin to that of a falling meteor. The expression on Master Baiwa's face was profoundly grave. The power unleashed by this shot transcended his comprehension. Could such force truly emanate from a tribulation stage practitioner? Was this red-haired man genuinely a practitioner of such caliber? How could there exist a tribulation stage practitioner so fearsome in the world, wielding his true spirit sword? Master Baiwa unleashed a myriad of sword intents that coalesced into a colossal sword, which he hurled toward the red-haired man. Subsequently, he summoned nearly 10 defensive barriers. Determined to withstand this strike, he was resolute in demonstrating to the red-haired man the true prowess of the cultivators from the Xianbei continent. In the next moment, a golden giant spear collided with the enormous sword. Instantly, 2 terrifying forces clashed. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the 2 formidable energies met, shattering the surrounding space into oblivion. Even those who had taken refuge at a distance were violently flung back by the shockwave. Was this truly a battle between tribulation stage practitioners? The intensity of this confrontation was utterly horrifying. Had Elder Jin won? Witnessing such terror, the crowd was engulfed in fear. However, as the menacing energy gradually dissipated, a figure materialized in midair, exuding an aura of dread, as if a celestial being was gazing down upon the masses. It was the red-haired man, untouched and unscathed. He had not sustained any injuries? How formidable! But what of Master Baihua? At that moment, the crowd realized they had not seen Master Baihua's figure and anxiously searched for him, yet he remained elusive. In that instant, a purple figure plummeted harshly to the ground. It was Master Baihua. The crowd rushed forward in concern. The next moment revealed him, his tattered robes stained crimson with blood, his body marred by numerous wounds, some deep enough to expose bone. Spitting blood, Master Baihua knelt on the ground, his complexion pale and his aura waning. Senior brother, Master Baihua, Elder Jian. Worry etched across the faces of the onlookers as they moved to assist, only to be halted by a group of individuals. Halt. Do not approach. These disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect lack even tribulation stage cultivation. Advancing would only lead to their demise. Is this the power of the Xianbei continent's foremost cultivator? What a disappointment. Truly pathetic. Not even worthy of forcing me to draw my spear. The red-haired man felt a tinge of surprise. For a barren land, possessing such a sword cultivator was commendable. Within the sect, this cultivator wouldn't even rank among the mid-tier, yet in this desolate place, he was indeed rare. Alas, he had encountered me, destined for a crushing defeat. I have roamed the Xianbei for half my life, vanquishing countless talents. Were my cultivation level also to reach the pinnacle of tribulation, I would not suffer such disgrace. Master Baihua laughed heartily, resolute against this individual's attempts to shatter his resolve. Throughout his journey, he had faced countless storms. I shall ensure your defeat is both thorough and convincing. The red-haired man stepped upon Master Baihua's shoulder, seeking to force him to kneel. You wish for me to kneel? In your dreams. In this lifetime, I have only pledged my allegiance to a single individual. Allow me to express candidly that the true foremost cultivator of Xianbei is not I, but rather the esteemed Sword Saint. Should the Sword Saint be present, you would not be able to withstand even a single strike from him. The venerable Baihua Zhenren proudly declared, who says there is no one of merit in Xianbei. If the Sword Saint were here, how could this rabble dare to make such a din? Yet, I am deeply ashamed, for I have not even comprehended a fraction of the Sword Saint's sword intent. And I feel unworthy before his greatness. Sword Saint? How can a mere native of this backward land presume to bear such a title? Scoffed the red-haired man. Does he truly believe himself to possess the cultivation of a golden immortal to utter such brazen claims? Scoundrel, how dare you insult the Sword Saint? You shall meet a wretched end. Baihua Zhenren protested vehemently. The Sword Saint had bestowed kindness upon him, and he could not allow this individual to insult him with impunity. What a farce to claim such sanctity. He is not even worthy of serving as my sandal-bearer. Should he dare to appear before me, I would make him kneel and plead for mercy, rendering him unable to live or die. The red-haired man laughed triumphantly. However, at that very moment, the atmosphere around them seemed to fall into an eerie stillness. The collapsing space in the distance suddenly slowed, as if time itself had come to a standstill. A beam of white light appeared in the sky, illuminating the earth below, as if divine radiance had descended. A chilling voice reverberated through the void, sweeping toward the red-haired man. Is that so? Chapter 38. The Sword Saint. Three figures gracefully descended before the crowd. They were none other than Luo Chun and his companions, accompanied by a man whose identity remained a mystery. The onlookers, unfamiliar with Luo Chun's visage, were filled with curiosity. Only Zhang Luoli, standing aside, fixated on the familiar face and instantly recognized him as Luo Chun. With concern etched across her features, she communicated telepathically, Luo Chun, I entrusted you with the protection of the Xiangling siblings. Why have you brought them to the 10 Directions Forbidden Land? Zhang Luoli questioned, her face a mask of reluctance. It was their request for me to come, Luo Chun replied, but now is not the time for idle chatter. Let us first deal with this troublesome individual. His gaze turned towards the red-haired man. Is it you who has been wreaking havoc in my Xianbei continent? Luo Chun inquired, his tone cool and composed. Who are you? The red-haired man looked at Luo Chun, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He could not discern Luo Chun's cultivation level. Weren't you searching for me earlier? Luo Chun remarked nonchalantly, his hands clasped behind his back, wielding a peachwood sword, with a wine gourd hanging at his waist. You are the so-called Sword Saint? The red-haired man suddenly realized. Could this individual truly be the legendary Sword Saint of Xianbei continent? What? He is the esteemed Sword Saint? The unrivaled master of the sword? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Is it truly him? The Sword Saint appears so youthful. Excitement ignited among the spectators, their faith in the Sword Saint unwavering. As if he were a deity. Is he truly the Sword Saint? Master Baiwa gazed at the figure in white, exhilarated. This was the sword master he revered most. Standing right before him. How could he not be thrilled? Yet, he sensed no spiritual energy emanating from Luo Chen, as if he were an ordinary mortal. Was he truly the Sword Saint? Jiang Luoli was momentarily stunned. Was Luo Chen indeed the legendary Sword Saint? The realization hit her. It was no wonder he had rescued her from the ancient battlefield. Her previous doubts were dispelled, and certainty washed over her. The Sword Saint? Even Li Mo and Lu Xiangling, standing nearby, gazed at Luo Chen's silhouette, their hearts racing with excitement. So he was the revered Sword Saint? Those who insult our Xianbei cultivators shall be met with death. Luo Chen stated calmly, treading upon the void, the peach blossom sword in hand. Advancing step by step towards the red-haired man, each stride causing the air beneath him to crack. At that moment, the red-haired man's heart raced uncontrollably, syncing with Luo Chen's footsteps. With each step Luo Chen took, he felt an immense weight upon him, as if a colossal mountain pressed down, rendering him nearly immobile. This is bad. How can this be? You cannot be a cultivator of this realm. Who are you really? The red-haired man's complexion paled. Realizing the terrifying pressure emanating from Luo Chen, something he had never experienced even against an immortal at the Golden Immortal stage. How could such formidable cultivators exist in a forsaken land? Surely, they must be practitioners from other realms crossing over. For only those of the Golden Immortal realm can enter the Xianbei region. Is this truly the sword domain? Indeed, my eyes do not deceive me. This is the authentic sword domain, a manifestation only the Sword Saint would wield, and that individual is none other than the Sword Saint himself. At this moment, the real person Baiwa, with an expression of incredulity, realized that, despite his earlier doubts, he could now comprehend the superficial essence of the sword domain, thereby recognizing that what Luo Chen demonstrated was indeed the genuine sword domain. In this instant, all his uncertainties were shattered. The sword domain. The red-haired man's face was a mask of terror. While others might be unaware of the sword domain's dreadfulness, he was acutely aware. The sword domain is a realm of swordsmanship, a domain governed by the wielder, where even immortals dare not tread. Once ensnared within the sword domain, one's fate is no longer their own. Moreover, the sword domain represents the pinnacle of a sword cultivator's aspirations. Those who can grasp its essence truly deserve the title of saint. To have provoked a sword saint is utterly reckless. Silence. Luo Chen then extended a finger, and instantly, the red-haired man's defenses collapsed as if they were mere paper. A scream escaped his lips as he was forcefully driven into the ground, his aura utterly depleted. Senior brother! Senior brother! Cried his companions in disbelief, for that was their invincible senior brother. Even within their sect, he was regarded as a top-tier genius. And now he was utterly powerless against a cultivator from a forsaken land. How could this individual be so terrifying? Who exactly is he? Luo Chen, indifferent to their plight, waved his hand, and an invisible sword chi swept through, causing their forms to scatter like leaves in the wind. Only the red-haired man remained, eyes wide with fear as he stared at Luo Chen. Do not come any closer. The figure before him exuded an overwhelming dread. He could not even muster the strength to retaliate. More terrifying was the faint aura of cultivation he had just sensed from Luo Chen, which left him incredulous. This man was at the peak of the tribulation stage, just like him, yet how could his power be so formidable? Could he be among the top 10 experts of the Earth ranking? Those in the top 10 possess strength that can rival even the Golden Immortal realm. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated so miserably. Kneel. Luo Chen commanded with a fierce roar. The red-haired man's knees buckled uncontrollably. Do you still believe that the Xianbei continent is devoid of champions? Luo Chen spoke coolly. This individual dared to insult the cultivators of Xianbei, merely courting his own demise. Haha. Even if you defeat me, the sect behind me is beyond your reach. A single member could easily level this forsaken land. Not just you, but even a great Luo Golden Immortal would not dare to provoke my sect lightly. Today, you have slain my compatriot. Even if you kill me, the Xianbei continent is fated to perish. All living beings shall face their doom. You shall all be my companions in death. The red-haired man laughed maniacally, for he believed that his sect would soon learn of their demise, and before long, the world would know no more of the Xianbei continent. He was acutely aware that his demise was inevitable. From the moment he embarked on the path of immortality, he had anticipated this day. Though unwilling, countless souls would accompany him to the grave. With a soft scoff, the red-haired man transformed into nothingness, vanishing from the realm, his essence extinguished. Before anyone could regain their composure, Luo Chen had obliterated the group, leaving not a trace behind. At that moment, An eerie silence enveloped the air. They had never imagined that this sword saint would be so formidable, rendering even such proficient warriors utterly powerless before him. There was no joy in their victory. The demise of this group signified an irreversible fate. Even more alarming was the fact that the forces backing these individuals were beyond their reach. And the arrival of such a terrifying power would spell catastrophic consequences for the Xianbei continent. I have encountered the Sword Saint. Bai Hua, the true man, was the first to regain his senses, bowing respectfully to Luo Qin. I have encountered the Sword Saint. Soon, the others followed suit, offering their reverence. For without the Sword Saint's intervention, they would likely have found themselves lifeless. There is no need for such formalities, Luo Qin acknowledged with a nod. Luo Li, this matter is concluded. Let us return home. He addressed Jiang Luo Li. That is not possible. I cannot return. I sense something deep within the 10 Directions Forbidden Zone calling to me. If I do not heed its summons, I shall regret it for a lifetime. Jiang Luo Li shook her head, resolute in her decision to venture into the depths of the Forbidden Zone. Chapter 39. Did you ever love me? What? Master, are you truly intending to venture into the depths of the Forbidden Land? This is utterly unthinkable. The depths of the Forbidden Land are fraught with peril, exceedingly terrifying. It is a place where even those undergoing tribulation dare not tread. It is said that even immortals have met their demise there. I have never heard of anyone emerging alive from within. Lu Xiangling hastily dissuaded her, asserting that should Jiang Luoli enter the depths of the Forbidden Land, her ascendant cultivation would surely not suffice to ensure her survival. Master, please reconsider. Li Mo immediately knelt before Jiang Luoli, pleading earnestly. You need not worry for me. I am acutely aware of the risks, Jiang Luoli replied, her resolve unwavering. Something within calls to me, a familiarity that I cannot ignore. I must go. Master, the siblings implored fervently. There is no need for further discussion. Jiang Luoli had already made up her mind. She would indeed venture into the depths of the Forbidden Land. Come what may. Saintess, I shall accompany you, spoke the venerable Bai Hua Zhenren, sensing the camaraderie between Jiang Luoli and the Sword Saint. He was willing to wager that the Sword Saint would follow Jiang Luoli into the depths. Without the Sword Saint, he knew they could not possibly enter. If this endeavor could forge a bond with the Sword Saint, then he deemed the risk worthwhile. Senior brother, Hua Yangzi genuinely wished to dissuade Bai Hua Zhenren. However, Bai Hua Zhenren merely shook his head gently, choosing silence. Hua Yangzi recognized that once Bai Hua had set his mind to something, there was no turning back, and thus he refrained from further arguments. Junior brother, take the others back. This place is no longer safe for lingering, Bai Hua Zhenren instructed Hua Yangzi. Their sex mission had been accomplished, their precious treasures reclaimed, and their enemies vanquished, although they had suffered nearly a third of their ranks with the Sword Saint's presence. This venture could still be deemed a resounding success. Very well, senior brother, take care. Sword Saint, I take my leave. Hua Yangzi offered a respectful bow to Luo Qin and Bai Hua Zhenren. Luo Qin nodded in acknowledgement, as Bai Hua Zhenren observed the group gradually receding into the distance. A sigh escaped him. Should he fail to return alive from the depths of the Forbidden Land, this might well be his final farewell to his companions. In his estimation, even with the Sword Saint by their side, the odds of returning alive were scarcely 1 in 10. His desire to accompany Jiang Luoli stemmed from the alluring prospect of transcending to immortality rumored to lie within the depths of the Forbidden Land. The Xianbei continent had not seen a cultivator break through to the golden immortal realm for countless millennia, and he had been ensnared in the late tribulation stage for nearly 10,000 years. He had little hope of ever achieving complete mastery. Without opportunity, he knew he would never take that fateful step toward immortality. I will accompany you, Luo Qin addressed Jiang Luoli, his gaze fixed upon the ominous depths of the Forbidden Land, sensing a formidable taboo lurking within. Even he could not penetrate the mysteries of the Forbidden Land. Feeling an unsettling twitch in his eyelids, an unfamiliar sensation that left him pondering what lay ahead. If he had not accompanied Jiang Luoli, she would have never been able to enter. At that moment, Jiang Luoli transmitted a message to Luo Qin. Luo Qin, there is something I have long wished to ask you. Have you ever loved me? Her beautiful eyes revealed a glimmer of expectation. She yearned to discern Luo Qin's true feelings. She sensed that if she did not inquire now, she might never have the chance again. Luo Qin fell silent upon hearing her words, then replied, Never. Luoli, our relationship is that of master and disciple. Do not entertain such fanciful thoughts. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, allow me to pave the way for you. As soon as Luo Qin's words fell, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. He recognized that he was lying. He refrained from speaking the truth because he was acutely aware that the completion of their mission was drawing near. Upon hearing his response, Jiang Luoli's face paled. Although she had already anticipated the answer, when those words were spoken aloud, she felt a profound ache in her heart. Instantly, her eyes grew as cold as frost, and she turned to the siblings beside her and inquired, "Why do you not return?" Jiang Luoli gazed at Li Moi and his sister. "Master, our lives were salvaged by you. All we desire is to remain by your side. You need not worry for our safety. Simply take care of yourself. Should danger arise, pay us no mind. We beseech you to grant us this favor." The siblings bowed deeply to Jiang Luoli. At her words, Jiang Luoli fell silent before finally responding. "This journey is fraught with uncertainty. You must prepare yourselves mentally. Your intentions bring me solace, and if we survive this ordeal, I shall bestow upon you the status of direct disciples." Jiang Luoli had initially taken the siblings in out of pity, having only accepted them as nominal disciples without imparting any real skills. Yet, she had no intention of allowing them to accompany her to their demise and was preparing to refuse. At that moment, Luo Chen stepped forward and said to Jiang Luoli, "It is rare for them to exhibit such filial piety. Let them accompany us. Rest assured, I shall safeguard them along the way." Since the siblings were so insistent, it would be remiss to disregard their goodwill. Jiang Luoli shot Luo Chen a frosty glare, then asserted with emphasis, "Since the Sword Saint has permitted your participation, I cannot defy his decree." She deliberately stressed the term saint, her expression betraying no emotion. Luo Chen could only manage a bitter smile. Realizing that she was still upset about the earlier exchange, he cast a sympathetic glance at Jiang Luoli, silently wishing, "Luoli, I hope you do not hold this against me. All of this stems from a promise I made. I vowed that our entanglement must remain minimal, lest her life be endangered." Luo Chen recalled a gentleman's agreement he could not violate, one that pertained to Jiang Luoli's safety and the well-being of the entire realm. Time was of the essence, and no matter how arduous the path ahead, he would clear every obstacle for Jiang Luoli. Then, Jiang Luoli coldly commanded, "Let us depart." Her figure transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished from sight. "Let us go." Following the silhouette of Jiang Luoli, Luo Chen resolved to protect her safety at any cost. In an instant, the crowd transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing into the horizon. Above the clouds, a magnificent and grandiose gate pierced the very fabric of the void, inscribed with two characters that emanated an aura of unfathomable terror: Heaven's Gate. These characters radiated a dreadful power of regulation, rendering any malevolent entity incapable of approaching. Within the celestial expanse of Heaven's Gate stood opulent golden palaces, the most prominent of which was the White Jade Palace. Guarded by sentinels clad in resplendent white armor, they resembled celestial warriors, exuding an aura of immense terror, with the weakest among them possessing the strength to transcend calamities. Within one of the palaces sat an elderly man with white hair. In the next moment, he abruptly opened his murky eyes, reminiscent of a profound abyss stirring with tumultuous waves. His terrifying aura erupted, instantly enveloping the entire hall. "Who dares to slay my celestial disciple?" Chapter 40. The core area of the Forbidden Land. The elderly man swiftly formed a seal with his fingers, a frown creasing his brow. "The Forsaken Land. My disciple has perished there? How could someone have slain him? Could it be that other celestial sects have descended?" His doubts grew, for he was acutely aware of his disciple's prowess. Even when confronted by an early-stage golden immortal, there was still a chance of escape. Could it be that a golden immortal intervened? He contemplated further, only to find his fingers abruptly halting, a look of confusion washing over him. "There exists something in this forsaken land that even I cannot predict. It appears I must personally venture there. Since my disciple has fallen in this desolate realm, let all the beings here accompany him in death." The old man spoke coldly, and his form instantly vanished. In the 10 directions Forbidden Land, Luo Chen and his companions drew ever closer to the core area. The deeper they ventured, the more they felt an indescribable sense of dread, their spiritual perception increasingly restricted. Should they encounter formidable restrictions, their senses could be harmed in return. Thus they dared not recklessly probe with their consciousness. Along the way, they encountered numerous perils, yet the realized Master Bai Hua, eager to curry favor with Luo Chen, would take the initiative in any troublesome situation, never allowing Luo Chen the chance to act. "Senior Sword Saint, we have traversed nearly an hour without encountering any real danger. Could it be that the rumors are overly exaggerated? Is it truly as perilous as claimed, that even immortals dare not tread here?" Bai Hua remarked, reflecting on their journey, which had mostly consisted of minor inconveniences. The most significant challenge he faced was a horde of several dozen tribulation beasts, which he overcame with the might of his sword domain, slaughtering the creatures with ease. However, he overlooked a crucial point. He was at the late stage of tribulation, one of the most formidable fighters in the Xianbei continent. Naturally, he could handle ordinary troubles effortlessly, but for an average tribulation cultivator, this realm would likely be insurmountable. Do not let your guard down. We are still some distance from the core area, Luo Chen cautioned, turning to Jiang Luoli beside him. Can you still sense the summons? He was uncertain of the whereabouts of what Jiang Luoli sought, relying solely on her instincts for guidance. Jiang Luoli nodded. It should be in that direction ahead. As they approached the core area, Jiang Luoli's expression turned grave. The dangers they had encountered thus far had posed significant threats to her. Had it not been for the company of Bai Hua and Luo Chen, she would not have ventured this far. Moreover, no one knew what awaited them next. The group proceeded cautiously and slowly. Before them lay a scene engulfed in darkness. The very ground was black, with desiccated black trunks standing forlornly. No one could ascertain how long these lifeless trees had endured, for time itself seemed irrelevant here. Silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any life or sound. All was shrouded in gloom. What is that? The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, and Lu Xiangling suddenly spotted something. Those are bones, Li Mo exclaimed in astonishment. Before them, a blackened skeletal figure materialized, resembling a human form. It is indeed remarkable that a cultivator could reach this place. Their cultivation level must be no less than that of a perfected tribulation-transcending practitioner. Li Mo spoke, acknowledging that anyone who could arrive here undoubtedly possessed formidable strength, yet tragically perished in this very spot. There must be some lurking danger. We should circumvent this area, Jiang Luoli advised cautiously. Aware that this individual had likely encountered a life-threatening peril and wishing to avoid treading the same path. As they maneuvered around the area, they discovered an increasing number of black and skeletal remains beneath their feet, all belonging to cultivators. What could have transpired here? Li Mo observed the bones on the ground, appearing in clusters with every few steps. At that moment, Luo Chen suddenly halted, lifting his gaze towards the distance. What is it, Sword Saint? Bai Hua Zhenren inquired, noticing Luo Chen's unusual demeanor. Given Luo Chen's superior cultivation and heightened perception, he wondered if something significant lay ahead. Instantly, the group realized that the skeletal remains had accumulated densely beneath them, provoking an unsettling sensation. What truly occurred here? How could so many cultivators have perished? Even Bai Hua Zhenren wore a grave expression. Could it be that a cataclysmic battle once transpired in this very location? It was hard to fathom, as this scene was littered with thousands of tribulation-transcending practitioners, each likely possessing formidable late-stage powers. Moreover, they spotted a singular white skeleton, exuding a faint oppressive aura and remarkably untouched by the surrounding ominous energy, indicating the strength of its former owner. Could this be a celestial being of the golden immortal realm? Bai Hua Zhenren inhaled deeply, if his judgment was correct. This white skeleton's owner must have possessed absolute power at the golden immortal level. However, he was astounded that even those of such high cultivation could meet their demise here. What had they encountered in their lifetimes? Even the golden immortal realm could not evade the fate of becoming dust. Luo Chen sighed, reflecting on the golden immortal realm, a stage coveted by countless cultivators. Only by transcending this level could one truly break free from the constraints of heaven and earth, shedding their mortal form to ascend into the realm of the divine, achieving the ability to traverse the void. Yet, in the end, even they were not spared the fate of returning to the earth. The group decided against lingering any longer, as they recognized that this place, the 10 Directions Forbidden Zone, was undeniably a site of unparalleled danger, the perils of which were beyond their imagination. Ahead, Jiang Luoli pointed forward. Luo Chen nodded, then positioned himself before Jiang Luoli, instructing, "Stay behind me." He spoke, aware of the extreme hazards present. With her cultivation merely at the great ascension stage, any misstep could prove fatal. Jiang Luoli did not hesitate, following closely behind Luo Chen, feeling a surge of safety. In that moment, she couldn't help but ponder, had he truly never loved her? In observing his gaze, she discerned a flicker of reluctance and pain, subtle yet unmistakable. If he felt nothing for her, why would such emotions manifest? Luo Chen, are you concealing something from me? I refuse to believe you have never harbored feelings for me. Jiang Luoli gazed at Luo Chen's silhouette, choosing not to entangle herself further. She found it hard to believe that his presence in such a perilous place was merely a manifestation of their master-disciple bond. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Luoli's thoughts were far from his mind. At that moment, Luo Chen suddenly halted, his expression shifting to one of profound gravity. Before him lay a disturbing sight, a multitude of white bones, amassed to form a mound of considerable size, a veritable mountain of skeletal remains. The celestial bones had piled into a hill. What? The sight left Master Baiwa utterly astonished, unable to conceal his shock. After all, these were the remains of beings who had attained the golden immortal realm. This was a burial ground for immortals. Master Baiwa murmured in disbelief. He had never witnessed such a staggering scene in his lifetime, his legs feeling somewhat numb beneath him. Just then, as Luo Chen lifted his gaze, he sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying aura, compelling him to instinctively retreat a step. Chapter 41. Remains of the True Dragon, could this be? Luo Chen raised his gaze, and his expression turned incredulous as he beheld an extraordinarily massive skull before him, a single tooth appearing as colossal as a mountain. The others followed his gaze upward, and the enormous head seemed to obscure half the sky, its length stretching incomprehensibly far, sprawling across the earth. The oppressive aura emanating from the remains caused even Luo Chen's heart to tremble. What manner of remains are these? Jiang Luoli was equally astonished, pondering how such a terrifying skeleton could exist, its pressure far surpassing that of the golden immortal remains they had encountered earlier. What entity could it be? What supreme power could have caused its fall? I have traversed the Xianbei continent and perused countless ancient texts, yet I remain ignorant of its former species. The old man remarked. Might the Sword Saint have any insights? The real person Baiwa directed his inquiry towards Luo Chen, believing the elder's knowledge might surpass his own. If he were not mistaken, this complete skeleton should be the remains of an ancient true dragon. Judging by its shape, it must have belonged to the mightiest of true dragons. Yet how could a true dragon fall here, a being nearly comparable to the divine, with a lifespan that seemed virtually eternal, perishing in the depths of this forbidden realm? What events transpired in this forbidden place, leading to the demise of so many cultivators? What? This is the remains of an ancient true dragon? Baihua's expression froze, his face betraying an unmistakable shock. The true dragon, recorded only briefly in ancient texts, was a being of unparalleled strength, possessing the power to obliterate the heavens and earth. To a cultivator at the golden immortal level, it would appear as insignificant as an ant, being one of the closest existences to the divine, nearly immortal. The revelation that this terrifying skeleton belonged to an ancient true dragon, the closest being to divinity, which had perished within this forbidden realm, was nothing short of astounding. If such an existence could fall here, what kind of taboos lay hidden in the depths of this place? Were they truly unable to escape? A shadow crossed Baihua's face. If even such a being had fallen here, could he, a mere tribulation-transcending cultivator, truly survive? He held a position of respect in the Xianbei continent. But in this forbidden realm, he was merely worthy of being buried here. He turned to Luo Chen, whose demeanor remained calm, and felt a sense of awe. The Sword Saint was indeed remarkable, able to maintain his composure in any circumstance. If he could survive and return, he would certainly wish to become a disciple, even if only as a humble attendant, seeking guidance. Baihua made a firm resolution, realizing that perhaps his chance at ascension did not lie within the forbidden realm, but rather with the Sword Saint, marking the greatest opportunity of his life. Lu Xiangling suddenly coughed up blood, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure of the skeleton, her face paling instantly. Even from such a distance, the oppressive force of the long-buried remains was beyond her endurance. Is this truly the ancient true dragon? Junior sister. Liamo hurriedly assisted Lu Xiangling, a trace of compassion on his face, more so filled with heartache. Master, you need not concern yourselves with me, Lu Xiangling resolutely stated, unwilling to burden others. If you truly wish to avoid implicating us, then you too should not have come here, Jiang Loli admonished, her frustration evident. She despised this brother-sister duo for their reckless determination to assist her, often acting without regard for their own capabilities, inadvertently complicating matters. It matters not. Simply stay behind me, Luo Chen said calmly, with a casual wave of his hand, causing the siblings to feel an immediate lightness as the terrifying pressure vanished without a trace. It is the inadequacy of the disciple that has caused trouble for all. Thank you, Sword Saint. The siblings expressed their gratitude towards Luo Chen, their faces filled with remorse as they gazed at Jiang Loli and Luo Chen. As they ventured forth, the closer they approached the true dragon's remains, the more awe they felt. At this moment, Liamo was deeply shaken. The oppressive aura radiating from the dragon's remains had reached an extraordinary intensity, making him feel that should he dare to stray even a step from Luo Chen, he would be instantly obliterated. He looked at Luo Qin's silhouette, admiration swelling within him. This was the demeanor of the Sword Saint, effortlessly leading 3 companions through perilous terrain. The overwhelming pressure from the ancient dragon's remains was too formidable. Thus, the group sought a path that would allow them to circumvent its terrifying presence. After walking for half an hour, they found themselves merely 100 feet from the remains. Yet the oppressive force around them warped the very fabric of space. This dreadful pressure would likely overwhelm any average tribulation-level cultivator, but Master Baihua remained steadfast. Master Baihua sensed that with every foot he drew closer to the remains, the oppressive force doubled in intensity. Even at this distance, the pressure was daunting. He could hardly fathom the terror that lay nearer to the dragon's remains. As he took another step forward, he felt the weight of a mountain bearing down upon him. Struggling to advance 10 feet, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He sensed that with another step, his body might collapse under the strain. Turning to look at Luo Qin ahead. Truly, the Sword Saint is remarkable, Master Baihua thought. Observing Luo Qin enduring pressure at least 3-fold greater than his own yet navigating it with ease, a testament to the unfathomable depth of the Sword Saint's power. Are you still able to continue? Do you need to stay behind me? This is also an opportunity for you. Do you understand? Luo Qin remarked. Noticing the perspiration on Master Baihua's brow, clearly nearing his limits, the pressure they faced was beyond what an average tribulation cultivator could withstand. Yet Luo Qin also recognized the unparalleled opportunity this presented to Master Baihua. Should he endure, his strength would surely ascend to new heights. Thank you for your guidance. Sword Saint. Master Baihua realized Luo Qin's intention. This pressure was a rare chance for him. If he could surmount it, he would undergo a transformation. Though the path was fraught with peril, as a moment's carelessness could lead to his utter annihilation beneath the weight of the oppressive force. Luo Qin nodded, acknowledging that peril is invariably accompanied by opportunity, a timeless truth. As long as the real person Baihua possesses the courage to challenge the limits, he may find fortune. Luo Qin sensed that the oppressive aura emanating from the remains of the true dragon could enable cultivators to refine their bodies. However, it held little significance for him at present. Yet for the real person Baihua, it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Should he successfully navigate this trial and complete the refinement, his prospects of attaining immortality would increase significantly. Conversely, should he fail, he would face utter devastation, potentially disintegrating into ashes on the spot. At this moment, Baihua's expression turned grave as he struggled to take a step forward, only to be met with an overwhelming surge of pressure that nearly brought him to his knees. The true dragon must not be disrespected. Even approaching its remains is forbidden. Blood began to trickle from the corner of the real person Baihua's mouth. Chapter 42. The morning of enlightenment. The oppressive force was utterly terrifying, having already reached the limit of Master Baihua. However, Liamo and the others, witnessing this scene, could not help but gasp in astonishment. Although he walked alongside Luo Qin, he felt no trace of this dreadful pressure. Yet, upon seeing Master Baihua's predicament, they collectively inhaled sharply. Master Baihua was the most formidable cultivator in the Xianbei continent. Indeed, there were few capable of surpassing him across the entire realm. Yet, at this moment, he was rendered immobile by the overwhelming pressure of the skeletal spirit. This was an ancient true dragon, and it was unfathomable to consider the magnitude of its strength and life. They likely lacked even the qualifications to gaze upon it in awe. At this moment, they became acutely aware that following behind Luo Qin, who seemed to traverse the scene with ease, they sensed none of the pressure he bore. Moreover, he carried them with a spiritual pressure exceeding that of Master Baihua by more than thrice, further deepening their realization of Luo Qin's inscrutable power. They began to wonder whether he had already attained the golden immortal realm. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from Master Baihua, yet he chose not to retreat. He resolved to press forward. At this juncture, blood began to seep from his skin, staining his purple robes crimson, even oozing from his 7 orifices, rendering him a ghastly sight. He felt an agonizing pain akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, fully aware of his precarious condition. He sensed that with just one more step, he would achieve refinement and undergo a genuine metamorphosis. Yet, he also felt that taking that step would surely lead to his obliteration. Advancing meant certain death, but retreating was unacceptable. Faced with such a dilemma, even Master Baihua, who had weathered numerous trials, hesitated momentarily. Luo Qin discerned Master Baihua's internal struggle and spoke. True metamorphosis comes from embracing death to attain life. It is not merely a physical baptism, but a profound transformation of your very essence. It is, in essence, a true purification of your Tao heart. How can one attain life without first confronting death? Without breaking, there can be no standing. If Master Baihua does not dare to take this step, he shall never glimpse the golden immortal realm, forever remaining stagnant in the late stages of tribulation or even regressing in cultivation. Many cultivators undergoing tribulation fear death so much that they cannot progress in their cultivation. This is a test of their mental fortitude. Luo Chen merely offered a hint. He would not interfere in Master Baihua's decisions. Ultimately, the path to enlightenment lay within himself. Only through personal comprehension could he achieve refinement. No one could assist him in this endeavor. Initially, Master Baihua contemplated retreat, gripped by fear. He had lived for so long, yearning for transcendence rather than demise. Yet, upon hearing Luo Chen's words, he was struck with clarity. In that moment, he comprehended why he had been unable to break through to the full realization of his tribulation. It was his own cowardice, his fear of death. It dawned on him that his Tao heart was not sufficiently resolute. Tao heart. My Tao heart nearly shattered. It was then that Master Baihua recognized the fragility of his own resolve. Should he retreat, he might escape death, but his cultivation would forever stagnate, potentially even regress. Embrace death to embrace life. Break to stand. Suddenly, the white birch master comprehended the true meaning of Luo Chen's words. Gritting his teeth, he thought, what does death matter? If he could not complete the refinement, he would be unwilling to accept it. With determination, he stepped forward, only to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face turned pale, his breath feeble, utterly weakened. Just half a step more. The white birch master murmured in a frail voice, struggling to lift his foot. Yet, before he could set it down, an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped him, causing his legs to buckle and forcing him to kneel before the remains of the true dragon. One must not show disrespect to the true dragon. I refuse to yield. At that moment, drenched in blood, the white birch master's expression hardened, and he abruptly rose, his eyes revealing a wild fervor. He must take this step, even if it meant death. At that instant, the white birch master's form began to blur, his robes disintegrating into fragments, and cracks appeared upon his flesh. Ignoring his physical condition, he realized time was slipping away. With great effort, he finally brought his toes down for that last half step. The moment his foot touched the ground, he felt a lightness in his body, as if all the surrounding pressures had diminished. In that moment, he became immensely powerful, his aura unprecedentedly strong, finally breaking through his limits and achieving the ultimate transformation. His aura continued to rise, reaching the pinnacle of tribulation completion. Boom! In the next instant, the space erupted with a tremendous roar, and the white birch master's soul drifted in the void, beholding an exceedingly sacred and majestic threshold, the realm of the golden immortal. If he could just cross this threshold, he would attain immortality, truly becoming an immortal, endowed with boundless longevity, existing in harmony with heaven and earth. Yet, in the next moment, his soul vanished into the void, returning to his body, where he discovered he was on the verge of complete ethereality. In the next instant, the sound of the white birch master's ecstatic laughter resonated. Ha! 3 flowers gathered at the crown. 5 chi returning to the origin. So it is. I have succeeded. I, white birch, have succeeded. At last, I see it. I, white birch, have reached that step, and my life is without regrets. Thank you, Sword Saint. I shall never forget. The white birch master's form had become transparent, and he bowed deeply to Luo Chen before vanishing from the world, leaving no trace behind. Beside him, Lu Xiangling stood agape. What had she just witnessed? Had the white birch master truly ascended to immortality? Elder Sword Master, farewell. Liamo drew his sword overhead. A ritual of farewell for the sword cultivator, followed by Jiang Luoli and others participating in a simple ceremony. Luo Chen sighed. The white birch master had achieved his lifelong ultimate goal, but he had paid the price of his life. To hear the Tao in the morning and die in the evening, that was the path of the white birch master. Perhaps this was the ultimate destiny of cultivators. They were all on the journey, though many could not take the step that white birch had. Then, Luo Chen turned to Jiang Luoli, pondering why he could not perceive even a glimpse of her fate. What was it that she sensed? Why had that previous letter urged him not to come to the 10 Directions Forbidden Zone? What existence within the 10 Directions Forbidden Zone caused him such trepidation? The confusion surrounding this matter will soon be unveiled within the confines of the 10 Directions Forbidden Land, and perhaps this moment is not far off. Has Elder Baiwa truly fallen? Jiang Luoli found it difficult to believe. She turned to Luo Chun and inquired, feeling an instinctive sense that the real Baihua had not perished. Perhaps. Just as Luo Chun was about to speak, he suddenly sensed a small fragment detach from the true dragon's remains. In the next instant, a fine crack appeared on the skull of the true dragon, swiftly spreading throughout the entirety of the remains. What is happening? Lu Xiangling and the others sensed something amiss as the entire true dragon's remains began to fracture. Boom! With a resounding roar, in the span of a mere breath, the entire true dragon's remains collapsed into dust, and at that moment, all spiritual pressure vanished, causing the ground of the 10 directions forbidden land to tremble violently. In the next moment, a ray of violet light descended before the crowd, and suddenly, a line of text appeared on the ground. 10 directions forbidden land. Divine beings prohibited from entering. Chapter 43. The Ancient Azure Dragon. Upon reading this line, Luo Qin was immediately enveloped by a terrifying and oppressive aura, a chilling sensation cascading over him. The 10 directions forbidden land was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. The sheer number of fallen cultivators, including beings as mighty as the ancient true dragons, hinted at the profound dangers lurking within. At that moment, the once shattered remains of the true dragon stirred slightly, though faint. Luo Chun was perceptive enough to notice. In the next instant, countless fragments of bone began to coalesce as if endowed with consciousness, swiftly forming a black dragon head. The process did not cease. It continued to materialize, its aura growing increasingly potent. What is happening? Zhang Luoli gasped in astonishment. How could the true dragon remnants restore themselves? Is the true dragon about to be resurrected? Lu Xiangling stood agape, her form seeming frozen in disbelief. Liu Mo, beside her, was equally astonished, unable to utter a word, his gaze fixated on the colossal black dragon head, scarcely daring to blink. In mere moments, the entire dragon body took shape. Stretching thousands of miles in length, its head towering over mountains. It coiled in the void, seemingly slumbering, with an aura that exuded a cataclysmic terror. The Lu siblings, with their relatively low cultivation levels, felt an uncontrollable urge to prostrate themselves in reverence, yet they restrained themselves, remaining steadfast behind Luo Qin. Was this truly a true dragon? Zhang Luoli's beautiful eyes were fixed upon the black giant, witnessing the presence of an ancient true dragon for the first time. This creature was undoubtedly a type of ancient true dragon, the formidable ancient azure dragon, second only to the progenitor of dragons. In his leisure, Luo Qin had perused numerous precious ancient texts. The progenitor of dragons, known as the ancestor dragon, possessed an illustrious lineage. If his conjecture was correct, this black giant was even more esteemed and sacred than the 9-clawed golden dragon, being the ancient azure dragon, renowned for its unparalleled combat prowess among dragons. The bloodline of the ancient azure dragon was exceedingly rare and noble, considered the closest to the divine. Legend has it that the ancient azure dragon had long been extinct. If his assumptions held true, this true dragon's remains were likely those of an ancient azure dragon, a remarkable find within the 10 directions forbidden land. The 10 directions forbidden land, a realm where deities were forbidden to tread. The terror of this place was palpable. It was no wonder so many cultivators had perished here. Even an ancient azure dragon could meet its demise. Luo Qin could not help but sigh, pondering that if even such beings could fall, was true immortality only attainable by ascending to the status of a genuine deity? After transcending calamities, one could shed mortal coil and ascend to the golden immortal realm through the cleansing of heaven and earth. Beyond the golden immortal lay the great Luo golden immortal, and above them, the primordial ancestor, with true immortal emperors existing beyond the ancestor. Only the emperors could rightfully be deemed deities, achieving true immortality. But what existed beyond the realm of deities? Luo Qin shook his head. Such matters were of no concern to him. He was merely an ordinary man. At that very moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted, stirring the ancient dragon from its slumber. The magnificent creature opened its brilliant eyes, and the very fabric of the void struggled to withstand the overwhelming presence, beginning to collapse. An aura of ancient grandeur radiated from it, majestic, noble, and sacred, evoking an instinctive desire to prostrate oneself in reverence. Human race, having witnessed the true dragon, why do you not bow? The gargantuan dragon spoke, and as its voice faded, the dreadful energy descended upon them. Even though Lu Xiangling and the others were closely following Luo Chun, they felt an oppressive weight far greater than the previous pressure, exponentially amplified. This was the true dragon, alive and majestic, incomparable to what they had encountered before. Yet, despite the circumstances, they found themselves powerless against Luo Chun. To what heights had his cultivation ascended? Even Zhang Luoli, standing beside him, couldn't help but marvel at Luo Chen's presence. With hands clasped behind his back and exuding no discernible aura, he appeared as an ordinary mortal. His expression calm and devoid of any trace of panic. His strength in the mortal realm was on the verge of completion. Though he lacked certainty in defeating the ancient dragon, the being before him was merely a remnant of its soul, and he felt no fear. With a casual wave of his hand, a sense of ease washed over the crowd, and he spoke softly, "You are but a wisp of a soul. Even the true dragon does not merit my submission." Luo Chen stepped forward, causing the space beneath him to collapse, the earth trembling beneath his feet. "What will you do about it?" he inquired of the colossal dragon. The ancient dragon responded telepathically, "Human, you are impressive. Your full mastery of the tribulation stage possesses incredible strength. Even I, who have roamed the universe for eons, have encountered but a handful of beings as gifted as you. I have done nothing to him, and my soul is on the brink of dissolution. This individual carries the entirety of my dragon clan's hope. I have forged my entire dragon skeleton into a true dragon's form, merging my bloodline with him. Upon my disappearance, he will awaken, fully transformed into an ancient dragon. I have opened a passage to the upper realm for the dragon clan, and I beseech you to assist him in this critical moment, to aid my kin." At that moment, a spectral, aged figure floated in the void and bowed to Luo Chun. Luo Chun discerned that the soul of Master Baihua had not dissipated into the ether, but was instead entwined within the dragon's essence, sleeping soundly. "Why should I help you? And why the dragon clan?" Luo Chen retorted. He was no bleeding heart, with no obligation to assist the dragons, especially when his own presence in this realm remained uncertain. "This is the most precious trinity of treasures of my dragon clan. Firstly, the essence of the true dragon, which grants comprehension of true dragon power. Secondly, our clan's mightiest artifact, the reverse scale. Thirdly, this dragon token, a symbol of our clan's highest honor, granting you the esteemed position of an elder among us. From ancient times to the present, you are the only human to possess the dragon token. I merely wish for your esteemed assistance during the tribulations of my dragon clan. With no other desires." The ancient and venerable Azure Dragon gazed earnestly at Luo Chen, contemplating the prodigious talent of this young man, whose potential seemed unparalleled across the realms. Provided he does not falter along the way, his future accomplishments could be boundless, perhaps even offering a glimmer of hope to ascend to true divinity. He was wagering on this, for these treasures were originally intended for the heir of his legacy. Yet, this individual is not genuinely of the dragon lineage. Even with the inheritance of his Azure Dragon legacy, unforeseen circumstances could arise. He must prepare for all contingencies. This human is extraordinary, evoking a desire within him. Even in his prime, to take this human as a disciple. In that moment, a white jade vial materialized before Luo Chun, accompanied by a black scale and a golden token, emanating an aura that sent shivers through him. Chapter 44. The one to be rescued. Upon hearing the words of the ancient Azure Dragon, Luo Chun could not help but feel a stirring within his heart. Such a precious artifact was offered to him so readily? This was indeed the essence of the true dragon, a genuine divine treasure, embodying the formidable power of the true dragon, and specifically that of the most powerful species of the ancient Azure Dragon. One could only imagine the sheer terror of this dragon's power, surpassing even that of mortal strength. It was likely that even the progenitor of the great Tao would be envious upon witnessing such a treasure. Furthermore, the reverse scale was no less valuable than this divine essence. In fact, it might be even more precious. The reverse scale could very well be the most revered possession in a dragon's lifetime. It is often said, a dragon possesses a reverse scale. To touch it is to invite death. This scale contained the supreme divine powers of the ancient Azure Dragon, transcending even the laws of existence. And not all dragonkind could comprehend the true innate divine abilities. Additionally, there was the Dragon Command, a title that conferred the privilege of being a revered elder within the dragon clan, a status rivaling even that of the clan's leader, bestowing upon one boundless resources and unparalleled honor. However, the demands of this ancient Azure Dragon were exceedingly high. To rescue the dragon clan from peril was an overestimation of his capabilities. How could one man assist in a calamity that the entire dragon race could not withstand? It would be akin to courting death. Though such treasures were sought after by countless cultivators, acquiring them would entangle him in an inescapable web of karmic consequences. Once ensnared, he would find it impossible to extricate himself, and if the situation grew dire, it could breed inner demons that would hinder his progress. Unless he fulfilled these almost impossible requirements. Your Excellency holds me in too high regard. I am but a humble cultivator facing tribulations. I cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. I implore you to seek someone more capable, Luo Chen stated, shaking his head. He was nearly overwhelmed by the allure of the treasures. But it seemed he might gain them at the cost of his life. Please do not be so hasty in your refusal. I only ask that you lend your hand in times of peril, with no other demands, the Azure Dragon's ethereal form urged anxiously. This request was one that even a human could decline, perhaps unaware of the true value of the treasures he was offering. Once, a deity had attempted to seize these 3 treasures from him, and he had narrowly escaped with his life, employing his innate powers. Now, being rejected by a mere tribulation-crossing cultivator seemed almost comical. One could only imagine the wrath of that deity if they were to witness this absurdity. Upon hearing these words, Luo Chen felt his heart leap once again, and he spoke. I can agree to your request, but know that I am not one who covets wealth or treasures. If I possess the strength, I shall certainly aid the Dragon Clan in overcoming adversity. However, if my abilities fall short, I must beg your forgiveness for my inability to assist, Luo Chen asserted, for he would not risk his life merely for the sake of 3 treasures. Upon hearing this, the Azure Dragon was filled with joy, a sigh of relief escaping him. With this affirmation, he sensed that this human might achieve remarkable heights, perhaps even surpassing his own future accomplishments. Years later, he would come to understand the true value of his promises, as long as he remained entangled with this human. He need not fear their potential betrayal. Excellent, the Azure Dragon exclaimed, nodding in satisfaction and repeating the word thrice. The more he observed Luo Chen, the more pleased he became, eagerly anticipating the heights this human might reach in this era, though regrettably, he would not be there to witness it. Thus, let the Dragon Clan accompany him in witnessing this journey. Luo Chen accepted these 3 supreme treasures. Once he refined this divine essence, his power would undergo a terrifying transformation. Moreover, the innate divine abilities contained within the ancient Azure Dragon's reverse scale represented the most significant gain of this venture. The onlookers could only see Luo Chen locking eyes with the Azure Dragon, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. Gradually, the ancient dragon's soul began to fade, soon dissipating into the cosmos. Luo Chen could not help but marvel. Who could have predicted that even beings as formidable as the ancient Azure Dragons could fall? This species, so close to divinity, was merely a step away from achieving the status of the mightiest emperor. Witnessing such a being's demise elicited a deep sigh from him. Then, the ancient Azure Dragon imparted one final warning to Luo Chen: the forbidden lands of the 10 directions, where divine beings cannot tread. Remember, never venture into the depths of the forbidden lands. A profound sense of dread flickered in the dragon's eyes before it vanished completely from existence. In the next moment, the crowd beheld the newly reborn ancient Azure Dragon slowly opening its eyes, transforming into a human form, none other than the White Birch Sage, who appeared remarkably rejuvenated, now embodying the grace of a youthful man. Am I not dead? The White Birch Sage, bewildered, found himself in a familiar setting, reminiscent of the Forbidden Lands. Elder Swordbearer Jiang Lali and the others exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing this scene. She had seen the White Birch Sage perish, yet here he stood before them, alive and well. The siblings gaped in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. Just moments ago, they mourned his departure, and now he was miraculously before them. How could they not be astounded? You did not die, Luo Chen addressed the White Birch Sage, confident that he would comprehend the truth of the situation. At that moment, a strange vision invaded the sage's mind. Powerful beings, the ethereal forms of true dragons, flooded his consciousness with memories. He even glimpsed Luo Chen wielding a peachwood sword, relentlessly slaughtering, casting the world into chaos. Even more horrifying was the realization that this Luo Chen had annihilated countless of his fellow disciples, leaving none alive. Why is this happening? The White Birch Sage regarded Luo Chen with suspicion, bewildered by the images haunting his mind. He also witnessed the figure of the Holy Maiden, standing helplessly at the sect's entrance, witnessing Luo Chen's carnage as she desperately brandished her sword towards the Sword Saint. In that moment, he recognized that this was not mere fantasy. A consciousness had emerged within him, revealing events destined to unfold in the near future. He could not fathom why the Sword Saint would act in such a manner, nor why he would commit such atrocities against his disciples. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Do not attempt to thwart this. I merely wish to impart that all of this is inevitable and inescapable. This individual is not what you perceive, and the Heavenly Sword sect is far from the simplicity you envision, nor is it as splendid as you imagine. Had it not been for my intervention in altering your destiny, you would share the same fate as those of the Heavenly Sword sect. His actions are not driven by a desire for slaughter, but rather by a pursuit of redemption through such means. For he is indeed the one destined to face the calamity. This voice belonged to the ancient Azure Dragon, which then faded into silence. What does it mean to slay for redemption? Who is this fated individual? Master Baihua wore a look of incredulity, appearing to outsiders as if he had succumbed to madness. Standing there muttering incoherently. Elder with the sword, what troubles you? Jiang Luoli inquired with concern, for both Master Baihua and the Heavenly Sword sect had shown her kindness, and she earnestly wished for his well-being. Luo Qin cast a glance at Master Baihua, his expression shifting dramatically. And he spoke forth, "It is time for you to return to the upper realm." Chapter 45. Lord of the Forbidden Zone Senior Sword Saint, I am utterly perplexed. And even more so, I do not comprehend. Why must this be? Why must it be done? The true Master Baihua remained unconvinced of the veracity of his experiences, believing it to be mere illusion and unreality. He sought answers from Luo Qin. Luo Qin extended his right hand and pointed towards the void, which immediately fractured, revealing a humanoid-sized black hole. Do you not already possess the answers you seek? Why inquire further? Time is of the essence. You must ascend to the upper realm now. As Luo Qin's words resonated, the figure of the true Master Baihua gradually blurred, beginning to dissolve into the black hole. Senior Sword Saint. Will we meet again in the upper realm? The last echoes of Baihua's voice diminished until silence enveloped the space. Perhaps, Luo Qin replied, though even he was uncertain of the answer. Had the true Master Baihua already ascended to the upper realm? What did his earlier words signify? What did he mean by salvation through slaughter? Who were the fated individuals? Jiang Luoli, upon hearing Baihua's words, found herself utterly confounded. Luo Qin shook his head, remaining silent for a moment. Elder Sword Bearer, has he ascended to the celestial realm? Lu Xiangling expressed envy, pondering if the upper realm was indeed the celestial realm, a destination coveted by many. Master, what is the upper realm truly like? Liamo also exhibited a sense of longing. I do not know, Jiang Luoli replied, shaking her head. The Xianbei continent has not witnessed a practitioner ascend for decades. Now, with the true Master Baihua achieving enlightenment, he has finally broken this stalemate. But why? For so many years, has no practitioner attained the golden immortal realm and ascended to the upper realm? Why has the foreign realm become a desolate land for us in Xianbei? A series of questions left Jiang Luoli shrouded in deep confusion, seeking clarity yet unable to grasp the reasons. Perhaps one day, the truth will be revealed. Luoli, in which direction do you sense the energy? Luo Qin's voice interrupted her contemplation. We need to venture further inside. I feel it is close, Jiang Luoli responded, still only able to sense a general direction, making it difficult to determine the exact location. Let us proceed. Luo Qin took the lead, with the others following closely behind. An hour passed. As the group traversed the path, they encountered no apparent dangers or anomalies. Luo Qin sensed a lingering feeling of impending crisis, yet it only made him more vigilant. Suddenly, they beheld a glimmer of light ahead, and the earth began to sprout wild grasses, trees, hills, and flowing rivers. What a beautiful sight! Lu Xiangling exclaimed, her tension easing as she marveled at the scene, no longer feeling the previous oppressive atmosphere. Indeed, who would have imagined that such a paradise lay hidden deep within this forbidden zone? Liamo mused, unable to contain his admiration for the rich spiritual energy surrounding them. Why does this place feel so familiar? Jiang Luoli pondered, a wave of recognition washing over her as she gazed upon the enchanting landscape. At that moment, everyone looked ahead and suddenly beheld a pristine river. Spanning across the river was a bridge, and on the opposite bank stood a humble abode, from which wisps of smoke were rising. The aroma of cooking wafted through the air, intoxicatingly fragrant. Lu Xiangling couldn't help but swallow hard, having abstained from food for many years. She found herself entranced by this enticing scent. Something was amiss. How could a household appear here so inexplicably? Limao's expression shifted immediately as this situation defied all logic. Just then, the sound of a door creaking open pierced the air, and a graceful woman emerged into view. You. Jiang Luoli was momentarily struck speechless upon seeing this familiar face. Though the woman bore no traces of age upon her visage, she recognized her instantly. Are you Aunt Li? Jiang Luoli could hardly believe her eyes. The beautiful woman clad in simple, unadorned garments was indeed Aunt Li. How could this be? My dear Jiang Luoli, you have finally come to see me. Indeed, I am Aunt Li, Li Rong replied, her youthful appearance radiating a charm that, while not extraordinary, was undeniably pleasant. Embodying the grace of a refined lady. Should I address you as Aunt Li, or the master of the Forbidden Zone? Luo Chen, taken aback yet intrigued, sensed a deeper truth. What? She is actually the master of the Forbidden Zone? Li Mo and his sister recoiled in disbelief, confronted by the formidable presence of this woman. Jiang Luoli's expression turned incredulous. Luo Chen's revelation shattered her preconceived notions. How could such an unassuming individual wield the authority that commanded reverence throughout the realms? I am hardly the master of the Forbidden Zone. It is better for you to call me Aunt Li. I have simply existed here for a long time, so long that I have forgotten how long it has truly been. I am not the master of this place. I have been waiting for the true master of the Forbidden Zone to return. Li Rong smiled gently at Luo Chen, and the warmth of her laughter enveloped the onlookers like a soothing spring breeze. There is no need for fear. I harbor no intentions of causing you harm. Oh dear. How careless of me. My memory seems to deteriorate with age. I almost forgot the important matter at hand. The fragrant rice I was cooking is on the verge of burning. Do come in. Make yourselves comfortable. No need for formality. Luo Chen, please assist me in welcoming our guests. There is no need for you to stand on ceremony with your Aunt Li. Li Rong lightly tapped her forehead, wiped her oily hands, and hurried into the wooden house. The group exchanged glances, bewildered. Was this truly the renowned master of the Forbidden Zone? Can you still sense anything? Luo Chen inquired of Jiang Luoli, who had come in search of something. Perhaps this master of the Forbidden Zone held the key to the truth. I cannot sense anything now, but it should be nearby, Jiang Luoli replied, shaking her head. Even now. She struggled to comprehend that the woman who frequently sought Luo Chen for meals was, in fact, the master of the Forbidden Zone. Yet, what was her true intention in approaching Luo Chen? Why had she shown him such kindness? Jiang Luoli immediately felt that everything had become even more enigmatic. Let us enter, Luo Chen said to the others. Though he was aware that Li Rong was the master of the Forbidden Zone, he sensed no malice from her. On the contrary, he found her presence rather endearing. Subsequently, the group followed Luo Chen into the quaint little dwelling. Before their eyes stood a modest wooden cottage, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Strings of vibrant red chilies adorned the interior walls, while the exterior displayed rows of golden corn basking in the sun. Had they not already known her identity, who could have imagined that this unassuming woman was the revered master of the Forbidden Zone? Please, make yourselves comfortable, Luo Chen said. This is Aunt Li's home. Quite simple, I must say. I hope you do not mind. Aunt Li is in high spirits today. It has been quite some time since she has had guests. Finally, we can enjoy a lively gathering. Chapter 46. The pressure of marriage. With a casual wave of her hand, Li Rong transformed the once desolate and crowded living room, conjuring a row of chairs that comfortably accommodated several individuals. Luo Chen, unceremoniously, took a seat. Please, everyone, make yourselves comfortable, he addressed the group, observing their evident unease. It was clear they harbored trepidations towards Li Rong, the sovereign of this forbidden realm, still unwilling to lower their guard. There is no need for concern. Had she intended to harm you, you would have perished long ago, Luo Chen remarked. His assertion held merit. Even he could not discern the true strength of Li Rong. Nor had anyone witnessed her in action to gauge her capabilities. As the others noted Luo Chen's relaxed demeanor, they recognized that their vigilance bore little fruit. He merely sat in tranquil meditation. At that moment, Li Rong's voice resonated. Luo Li, come quickly to assist Aunt Li. I am overwhelmed with tasks. Jiang Luo Li paused, taken aback. How could the esteemed sovereign of the Forbidden Domain find herself so burdened? Was it possible that her previous disrespect in Yongnan Town had left Li Rong embittered? Surely, the mistress of such a domain would not stoop to quarreling with a mere ascended practitioner. It's fine. Go on, Luo Chen encouraged, sensing Jiang Luo Li's hesitation. However, he believed Aunt Li would not pose a threat. Otherwise, none of them would escape, for she was a figure even the ancient Songlong feared. In that moment, an alarming thought struck Luo Chen. Could this sovereign truly be an ancient deity? His heart raced at the sheer audacity of the notion. For how else could she command such fear? Who, then, was the true master of this forbidden domain, and what connection did they share? Furthermore, was the mysterious letter he received a caution from this sovereign, warning him to steer clear of the 10 directions forbidden land? And who was the author of that letter? Meanwhile, Jiang Luo Li obediently trailed behind Li Rong, acquiescing to her every request. Do not be afraid, my dear. Aunt Li is merely a seasoned mortal. Li Rong reassured her. Has Luo Qin been troubling you lately? If not, I possess a unique remedy here that works wonders. Even a single strand of hair, when infused with it, can transform into the hardest of needles. While stirring her dish with a spoon, Li Rong's curiosity flourished unabated. Aunt Li, what are you saying? Zhang Luo Li initially intended to address Li Rong as senior, but it displeased her, so she resorted to calling her Aunt Li alongside Luo Chun, which elicited a smile from Li Rong. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo Li's cheeks flushed crimson. She could hardly fathom that the sovereign of the Forbidden Realm was also a gossip enthusiast. Oh, you little girl. You even blush? Have you and Luo Chen wed yet? Li Rong inquired playfully, genuinely fond of Zhang Luo Li. If they were to unite, it would indeed be a delightful affair. No, Aunt Li, he is merely my nominal master. There is no relationship between us. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luoli immediately lowered her head. She had once inquired with Luo Chen, and this was the answer she had received from him. It was indeed perplexing. Luo Chen had previously declared that the woman he cherished most in this life was one named Zhang Luoli. Was it possible that I have misheard, or that time has dulled my memory? Perhaps I simply misunderstood. After pondering for a moment, Li Rong murmured to herself. What? Aunt Li, are you speaking the truth? Zhang Luoli was taken aback. Her spirits suddenly lifted. Could this be real? Did her master truly harbor feelings for her? She had to admit that she might have fallen for this man. The very thought of not seeing him filled her with an inexplicable anxiety. A longing to possess him entirely, to belong to him for all eternity. Even when he conversed with other women, a sense of discomfort would wash over her. And the hatred in her heart began to wane. Could this be what love feels like? Did he experience such emotions as well? Of course, I would never lie. Just tell me, do you wish to marry him? Li Rong's face broke into a mischievous grin, sensing that it was time to unveil her ancestral matchmaking skills. She was indeed a renowned go-between. Aunt Li, I do. Zhang Luoli nodded earnestly, stealing a glance at Luo Chen's profile, her gaze betraying her infatuation. That's the spirit. You, Aunt Li, are a famous matchmaker in Yong'an Town. Rest assured, even if Luo Chen resists, I have my ways. There is no bond that you, Aunt Li, cannot forge. Li Rong patted her chest, casting a knowing smile at Luo Chen. Luo Chen was meditating when he suddenly noticed Zhang Luoli and Li Rong engaged in lively conversation, akin to two sisters sharing endless secrets, occasionally glancing his way. An unsettling feeling crept over him. Then, he heard Li Rong's voice in his consciousness. Are you bullying my little Luoli? Luo Chen's expression shifted at once. Could it be that Zhang Luoli had divulged something to Li Rong? When did these two women find themselves allied? Do you wish to marry her? Li Rong's voice echoed once more in his mind. After a prolonged silence, Luo Chen refrained from directly answering her question and finally replied. My relationship with Luoli is strictly that of master and disciple. Li Rong nearly leapt up to reprimand him, exclaiming, what a stubborn fool, utterly incorrigible. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luoli's face fell. She had anticipated this outcome. Never mind, Aunt Li, she resigned, aware that Luo Chen would not agree, as he had stated that their relationship could only remain as it was, unable to progress further. Humph. Luoli, do not lose heart. This young man is compelling me to resort to extraordinary measures. We must not show him any mercy. We shall take decisive action. Li Rong's demeanor transformed. Exuding a formidable aura, her overwhelming murderous intent enveloping everyone around them, causing the very heavens to change color. Witnessing this, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically. They were struck by the terrifying presence of the master of the Forbidden Zone, far exceeding their expectations. They had never encountered such a dreadful aura before. What is happening? Everything was fine just a moment ago. Why has the master of the Forbidden Zone suddenly changed demeanor? Upon witnessing this, Luo Chen chose to remain indifferent, fully aware that Li Rong was deliberately provoking him. Soon after, he heard Li Rong's voice resonating within his consciousness once more. Luo Chen, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Should you refuse to marry Zhang Luo Li, I will personally end her life, ensuring you live with regret for eternity. I am a woman of my word. At that moment, Li Rong exuded an aura of formidable sanctity, rendering her utterly fearsome. Luo Chen could not help but let out a bitter laugh. This ancient being was indeed capricious in her emotions. Very well. I shall acquiesce to your demands. However, this also hinges upon whether Luo Li consents. Resolute, Luo Chen decided that since evasion was futile, he would no longer shy away. Upon hearing his words, Li Rong's expression softened, and she gazed into the distance, murmuring to herself, is 9 lifetimes of reincarnation truly worth it? Chapter 47. Dare you marry me? Luo Chen, I wish to wed you. Do you dare to marry me? Jiang Luoli suddenly stood up. Her gaze fixed firmly on Luo Chun amidst the crowd as she called out loudly, no longer wishing to evade her feelings. Upon hearing her declaration, Liamo and his sister were rendered speechless, astonished. What was happening? Their master was expressing her feelings to the Sword Saint? Was she truly contemplating marriage? To wed the Sword Saint? Was this the same master they knew, so strict and meticulous? How audacious of her to declare such intentions publicly. This world was utterly mad. Luo Chen responded, Luoli, I am willing to take you as my wife. If you remain steadfast, I shall be forever bound to you in life and death. Together as one for eternity. No matter if the heavens were to fall, it mattered not. He was destined to face tribulations, so what? He would be with her. And no one could thwart them. Am I not dreaming? Jiang Luoli, hearing Luo Chun's words, still found it hard to believe that he had agreed to her proposal. His sudden acceptance, contrasting with his previous refusals, made her doubt the reality of this moment. Silly girl. He has indeed agreed to marry you, Li Rong chuckled softly. This girl has finally attained her heart's desire. Her satisfaction is simple, and this is perhaps the happiest she has ever been after enduring so much suffering. Jiang Luoli realized this was not a dream. Her joy was radiant, pure, and childlike. Luo Chen gazed at the enchanting Jiang Luoli before him, captivated. It was the first time he had seen her smile with such genuine happiness, reminiscing about their shared past. If only we could continue like this forever. In the realm of the forbidden, by a flowing river, beside a quaint little cottage, emanating the fragrance of happiness, stood a modest abode adorned with the symbols of joy and festivity. The newlyweds, clad in vibrant red garments, stood before one another, bowing in mutual respect, sharing a smile. Congratulations, master. Lu Xiangling and her brother hurriedly approached to pay their respects, finally fortunate enough to witness their master's happiness. The ceremony concluded. From this moment forth, you two shall be true companions on the path, never betraying one another, treating each other sincerely as you seek eternal life together. May your hearts be as one. May the heavens bear witness. With Li Rong's concluding remarks, the experienced matchmaker led the newlyweds into their chamber. Husband, Jiang Luoli, veiled in red, sweetly smiled at Luo Chun. She had envisioned this scene countless times in her dreams, and now it had come to fruition. Jiang Luoli, you are so blissful. Yet, in this very moment, it felt surreal, and she feared it might all be but a dream. Luoli. Luo Chen gently lifted Jiang Luoli's veil. He was married now, although in another realm. This was his first marriage, and he approached it with utmost seriousness, despite never belonging to this world, which had prompted him to reject Jiang Luoli multiple times. He had ultimately become her true husband, and he felt a profound sense of contentment in this moment. Husband, I long to take a bite of you. Jiang Luoli could hardly contain her excitement as she abruptly pressed her lips against Luo Chen's face. However, they were still in a public place, and with the enigmatic master of the Forbidden Zone so close, it was unwise to be so indiscreet. Yet, Luoli paid no heed to such concerns. She launched a fervent assault upon Luo Chen, who attempted to resist but was swiftly subdued by her grasp. Her entire delicate figure pinned him down, rendering him utterly powerless. At that moment, Luo Chen found himself devoid of all spiritual energy, his physical form being the only remnant of his former self. Do you know, my dear husband, I truly adore you, to the extent that I long to become one with you. Just as fish cannot thrive without water, neither can I exist apart from you. In our future, as husband and wife, we shall be united for eternity, never to part. Suddenly realizing Luo Chen was completely immobilized beneath her, unable even to speak, she felt a pang of guilt. I apologize, my husband. Did I hurt you? Luoli's expression was filled with remorse as she hastily withdrew her slender legs from his body. Luo Li, I'm fine. Really? Luo Chen managed to catch his breath, acknowledging the girl's relentless spirit. It's just, you can be quite overwhelming. Is that so, my husband? Then I shall not hold back. Jiang Luoli teased, as she extended her soft tongue to playfully caress the corner of his mouth. Their bodies entwined in a deep embrace, merging into one another. Days passed. Luoli, have you sensed that object? Luo Chen inquired. For their purpose here was to locate it for Jiang Luoli. My dear husband, that object has become inconsequential to me, for I have discovered something far more precious. Jiang Luoli replied, nestled close to him. The greatest treasure for her was the bond she shared with Luo Chen. Let us not digress. Perhaps we should consult Aunt Li. Luo Chen suggested, suspecting that Li Rong might possess the knowledge they sought, though her willingness to share it remained uncertain. At that moment, Li Rong appeared beside them. seemingly out of nowhere. Luochen, Luoli, follow me. I know what you seek, she said, fully aware of Jiang Luoli's intentions, though reluctant to disclose them until now. Come with me. With a graceful wave of her hand, the air shimmered like ripples on water, and a portal materialized before them. The two followed Li Rong into another realm. Luo Chen observed that this place bore little difference from the outside world, yet the spiritual energy here was exponentially denser. They arrived at a cave dwelling, where Luo Chun's keen eyes detected formidable barriers. Anyone attempting to breach them, even a great Luo Golden Immortal, would likely meet with dire consequences. After a brief moment, they found themselves in a grand hall, surrounded by 4 statues emanating an aura of immense dread. One of these statues, radiating an aura that sent shivers down their spines, depicted the ancestral dragon, the ancient azure dragon. Another statue stands, a fierce and magnificent white beast, its 2 strikingly white fangs embodying the legendary white tiger. In another corner lies a creature reminiscent of a phoenix, yet holding a status superior to that of the phoenix itself, known as the exalted vermilion bird. Furthermore, there exists a robust and smooth statue, intricately carved with divine patterns that intertwine, revealing a rounded head, the embodiment of the black tortoise. A surge of astonishment coursed through Luo Chen as he contemplated the 4 sacred beasts, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, guardians of extraordinary might. What divine entity could be enshrined here? Jiang Luoli also gazed at Luo Chen, equally captivated, as it was her first encounter with such a spectacle. Follow me closely, Li Rong instructed, gracefully stepping forward. Jiang Luoli tightly clasped Luo Chen's hand, fearful of losing him amidst the unfolding wonder. After a brief incense burn, a faint flicker of light appeared ahead. Li Rong abruptly halted, announcing, "We have arrived. This is the place." Luo Chen's eyes were drawn to an ancient lamp, emitting a soft glow. This lamp is the divine Tianhun lamp. It has awaited the arrival of a chosen one, remaining lit all this time, Li Rong explained. With a graceful wave of her hand, a crimson light suddenly materialized before them, revealing a red coffin that exuded an aura of unease. Luo Chun surmised that this coffin likely belonged to an artifact of immense power. Who could be the owner of such a coffin, surrounded by treasures of celestial origin? Li Rong gently began to open the coffin, and in an instant, a plume of black mist erupted forth. At that moment, Luo Chun recognized the familiar essence of this aura. Jiang Luoli, fixated on the coffin, felt an uncanny familiarity, as if it were an intrinsic part of her very being. Chapter 48. A decade of peach blossoms. As the crimson coffin lid gradually creaked open, an utterly terrifying aura began to seep forth from within. Thump, thump. It felt as though a heart was beating, causing even Luo Chen's own heart to race uncontrollably. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision as an array of ominous black mist erupted from the coffin. What on earth could this be, so frightful? Luo Chun suspected that this dreadful entity did not belong to the Xianbei continent. Despite his formidable strength as a golden immortal, he felt insignificantly small, even less than dust. The presence felt boundless, akin to an infinite ocean, with him merely a droplet in its vastness. At that moment, Li Rong respectfully bowed towards the coffin, uttering, "I pay my respects to the great Emperor Jiu Li. I, your servant Li Rong, have come today to fulfill our agreement and seek out the true destined one for you." Rising, Li Rong then sliced her palm, allowing droplets of her blood to flow into the dark heart within the coffin. After a quarter of an hour, her complexion had turned pale, and her breath weakened. At that instant, the heart began to pulsate as if animated, its aura growing increasingly terrifying. This was indeed the heart of a divine emperor. Luo Chun was filled with dread. The heart before him belonged to a true supreme emperor, which explained its sheer terror. If merely a heart could evoke such fear, how powerful must a true divine emperor be? Jiang Luoli, do you wish to accept the karmic ties of the great Emperor Jiu Shi? For this is what you have long sought. Should you choose to embrace it, this emperor's heart can merge with your being, endowing you with unparalleled divine power. Yet, in accepting all that it entails, you shall cease to be yourself. If you refuse, it shall not compel you. It will wait for you endlessly. Li Rong declared with utmost seriousness. Jiang Luoli felt a cacophony erupt within her mind, plunging her into chaos. "No, I refuse," she exclaimed in anguish, sensing that accepting this would mean losing everything she held dear. She clutched Luo Chen's hand tightly, fearing that releasing it would lead to irrevocable loss. "Do not fear," Luo Chen comforted, patting her shoulder. At that moment, the blood-red heart suddenly radiated a crimson light, rendering everyone immobile. In the next instant, it plunged into Jiang Luoli's body. vanishing without a trace. Jiang Luoli felt darkness descend upon her, and she fainted. Li Rong watched this unfold with an air of resignation. From the moment she stepped into the 10 Directions Forbidden Land, the outcome had been predetermined. Aunt Li, what do you mean by that? Luo Chen inquired, perplexed. He felt an uncanny sense that every occurrence, his meeting with Jiang Luoli, the ancient battlefield, and the 10 Directions Forbidden Land, was guided by invisible hands, unavoidable in its unfolding. Destined to meet calamity, why pretend to be oblivious? She replied. Her fate has long been sealed. It was destined for you both to be intertwined yet ultimately unfulfilled. You should understand that only one of you can truly exist together. This is the fate that binds you, and your paths were never meant to cross. However, in the present moment, chaos reigns, the harmony of heaven and earth is disrupted, and even the great emperors and deities have fallen. Luo Chen, remember, time is not on your side. I will strive to buy you some time. Here, the flow of time is 10 times slower than in the outside world. Li Rong spoke with grave seriousness, her delicate hand waved, and an ethereal, divine light emanated from Jiang Luoli. In her heart, she murmured, My lady, your fate is truly arduous. Having endured 9 lifetimes of suffering and waiting, you are finally on the verge of liberation. She recalled the breathtaking silhouette in a dilapidated temple. She found herself on the brink of death when suddenly a stunning woman appeared before her. I will save your life, but you must repay me from now on. Your life belongs to me. My name is Jioli. You shall serve me for all eternity. Do you consent? She nodded vigorously, willing to do anything to survive. Little did she know that a casual promise would bind her through 9 cycles of reincarnation. She fought alongside Jioli, sharing life and death, inseparable as sisters. With Jioli's assistance, she achieved great renown, becoming the most formidable general under the rule of the Empress Jioli, second only to her. Cherish the present days, she advised. As soon as Li Rong's words fell, they reappeared in the small cabin. The next day, Jiang Luoli awoke to an intense headache, unable to recall what transpired the previous day. Husband, what happened yesterday? I can't remember anything, she inquired of Luo Chen, having only a vague recollection of stepping out with him, but the destination eluded her. Nothing much. You simply drank too much with me and became utterly intoxicated. You really have a penchant for indulgence, Luo Chen replied with a smile, expressing his longing for her peach blossom wine, which he hadn't tasted in over a century. My dear, worry not. We can be together every day henceforth, and you shall have all the wine you desire. However, the 10-year peach blossoms are truly the most exquisite. Jiang Luoli remarked, shaking her head, realizing that her headache stemmed from overindulgence. You have truly lost your composure. How can you behave so recklessly before your husband? Let it be limited to the 10-year peach blossoms, Luo Chen chuckled, reflecting on Li Rong's words. Only one among you can survive, destined never to be together. A gentle smile graced his lips. He felt content with the decade they had. In the days that followed, the siblings Li Mo became aware of Li Rong's extraordinary prowess and clung to her daily. Li Rong, unable to refuse, offered them some casual guidance. Fortunately, the siblings proved to be diligent, their cultivation advancing rapidly. Observing this, Jiang Luoli felt quite pleased. She had never been fond of teaching disciples, and thus had not imparted any guidance to Lu Xiangling and her brother. Jiang Luoli was filled with joy as she mysteriously acquired a delicate peach blossom tree. Eager to cultivate it herself, she had no desire to pluck blossoms from elsewhere. Her intention was to personally plant it for her beloved husband. Oh, peach blossom tree, you must thrive and grow swiftly. Do not keep my husband waiting too long, lest I become displeased. Jiang Luoli calculated that if she planted this peach blossom now, it would bear fruit in precisely 10 years, a perfect time frame for brewing peach blossom wine. From that day forth, she dedicated herself to nurturing the tree each day, and gradually it began to flourish. As 10 years quietly slipped through her fingers, the peach blossom tree grew to the thickness of her arm and finally burst into a breathtaking bloom, radiant and resplendent. Overjoyed, Jiang Luoli took Luo Chun's arm and led him beneath the blossoming tree. With her exquisite visage, she gently kissed his cheek and whispered softly in his ear, My dear husband, the peach blossoms have finally bloomed after a decade. At last, we can be together forever. Chapter 49. Luoli, I'm sorry. I love you after a decade. This peach tree has finally blossomed. The wine brewed from this year's peach blossoms is truly the most fragrant. Jiang Luoli gazed at the vibrant peach tree before her, which indeed did not disappoint, finally blooming in this year. Has it really been 10 years? Luo Chen looked up at the distant horizon, realizing that he had been in the 10 directions forbidden land for 10 years in the outside world. It equates to merely a year. How swiftly time passes. Indeed, my husband, it has only been 10 years. We shall be together for all eternity, never to part. Is that so, my husband? Jiang Luoli asked earnestly, her heart gripped by the fear of losing Luo Chen. Luoli, that is certain, we will not be separated. If one day you find that I am no longer by your side, or have vanished entirely, would you miss me? Luo Chen inquired, aware that his time was dwindling. Would she be heartbroken if you were not beside her? Do not speak such words. Wherever you go, Luoli shall follow. I will cling to you for eternity. And let us see how you can rid yourself of me. However, should you truly dare to leave me, I, Jiang Luoli, will search for you to the ends of the earth. My husband, I must tell you plainly, in this lifetime, you belong solely to Luoli. If that day ever comes, I shall confine you by my side for all eternity, ensuring we are never separated again. Jiang Luoli proclaimed with utmost sincerity, her expression devoid of any pretense. How could I ever bear to leave you? Rest assured, no one shall separate us. Luo Chen embraced Jiang Luoli, tenderly kissing her forehead. Luoli, I'm sorry I love you. A pang of reluctance surged within Luo Chen as he prepared to release her. In response, Jiang Luoli planted a firm kiss on the corner of Luo Chen's mouth, nearly causing it to swell, leaving a mark upon his neck. As she began to shed her garments, this time, Luo Chen did not resist, allowing everything to unfold naturally. Wait a moment, Luoli. I wish to don our new attire once more. I want to share the cup of wine with you. Tonight, I belong solely to you. And we shall not cease until we are intoxicated. With that, a red garment adorned Luo Chen, identical to the one he wore a decade ago. My husband, this is perfect. Tonight, you are entirely mine, and I am wholly yours. Alas, the peach blossom wine requires a decade of aging. However, on this day, 10 years from now, let us share another cup of wine right here. What do you think, my husband? Jiang Luoli asked, feeling that each decade should be commemorated in this manner. Very well, as you wish. My dear wife, please. Luo Chen raised his wine cup, intertwining his arm with Jiang Luoli's. My husband, please. Jiang Luoli cast a furtive glance at Luo Chen, and only when she saw him drink heartily did she feel assured enough to sip from her cup. Let us have more. Jiang Luoli, filled with the spirit of the wine, began to challenge Luo Chen in their drinking prowess. After an hour had passed, Jiang Luoli's complexion was flushed, the effects of the wine rendering her nearly unsteady on her feet. My dear husband, do you know that I can still drink? Jiang Luoli collapsed onto the bed, sprawled out in a carefree manner, her long legs slightly revealing their fair complexion. The delicate figure lay on the bed, a vision of inebriated beauty, utterly enchanting. Luo Chen gazed at Jiang Luoli for a long while. He gently draped a blanket over her and planted a soft kiss on her forehead, murmuring, Luoli, I am sorry. As Luo Chen turned to leave, Jiang Luoli's voice echoed once more. Husband, the peach blossom wine I brewed is truly fragrant. Hee. You shall never escape from my grasp in this lifetime. Luo Chen abruptly halted, realizing that Jiang Luoli was speaking in her sleep. Husband, I am quietly revealing a secret to you. I have finally mastered the art of making your favorite sweet and sour pork. Luoli, I will prepare countless delectable dishes for you. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen felt an unexpected hesitation within. If he were to depart without a word, would that not be an injustice to her? Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his heart, and blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth. While Jiang Luoli's complexion also appeared quite poor. Is this our fate? We should not have met, nor should we be together. Are we destined only to be separated by life and death? Luo Chen gazed at Jiang Luoli, clenching his fists tightly. He did not wish to succumb to destiny, yet remaining by her side might only bring her harm. At that moment, Li Rong abruptly appeared beside Luo Chen. You must leave at once. I can barely hold on any longer, or both of you will perish. Li Rong spoke gravely, her face pale and breath erratic. Luo Chen ceased his hesitations and vanished from the spot. The following day, Jiang Luoli began to awaken slowly. Habitually, she reached out to embrace Luo Chen, only to find emptiness. Where has my husband gone? Jiang Luoli suddenly became alert, recalling how Luo Chen had unexpectedly wished to drink a toast with her, leading her to become intoxicated. Am I truly so easily inebriated? Jiang Luoli had already lost her composure before Luo Chen on 2 occasions. Henceforth, she must refrain from alcohol. In that moment, Jiang Luoli realized that Luo Chen was nowhere to be found. The entire vicinity of the small wooden cabin was devoid of his presence, igniting a wave of anxiety within her. Husband! She called out loudly. Yet, no one answered her, and even Lu Xiangling and her brother had vanished. Husband must have gone out for some reason. But why did he not take me along? Have I done something to upset him? Jiang Luoli chided herself. You are surely overthinking. My husband is not so petty. Husband, I shall wait for you here. Thus, Jiang Luoli stood at the entrance of the wooden cabin all day, still without sight of Luo Chun. Husband, please return. Luoli misses you dearly. At this moment, Jiang Luoli was filled with anxiety. Yet she continually reassured herself that her husband would soon return. Suddenly, she recalled that Luo Chun had behaved oddly the previous day. Why had he insisted on changing into new attire and sharing a toast with her? In that moment, she did not think much of it. But now she increasingly sensed something amiss. Yesterday, no matter what she did, Luo Chun would comply with her every request. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared behind Jiang Luoli. Upon seeing Aunt Li, Jiang Luoli's face lit up with joy. For she was certain that Aunt Li would know where Luo Chun had gone. Aunt Li, where has my husband gone? When will he return? Jiang Luoli inquired of Li Rong. Witnessing this scene, Li Rong felt a pang of sympathy. Perhaps it was terribly unfair for Jiang Luoli, who remained completely unaware of the truth. Luoli, Luo Chun has left, Li Rong sighed softly. Aunt Li, where did he go? Jiang Luoli was now in a state of great anxiety, though she strained to suppress her emotions. I do not know. He may never return. Li Rong shook her head. She wished to comfort Jiang Luoli, yet found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps this was simply their fate. Chapter 50. A promise I owe him. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Luoli's complexion instantly drained of color, her entire being trembling as she emitted a frantic scream. No, this cannot be true. Aunt Li, you must be deceiving me, right? How could my husband abandon me? He promised to accompany me through eternity, never to part. Jiang Luoli's expression was one of profound anguish. Where have you gone, my husband? Do you truly wish to forsake Luoli? Li Rong remained silent for a long while. Offering no response, Jiang Luoli shouted vehemently, Liar! Luo Chun, you are nothing but a deceiver. Why have you betrayed me? Why leave me all alone? At that moment, her eyes reddened, bloodshot and filled with tears as she collapsed to the ground. Jiang Luoli, please calm yourself, Li Rong implored, unable to bear the sight before her. As Jiang Luoli appeared to have lost all radiance in her eyes, suddenly, a sinister smile graced Jiang Luoli's lips. My husband, I have stated that even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall surely bring you back. You shall not escape my grasp. As her words fell, she vanished from sight. After a night of relentless travel, Luo Chun finally emerged from the 10 directions forbidden land. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he was met with a pungent scent of blood. Approaching, he was startled to discover several lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground. What transpired here? Having been away from the Xianbei continent for a year, he was utterly unaware of the events that had unfolded. A strange aura, foreign to Xianbei, enveloped him. Could it be that outsiders had trespassed into the Xianbei continent? Luo Chun considered the possibility. He had sensed the weakening of the barriers surrounding Xianbei when he previously opened the 10 directions forbidden land, and even the fortune of the continent had diminished. Suddenly unleashing his consciousness, he scanned the area, only to find it shrouded in a dismal atmosphere, littered with countless corpses of ordinary mortals. Who could be responsible? Even common folk are not spared. His expression darkened ominously. Why had such a calamity befallen? At that moment, he recalled the group of otherworldly cultivators he had slain some time ago, suspecting they bore significant relation to this tragedy. Oh no, Yong'an Town. The memories flooded back. Yong'an Town was intricately linked to him, and if those foreign cultivators had set their sights on it, it would be the first to suffer. Without hesitation, Luo Chun's figure vanished into the horizon. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he traversed the void, covering hundreds of thousands of miles until he arrived above Yong'an Town. The sight below was one of utter devastation, reduced to ruins, with not a single survivor in sight. These beasts. As time rewound in his mind, Luo Chun began to deduce who had razed Yong'an Town, sparing no living soul. Just then, he witnessed an astonishing scene. How could it be them? How could this happen? The faces before him were all too familiar. The culprits were indeed members of the Tianjin sect. How could it be the Tianjin sect? If Luo Chun had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect could commit such atrocities. Why would they harm the innocent? Their previous actions had always embodied the virtues of benevolence, righteousness, and moral integrity, leaving them with no justification for such deeds. At that moment, Luo Chun suddenly noticed several desiccated corpses hanging on a city wall, their bodies largely decomposed and unrecognizable. as he gazed upon one particularly emaciated body. A sense of familiarity washed over him. Yet, in the next instant, his expression darkened ominously. He finally recognized the small boy in his right hand. He clutched a tiny wooden sword, the very one Luo Chun had carved himself. This lifeless form belonged to the child taken in by Aunt Li, Little Hu. Luo Chun recalled the pleasant impression Little Hu had made on him. He remembered telling the boy that he owed him a wish, and now that Little Hu was gone, he would personally seek retribution from the Heavenly Sword sect. He had also promised that if whoever found himself in danger, he should call out his name on the wooden sword, and Luo Chun would appear, a safeguard he had bestowed upon him. However, Little Hu never uttered his name, perhaps fearing that it would bring harm to Luo Chun. As Luo Chun collected the body of Little Hu, he noticed something in the boy's left hand, a bamboo slip stained with blood, inscribed with uneven characters that read, "My wish is simple. I hope my parents and brother Luo Chun remain safe and healthy, and that brother Luo Chun marries the most beautiful bride in the world." Luo Chun tightened his grip on the bamboo slip, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had not anticipated that this was Little Hu's true wish. "Little Hu, it is my failure to protect you. This is my debt to you, as well as to the Heavenly Sword sect." Resolutely, he declared, "Come. I shall take you to exact vengeance." With a calm demeanor, he carried the lifeless body towards the Heavenly Sword sect, his tranquility only intensifying his murderous intent. "Little Hu, since it has come to this, let the entire Heavenly Sword sect be buried alongside you." Armed with the peach blossom sword, Luo Chun soared into the sky, his sights set on the Heavenly Sword sect. Meanwhile, a great fire erupted in Yong'an town, incinerating all traces of the place, including Luo Chin's cloud guest house and his past, for he would not return again. Shortly after Luo Chin's departure, a graceful figure appeared, Jiang Luoli. Upon surveying the scene before her, her expression shifted dramatically. How could this happen? The cloud guest house was our home, and now it is gone, just as Luo Chun has left. Suddenly, she sensed Luo Chin's presence, and her heart leaped with joy as she hurriedly pursued him. At the Heavenly Sword sect, in the Hall of Void, a disciple respectfully reported to the sect leader, "Master, we have captured all the female cultivators from the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Should we present them to the Esteemed One?" This batch of female cultivators was quite striking, particularly one named Qing Ziyun, who was exceptionally alluring. Surely, presenting her to the Esteemed One would garner his approval. Hua Yangzi believed it to be true. The sole indulgence of the esteemed master was his carnal desires. Having already caused the demise of more than half of the maidens from the Heavenly Sword sect, upon hearing the name of this master, all female cultivators would turn pale with fear. At that moment, Hua Yangzi completely shed his earlier demeanor of righteous indignation. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect appeared to have undergone a profound transformation, yet none could fathom the reasons behind it. "Hua Yangzi, as the esteemed leader of the Heavenly Sword sacred sect, how have you fallen to become a mere lackey of this so-called master? You are unworthy of being a cultivator of the Xianbei continent." Qing Ziyun exclaimed in fury. She was acutely aware that her fate was sealed. She would share the same grim destiny as those other female cultivators, reduced to mere playthings for this master, ultimately drained of their essence and perishing. Though Qing Ziyun felt a deep sense of resentment, she found herself powerless, unable even to resort to self-detonation. Her life and death were no longer her own to command. Regrettably, it seemed she would be unable to fulfill the trust placed in her by the immortal Meng Xiaoxue. Her purpose for coming to the Heavenly Sword sect was to seek out a man named Luo Chun, as requested personally by Meng Xiaoxue. Just days prior, the Heavenly Tao Alliance had been eradicated overnight by a group of mysterious cultivators from another realm. Had it not been for Meng Xiaoxue's timely intervention, she would have surely met her end. Thus, she had taken it upon herself to assist Meng Xiaoxue. Yet, she never imagined that the Heavenly Sword sect had already betrayed its principles, proving to be even less reliable than the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Reduced to pawns of the otherworldly cultivators, with her own group becoming prisoners of the Heavenly Sword sect, Qing Ziyun couldn't help but sigh. Am I truly destined to die here? Chapter 51. The Fall of the Sword Sect. As Qing Ziyun sighed, a sudden roar echoed through the void around her, and the very structures surrounding her collapsed with a thunderous crash. She felt an incomprehensibly terrifying force obliterating everything in an instant. What was happening? To her astonishment, she realized she could move now. Her spiritual energy was actually flowing. Could it be an enemy attack? Such a notion seemed plausible. Yet who in the Xianbei continent would dare oppose the Sword Sect? The Heavenly Tao Alliance had been utterly annihilated, leaving only the Miao Miao sect as a potential adversary. Was Meng Xiaoxue leading an assault? What kind of dreadful power was at play? Suddenly, a figure descended beside her. Qing Ziyan focused her gaze and could not help but inquire, "Luo Chun, what are you doing here? We must leave quickly. This is not a place for conversation." To her surprise, it was indeed Luo Chun, a serendipitous reunion amidst chaos. "I have come to kill," Luo Chun replied coldly, remaining motionless. "I understand your thirst for vengeance. But do not recklessly sacrifice your life. We must depart at once." She recalled that Luo Chun had previously been merely at the transformation stage. Now, at best, he was at the refinement stage. Venturing here would be tantamount to seeking death. Just as Qing Ziyun was about to lead Luo Chun away, several terrifying figures descended beside them. "No one leaves today." At that moment, an unfamiliar face appeared before Luo Chun. If he was not mistaken, this individual was a practitioner from another realm, having already attained the golden immortal stage. "Alas, Luo Chun, you should not have come," Qing Ziyun lamented, holding a treasure box sealed with layers of power. Though she had fulfilled Meng Xiaoxue's task by delivering this item to Luo Chun, what use would it be if they were ensnared in the sword sect's trap? Upon discovering the item brought by Meng Xiaoxue, Luo Chun felt a familiar aura emanating from it and promptly unsealed the box. Inside lay only a white handkerchief. Recognizing it as Meng Xiaoxue's, he opened it to reveal bloodstains. Indeed, it was inscribed with her own blood. "Brother Luo Chun, leave this place at once, flee the Xianbei continent, and never return." The message was succinct yet profound, having drained her of all vitality, as Luo Chun felt her essence diminishing. He fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, a figure landed before Luo Chun. It was Huayangzi. "Luo Chun, given our acquaintance, I advise you not to meddle in this affair. The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. To be frank, not even Dao Ancestor would dare involve himself." Huayangzi glanced at Luo Chun, aware of his capabilities, yet feeling no fear. Luo Chun remained silent, intent on discerning the true nature of Huayangzi, as an uncanny sense of familiarity washed over him, suggesting that this was all part of a grand conspiracy. Suddenly, a radiant light emanated from Luo Chun's eyes as he addressed the crowd. Fate unfolds. He witnessed the scene of the first obliteration of Yong'an Town, where all living beings were drained of their blood, with only a small girl remaining alive. She was none other than Jiang Luoli. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared, Huayangzi. Accompanying Jiang Luoli into the ancient battlefield, it became evident that someone had been guiding them from the shadows. Luo Chun also glimpsed the causal threads connecting him to Huayangzi, with the blood soul curse being one of the links. In the 10 directions forbidden land, Huayangzi was directly involved, ostensibly seeking the treasured relic of the heavenly sword sect. However, it appeared he had intentionally lured Jiang Luoli deeper into the perilous abyss, placing them in grave danger. At this moment, Luo Chun had largely deduced the identity of the mastermind behind it all. "Luo Chun, do you see? Even if you uncover the truth, nothing can alter the course of events, nor can it be avoided. As the one destined to face calamity, you lack the capacity to break free, for you have already fallen into the trap set by the master." Huayangzi spoke indifferently, revealing the truth to Luo Chun would change nothing, regardless of the outcome. "But you should not kill ordinary mortals. You should not slay the people of Yong'an Town. And you certainly should not kill Xiao Huzai. All of you are merely sacrifices for him." Luo Chun retorted coldly, his aura surging with furious intensity. The previous 3 annihilations of Yong'an Town were all instigated by Huayangzi. They are but a swarm of ants. Their deaths are inconsequential. "Do you truly believe you can triumph over me, Luo Chun?" Huayangzi scoffed, his aura escalating uncontrollably. And in the next moment, he directly broke through the limits of tribulation, stepping into the golden, immortal realm. "Luo Chun, did you not foresee this? The master has bestowed upon me newfound power, precisely to contend with you. I have now entered the golden immortal realm, and we are 2 golden immortals against you. No matter how formidable your strength, it is impossible for you to surpass us." Huayangzi exclaimed with uncontainable pride, marveling at his ascent to the realm of true immortals. Luo Chun shook his head. "You, a mere pawn, lack the awareness of your role and have become a mere testing ground for others. How pitiful. If that is the case, you may proceed on your way." He spoke coolly, finding it laughable that Huayangzi had devolved into a discarded piece without realization. "You, a trivial tribulation cultivator, still depend on the master to intervene? You overestimate your own significance. Today, I shall unveil to you the true methods of an immortal. You will come to understand the chasm between tribulation and the golden immortal realm, a divide that has never been crossed from ancient times to the present." Huayangzi, with a face full of disdain, then lightly pinched his fingers, causing the void surrounding Luo Chen to shatter. Qing Siyun, witnessing this spectacle, felt both astonished at Luo Chen's displayed power and overwhelmed by the supreme celestial energy that rendered her insignificant, akin to dust. A tribulation cultivator could never hope to contend with such terrifying force. Enough, Luo Chen uttered with a cold snort. Die. A voice resonated like a true edict, instantly eliciting a resonance throughout heaven and earth. The void that had shattered before Luo Chen began to mend rapidly. Suddenly, the members of the Tianjin sect felt an irresistible force from the heavens, as if they were in a futile struggle against the Tao of heaven. They found themselves unable to resist, their bodies shattering like mirrors, fracturing into countless pieces. Before Luo Chen, two figures descended to the ground, none other than the two golden immortal realm cultivators, Huayangzi and his companion. In the next moment, one of them disintegrated into nothingness. Thus, the Tianjin sect met its demise, leaving only Huayangzi, who gazed at Luo Chen with incredulity. This is impossible. How can you be this powerful? You are not even at the tribulation stage. Huayangzi exclaimed in terror, bewildered by Luo Chen's strength. Is this your final words? Then you may depart, Luo Chen declared, wielding a peachwood sword. Just as he was about to resolve their enmity, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Husband, do not. Chapter 52 Death. 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 In an instant, the peach blossom sword in Luo Chen's hand came to a halt. Upon seeing the figure of Jiang Luoli, he was momentarily taken aback. At that very moment, Huayangzi urgently called out to Jiang Luoli, Saintess, save me. Luo Chen has gone mad. He has slaughtered all his fellow disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Your senior brothers and sisters, your junior brothers, all have fallen victim to his wrath. He is a demon. They are dead. Everyone is dead. As Huayangzi laid eyes on Jiang Luoli, his eyes turned bloodshot, and his body was reduced to ashes. At this moment, Qing Ziyun stood frozen in place, bewildered by the true nature of Luo Chen. With a mere flick of his wrist, the sacred sect of Xianbei and the Heavenly Sword sect were utterly obliterated, with not a single soul left alive, and even two immortals showed no resistance. What kind of power is this? The event transpired too swiftly for her to comprehend. The entire Heavenly Sword sect had been annihilated, and Luo Chen was terrifyingly powerful. Had he transcended to a realm beyond that of the immortals? Qing Ziyun could hardly believe her eyes. Having once regarded him as merely a minor cultivator in the transformation stage, yet he now appeared to surpass even the immortals. At that moment, her train of thought was interrupted by Jiang Luoli's voice. How could this be? Why is it happening? Hearing Huayangzi's final words, Jiang Luoli was utterly stunned. Her gaze fixed on Luo Chen as she demanded an explanation. She could not fathom why Luo Chen would annihilate her entire sect while standing before her. Because they deserved to die. Luo Chen had no desire to elaborate, wishing to sever ties with Jiang Luoli to prevent her from becoming embroiled in the chaos. Your senior brothers and uncles are so benevolent, and everyone in the sect abhors evil. How could they possibly deserve death? Luo Chen, even now, you wish to deceive me. You killed my grandmother, and I forgave you. You killed my adoptive parents, and for you, I chose to forgive you. You have harmed the mortals of Yongmen Town, and I could still choose to forgive you. Even if you deceived me, I would find it in my heart to forgive you. But you absolutely should not have killed my fellow disciples. They are my true family, and I shall never forgive you for this sin. I shall imprison you for eternity within the Heavenly Sword sect. You and I are united as one. I am the saintess of the Heavenly Sword sect, and thus you are half of it as well. Let you forever atone for your sins before these virtuous individuals. As Jiang Luoli spoke, tears streamed down her face. She did not wish to take such actions, but failing to do so would betray the memory of her fellow disciples. Since you are a member of the Heavenly Sword sect, your crime shall be judged by me on behalf of the Hall of Punishment. Firstly, the murder of fellow disciples, a capital offense. Secondly, severing the foundation of the Heavenly Sword sect, a capital offense. Thirdly, the assassination of the sect master, a capital offense. These three crimes compounded only serve to heighten your punishment. Should you withstand the following sentences, your death penalty may be revoked. First, the 9 thunder whips. Not a single soul shall survive after 9 lashes. Second, the 10,000 souls nails. Your consciousness shall be tormented by countless nails until it collapses and perishes. The most excruciating fate. Third, the heart-eating goo. The heart-eating goo shall slowly consume your flesh. And the most agonizing aspect is that your very soul will be devoured bit by bit, a process of utmost torment. She resolved to seal off the Heavenly Sword sect. intending to personally guard it and administer punishment to Luo Chen, seeking atonement for the sect. Saintess, this cannot be, protested Qing Ziyun. The Heavenly Sword sect has already betrayed us. Senior Luo Chun is ridding the world of evildoers. Qing Ziyun attempted to elucidate, observing that the members of the Heavenly Sword sect had long deviated from the noble ideals they once upheld. Impossible. You speak nonsense. How could my Heavenly Sword sect harbor such individuals? Jiang Luoli's fury erupted. Having followed the sect for a century, she was acutely aware of its principles. They were inherently benevolent, and she could not bring herself to believe Qing Ziyun's words. Yet, Qing Ziyun yearned to speak further, but was halted by Luo Chun. Luoli, you are no match for me. It is best you return. For the sake of our past as spouses, I shall spare you. Luo Chun coldly declared, devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Luoli felt a sharp pang in her heart. Did he truly harbor no feelings for her? Why did he speak so callously? Luo Chen, you greatly overestimate yourself. I am the reincarnation of the Ninely Empress. Do you think you can escape my grasp? Jiang Luoli had already begun to awaken fragments of her memories. Initially, she intended to live a quiet life with Luo Chun in the Forbidden Land, to entirely forget her identity and accompany him for eternity. She never anticipated that Luo Chen had been deceiving her. She had merely been deluding herself. Now, she had finally awakened and would no longer mourn for this unfaithful man. Ninely Empress, it seems you have regained your memories. Luoli, do you still wish to believe in me? If you are willing, you may kill me, Luo Chen stated. Aware that Jiang Luoli had fallen into a trap carefully orchestrated by others, and he knew she would not immediately strike him down. Luo Chen, you wish to die so easily? I will not grant you such a merciful end. Jiang Luoli suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura, emanating a divine radiance as a true emperor began to awaken. Is this the power of an emperor? Luo Chen marveled, feeling the vast chasm between them. Even if Jiang Luoli had yet to awaken even a fraction of her strength, he was far from her equal, now devoid of the power to resist. Suppression, Jiang Luoli exclaimed, unleashing terrifying divine patterns that descended upon Luo Chen. He coughed up blood, his vitality waning. At the sight of Luo Chen's injury, Jiang Luoli's heart softened, a painful ache surging within her. No, Jiang Luoli, you cannot falter. How can you repay the Heavenly Sword sect's nurturing kindness otherwise? Resolutely, she intensified her power. The ground of the entire sword sect could scarcely withstand the immense pressure, sinking into a deep chasm nearly 10,000 feet deep, forming what would later be known as the Abyss of Absolute Dust, a place of dread on the Xianbei continent. A decade later, in the depths of the abyss, a peach blossom tree has finally bloomed. Within the confines of a thatched cottage, Jiang Luoli has named it Yunka Garden. A man is bound within the wooden structure, his body pierced by two thick divine whips at the bones of his wrists. His garments are tattered, stained with blood. Luo Chun, over the past decade, you have endured 9 divine whips, the nails of a myriad of souls, and the heart-devouring insect. Do you not recognize your mistakes? Jiang Luoli cannot help but feel a pang of sorrow as she questions Luo Chun. For all these years, if he were to admit his faults, she would immediately grant him forgiveness. Yet, despite the torment he has endured, Luo Chun remains resolute, refusing to yield even a fraction to her. Luoli, whether you believe it or not, they all deserve to die. Luoli, you may as well kill me. His breath is faint, and with each approach to Jiang Luoli, his condition deteriorates further, even his cultivation is regressing. Moreover, his blood soul curse has begun to manifest, and Luo Chen senses that his time is running short. Is liberation near? At this moment, Jiang Luoli seems to have descended into a state of malady, kissing Luo Chen softly as she declares, Husband, you cannot die. I promise to accompany you for eternity. If you admit your wrongs, I shall spare you. Husband, it has been 10 years. Have you forgotten what day it is today? Chapter 53, A Decade's Pact, my husband. Today marks the 10th anniversary of our sacred vow, a day of utmost significance for us. It is also the day you shall complete your penance. I have repaid the favor owed to the Heavenly Sword sect, and you have atoned for your transgressions. Henceforth, let us embrace the simplicity of life together, supporting one another through thick and thin, never to part again. Is that agreeable? Jiang Luoli's expression was filled with compassion. For over the past decade, Luo Chun had endured immense suffering. Each time he faced punishment, her heart ached anew. She had resolved to liberate him from his torment, for they owed nothing further to the Heavenly Sword sect, having long since settled their debts. As she gazed upon the deep, bone-exposing scars on Luo Chen's body, her delicate, Fair hand gently caressed his wounded flesh, sending an electric shiver through her. Tears streamed down her cheeks. My husband, I am sorry. It is I who have been selfish. In the days to come, let us live peacefully as an ordinary couple. Do you resent me, my love? Jiang Luoli embraced Luo Chun, channeling her imperial power to heal him swiftly. This energy enveloped him, for without it, he could not withstand such cruel punishment. Yet, she was perplexed as to why her strength waned in his presence. Nevertheless, she cared not, as long as she could be with her husband. She would willingly forego her imperial might. Luo Li, I harbor no hatred nor resentment towards you. I merely wish to live a simple life alongside you, eternally united. Luo Chen's weak voice emerged from Jiang Luoli's embrace. He felt overwhelmingly fatigued, yearning for slumber, yet he understood that once he drifted into sleep, he might never awaken again. My husband, thank you for your understanding and for forgiving my selfishness. Meeting you has been my greatest fortune. However, we of the Heavenly Sword sect nothing further. Allow me to guide you away from this place. We shall never return. Jiang Luoli held Luo Chen close, cherishing the warmth of his body, feeling an overwhelming sense of intimacy and happiness. Most gratifying was the knowledge that Luo Chen did not harbor resentment towards her, even if he had been deceived. She would still find joy in his presence. Very well, Luo Chen nodded weakly. Please wait a moment, Jiang Luoli said, pausing before the thatched cottage. Her beautiful eyes took in the cloud-guest courtyard and the peach blossom tree at its entrance, which retained the same layout as before. However, this place held no memories of Yongin Town, where she and Luo Chen had shared beautiful moments. Instead, this location was steeped in endless suffering. My husband, our grievances have concluded. There is no longer any reason for this place to exist. Let the past fade away along with this location. Jiang Luoli's eyes narrowed. And in that instant, an immense power erupted from her being, causing the earth to tremble. The next moment, the abyss of absolute dust vanished entirely. My husband, I shall take you to a new place. With that, Jiang Luoli and Luo Chen disappeared from their original location. In the Forbidden Lands, a wooden cabin stood beside a small bridge over a gentle stream. A beautiful woman was arranging a new home within the cabin, just as before. This woman was Li Rong. It seems that, in the end, the outcome cannot be altered, she sighed. At that very moment, a sudden movement occurred above the 10 directions Forbidden Land, and 2 figures descended beside Li Rong, none other than Jiang Luoli and Luo Chen. The two were inseparable, resembling a pair of celestial lovers. I, the maid Li Rong, pay my respects to the young lady and the young master. Li Rong sensed a familiar aura emanating from Jiang Luoli, reminiscent of the once mighty Nine Li Empress. She addressed Jiang Luoli with a mortal's title. Yet the Empress paid no heed to the formality, finding it rather endearing. Li Rong, our bond spans many years, and you have faithfully guarded this emperor through 9 reincarnations. For your merits, I bestow upon you the emperor's scripture. Cultivate diligently and strive to transcend to the realm of the emperor, Jiang Luoli proclaimed, nodding in acknowledgement of Li Rong's unwavering loyalty, who had silently protected her across 9 lifetimes without a trace of grievance. Thank you, young lady, Li Rong exclaimed joyfully, bowing respectfully to Jiang Luoli, though she was merely on the cusp of the emperor's realm. The prospect of possessing the 9 Li Empress's scripture gave her a newfound confidence in achieving a breakthrough. Do not be overly courteous. This is your rightful reward, Jiang Luoli replied, affirming her principles of reward and punishment as the 9 Li Empress. Young lady, the young master. Li Rong hesitated, unsure of how to express her thoughts. Please, take your leave for now, Jiang Luoli instructed, longing to remain by Luo Chen's side. For the past decade, she felt she had wronged her husband and recognized her own selfishness. Despite knowing that Luo Chen had forgiven her, an overwhelming guilt still lingered in her heart. At times, she questioned her choices. My husband, how do you feel now? Jiang Luoli inquired, noticing Luo Chen's lingering weakness. Despite having restored his body and soul with her imperial power, she was perplexed as to why he had not fully recovered. Was the punishment truly so harrowing that he remained in this state? Suddenly, Luo Chen rose from Jiang Luoli's embrace. Apart from his pale complexion, he felt a resurgence of strength coursing through him. Luoli, there's no need to worry. I am well now, Luo Chen assured her with a smile, taking a few steps that felt much lighter before enveloping Jiang Luoli in his arms. That is wonderful. My husband, Jiang Luoli exclaimed, her heart finally at ease upon witnessing Luo Chen's recovery. Had anything happened to him, she knew she would never forgive herself. As Li Rong observed the couple's happiness, tears streamed down her cheeks. She recognized this as a sign of Luo Qin's fleeting vitality. A scene she had witnessed across 9 lifetimes, each time with him quietly departing. She could not help but feel a pang of injustice for Luo Qin. Young master, why do you not reveal the truth to the young lady? Must she suffer such deep misunderstandings across every lifetime? This is the 9th time. Will you once again leave without a word? You once said that those not of this world must eventually depart. After 9 lifetimes, there shall be no more meetings with the young lady. Li Rong vividly remembered the words that Luo Qin had once spoken to her, still fresh in her memory. Luo Qin lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings and noticed a peach blossom tree, which had been lovingly planted by Jiang Luoli 2 decades ago. This year marked the 2nd decade, and with a heavy heart, Luo Qin reflected, Luoli, I am sorry. This might be the last decade I spend with you. Deeply moved, he felt a profound reluctance to part with it all. If he could live a life of simplicity and tranquility, he would find it beautiful and fulfilling. Yet, having shared several decades together, Luo Qin felt a sense of contentment. However, fate had other plans. They were destined not to be together. Casting another glance at the peach blossom tree, he turned to Jiang Luoli and said, Luoli, the peach blossoms are exceptionally beautiful this year. I wish to take a closer look. Chapter 54. Bury me beneath the peach blossom tree. Indeed, Luoli has tended to this tree for many years, patiently awaiting the return of her beloved husband. Husband, come with me. Each year, Jiang Luoli visits the Forbidden Land, never once neglecting it. For this peach blossom tree bears witness to her affections for Luo Qin. Soon, Luo Qin followed Jiang Luoli to the base of the tree. Over the span of a decade, the peach blossom tree has flourished, its blossoms this year radiating an exceptional brilliance. Husband, have you forgotten something? Can you guess what Luoli has brought for you? Jiang Luoli delicately covered Luo Qin's eyes with her slender hands. The fragrance wafted through the air. Is this indeed the exquisite peach blossom wine from 10 years past? The moment Jiang Luoli's hands shielded his eyes, Luo Qin had already caught the familiar scent of the peach blossom wine. How boring. You guessed it so quickly, Jiang Luoli pouted, having intended to surprise him. She had prepared several items for him to guess, only for him to discern the truth immediately. Luoli, what is this? Luo Qin inquired anew, not wishing to dampen her spirits despite having already revealed the surprise. It should be about time. Higi, husband, here are 3 jars of peach blossom wine. If you can identify which one contains the 10-year-old vintage, you shall be rewarded, for only 1 jar is brewed by me, Jiang Luoli teased. Having meticulously prepared for this moment, she was determined that her husband would not be stumped. This cannot possibly challenge me, Luo Qin declared as he picked up 1 jar. The aroma of the peach blossom wine was rich and lingering, suggesting it was a 5-year vintage. The jar exuded a fragrant bouquet, smooth and enduring, indicative of the 10-year-old brew, yet not one crafted by Luo Li, but rather by Aunt Li. This jar, with its enchanting fragrance and subtle notes, must be the peach blossom wine you brewed, Luo Li, for it carries a hint of your essence. Luo Qin grasped the jar of wine, unable to release it from his hold. Do not be hasty, dear husband. Allow Luo Li to prepare a couple of dishes for you. You mustn't sip until I join you, Jiang Luo Li said with a radiant smile as she made her way to the stove. Her culinary skills had transformed remarkably. She had memorized Luo Qin's recipes and was confident she could astonish him with her creations. Jiang Luo Li, you are truly impressive. Surely husband will praise your skills. Once Jiang Luo Li departed, Luo Qin gazed at the peach blossom tree. A gentle breeze stirred the air, causing petals to drift silently to the ground. The blossoms were exquisite, yet alas, their beauty would fade within mere days. I have traversed this world for over a century, akin to a fleeting guest in the realm of mortals, ephemeral in nature. In the next decade, I shall no longer be able to accompany you, Luo Li. Year after year, the flowers remain the same, yet the people change. Master, the young lady visits this peach blossom tree each year, often lost in thought. And sometimes she even laughs to herself. She frequently murmurs this sentiment. Li Rong found herself by Luo Qin's side without realizing when it happened. Year after year, the flowers remain the same, yet the people change. Perhaps this is fate, Aunt Li. After my demise, please bury me beneath this peach blossom tree. That way, I shall be able to see her here. Luo Qin glanced around. The scenery was exquisite, a true treasure of feng shui. A place sought after by many yet found by few. Numerous cultivators have nowhere to rest their souls, and he felt content to have a place to find peace. Is it truly worth it, my lord? Li Rong inquired once more. Of course it is, Luo Qin replied with certainty. This response was as it always had been. Li Rong asked this question in every lifetime, Yet the answer remained unchanged. 10 years of life and death, both shrouded in uncertainty, unthought, yet hard to forget. A solitary grave 1,000 miles away, with no place to speak of the desolation. Luo Chun murmured, reflecting on his own fate. At that moment, Jiang Luoli emerged, carrying 2 dishes with a beaming smile as she approached Luo Chun. "Husband, have you been sneaking drinks?" Luo Chun produced the wine flask and gave it a gentle shake. "The wine is still full. I promised you, and I shall keep my word." "So I haven't touched it." Seeing this, Jiang Luoli's joy intensified as she promptly presented the 2 plates. "Here, this is scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and sweet and sour pork, both of which are your favorites," she declared proudly. "My dear wife, how impressive you are, having learned 2 new dishes." Luo Chen couldn't resist kissing her cheek, causing Jiang Luoli to blush instantly. At that moment, Jiang Luoli felt an immense sense of pride and happiness. Finally, "My husband praised me. Jiang Luoli, you are remarkable." She thought to herself, perhaps her husband was unaware that she had mastered all the recipes he had given her. If he knew she had learned them all, he would undoubtedly be astonished. "Husband, please try it. How does it taste?" Jiang Luoli asked eagerly, having meticulously prepared the meal. Having practiced countless times in private, her greatest concern being whether it would please Luo Chen's palate. Luo Chen picked up a bite and tasted it. "The flavor is strikingly similar, truly delightful, just like my hometown, perhaps even better." He spoke truthfully. The first bite nearly transported him back to his original world. "Really? Husband, where is your hometown? I wish to see it too," Jiang Luoli exclaimed. Intrigued to learn that Luo Chun had a hometown, she had always thought it was Yong'an Town, having seen these dishes before. But she had never encountered such unique recipes in either Yong'an, Qizhou, or even the entire Xianbei continent. Upon hearing Jiang Luoli's words, Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback. Nearly spitting out the food he had just begun to swallow. "Luoli, if you wish to go, you certainly can, but I shall be returning soon," he replied. Knowing he was close to completing his task and would soon be able to return home, Luo Chen silently reflected, "Jiang Luoli, I am sorry, but I must return to my homeland without you." Luo Chen understood that upon his death, he could return home, yet he could not take Jiang Luoli with him. He was uncertain of how to return, and even if he did know, he dared not bring her along. Luo Chen feared that if Jiang Luoli were to become angry, she would extinguish his entire homeland with a mere breath, for she was a terrifying empress. In the next moment, both Jiang Luoli and Luo Chen donned new attire. Luo Chen fixated on Jiang Luoli's exquisite visage, realizing that if he did not seize this moment, he would lose the chance forever. In his previous world, he had not even had a girlfriend, let alone a woman of such unparalleled beauty as Jiang Luoli. "My husband, shall we partake in the ceremonial cup of wine?" Jiang Luoli inquired of Luo Chen. "Allow me to pour wine for the young master and miss." Li Rong gently lifted her sleeve, serving wine to Luo Chen and Jiang Luoli as a typical maid would. Soon after, the newlyweds clinked their cups and drank. Luo Chen indulged in several large jars of peach blossom wine, and at that moment, he was truly intoxicated. "Luoli, you are stunning." Luo Chen gazed dreamily at Jiang Luoli, declaring, "If my husband enjoys the sight, then he may gaze as much as he likes. For in this lifetime, I shall never part from you," Jiang Luoli replied, planting a kiss on Luo Chen's cheek. She intended to remain nestled by his side forever. "Luoli, I feel weary. May I rest in your embrace for a while?" Luo Chen said to Jiang Luoli, his eyes filled with fatigue. "My husband, if you wish to sleep, then do so. Luoli will always be here to accompany you." She reassured him. "My husband, do you know what my reward is? In the future, should we have a son or a daughter? I believe if it is a son, he should be as formidable as you, capable of traversing the universe. If it is a daughter, she ought to be sweet, understanding, and adorable. Our daughter will undoubtedly be beautiful." Jiang Luoli rambled on, utterly oblivious to the fact that at that moment, Luo Chen had fallen into a deep slumber within her embrace. Chapter 55. Unveiling the truth. Luo Chen's soul quietly detached itself from his corporeal form, drifting aimlessly into the unknown, its destination a mystery. Time and place lost all meaning as he floated through an expanse of pure, blinding chaos, reminiscent of the primordial dawn of creation. "Where am I?" Luo Chen pondered, surveying the surrounding void, devoid of time and substance. Suddenly, a line of text materialized before him. "Congratulations, host, you are on the verge of completing your mission." Upon reading these words, a look of confusion crossed Luo Chen's face. Had the mission truly been accomplished? After all, Jiang Luoli had yet to fully awaken. She was not yet her complete self. The next step required her to grasp the power of the Emperor and unify with her true essence in order to fulfill the task. Additionally, the host stood to gain extra rewards. With this newfound understanding, Luo Qin realized the situation. Jiang Luoli had not yet fully integrated the Emperor's power, and she remained incomplete. Yet, he was troubled by what might happen when she uncovered the truth, and whether she could endure the revelation of the deception surrounding her. Luo Qin had prepared contingencies for Jiang Luoli, believing that they would aid her at the critical moment. However, a lingering question plagued him. Who had sent the mysterious letter that had alerted him prior to entering the 10 Directions Forbidden Land? At this juncture, he found himself powerless, compelled to await the outcome, hoping that Luoli could defy fate and break free from her constraints. Soon, he would be reborn, accompanied by additional rewards, and at last, he would return home. In the 10 Directions Forbidden Land, within a quaint wooden cabin, Li Rong gazed at the flickering flame of the soul lamp before her, its glow waning with each passing moment until it extinguished completely. "Safe travels, my lord," she murmured, bowing deeply to the soul lamp. Beneath a peach blossom tree, Jiang Luoli cradled the slumbering Luo Qin in her arms. "Husband, please respond to Luoli," she implored. "If you do not answer, it is as if you have acquiesced to me." Yet, Luo Qin remained unresponsive. Gently, she brushed her fingers across his forehead. Gasping in shock, "Husband, why is your body so cold? Can you hear me? What is the matter? Why do you not speak?" As Luo Qin continued to offer no response, a wave of panic washed over Jiang Luoli. She quickly checked his body, discovering that he had lost all warmth and breath. "Husband, please wake up. Do not frighten Luoli." In that moment, despair enveloped her. The power of the Emperor surged uncontrollably into Luo Qin's being. Despite her formidable strength, he remained unresponsive. "Husband, please awaken. Do not scare Luoli any further." At this juncture, Jiang Luoli's Emperor's power dissipated wildly, yet she cared not. As long as her husband could awaken, she would willingly relinquish her divine strength. At this very moment, Li Rong appeared beside her, saying, "Miss, your fiancé has departed. Please accept my condolences." Li Rong attempted to assist her in rising, but Jiang Luoli forcefully pushed her away. "No, you are deceiving me. My husband was perfectly fine. How could this happen? His soul and body have been restored. He is merely asleep and will awaken by tomorrow. Husband, rest well. Luoli will forever be by your side." Jiang Luoli clutched tightly to Luo Qin's lifeless form. Even as she struggled to convince herself, she was jolted by the coldness of his body. "Miss, you have crucial tasks ahead. Do not let your fiancé's efforts go to waste. The safety of the human race now rests upon your shoulders," Li Rong said with a worried expression, for the impending matters were of utmost importance to the entire human race. "What nonsense about the safety of the human race? What does it matter to me? I only want my husband," Jiang Luoli replied coldly, indifferent to everything around her. Even if all of humanity perished at that moment, she would not flinch. Her heart yearned solely for her husband. "Husband, it is my fault for being so willful. I should not have punished you for the actions of those from the Heavenly Sword sect. You are right. They are the ones who deserve death. They have harmed my husband." At that moment, Jiang Luoli's eyes gleamed with a near madness. She realized she could not bear the thought of losing Luo Qin. "Husband, please awaken. Luoli was wrong. I truly understand my mistake." No matter what she did, Jiang Luoli could not rouse Luo Qin. Turning to Li Rong, she inquired, "What did you mean by your fiancé's efforts?" Seeing that Jiang Luoli had regained some semblance of clarity, Li Rong spoke, "Miss, given the circumstances, allow me to reveal the truth. From the moment you arrived at Yong'an Town, you fell into a trap set by others. Step forth." With a wave of her hand, a cloud of dark mist emerged, revealing the silhouette of an elderly woman. The dark mist Luo Qin had previously taken was now before them, and he knew he might never have the chance to reveal the truth to Jiang Luoli. It must come from Li Rong. Upon seeing the familiar figure, Jiang Luoli whispered, "Mother?" There was no mistaking the presence of the mother she believed dead. This aura was unmistakable. "But mother was killed by my husband. How could she possibly be here?" "Miss, all of this is part of a grand conspiracy," Li Rong remarked coldly. The figure within the dark mist trembled and quickly responded, "This is not my affair. I am not your mother. Your true mother has long since passed. I was merely a newly awakened being at that time. Moreover, everyone in Yong'an Town was already dead. What you witnessed was merely an illusion created by dark forces clinging to their corpses. In truth, your husband was not the murderer of those innocent people. He acted to save you. Only by eliminating these dark forces could you be spared." For years, she had remained imprisoned by Luo Chun, a witness to the events. What? Could it be that I have truly misjudged my husband? Is he truly not the perpetrator behind my parents' demise? Pray tell. Who then was responsible for the devastation of Yong'an town? Jiang Luoli's expression gradually darkened. Grappling with the depth of the treachery that had ensnared her and led to her prolonged misunderstanding of her husband. I, too, am uncertain. My awareness only emerged later. The phantom shook its head, revealing its limited knowledge. My lady, I speculate a possibility that may indeed hold the key to the truth. My lady. Do you recall why the son-in-law sought to annihilate every member of the Tianjin sect? Not a single soul was spared. I suspect it bears significant relation to the Tianjin sect. Li Rong conjectured that, given Luo Chen's character, he could not possibly have executed such a massacre against the entire sect. No, this cannot be. The Tianjin sect would never commit such heinous acts. It is simply inconceivable. Jiang Luoli was momentarily lost in thought, utterly unable to believe that the Tianjin sect could engage in such inhuman atrocities. At that very moment, a familiar laughter echoed. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the saintess is truly astute. Chapter 56. The Hidden Truth. The eternal night. Upon catching sight of the figure, Jiang Luoli instinctively took a step back, her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, Huayangzi, the sect master. You were supposed to be dead. Why do you still live? In that moment, Jiang Luoli began to realize that Li Rong's words weren't entirely unfounded. Rather, it was the reality before her that she found hard to accept. Holy Maiden. Luo Chun is merely a tribulation-transcending cultivator. The methods of our master are beyond his comprehension. Holy Maiden, allow me to present you with another surprise. Come, behold your fellow disciples. With a clap of his hands, Huayangzi summoned countless figures behind him, disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. At that moment, these disciples had surpassed the tribulation-transcending realm, with the lowest among them being at the Golden Immortal stage, while Huayangzi himself had ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Aha! It is thanks to you, Holy Maiden. Without you, we would never have breached the barriers of the Shifeng Forbidden Land. Nor would the heavenly powers of Xianbei have been diminished, allowing us to achieve such cultivation. How does it feel? The taste of the blood demon curse is rather unpleasant. Is it not? Yet, had it not been for Luo Chen's intervention in removing the blood demon curse from you, and the suffering he bore being 100-fold greater than yours, he would not have fallen so swiftly today. This is all because of you. It is you who brought about his demise. As his words echoed, memories flooded Jiang Luoli's mind of the years when Luo Chen would cast excruciating spells upon her. Yet he never harmed himself. Initially, she had believed he was intentionally tormenting her. The truth was that her husband had endured the curse to save her, and the agony she experienced during her healing was trivial compared to the immense suffering he had faced. Husband, forgive me. It is all my fault. I caused your demise. Why did you not confide in me? Why did you bear so much pain on my behalf? You must be in great torment. Now, Jiang Luoli comprehended the truth. As she lay in Luo Chen's embrace, she realized the silent sacrifices he had made for her. To be honest, the wretches of Yong'an town were all slain by my hand. Each incident was orchestrated by me, Holy Maiden. How does that feel? To have misjudged your beloved? To have unwittingly buried him with your own hands? Does it not cut like a knife to your heart? Huayangzi's face gleamed with smug satisfaction. Jiang Luoli, now fully aware of Luo Chen's noble intentions, felt a deep sorrow. Was it you who also killed the old woman? She was so kind. Why would you not spare even an elderly person? She retorted coldly. The old woman had been the only one in the world to show her genuine kindness, sharing every good thing with her, and Jiang Luoli would not allow anyone to harm her, regardless of her status as a mere mortal. You are mistaken on this point. Holy Maiden, Huayangzi replied, shaking his head. Just then, a figure resembling the old woman slowly entered the room, flanked by a man and a woman, supporting her as if they were celestial beings. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Luoli was struck dumb. For the individual before her was none other than the grandmother she had cherished dearly. Grandmother, you are not dead? Lu Xiangling and Li Moe. The disciples of Wang Pa stood beside her. How could this be? Jiang Luoli was utterly incredulous. Grandmother is alive. Everyone from the Tianjin sect is alive. Yet, all the people of Yong'an town have perished. Even my husband. My dear child, it has been a long time. Wang Pa smiled at Jiang Luoli, her expression devoid of any emotion. Master, is everything well? Lu Xiangling and Li Moe echoed in unison, their lips curling with mockery. Jiang Luoli gazed at Wang Pa before her. She had not changed, and Jiang Luoli recognized her unmistakably. In that moment, She comprehended that the true mastermind behind everything was none other than Wang Pe, Emperor of Eternal Night. Miss, flee. Li Rong's face paled at the sight of Wang Pe. For the two beside her were her most trusted disciples, their strength rivaling her own. Jiu Li Empress, our fates have been intertwined for 9 lifetimes. Today, we must settle the score. The Emperor declared, the one destined to perish has already died, and your imperial power has diminished by nearly half. You cannot even fully recall your memories now. What do you possess to contend with me in this life? Today, I shall undoubtedly strip you of your imperial fruit. Once I absorb it, I shall transcend my shackles and ascend above all beings, achieving true immortality. Wang Po's expression twisted with triumph as her aura enveloped Jiang Luoli. Just as Wang Po reveled in her victory, a diminutive figure suddenly landed before them, sighing, "What true immortality exists in this world? Even above the Emperor. There is no eternal life. Every universe has its own lifespan." Brother Luo Chun once said, "True immortality is not about being deathless and indestructible, but about an everlasting heart. Even if you wield the supreme power of eternal laws, you cannot attain true immortality." A child spoke to Wang Pa, and if Luo Chun were present, he would surely recognize this child as the once little Huzi. Impossible. With the arrival of the eternal night, I shall absorb all human souls and break through my limits. I will achieve true immortality. The Emperor of Eternal Night declared resolutely, convinced that once she surpassed the limits of an emperor, true immortality would be within her grasp. Brother Luo Chun, in this life, you still refuse to heed my words and remain distant from the Xianbei continent, from her. You are doomed to face this fate. He had once written to Luo Chun, urging him to leave the Xianbei continent, yet he knew Luo Chun would not depart. Then, 9 wooden swords appeared in his hand, each intricately carved by Luo Chun himself. These 9 peachwood swords contain the essence of Luo Chen's swordsmanship from 9 lifetimes, once united. Even an emperor would not dare underestimate their power. This was one of Luo Chen's legacies. Li Rong's spirits lifted upon witnessing this. Huzi's strength was unfathomable. Although he may not rival the emperor, together they could confront the Golden Boy and Jade Girl by the Emperor of Eternal Night. Li Rong recalled that this individual had always been by Luo Chen's side, inseparable through the ages, although he did not become a disciple of Luo Chen. This little tiger can be considered half a disciple of Luo Chun. Just the 3 of you? In this realm, there is no one to aid you. Today, none can obstruct this emperor. The Eternal Night descends. With a wild laugh, Wang Pa suddenly caused the entire land of Xianbei continent to tremble. It was abruptly engulfed in endless darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed, "Humph. Eternal Night Emperor. Have you not celebrated your victory too soon?" The crowd lifted their eyes, witnessing a disturbance in the void, as a graceful figure appeared suspended in the air. Upon hearing this, the Eternal Night Emperor's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, "Dark Empress." Jiang Luoli recognized the figure instantly. It was Meng Zhaoxue. Meng Zhaoxue smiled at Jiang Luoli, and in the next instant, her appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. In the blink of an eye, her visage mirrored that of Jiang Luoli, save for her eyes, which were shrouded in profound darkness. She then addressed Jiang Luoli. "Julie, I have arrived. We are but one entity. You are me, and I am you." Chapter 57. Return. In the next moment, Meng Zhaoxue's figure suddenly vanished, merging directly into Jiang Luoli's body. In just an instant, Jiang Luoli's aura began to surge wildly, ascending from the realm of an emperor to that of a great emperor. At this moment, her presence reached an indescribable level of terror. She radiated a divine aura of black and white, embodying an ethereal sanctity. Clad in a pristine white gown that complemented her alabaster skin, her countenance resembled that of an ice goddess descending from the heavens. At this moment, Jiang Luoli truly epitomized the great emperor of Jiuli. "My beloved, it turns out that all of this was a deception meant for me. Forgive me." Tears of crystal clarity welled in the corners of Jiang Luoli's eyes. She felt a deep hatred for herself, lamenting why she had not realized the truth sooner, cursing her own foolishness. At this juncture, her memories finally returned, unveiling the truth that she had been entwined with Luo Chun across 9 lifetimes. In the first life, Luo Chun was a scholar, while she was merely a miss from an ordinary family. It was in this life that Li Rong chose to accompany her. Later, she was betrayed by the Eternal Night Emperor, leading to the massacre of her entire family, with the blame unjustly placed upon Luo Chun. If he dared to reveal the truth, his life would be forfeit. Ultimately, she took Luo Chen's life with her own hands, and upon discovering the truth, chose to end her own existence alongside him. In the second life, Luo Qin became the legitimate son of the Yu, loyal to the emperor for generations. She, on the other hand, was a princess favored by the emperor. During this time, Luo Qin rose to the rank of a great general, forming a close bond with the emperor, becoming inseparable friends, and achieving remarkable feats for the Jiang kingdom. It was then that Jiang Luoli began to take notice of this valiant and skilled Luo Qin. Consequently, she devoted her heart to him, secretly pledging her love, ultimately promising a lifetime together. General, I vow to accompany you through life and death. However, as Luo Qin's fame grew, the emperor became wary and sought to marry him off to an enemy nation, demanding the surrender of his military power. Luo Qin, however, staunchly refused this union. For Jiang Luoli's sake, he ultimately destroyed the Jiang kingdom, which led her to harbor a profound hatred for him. In a quest for vengeance, she took Luo Qin's life once more. Upon realizing the truth, she discovered that her biological parent's enemy was none other than her imperial brother, who had merely sought to manipulate her. She spent her life in regret, ultimately succumbing to despair. Across 9 lifetimes, she had grievously misjudged her beloved. In the 9th life, she even tormented him herself, employing the most brutal punishments of the Heavenly Sword sect against him. Despite this, her husband bore no resentment, silently guarding her side. Yet, each time she treated him this way, his heart must have endured unimaginable pain. How profoundly disappointed he must have been in her. All of this stemmed from the Eternal Night Emperor, all because of her. I want you dead. In that moment, Jiang Luoli unleashed an aura of unfathomable terror. Her gaze icy as she fixed it upon the Eternal Night Emperor. The entire universe trembled as if on the verge of collapse. Had it not been for a mysterious force protecting Xianbei, the very air would have turned to ashes from her furious roar. The wrath of an emperor made the heavens and the earth quiver in fear. On this day, the heavens darkened and an oppressive atmosphere enveloped all living beings, rendering them breathless. In the depths of the universe, the earth fractured, the void shattered, and the great paths collapsed, heralding a cataclysmic imperial war. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed your mission and earned a chance for rebirth. Would you like to return to your original world? If you choose to return, all your current powers will be reclaimed, and you shall revert to your former state, becoming an ordinary person. At that moment, an intangible message appeared before Luo Qin. Had he finally completed his task? Being an ordinary person could be quite pleasant, he mused softly. Yet, he felt no trace of joy. Perhaps he would never see her again in this life. Perhaps it was for the best. Farewell, Jiang Luoli. Luo Qin gently tapped the intangible message, and suddenly, his form became blurred before he vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in the depths of the universe, Jiang Luoli, covered in wounds, held the severed head of the Eternal Night Emperor in one hand, while cradling Luo Qin's body in her arms. Yet, she felt no joy. A sudden pain pierced her heart, as if she had lost something of immense significance, and tears welled in her eyes. How could this be? Do not leave. Do not abandon me. Husband, please do not forsake Luoli. I know I was wrong. Jiang Luoli's heart ached. She sensed Luo Qin departing this world, and she could not even feel a trace of their connection. It was as if he had never existed. The invisible force instantaneously erased all traces of his being, severing every thread of causality that linked them. Without any of Luo Qin's causal lines, she would be unable to find him in the next life. Panic engulfed her. No. Jiang Luoli spat out a mouthful of imperial blood, which instantly merged with Luo Qin's body, yet it was all in vain. Luo Qin's form was gradually becoming indistinct, as if it could dissipate at any moment. She felt an overwhelming power erasing all that was related to Luo Qin, a force that even her status as an emperor could not resist. Husband, do not leave Luoli. If you must go, take me with you. Jiang Luoli's emotions shattered completely. She sensed that if this parting were to occur, the likelihood of seeing him again in this life was almost non-existent. Yet, it was futile. Luo Qin's form transformed into an invisible ripple, expanding outward, merging with the cosmos, gradually vanishing without a trace. This cannot be. It is not real. My husband will not leave me. Jiang Luoli spiraled into madness, her hands grasping the earth, yet she could no longer perceive even the faintest breath of Luo Qin. She rushed to Yong'an Town and sought the Cloud Guest Pavilion. However, upon her arrival at Yong'an Town, she found it teeming with people. She yearned for the Cloud Guest Pavilion, yet no matter how hard she searched, there was not a single trace of it, nor any remnants connected to Luo Qin. At that moment, Jiang Luoli suddenly felt an immensely mysterious force surging toward her consciousness. Begone! Jiang Luoli sensed the presence of a mysterious force intent on erasing all memories of Luochen. It was only with the might of an emperor that Jiang Luoli could hope to contend with this enigmatic power. Even if the world were to forget Luochen, she would steadfastly retain her memories. She refused to believe that Luochen had simply departed from her life. Surely, there must be a way to reunite with her beloved husband. Jiang Luoli, do not give up hope. Meanwhile, Luochen felt an overwhelming fatigue, as though he had traversed a lengthy, dreamlike journey, with no awareness of how much time had elapsed. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his head. Slowly, he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Where am I? Luochen, drenched in sweat, realized he was connected to a breathing apparatus. This familiar scene struck him. He had returned at last. Luochen understood that he was now in a hospital. Chapter 58, a new mission at that moment. A line of text unexpectedly appeared before Luochen's eyes. Host, Luochen. Background, the sole university student from Luoyun village, an orphan, raised on the generosity of the villagers. A new mission has been triggered. Mission 1. Lead Luoyun village to prosperity. Mission 2. Become the wealthiest individual in the Dragon Nation. Mission 3. Transform the Dragon Nation into a technological powerhouse. Completion within 10 years will yield rewards. Luochen glanced at the mission and then at his own identity. He was merely an ordinary villager in Luoyun village. How could he possibly accomplish such monumental feats? However, the villagers of Luoyun were remarkably sincere, and having grown up there, he desired to bring prosperity to his home. From the perspective of an ordinary individual, Luoyun village was the most impoverished and geographically disadvantaged village in the entire county, and the prospect of wealth seemed almost unattainable. When he was accepted into university, the tuition had been gathered from the contributions of the villagers. He still recalled the basket brimming with eggs that the elders had gifted him. Now, he struggled to make ends meet through part-time work. For someone like him, these tasks felt overwhelmingly distant, even fantastical. Upon completing the tasks, the reward would be the host's prior cultivation would not be revoked. Should the host desire to gain, an equivalent sacrifice must be made. Additionally, an extra reward for the host's previous tasks was distributed. The ability to foresee the future, limited to 3 uses per day, and only capable of predicting events within the next 12 hours. Upon reading this entry, a broad smile spread across Luochun's face. The ability to foresee the future was indeed extraordinary. It was unfortunate that it was limited to a 12-hour window. Otherwise, he could have simply indulged in gambling and lived a life of ease. Nevertheless, this ability was still remarkable, even with only 3 uses a day. There were countless opportunities for profit. With such a gift, even fortune-telling could become a lucrative venture. However, Luochen did not intend to exploit it frivolously. He needed to utilize this ability wisely to fulfill his missions. He had a decade to accomplish them, and once completed, he would truly become a transcendent cultivator. Who would not desire such immense power and potentially limitless longevity? He had often fantasized about flying on a sword and traversing the world. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, he could not let it slip away. Completing the tasks would grant him true power, and to claim that he was unenthused would be a falsehood. Just then, the phone in his hand rang. Hello? Luochen, we've nearly lost everything from our stock investments. We're just not cut out for trading. I've exhausted my allowance. Upon hearing that voice, Luochen could not suppress his delight. Investing in stocks, excellent. How had he not thought of this earlier? It was one of the quickest ways to generate wealth, allowing money to breed more money. Hey, it's just a little loss. It's not the end of the world. I understand your family's situation, so please don't despair. You're a man. You must gather your strength. Rise up. An anxious voice resonated from the other end of the line. I am not as wretched as you presume. Just wait, brother. I will lead you to the pinnacle of life. Luochen was filled with confidence. With newfound direction, he finally glimpsed a flicker of hope. No, my friend. Have you taken the wrong medicine today? The voice on the phone responded with intrigue, sensing the peculiarity in Luochen's demeanor. You need to come to the hospital. I have something crucial to discuss with you, Luochen asserted earnestly. How did you end up in the hospital? Do you not regard me as a friend? Weren't you fine just a few days ago? Surely, you haven't truly lost your mind? Came the reproachful yet concerned voice from the other end. It's not what you think. I'm at the Jingda-affiliated hospital, Luochen replied before abruptly hanging up. It dawned on Luochen that only a few days had elapsed here, while he had spent over a century in the Xianbei continent. The time difference was nearly 10,000-fold. At that moment, a middle-aged woman appeared at the doorway, her skin deeply tanned, draped in a nearly faded coat. Xiaochun, why are you feeling so despondent? Is it merely that the girl doesn't fancy you? I know many young and beautiful women, if all else fails. I can introduce you to my friend. Though she is divorced, she is capable of supporting 50 pigs on her own. If you manage to win her over, those 50 pigs would be yours. Please, do not lose hope. You have truly distressed me, she urged. Seeing Aunt Zhang's familiar face stirred a wave of emotion within Luo Chen. He felt an overwhelming sense of warmth, the essence of home. For her, only a few days had passed, yet for Luo Chen, it had been over a century since they last met. He recalled the last matchmaking arrangement Aunt Zhang had orchestrated for him. Spotting Luo Chen, a university student without a partner, she had taken the initiative to introduce him to a girl. He remembered her being a fellow student from his university. Upon seeing Luo Chen's unrefined appearance, her eyes brimmed with disdain. You country bumpkin, can't you at least dress up for a blind date? Show me some respect. Apologies, my means are limited. This is indeed my finest attire. It took me an hour to get here, Luo Chen said with an awkward smile. He had indeed worn his best clothes, motivated by the desire to uphold Aunt Zhang's reputation. With his current financial situation, he could barely support himself, and the thought of pursuing a romantic relationship had not crossed his mind. With looks like yours, you should rethink attending blind dates. I'm not trying to discourage you, but perhaps it's best to have a good look in the mirror at home, she said dismissively, before striding away in her high heels, putting on her black sunglasses, and driving off in her Wuling Mini. Later, on his way home, Luo Chen was struck by a car, leading to his hospitalization. Aunt Zhang had been under the impression that he was despondent due to rejection. Years passed in the Xianbei continent. At the foot of the peach blossom tree in the 10 Directions Forbidden Land, a voice called out, "Husband, where art thou, my lord? Luoli longs for thee. Might you return for but a fleeting glance at Luoli?" Each year, Jiang Luoli finds herself beneath this peach blossom tree, lost in contemplation. For the past few years, Jiang Luoli has searched frantically for Luo Chen, traversing the 9 heavens and 10 earths, daring even to breach the forbidden realms of the great emperor. Yet, alas, she has uncovered no trace of Luo Chen. She yearns to locate his reincarnated essence, but not a whisper of news has reached her ears. At this moment, a figure materializes beside Jiang Luoli. It is none other than Li Rong. "Miss," she inquires gently, "do you recall when the young master spoke of his homeland? Perhaps he does not belong to our realm at all. He may be in a far distant place." Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoli momentarily falters, her expression shifting to one of joy. At last, she realizes that all of Luo Chen's recipes are not of this world. They bear not a single thread of causation. This implies that her lord does not belong to this realm. If she can but discover the realm to which he belongs, she shall surely find him. In that instant, Li Rong falls silent for a moment, unable to bear the sight of Jiang Luoli's despair. Then she speaks, "Miss, I possess a method that may lead us to the young master, though the price to be paid is exceedingly steep." Chapter 59. Flesh and blood connected, is it true? Jiang Luoli grasped Li Rong's arm tightly, her face brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Li Rong. "Miss, I once stumbled upon a method that may traverse the terrifying barriers of time and space throughout the universe. However, the cost of this secret technique is exceedingly high. I do not wish for you to undertake it, and I believe that if the young master were present, he would not consent either." At that moment, Li Rong felt a pang of regret. She should not have revealed this secret method, as it might inadvertently endanger the Mississippi Xiaorong. "Quickly tell me. I care not for the cost. I must see my husband. He has done so much for me. I cannot do nothing in return. Otherwise, he may be in danger all alone." Jiang Luoli spoke earnestly, determined to find Luo Chen, no matter the cost. She was willing to do anything to reunite with her husband. "Very well, miss, please follow me." Li Rong acquiesced as she led Jiang Luoli into a small world. Before them stood 4 majestic statues of divine beasts: the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. A extinguished heavenly soul lamp and a blood-red coffin lay before them. Was there a deeper mystery hidden here? Jiang Luoli gazed at the familiar scene, recalling that she had once lain dormant within this coffin. The 10 Directions Forbidden Land had always existed, a place even Jiang Luoli, as an empress, could not fathom its origins. This forbidden land was discovered by the young master in the First Era, and he was aware of its function to traverse the universe. "Miss, do you remember the ancient legend?" Li Rong inquired. "Are you referring to the 9 dragons pulling the coffin? It is said that an immensely powerful ancient being, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, traverses the perilous cosmos." Jiang Luoli couldn't help but recall the time she had entered the 10 Directions Forbidden Land with Luo Chun and discovered the remains of an ancient azure dragon. What connection did these two hold? Indeed, this is what the young master once told me. However, the cost to activate it is tremendously heavy. It requires blood essence as payment and the soul as a guide. Igniting the heavenly soul lamp will initiate the process. Even though you are an empress, miss, your cultivation will suffer greatly, and there is a risk of perishing. Moreover, the cosmos is fraught with unimaginable terrors. Even a slight misstep by an empress could lead to demise. Miss, perhaps we should reconsider. There may be other methods. Li Rong urged, recognizing the exorbitant price of this endeavor, even for Jiang Luoli. Enough of this. I have contemplated every possible avenue. At this juncture, there is no other option. We shall proceed as you suggested. Jiang Luoli nodded firmly, resolved to go through with it regardless of the cost. Even if she could only catch a glimpse of her husband, it would be worth it. But miss, we have no idea which direction the young master is in. In this vast universe, the chances of finding him are exceedingly slim. Li Rong cautioned, her heart wavering. She had not intended to divulge this method to Jiang Luoli. But seeing her determination stirred her compassion. Even if the odds are minuscule, I must try. Shirong, should I not return, please erect a gravestone for my husband and me beneath this peach blossom tree. Thus, I shall have the opportunity to reunite with my husband in the next life. Jiang Luoli spoke to Li Rong, resolute in her decision, for if Jiang Luoli could not see Luo Chen again, she would merely be deceiving herself. Miss, you share the same stubborn disposition as the young master. Do not worry, I know what must be done, Li Rong replied, nodding in agreement. Recognizing the similarity between Jiang Luoli and Luo Chen, even when faced with the slim chance of success, they would still endeavor. Subsequently, Jiang Luoli let her blood drip into the coffin, fervently infusing it with her essence, her spirit beginning to ignite. The heavenly soul lamp gradually flickered to life. An excruciating pain surged through her, and even with her imperial physique, she could not suppress the pallor that overtook her face. At that moment, the coffin suddenly radiated a crimson glow, causing the entire 10 Directions Forbidden Land to tremble violently, as if the very heavens and earth were collapsing. In that instant, Jiang Luoli felt a wave of nausea, yet she dismissed it without concern. The next moment, the 4 divine beast statues began to crack, their surface stones falling away to reveal a terrifying aura. Jiang Luoli immediately entered the crimson coffin. Li Rong cast several incantations, her face paling as she gazed at Jiang Luoli's vanishing figure, worry etched in her eyes. Miss, I wish for your swift reunion with the young master. Soon, the blood-red coffin vanished into an endless abyss. In a hidden realm, a young boy slightly raised his head, his gaze fixed on the distance as he murmured, Ninely Emperor, allow me to assist you. The path leads the way, flesh and blood intertwined. Brother Luo Chen, we shall meet again soon. This young boy was none other than the once little Huzi. With a gentle wave of his small hand, ancient golden divine runes encircled him. These were the true divine runes of the Tao, capable of astonishing even an emperor. Such abilities were beyond the reach of even the mightiest, transcending the imperial realm itself. He then transformed into a beam of golden light, disappearing into the cosmos. At the affiliated hospital of Jing University, a young man named Wang Hao, a university roommate of Luo Chun, hurriedly traversed the corridor and found the ward in mere minutes. Upon opening the door, he saw Luo Chun lying on the bed. Why the rush? Luo Chun said, leisurely chewing on an apple. I heard you were in a car accident, and I feared I might not see you if I delayed. Wang Hao shot a glance at Luo Chun. I called you here to discuss something. I'm thinking of starting an investment company and need to borrow some money from you. I'm serious. Luo Chen regarded Wang Hao with earnestness. What? Investment? I must have misheard. You're starting an investment company? You? Wang Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Perplexed by the unfamiliarity of Luo Chen before him, they had nearly lost everything in their previous stock ventures, and now Luo Chen dared to consider investing again. Had he truly lost his senses? So, will you lend me the money or not? Luo Chen inquired directly, stating that if borrowing proved unfeasible, alternative solutions would have to be devised. How much do you need? Wang Hao clenched his teeth. Noticing Luo Chen's earnest demeanor, he could only muster the courage to respond. 100,000. Luo Chen remarked that any amount beyond this might exceed the pocket money of this affluent heir, and it might not even be possible to borrow it. 100,000? Are you insulting me? Wang Hao retorted. I shall lend you 500,000. That constitutes my annual allowance. Should you squander it and fail to repay me, I will resort to purchasing you as a means to settle your debt. Given Wang Hao's family background, this sum of 500,000 was indeed not excessive for him. But for Lo Chun, a student from humble origins, it would require a decade or two of diligent labor to accumulate such wealth. Wang Hao was not overly concerned. If circumstances proved dire, he could simply invite Lo Chun to work at his father's company, where he could serve as a laborer, ensuring at least a decent salary. My good friend, I shall repay you double later, Lo Chun assured, patting his chest. Chapter 60. Jiang Luo Capital. Come on. Such a trifling sum is hardly worth mentioning to me. It's merely a phone call away. Wang Hao promptly exited the hospital room. Beep, beep. He dialed the number. Hello. Dearest sister, do you still have $1 million on hand? I am currently hospitalized and urgently require funds for my treatment, Wang Hao stated, knowing his elder sister was the president of the Wang Group, a woman of considerable means. Xiao Hao, it's not that I am scolding you. Just ask directly for the money if you need it. I do have a little on hand. But do remember to spend wisely, came the reproachful voice from the other end. No sooner had she finished speaking than Wang Hao's phone chimed. 1 million received. Upon hearing this notification, Wang Hao felt an exhilarating rush. Thank you, dear sister. Long live my sister. She remains as beautiful, kind-hearted, and melodious as ever. Wang Hao, overwhelmed with excitement, raised his right fist in triumph. His sister had always been his greatest supporter. Xiao Hao, but money should not be squandered so recklessly. Our family circumstances are no longer what they used to be. The entire market has undergone significant changes, and even our Wang family now faces immense challenges. One misstep could plunge us into a bottomless abyss, leading to irreversible ruin. Xiao Hao, you must mature quickly. You will have to rely on yourself in the future. Sighed his sister. Sister, I understand. I will, Wang Hao nodded earnestly. He was well aware of the family's predicament, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor. He was acutely conscious of their situation. However, his urgency left him with no alternative. The Wang family's finances teetered on the brink of collapse, and he had refrained from requesting money for some time. Moreover, no one knew that he had been living modestly for quite a while, even discreetly selling his sports car. He aspired to build a successful venture but had been overly eager, nearly losing all his savings. Were it not for Luo Chen borrowing money from him, he would not have asked his sister for a single cent. Wang Hao then re-entered the hospital room and snapped his fingers at Luo Chen. Why so soon? Did you get the money? Luo Chen inquired, unaware of Wang Hao's family circumstances. Otherwise, he would not have approached Wang Hao for a loan. Of course. I handle matters with utmost efficiency, Wang Hao replied confidently. Just as Luo Chen was about to respond, his phone chimed. 1 million received. Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback. Was it supposed to be 500,000? How did it become 1 million? A wave of gratitude washed over him. He understood that. Despite Wang Hao being a wealthy heir, such amounts were still a significant burden for him. Well then, how are you feeling now? Are you ready to return to school? Wang Hao observed that Luo Chen bore no visible injuries and seemed to be relatively unscathed. Please handle things at school for me. I have more pressing matters to attend to, Luo Chen replied. Although he was physically fine, his focus now was on earning money. Currently, nothing holds greater significance than the pursuit of wealth. Very well, take your time to rest. Wang Hao nodded and promptly departed. Luo Chen sensed that Wang Hao was in a rather somber mood, yet since Wang Hao did not initiate a conversation, he refrained from inquiring further. Subsequently, Luo Chen opened the trading software and invested all his funds. Simulation. At this moment, Luo Chen's eyes grew sharper. As he observed the stocks fluctuating in a spectrum of red and green, he noticed one particular stock exhibiting the most considerable volatility and seized the opportunity to purchase it. Employing a tenfold leverage. Should anyone witness Luo Chen's audacity in investing in this green stock, they would undoubtedly be taken aback, especially with such high leverage, leading them to believe he had lost his senses. Luo Chen anxiously waited until evening, and upon seeing the figure on his account nearing 10 million, his heart raced with exhilaration. Is this truly 10 million? He had never encountered such a sum before, and as he gazed at the lengthy string of numbers, his eyes nearly blurred. If this trajectory continues, could he not soon amass a fortune exceeding 100 million? The mere thought ignited a thrill within him. However, with the tenfold leverage, he refrained from making any further impulsive moves, wary of drawing attention to himself. If others were to notice anything amiss, it would inevitably lead back to him. In the days that followed, Luo Chen adopted a low profile, yet his wealth continued to swell. During this period, an unknown retail investment prodigy emerged in the stock market, amassing nearly 1 billion in less than a month, sending shockwaves through the trading community. As a retail investor, he became a legend in the market. In a building known as the Golden Trade Mansion, a young man clad in a black suit surveyed the area with keen eyes. This shall be the site. Let the company be registered here. Luo Chun had been tirelessly busy in recent days, frequently visiting various locations for assessments. Ultimately selecting this address for his company registration due to its proximity to the school and pleasant surroundings. Luo Chun understood that relying solely on stock trading would not suffice to become the wealthiest individual within a mere decade. Thus, he resolved to establish an investment firm and launch an investment fund. He named it Jiang Luo Capital Investment Consulting Company, Limited, abbreviated as Jiang Luo Capital. Is this truly my own company? Luo Chun felt a twinge of disbelief. Although the company was modest in size, merely a few thousand square feet, it was a monumental achievement for someone who had once been a mere student. He, who had once worried about tuition fees, now found himself the proud owner of a company, having surpassed a net worth of 100 million in under a month. At present, no one was aware of his entrepreneurial venture. He had only mentioned it in passing when borrowing money from Wang Hao. Since then, Wang Hao had not visited Luo Chun nor even made a phone call, and Luo Chun, engrossed in his busy life, had not inquired further. Moving forward, he needed to recruit some talents. He had acquaintances in the finance department at school, though their qualifications were rather limited. If he could also attract a professor from the institution, it would be perfect. Luo Chun basked in the sunlight, savoring a moment of relaxation that had been long overdue. At that very moment, Luo Chun glanced at his phone and noticed an unfamiliar number. "Hello," he answered, only to hear the voice of a stranger woman. "Greetings. May I inquire who you are?" Luo Chun could not discern the identity of the woman, prompting his question. "Hello, I am Wang Hao's sister. I have heard that Wang Hao lent you a sum of money some time ago. Would it be possible for you to return it to him now? Please. Leave the matter of money to me. Do not mention it to him," Luo Chun replied. As he had already utilized the funds to establish a small company and was now quite short on cash, there is no need to discuss this further. I will find a solution. At that moment, he heard the familiar voice of Wang Hao. "Hello." But before he could respond, the call was abruptly disconnected. A look of confusion crossed Luo Chun's face. Had something occurred at Wang Hao's home? How could he possibly be in need of money? Luo Chun had been preoccupied all month, with no time to return the money to Wang Hao. However, it was indeed time to settle the debt, and he resolved to seek out Wang Hao for clarification. At this hour, Wang Hao should be heading to school. Thus, he decided to visit the school to gather information. It had been quite some time since Luo Chun last returned to campus. Now that his company had just been established, he found it challenging to manage his schedule. Moving forward, preparations for the company's public listing were to commence. Chapter 61. Peking University. Good morning, boss. As usual, I'll have 2 meat buns and a cup of unsweetened soy milk, Luo Chun called out to a middle-aged man at the shop. Is that you, Xiao Luo? It's been over a month since your last visit. Have you been working odd jobs to make ends meet? The middle-aged man remarked while efficiently packaging the buns and handing Luo Chun 2 coins. No, I've been preoccupied with family matters these past few days. Business seems to be thriving, Luo Chun replied before glancing at his watch and hastily making his way to the bus station. At this hour, the buses were scheduled to arrive, and Luo Chun had developed a routine of catching the early bus each morning. He contemplated the need to purchase a vehicle, realizing it was quite inconvenient not to have a means of transportation. Having obtained his driver's license years ago in school, he had not even touched a steering wheel since. Luo Chun squeezed onto the bus, which was already packed during the morning rush hour, leaving him no time to eat his breakfast. Just then, he heard a voice behind him. "Classmate, you're back at school today? Are you here for the school's commendation ceremony? It's been over a month since I've seen you." Turning around, he spotted a girl in a student uniform. She was petite and delicate, wearing black glasses. Luo Chun recognized her as Zhang Xiaoding. "Oh, it's you, Zhang Xiaoding. I've had some matters to attend to and haven't had time for school. Is there a commendation ceremony?" Luo Chun inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. He had not been aware of any events at the school. "You mean you don't know? It's a special commendation ceremony for outstanding students. I've heard there are 10 spots available, and those chosen are all top talents from our school. Being selected offers a chance to get recommended for jobs at Fortune 500 companies, high-paying positions with salaries exceeding 10,000 a month." Zhang Xiaoding explained enthusiastically. "Aren't you interested in attending?" "Forget it. I'm not interested." Luo Chun shook his head, feeling that those spots were likely predetermined and doubting there was anything worth seeing. Besides, he genuinely lacked interest. "Don't be discouraged. I believe one day you'll have the opportunity to be chosen too. I will also strive for a job with a salary over 10,000. Zhang Xiaoding assured him, her expression resolute. Like Luo Chun, She was in her senior year and had no plans to pursue further studies. Coming from a modest background, she hoped to find a well-paying job soon to help her family's situation. However, as a finance major, she faced fierce competition and near saturation in the job market. With most salaries hovering around $4,000 to $5,000, the prospect of earning over $10,000 seemed almost unattainable. Yet, she thought to herself that one must not lose hope. Classmate, there are several job fairs coming up in a few days. Shall we go together and give it a try? Zhang Xiaoting gazed at Luo Chun and inquired, "What are your plans?" "I do not have any immediate intentions to change my course. I plan to continue my graduate studies," Luo Chun replied. Indeed, he harbored aspirations for further education, yet his chosen field posed significant challenges for pursuing a master's degree. "Well then, I wish you success in your endeavors," Zhang Xiaoting encouraged, reflecting on her own aspirations, which were thwarted by familial circumstances. At that moment, her phone rang. "Hello, Dad?" "Xiaoting, you mentioned wanting to continue your studies, correct? I am considering selling our old house and even our aging ox to support you. You are the pride of your father, whatever you choose to do. I will stand by you. You need not worry about your mother's medical expenses," came the weathered voice of a man from the other end of the line. "Dad, I have decided against furthering my education. If I continue, I will truly become a bookworm. I have some good news to share with you. I have found a job with a monthly salary exceeding $10,000, and it involves a comfortable office environment with air conditioning. The work is quite manageable, and the boss treats the employees well. There are substantial bonuses each month. I will take care of Mom's medical expenses from now on. Please do not sell the house. The ox has been with me for over a decade, and I cannot allow you to part with it. Otherwise, I will be genuinely upset," Zhang Xiaoting asserted with a serious expression, determined to prevent her father from selling their home, as it would leave her parents without shelter. "Have you truly found a job? Did you not say that it is difficult to find work these days? Do not let unscrupulous individuals deceive you," her father cautioned. "Dad, rest assured, this position was recommended by the school and is quite legitimate," Zhang Xiaoting replied. Deep down, she knew it was wrong to deceive her father. She had indeed interviewed, but was well aware of the harsh job market and fierce competition. Companies sought experienced candidates, and as a fresh graduate, she felt like a blank slate, easily dismissed. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred, knowing that a job fair was forthcoming, offering her another opportunity. Even if she could not secure a position, she would explore nearby possibilities, enduring any hardships that may arise. "Really? What? A job that pays over $10,000 a month? My daughter is truly making strides. I must tell your mother immediately. She will be overjoyed to hear this." "All right then, I will talk to you later," Zhang Xiaoting said. Hanging up the phone, her father's jubilant tone bringing warmth to her eyes. In that moment, she felt a surge of guilt and self-reproach. "I'm sorry, Dad. I have deceived you. If you knew I was about to graduate without having secured a job, how disappointed you would be. What is the matter, classmate? Have you encountered some difficulties?" "You must persevere," Luo Chun remarked, having only caught snippets of Zhang Xiaoting's phone conversation amidst the bustling noise of the bus. Observing her demeanor, he sensed that her spirits were not high. "It's nothing. I merely got some sand in my eyes," Zhang Xiaoting smiled, her voice brightening as they reached their destination. At that moment, the bus had arrived at the station, Peking University. This was Luo Chen's alma mater, and he had finally returned. Luo Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Never did he anticipate that their separation would last over 100 years. This place held countless memories for him. "Luo Chen, this is for you. Thank you for your encouragement. Farewell," Zhang Xiaoting said as she hurriedly handed a boiled egg to Luo Chen before swiftly departing. It was her breakfast for the day. Luo Chen smiled while holding the egg in his hand. He strolled slowly into the campus, observing the familiar scenery around him. Once, he had been just an ordinary student, traversing this path countless times while delivering takeout. Yet now, at least, he would not have to worry about making ends meet. Just as he was about to dial Wang Hao's number, he waited for quite some time, but no one answered. Where could that fellow be? Why wasn't he picking up the phone? At that moment, his phone suddenly rang with a callback. "Hello, this is Luo Chun. I am Wang Hao's sister. I am currently at your school. Do you have time to come over?" Chapter 62, The Endless Sea of Thunder. Luo Chen. "I am in the grand auditorium of your school, where the award ceremony is currently taking place. I am seated in the front row, awaiting your arrival." "All right, I will be there shortly." With that, Luo Chun made his way towards the auditorium. As he glanced around, he noticed a throng of students outside. A veritable sea of individuals, many unable to gain entry. Luo Chun presented his student ID in an attempt to enter, only to be met with a barrier. I'm sorry, but the auditorium is already at full capacity. Entry is currently not permitted. Could you possibly make an exception? I have urgent matters to attend to. Lo Chen was acutely aware of the rules. Entry required early queuing, especially in such significant circumstances. Hey, if you wish to enter, you must queue like everyone else. Can't you see the multitude of students waiting here? Ordinary folks like us simply cannot gain access. How wonderful it would be to witness the inside. The auditorium is filled with talented individuals and executives from leading enterprises. At that moment, a student hurriedly exited, briefly speaking to those waiting at the entrance before returning inside. Excuse me, are you Lo Chen from class 9527? Lo Chen nodded in affirmation. Very well, please proceed inside. After verifying Lo Chen's student ID once more, the student allowed him entry, a flicker of envy glinting in his eyes. Thank you. Lo Chen then stepped through the grand doors. However, those outside, witnessing this scene, were immediately incensed. Weren't we just told entry was not allowed? Why does he get to go in? This is unjust. We want to enter too. A wave of discontent rippled through the crowd as they regarded Lo Chen's entrance with jealousy. Who exactly was he to be granted access? Did he possess some influential background? Dear students, please do not disturb the order of the university. Disruption will result in severe consequences. Instantly, silence enveloped the crowd, their gazes following Lo Chen's retreating figure, a mixture of admiration and envy evident on their faces. Upon entering, Lo Chen made his way directly to the front row. Onlookers regarded him as a naive newcomer, bewildered that he would approach the front where only esteemed executives were seated. What was he thinking? Zhang Xiaoting also recognized the familiar figure and was momentarily taken aback. Almost convinced she was mistaken, she had managed to enter due to a prior reservation and connections within the venue. Yet, confirming that it was indeed Lo Chen only deepened her confusion. How had he gained entry? Concerned by Lo Chen's audacity, she feared he might inadvertently offend the dignitaries present. Just as she contemplated warning him, he had already reached the front row, prompting her to abandon the idea. Should he be turned away for lack of seating, she would simply invite him to sit beside her. At that moment, another young woman caught sight of Lo Chen's face and muttered to herself, "It's him. What is this country bumpkin doing here? Why is he heading towards the front row? What a rustic fellow, utterly devoid of any sense of decorum or etiquette. Only when he is sent back will he realize his folly, for the front row is reserved solely for those of distinguished status. Let this unsophisticated individual await his embarrassment." Should Luo Chen catch sight of this woman, he would undoubtedly recognize her at once as the lady introduced to him by Aunt Zhang during their previous matchmaking encounter. As Luo Chen approached the front row, he noticed a woman clad in a pink suit rising and casting her gaze in his direction. Adorned with golden earrings and sporting vibrant red lipstick, she possessed an elegant and slender figure, her long, snow-white legs accentuated by a pair of red high heels. The moment she stood, she seemed to transcend all else. This scene elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. What a stunning woman! Such a figure, such a face. Even as a woman, I am enamored. She exudes such grace. A goddess. And she is a prominent businesswoman to boot. One can only imagine how exquisite her fragrance must be. Oh, a breathtakingly beautiful heiress. I feel disheartened in my own efforts. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Luo Chen strode forward, undeterred by the curious glances of those around him. Hello, I am Wang Siki, sister of Wang Hao. Please, have a seat. She greeted him. Greetings. Ms. Wang, I am Luo Chen, a classmate of Wang Hao, he replied, making himself comfortable beside her without hesitation. This moment ignited a flurry of envious glances from the spectators. Luo Chen had indeed heard of Wang Siki at such a young age. She was at the helm of the esteemed Wang Group, appearing to be no more than 30, not much older than Wang Hao. Wang Hao had only ever mentioned his sister in passing, never revealing her name, and Luo Chen had not felt the need to inquire further. Though Wang Hao was a wealthy heir, he maintained a low profile at school, with few being aware of his affluent background. There is no need for formality. As a classmate of Xiao Hao, you may simply call me Sister Wang, she said. Very well, Sister Wang. Where is Wang Hao? Why is he not here? And why is his phone with you? Luo Chen inquired, noticing Wang Hao's absence and assuming he would be present. Wang Hao is resting at home. I instructed him to take a few days off. By the way, Luo Chen, regarding the money you borrowed from Wang Hao, how much do you have left? Is it still accessible? Wang Siki asked with a serious expression. Has something happened to him? Can you share the details with me? Luo Chen pressed. As he had come to repay Wang Hao, this matter pertains to business affairs. Though it's not a secret, this is not the appropriate setting for discussion. Once the conference concludes, I shall explain, she replied. Very well, Luo Qin nodded in agreement. In the boundless depths of the void, a blood-red coffin traversed the cosmos. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed through the emptiness. At that moment, Jiang Luoli within the coffin abruptly opened her bright eyes. The nine heavens' divine thunder. Jiang Luoli's expression turned grave. Before her lay an endless void, within which resided the true essence of the nine heavens' divine thunder. This boundless tempest, the nine heavens' divine thunder, represented the pinnacle of divine lightning, an immensely terrifying tribulation that manifested solely during the ascension to the realm of the Emperor. The nine heavens' divine thunder exhibited 9 resplendent hues, a harmonious fusion of various divine thunders, culminating in the supreme 9 heavens' divine thunder of the utmost power. Jiang Luoli gazed upon the vast expanse of this thunderous sea. At this moment, she had nearly exhausted her vital essence and spirit, having reached the brink of total depletion. She was sustained only by a singular conviction, an unwavering belief that she would ultimately reunite with her beloved husband. Yet, as she beheld the infinite tempest before her, despair seeped into her heart. Even at her zenith, she could not have traversed such a formidable storm. Nonetheless, Jiang Luoli sensed that this place represented the final barrier of the spatial confines. She was resolute in her determination to breach it. Should she succeed, she would truly enter another realm of existence, perhaps finding her husband awaiting her on the other side. My beloved, Luoli longs for you. Luoli has come to find you. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Luoli threw herself into the boundless sea of thunder. Chapter 63, School Award Ceremony. Next, let us invite the 10 students who received the highest votes in this award ceremony, recognized as the most outstanding among their peers. Please welcome Zhang Ji, Wang Lei, Li Siyu, Sun Guojun. As a female host called out to the crowd, waves of excitement surged among the audience. Zhang Ji, a senior, also made it into the top 10? He is still a classmate of ours. Why is there such a disparity among students from the same class? Wang Lei, in particular, is even more remarkable. He has garnered a reputation within the school, excelling academically while also venturing into entrepreneurship by opening a small convenience store on campus. At such a young age, his earnings have already surpassed 10,000. Truly, one cannot help but feel envious in comparison, as familiar faces grace the stage. Expressions of admiration filled the crowd. How wonderful it would be to possess their level of excellence. Down below, Zhang Xiaoting gazed longingly, lamenting that these individuals were already earning over 10,000 a month, while she had yet to secure a job. Given the unfavorable job market for finance majors, finding employment had proven challenging. If only I could land a position with a monthly salary exceeding 10,000, how delightful that would be, Zhang Xiaoting mused. Lo Chun, your school students are exceptionally talented. These individuals far surpass Wang Hao, remarked Wang Siki. Especially that young man named Li Siyu. I have heard your leaders speak of him. He has established his own company at such a young age and enjoys the school's support, with his business now scaling over 1 million. He has indeed achieved a level of success that few can rival in society. I heard you previously took money from Xiao Hao to start your company. I wonder what kind of business you are running. Although my abilities may not be extraordinary, I could offer some guidance, Wang Siki said. Having learned from her conversation with Wang Hao that Lo Chun had used the funds to embark on an entrepreneurial journey. Sister Wang, I have established an investment company. In fact, I just registered it a few days ago. Please don't laugh, but the company is still in its infancy, and currently, it is just me. Lo Chun replied, acknowledging that he had yet to post any recruitment information. He had come to seek assistance from fellow classmates. Indeed, starting a company is challenging, especially in the investment sector where prospects are not particularly bright. For many firms, merely breaking even is already considered an achievement. However, achieving profitability is undoubtedly a daunting task. I do know some experienced professionals in finance. If you require assistance, I would be happy to introduce you, Wang Siki offered, recognizing Lo Chun's inexperience in the business world. Thank you, Sister Wang. This industry is indeed quite foreign to me, Lo Chun admitted candidly, acknowledging that without his foresight abilities, he would not have ventured into such high-risk investments. Do not lose heart. Investment strength is essential, and sometimes luck can also be a form of strength, she encouraged. Since you have chosen this industry, I hope you will persevere. Should you require assistance, feel free to consult Wang Hao. I shall do my utmost to support you as well. Wang Siki feels a twinge of regret. Had it been 20 years prior, investing in this sector would have been exceedingly lucrative for Luo Chun, and his investment firm would undoubtedly have reaped substantial profits. However, now, for Luo Chen's company, Merely surviving is already a commendable achievement. 2 hours later, the awards ceremony finally concluded. Wang Siki exited alongside Luo Chun, attracting envious glances from their peers. At that moment, a woman, consumed by jealousy, muttered through clenched teeth, "How could a country bumpkin like him possibly know such influential figures? It must be a stroke of luck." She found herself regretting not befriending Luo Chun earlier, realizing the connections he possessed. As Luo Chun and Wang Siki were about to depart, a girl approached Luo Chun, waving to greet him. "Luo Chun, is that truly you? I didn't expect to see you here. Did you not say you wouldn't attend the award ceremony?" Luo Chen glanced and recognized Zhang shouting, pausing to respond, shouting, "What a coincidence! I had some matters to attend to." Upon entering, he had not noticed her presence. "This is your classmate?" Wang Siki inquired politely. Zhang shouting, encountering such a prominent figure for the first time, felt a twinge of nervousness. "Hello, President Wang. I am Zhang shouting." She fidgeted with her hands anxiously. At that moment, another female classmate approached Luo Chun with an air of arrogance. "Luo Chun, I am willing to befriend you, granting you the opportunity to pursue me." She stepped forward, pushing Zhang shouting aside. Luo Chun, taken aback, recognized her as the woman introduced to him by Aunt Zhang previously. "Do we know each other?" Luo Chun inquired deliberately. "How could you forget me? I'm Su Fei, and I am agreeing to be your friend. However, I have a condition. It is my birthday tonight, and I need you to reserve a private room for me, as I wish to invite my classmates to celebrate. You must also settle the bill for the evening, and only then will I acknowledge you as my friend." Su Fei replied confidently. With her charm and beauty, she believed she could easily find admirers willing to foot the bill. "President Wang, hello. I'm Su Fei, a friend of Luo Chen. May I extend an invitation to you for my birthday party?" Su Fei smiled at Wang Siki, extending her hand for a handshake. "Were you not just claiming you do not recognize yourself as Luo Chen's friend? Why the sudden change?" Wang Siki retorted coldly. She found it difficult to comprehend the emergence of such an oddity. "Wang Jia, there's no need to pay her any mind. She's merely foolish. Let us be on our way," Luo Chun said, not even glancing at Su Fei. He and his companions then departed, leaving Su Fei standing alone. "Luo Chun, how dare you insult me? Scoundrel! You lack even the slightest semblance of gentlemanly decorum, and you deserve to remain single for the rest of your life, forever a pauper." Su Fei, infuriated, stamped her foot. She had already extended an olive branch to Luo Chun, yet he remained utterly ungrateful. She promptly dialed a number. "Gu Xiao, it's my birthday tonight. Are you coming?" Her voice took on a sultry tone. "Darling, is it your birthday tonight? I have prior commitments, and regrettably, I may not be able to make it," came the voice of Gu Xiao, who was currently lounging on the sofa of his villa. "That won't do. I had planned to stay out of the dormitory tonight," she replied. Upon hearing her words, Gu Xiao was instantly alert, rising abruptly. At last, this woman had taken the bait. Chapter 64. The Gu family group. It is uncertain how many individuals this woman has ensnared. He had encountered many similar women before. A subtle, cold smile graced his lips. "This woman intends to treat me as her personal ATM. However, the funds I possess are not so easily spent." As evening descended, in a lavish private room of the Lido Grand Hotel, a man and a woman sat, Lo Chen and Wang Siki. "Sister Wang, here is the money I owe Wang Hao," Lo Chen said, presenting a check for 2 million. Wang Siki was taken aback. 2 million? Did you not only borrow 1 million from Wang Hao? Didn't you use the money to start a company? How could you possibly have this much? Even as the president of the Wang Group, her monthly salary barely reached 1 million, supplemented by modest performance bonuses, totaling around 20 million annually. Yet here was Lo Chen, a mere university student yet to graduate, presenting a cash check of 2 million. How could this not astonish her? "Sister Wang, I invested it in stocks some time ago and fortunately made a profit, which is why I am able to repay Wang Hao today. I promised him I would return double. This 2 million is the interest. By the way, Sister Wang, may I inquire what transpired?" Lo Chen spoke no falsehood. The money was indeed earned from stock trading. Is it truly possible to earn such a sum in less than a month? Wang Siki pondered, though 2 million seemed an abstract figure to her. For a common individual, accumulating even 1 million over a lifetime is a formidable task. "No, I shall only take the principal. You earning money is not an easy feat," Wang Siki declined. 1 million was urgently needed for her current financial obligations, yet even this amount was insufficient. Regardless, she would not accept an extra penny from Lo Chen. Even if she were to receive this additional million, it would not alter the dire situation. It was merely enough to cover payroll for now. "Sister Wang, There is no need for such formality. This money is for Wang Hao, not for your Wang Group. You have no authority to refuse on his behalf. I still have funds available, so please accept it for now. Let us consider this as my loan to Wang Hao. Once we weather this storm, I assure you the principal and interest shall be repaid. Wang Siki nodded, secretly appreciating Wang Hao's friend as a commendable individual. She was unaware of the extent of Luo Chun's earnings in the stock market, but if he had sufficient resources to start a company, he must possess some spare capital. This is a long story, but we have encountered difficulties with the Gu family group in Beijing. Most of our group's capital has been frozen, including my personal accounts. Currently, our stock is plummeting. We lack the liquidity even to pay our employees. Our entire financial chain has collapsed, and without willing investors, even the banks refuse to lend us money. If this situation persists through the month, the Wang Group may very well become nothing more than a footnote in history. Wang Siki's countenance was clouded with concern. As the president of the Wang Group, she found herself at an impasse. Despite her best efforts to attract investors, the mere mention of the Gu Group led to swift refusals. The Gu Group's ruthless tactics instilled fear. Those who dared to engage with them risked becoming the next target. Consequently, no one came forth to support the Wang Group. Luo Chun had heard of the Gu Group, a formidable entity valued at over 100 billion, renowned in the capital. In contrast, the Wang Group, even at its zenith, boasted a mere valuation in the tens of billions. With the current market downturn, nearly half of its value had evaporated. It was understandable that they could not compete with the Gu Group. The Wang Group faced a significant funding shortfall, clearly orchestrated by the Gu Group, who sought to force their submission by demanding 50% of Wang's shares in exchange for assistance in overcoming their crisis. However, submission was not an option for them. Wang Siki understood that relinquishing 50% of the Wang Group's shares would equate to its demise. Thus, the full scope of the situation became evident to Luo Chun. Yet, he suspected that the Gu Group's machinations were more intricate than mere manipulation. Their comprehensive strategy suggested a long-standing plan. Wang Siki, I have a humble request, she said earnestly. If you have any spare funds, I would be grateful for your assistance to the Wang Group. I am willing to do anything you ask. Wang Siki's expression was grave. She had exhausted all other avenues and was now turning to Luo Chen in desperation, knowing he possessed some liquid assets, however modest they might be. Anything at all? Luo Chen inquired, his demeanor serious. Wang Siki felt a flush rise to her cheeks at his words. Clad in a pink suit, a white pencil skirt, and red high heels that accentuated her allure, she appeared striking. If you can help the Wang Group weather this storm, I promise to fulfill my word, she declared with unwavering resolve. At this moment, Luo Chun was her last beacon of hope, and she could not afford to overlook even the slightest chance. If I assist you in overcoming this crisis, you will join my company and work alongside me, Luo Chun proposed, recognizing the urgent need for talent within his organization. Individuals like Wang Siki, capable of commanding an entire group at such a young age, were indeed rare, possessing abilities and insights beyond the ordinary. Wang Siki's cheeks flushed deeply. To work with him? Despite her leadership of the Wang Group, she felt an undeniable lack of experience in that realm. How much funding does the Wang Group currently require? Luo Chen inquired, aware that his own cash reserves were limited, totaling merely around 10 billion, and uncertain if it would suffice to aid the Wang Group. We require a minimum of 500 million. However, if I could secure 5 million, I could ensure the Wang Group survives this month. By next month, conditions should begin to improve. No, the Gu family will not allow the Wang family any respite. By next month, the Wang family may very well cease to exist. Luo Chen shook his head. How could the Gu family have overlooked this eventuality? What shall we do then? Do you possess a more effective strategy? Upon hearing Luo Chen's words, Wang Siki found herself utterly flustered. She could not comprehend why this young student seemed anything but a mere student beside him. She felt an inexplicable sense of security and even a profound trust. The Gu family. This is a 500 million check, an investment from Jiang Luo Capital. Luo Chen produced a check for 500 million and handed it to Wang Siki. Initially, she thought it was a forgery, but her discerning eyes could not be deceived. It was undeniably genuine. 500 million? Wang Siki stared at the check in disbelief for an extended moment before turning to Luo Chen, utterly astonished and at a loss for words. This was a staggering 500 million. Not only could Luo Chen, as a student, not possibly have such funds, but neither could she. Wait, he is still a student? The same Luo Chen who had previously borrowed 1 million from Wang Hao? Subsequently, Luo Chen remarked. I forgot to mention that I have established Jiang Luo Capital, which is currently in the preparatory stages and is poised to go public imminently. Chapter 65, The Cost of Friendship and Initial Public Offering? Are you suggesting that your company is preparing to go public? Wang Xiqi's expression was one of astonishment. Her lips slightly parted, momentarily taken aback. Going public requires immense confidence and a solid financial foundation. It took the Wang Group a full decade to prepare for their IPO, nearly failing to secure approval. Now, the audacious claim from Luo Chun about his intentions to list his company left her incredulous. Even if given ample time, a minimum of 5 years would be necessary for her, and that would be the shortest span conceivable. Indeed, however, there is a 3-year constraint to consider. Sister Wang, do you have any means to expedite the process for the company's listing? Luo Chun inquired, his primary concern being the time limitation, while other matters did not trouble him. Luo, Mr. Luo, please just call me Siki. As for the issue of time, I do have a solution. However, are you certain that you have no complications regarding funding or shares? Wang Siki contemplated addressing Luo Chun by his given name, but instantly recognized the inappropriateness of such familiarity. This young man possessed a wealth far exceeding her own. She could not fathom that Luo Chun had emerged from humble beginnings as a mere student, and yet, he turned out to be a true magnate. Moreover, his youth set him apart. Those previous exemplary students appeared pale in comparison, like fireflies against the bright moon. Most strikingly, he was remarkably handsome. Wang Hao, my dear younger brother, what kind of extraordinary friends have you made? One who can effortlessly resolve the entire Wang family's crisis. Now, it is growing late. Please attend to your company matters and come to my office as soon as possible, Luo Chun instructed. Certainly, Mr. Luo, Wang Siki replied. Her head bowed in modesty. She felt the aura of authority emanating from Luo Chun, a stark contrast to his student persona. The more she interacted with this enigmatic young man, the more she felt as though she were the one benefiting from their association. Wang Siki tightly grasped the check in her hand, her enchanting eyes fixed on Luo Chun. Just as she was about to depart, a commotion erupted from next door. Do you intend to dine and dash? A group of students, are you? What nonsense are you learning in school? If you cannot pay, you should not eat. The manager shouted angrily at the group of students. Sufei, did you not say you would treat us? That's right. You invited us here. It's your birthday today. Must we be the ones to pay? The students questioned Sufei, who had come to enjoy a meal, only to find themselves in such a predicament. No, Gu Xiao. Think of something. Are you not the heir of the Gu family? A mere 12,000 should pose no difficulty for you. Can you truly bear to let me suffer this humiliation? Sufei implored Gu Xiao, who stood beside her. Sufei, I'm sorry. My family is now bankrupt. I cannot possibly come up with that amount. Even my bank account has been frozen, leaving me utterly penniless. Sufei, you must understand. Gu Xiao feigned a sigh of regret. As Luo Chun and Wang Siki emerged from the private room, they were met with an unexpected scene. What transpired here? Wang Siki inquired of the male manager, recalling a vague impression of the woman named Sophie, who was indeed an eccentric student. Mr. Wang. It is as follows. This group of students has finished dining but refuses to settle the bill, the manager respectfully informed Wang Siki. Recognizing her as the president of the Wang Group, a frequent patron of such establishments. Step aside. Luo Chun, you've arrived. Please assist me in settling the bill. If you do, not only will we remain friends, but I promise to dine with you tonight, Wang Siki declared, dismissing the man beside her. Believing Luo Chun had come for her sake, albeit a tad late. At that moment, Luo Chun inadvertently brushed against a porcelain vase, which shattered with a resounding crash. Manager, you heard that. I am friends with her. Let the cost of the vase fall upon her, he declared, not sparing Sophie a glance as he strode away. The manager's expression turned awkward. Please take care of my friend, Wang Siki said, tossing a few red bills towards him. The manager's eyes flickered as he discreetly pocketed the money, instantly grasping Wang Siki's intention. He then lamented, alas. This was our establishment's prized possession. Our boss spent over $1 million at an auction for it, and now it lies in shards? I am so sorry, boss. He hastily began gathering the remnants from the floor. He then cast a cold glance at Sophie, stating, This is your fault. Your friend broke it. And you must compensate our boss. Upon hearing this, Sophie felt her legs weaken. How could she possibly pay such a sum? Even selling herself would not suffice. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon her, and she protested, No, I did not break it. It was Luo Chun. He is not my friend. I do not know him at all. I have no connection to this. She hurriedly distanced herself from any responsibility. Luo Chun, reaching the door, shook his head. acknowledging Sophie as indeed a peculiar individual. Wang Siki, witnessing the scene, chuckled softly. This is the consequence of misidentifying friends. The two then exited the establishment. Sophie, left in utter shock, sank to the floor, clutching Gu Xiao's leg. Gu Xiao, please help me. You are my only friend now. I will do anything you ask if you can assist me, she implored him, her pride abandoned in her desperation. Gu Xiao wore a troubled expression. Sophie, it is not that I am unwilling to help. I am simply powerless in this situation. No. Gu Xiao, you must have a solution. You have to help me. Sophie insisted, clinging tightly to his leg, refusing to release her grip. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Xiao's expression turned resolute. Very well, I shall think of a way. Upon hearing this, Sophie's face lit up with joy. Really? Mr. Gu, are you willing to assist me? Mr. Gu nodded and promptly made a phone call. I have a friend who might be able to help, coincidentally. He is dining here today. I will summon him to see if he can be of assistance. Sophie was elated. She understood that as long as Mr. Gu was willing to intervene, there was no problem too great to resolve. After a brief moment, a man clad in a black suit and wearing sunglasses approached slowly. Mr. Gu, what can I do for you? Mr. Gu exchanged a few words with the man, discreetly blinking his eye. My friend is currently short on funds. Could you possibly lend her a hand? The man replied, that is quite simple. Mr. Gu's friend is also my friend. I happen to have some spare funds at hand. And since this young lady is in need, I shall promptly assist her with her urgent situation. Chapter 66. Thank you. I happen to have 20,000 here. As long as Miss Sophie signs this contract, the money will be hers. The man immediately handed a thick stack of contracts to Sophie. A contract? What is this contract? Why must it be signed? Yet, why does it state that overdue repayment requires double the principal? It mentions a loan of 200,000. Yet I only received 20,000 in hand. And isn't this interest rate excessively high? Sophie questioned, her eyes filled with confusion. At that moment, Mr. Gu stepped forward to explain, Fair, do not worry. He is my friend and will not harm you. If you do not trust him, can you not trust me? Would I ever wish you ill? The circumstances were rather hurried, and the contract simply hasn't been amended yet. Rest assured, everything will be fine. If you choose not to sign, then I am afraid I can do no more. Mr. Gu said with a helpless expression. After a moment of hesitation, she picked up the contract and affixed her name and fingerprint. All right, Miss Sophie, here is your 20,000. The man took out 2 stacks of cash from his black leather bag and then turned to leave. Upon witnessing this, Mr. Gu's eyes darkened with a cold glint. This porcelain is merely a few $100s worth of market trinkets. Do you think we can't see through it? Do not truly believe we are easy to bully. Mr. Gu declared boldly in front of Sophie. Thank you, Mr. Gu. At that moment, Sophie felt deeply moved. In her most perilous time, he was the only one willing to assist her and now stood up for her. This was the essence of true masculinity. Unlike that Luo Chen, who lacked any sense of responsibility and gentlemanly demeanor, he paled in comparison to Mr. Gu. It's all right. I am here, Mr. Gu said with utmost confidence. At that moment, Mr. Gu's manly charisma completely captivated Sophie. Compensation. The male manager said coldly, his gaze fixed on the 2 stacks of cash in Sophie's hands. It's just a small amount. Including the porcelain, it's 13,000. Sophie should pay him. Subsequently, Mr. Gu tossed 13,000 at the male manager. Having several red notes at hand. Fair, give me a few bills. I need to buy some cigarettes. You know my current situation. I don't even have money for smokes. However, in a few days, once my bank card is unfrozen, I will buy you a sports car, Mr. Gu said earnestly to Sophie. Really? Thank you so much, Mr. Gu. I truly love you. Take this money. I only need a few bills to cover living expenses. Sophie nodded vigorously, her expression brimming with joy. Mr. Gu had been exceedingly kind to her. She believed that it wouldn't be long before she would enjoy a better life. 10 days later, Luo Chen's investment company finally got back on track. In just these 10 days, with increased capital investment, his stock market earnings soared, and he had made nearly 2 billion. At that moment, a woman was busily working in Luo Chen's office. This was Wang Siki, who Luo Chen had summoned to handle the heavy lifting. She, a dignified president, unexpectedly served Luo Chen like a servant. Such a thing could only be accomplished by him. As graduation approached, Luo Chen was engrossed in his studies, leaving no time to manage the company. Lacking managerial skills, he entrusted everything to Wang Siki. To his surprise, he found that he could remember everything he had read. His memory now akin to that of a photographic recall. Moreover, his comprehension far exceeded that of his former self, leading him to believe that perhaps he had once been a cultivator. One afternoon, having just finished his lunch and about to return to the company for a brief respite, he encountered a sudden downpour. The weather was indeed capricious, changing as swiftly as a woman's mood. Having left without an umbrella and with no nearby shelter, the distance to the company would surely leave him drenched. Seeking refuge under an awning, he intended to call Wang Siki when a voice from behind interrupted him. What a coincidence, Luo-chun. What brings you here? Did you forget your umbrella? Turning around, he saw a petite girl with enchanting eyes, Zhang shouting. Zhang shouting, what are you doing here? Where are you headed? He inquired, pleasantly surprised by their unexpected meeting. I'm here for an interview. The company finally notified me. The pay seems quite decent, she replied with a beaming smile. If I succeed, I'll have a formal job and a salary. Despite not knowing if she would succeed, she was thrilled that a company was willing to consider her. She had prepared thoroughly for this opportunity, no longer yearning for a salary exceeding 10,000. A job providing food and accommodation would suffice, enabling her to sustain herself. Really? I wish you the best of luck in your interview. Go for it. Luo-chun expressed his genuine happiness for her. He had previously considered suggesting she try for a position at his company, but since she had decided to pursue opportunities elsewhere, he refrained from mentioning it. Thank you for your encouragement. Wait a moment, let me treat you to a cup of milk tea, Zhang shouting offered, promptly purchasing 2 cups, the cost of which represented 2 days of her living expenses. She had not eaten that day, and a cup of milk tea would sustain her. Luo-chun accepted the fragrant milk tea and remarked, This milk tea is quite delightful. It had been ages since he last indulged in such a treat, and the taste was pleasantly surprising. Of course, this place makes excellent milk tea. I used to work here during summer breaks. It's very clean, Zhang shouting chimed in, sharing her fondness for the establishment. By the way, where are you headed? I have an umbrella, and there is still some time before your interview. I can walk you there, she suggested, noting that there was still a bit of time before her interview began. There's no need to trouble yourself. It's not far. I can simply buy an umbrella, he replied. As Luo-chun observed the relentless downpour, he realized that purchasing an umbrella was imperative. Zhang shouting had an interview to attend, and any delay could jeopardize her chances. It was not far. Time was still on their side, yet the reality was that earning money was no easy feat, and an umbrella was rather costly. There is no need to squander your funds, he remarked. Come, I shall accompany you. Which direction do you need to go? Zhang shouting was aware that Luo-chun often ventured out alone to seek odd jobs, and her circumstances were not dissimilar. After all, she had time to spare. Relenting to her insistence, Luo-chun nodded, indicating it's just ahead, by the Jimao Tower. How fortuitous. That's precisely where my interview is as well, Zhang shouting exclaimed, her face lighting up with a smile. This works out splendidly. We can go together. Very well, let us proceed, Luo-chun replied. The pair walked for a little over 10 minutes until they reached the entrance of the Jimao Tower. Luo-chun was contemplating suggesting that Zhang shouting visit his company when suddenly, a phone rang. A feminine voice emerged. Hello, may I speak with Ms. Zhang shouting? Is it convenient for you to come for the interview now? Yes, of course. Zhang shouting responded hurriedly, bidding a swift farewell to Luo-chun. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Luo-chun pondered, but by the time he turned around, Zhang shouting had vanished from sight. Just as he was about to head back, he felt a peculiar twitch in his eyelids. What is happening? Why have my eyelids been so restless lately? At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly, revealing a familiar voice on the other end. Hello, Xiaoqinzi, and Zhang has found another girl for you, and she is quite beautiful. You will surely be pleased upon meeting her. However, never mind, just come over first.